Ding Yun, a young man from Earth, unexpectedly finds himself transported into the world of Naruto, assuming the identity of the protagonist, Naruto Uzumaki. The village of Konoha harbors deep-seated hostility towards him. The disdainful glances and venomous words directed at him provoke an overwhelming sense of indignation. Die, Ninetales! Filthy monster! You are unworthy of consuming human sustenance. Get out! You are nothing but a monstrous bastard, an eyesore to behold. Just perish already. Ding Yun retorts, you all want me dead, don't you? Then don't blame me. How many floors can one bag of rice carry? Senriten Shin. Chapter 1. I am Naruto, yet my passion has grown cold. It was nightfall in H-City of Huagua, Earth, a sprawling metropolis with nearly 10 million inhabitants. By day, it bustled with clamorous activity. By night, it fell into utter silence, a stillness that enveloped all. Suddenly, an anomaly occurred. In the sky above a tall building, a bizarre spatial distortion manifested. Moments later, the warped space melted away like burning plastic, revealing a small spatial wormhole from which a figure emerged, soaring forth. This individual was peculiar in both attire and appearance. Clad in grayish-white cloth, with hair standing upright, one hand wielded a fishing rod formed of red energy, while the other cradled a strangely shaped turtle. More striking than his garb was his visage. His eyes lacked pupils, replaced by a pair of chilling white orbs that inspired dread in all who beheld them. Surveying his surroundings, the figure addressed the turtle in his grasp. Lee, what is happening? I cannot sense any chakra in this place. The turtle spoke in human language. I apologize. During the teleportation, a strange energy interfered with me, causing us to arrive at a locale even unknown to me. The figure scoffed, then after a brief pause, said, forget it. This world seems promising enough to serve as a plantation for the divine tree. I shall mark it for now and attend to Kagaya's affairs before proceeding further. As he pondered, a tremendous noise erupted overhead. A colossal steel bird whizzed past him. Nanny! Startled by the unexpected sight, his hand trembled involuntarily, causing the turtle he held to slip and fall. The turtle named Lee plummeted towards the ground, its trajectory indicating it would land on the rooftop of a nearby building. Thud! Ding Yun, who was on the rooftop enjoying the breeze, was struck on the head by an object. Instantly dazed and bleeding profusely, he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. In his final moments, he glimpsed a strange figure who casually picked something up from the ground and cursed before flying away. Bathed in moonlight, Ding Yun discerned the face of the stranger. Akatsuki. Urusha? The last thought flashed through his mind before consciousness was swallowed by endless darkness. In the land of fire, within Konoha village, 3 boys huddled in a shadowy corner, whispering among themselves. Daisuke, do you think that monster is dead from your attack? Dead or not, it's for the greater good. Everyone wants him gone anyway. Let's leave it be and go. With that, the boy called Daisuke strode off swiftly. Though he spoke boldly, his heart was clearly gripped by fear. The other 2 boys, equally frightened, hurriedly followed in his wake. The weather was bitterly cold, snow falling steadily. Ding Yun's foggy mind was swiftly sharpened by the biting chill. My head aches. Lying prone on the ground, he turned over and opened his eyes to behold the pitch-black night sky. Touching the painful spot on his forehead, he felt warmth. Bringing his hand before his eyes, he saw blood. He was wounded. Where am I? Suddenly, a sharp wave of agony surged through his head, forcing him to writhe in torment. The torment persisted for an extended duration, and as the anguish subsided, Ding Yun's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had witnessed something utterly astonishing. Moments later, he resignedly accepted the reality. Yet he could not help but murmur, I am in the world of Naruto. I have traversed dimensions. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. In the distance, a shadowy ninja adorned with a feline mask crouched upon a tree, silently observing the unfolding events. Noticing that the Jinchuriki could not rise for an extended period, he contemplated intervening to offer assistance. However, upon witnessing Uzumaki Naruto struggle to rise, he abandoned the notion of helping. For his mission, entrusted by the 3rd Hokage, was to ensure the Jinchuriki's survival. As long as the Jinchuriki was not in mortal peril, he would remain concealed. Ding Yun. No, he should now be referred to as Naruto. The 5-year-old Naruto struggled to rise from the ground, and after discerning his bearings, he began to hasten towards home, feeling both cold and famished. Though Naruto's attire was not particularly thin, he still felt the biting cold, as he had torn his clothes during a scuffle with several children. The frigid wind seeped through the ragged openings in his clothing, causing Naruto to tremble uncontrollably. He wrapped his arms tightly around himself, attempting to generate warmth, yet it proved futile. After walking for a while, Naruto arrived at the commercial street. However, the number of open establishments was notably fewer than usual due to the New Year festivities. Thus, apart from a few large eateries, most shops had closed to celebrate with their families. As the door of a barbecue restaurant swung open, the air was instantly infused with the mouth-watering aroma of grilled meat. Naruto's gaze involuntarily drifted towards the interior, just as a jovial family exited, chattering merrily. Upon noticing Naruto, their expressions shifted from joy to silence, regarding him with disdainful eyes, as if he were a piece of excrement. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, Naruto possessed an innate strength both mentally and physically. He could sense and perceive the shifts in the demeanor of those around him. Despite his inaction, he found himself the target of their unrelenting malice. Even if I wished to enter and dine, the proprietors would likely expel me immediately. Naruto ceased to indulge in the tantalizing aroma of the meat, lowering his head in silence as he continued on his way home. He brushed past the family, and after a short distance, he cast a wistful glance back at their retreating figures. This instinctive longing was not a manifestation of Ding Yun's actions, yet he too harbored a desire for a harmonious family life, for his own parents had long since passed. In a sense, he shared a profound connection with the Naruto of the original tale. Before Naruto could dwell on his melancholy, he was abruptly assailed by the family's vitriolic insults. This damned monster, why is he still alive? The Hokage should execute him. Encountering such a creature on New Year's Day surely portends misfortune for the coming year. Indeed, what a stroke of bad luck. Although he anticipated such occurrences, Naruto's countenance darkened immediately. Words could hardly encapsulate the feelings. No one could fully empathize. It was only through experiencing such baseless hostility that Ding Yun comprehended the true magnitude of Naruto's resilience. As echoed in the comments, if Naruto did not succumb to darkness, he was indeed virtuous to the core. After a 10-minute walk, Naruto finally returned to his apartment. The room was shrouded in darkness. Upon switching on the light, the scene before him was laid bare. A bed, a toilet, an entire cupboard filled with instant noodles, and a refrigerator containing near-expired and expired milk. Beyond that, there was naught else. Although there were some discrepancies from the original narrative, the overall essence remained unchanged. It was a veritable shell of emptiness. Yet, for Naruto in this moment, it was a rare sanctuary, a place that could shield him from the storm. Closing the door, Naruto made his way to the bathroom to inspect the wound on his forehead inflicted by those little rascals. Gazing into the mirror, he saw a gash approximately 2 centimeters long on his forehead. This was a fresh injury, yet the bleeding had ceased. The powerful physique of the Uzumaki clan was evident. For the robust Uzumaki clan, such minor wounds were indeed trivial. Neglecting them would see them heal in a few days. Nonetheless, Naruto chose to tend to his injury, for should it become infected, no one would be there to express concern. Recalling the location of the first aid kit from memory, he rummaged through the cupboard, retrieving gauze, alcohol, and other supplies. He commenced cleaning and bandaging the wound before the mirror. The process was somewhat painful, yet within his threshold of tolerance. Once he had attended to his injury, Naruto's stomach grumbled audibly. Thus, he boiled a kettle of water and retrieved a bucket of instant noodles from the shelf. While waiting for the noodles to soak, Naruto headed to the bathroom to rinse off, as he had accumulated a fair amount of dirt from his earlier tussle with the little rascals. However, as he turned on the faucet, the shower head emitted only icy water. The naked Naruto recoiled as the cold water hit him, causing goosebumps to erupt all over his body. "Damn it!" he exclaimed, shutting off the faucet with a cry. Drip, drip, drip. Even after the faucet was turned off, the shower head continued to leak water persistently. It was evident that this fixture had seen better days. Naruto extended his hand to catch the frigid droplets. He felt the chill coursing through him, yet he could not suppress a smile. It dawned on him that the hot water pipe in his apartment had been broken for nearly half a month. Little Naruto had mentioned it to the third Hokage, yet no one had come to repair it. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. How splendid, truly splendid, Konoha, third Hokage. Chapter 2. The good child in the ancestral grounds of the Sarutobi clan, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, diligently reviewed the remaining documents in his study. The room exuded warmth, providing a stark contrast to the biting cold just beyond its walls. Lifting his gaze to the state-of-the-art air conditioning unit mounted on the wall, a satisfied smile graced his face. Although the expense was considerable, it was indeed worthwhile. He had ensured that every member of the Sarutobi clan was equipped with this luxury. Though the simultaneous operation of dozens of these units consumed a fair amount of electricity, the Sarutobi clan's wealth rendered such costs negligible. At this moment, a faint flush adorned the third Hokage's cheeks. He had just enjoyed a festive New Year's Eve dinner filled with friends and family, indulging in fine wine and delectable dishes, which had led him to partake in a few extra cups. Rap, rap, rap. A crisp knock reverberated through the air. Without lifting his head, he called out, "Come in." The door creaked open, revealing a masked Umbu operative adorned with a cat-like visage. Approaching the third Hokage, he knelt on one knee. "Speak your business. It is getting late. Report quickly so you can return home to rest. Your family must be awaiting you," the Hokage said without glancing up. "Yes, Lord Hokage. The Jinchuriki today." The masked ninja promptly relayed Naruto's activities for the day. Was he injured? Is it serious? The third Hokage paused, pen in hand. "It is not severe. Merely a small cut. Given his constitution, he should be fine." "Very well, I shall visit him when I have the opportunity." "You may leave now," he replied. Meanwhile, Naruto lay awake, tossing and turning through the night, his mind consumed by a singular thought, the desire to grow stronger. He found himself unable to succumb to laziness. As a transmigrant, Ding Yun was aware of the entire narrative. Naruto, as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, was akin to a modern-day Tang Seng. The duplicitous higher-ups of Konoha, the ever-watchful Akatsuki organization, and various other powerful ninja villages regarded him with contempt, treating him as less than human. These formidable entities were not to be trifled with, and the thought of being eliminated by them was not far-fetched. Faced with such overwhelming odds, Naruto realized he had no means to combat the impending threat of the Akatsuki clan. Their arrival would spell doom for the entire ninja world. To ensure his survival, he had to grow stronger. Otherwise, his demise was all but assured. Within a few years, the Akatsuki would commence their operations, and his life would be on a countdown. He needed to attain the ability to protect himself within a decade. Yet, a dilemma loomed. How could he become powerful? Naruto felt a surge of frustration. Following the original plot, he could potentially reach a level near that of the Sage of Six Paths. But how long would that take? He was but 5 years old, while Naruto was 16 during the Ninja Wars, an 11-year gap fraught with uncertainty. No one could predict if the narrative would unfold as scripted. Moreover, enduring this wretched environment for over a decade was a daunting prospect. He feared he might lose his sanity. Naruto had already glimpsed the iceberg's tip regarding the villagers' malice towards him. As depicted in the original story, their indifference and verbal abuse were the least of his worries. The true agony lay in their refusal to engage in fair trade. They sold him goods at exorbitant prices, often close to expiration or outright expired, significantly degrading his quality of life. Being verbally assaulted and pelted with stones while unable to purchase anything, even with money, was a torment few could endure. Ruffling his disheveled hair, Naruto climbed out of bed. He had devised several methods to train, but their efficacy remained uncertain. Perhaps overthinking was detrimental. He decided to prepare a bowl of instant noodles to quell his anxiety. A week passed in the blink of an eye. Naruto gradually acclimated to his new life, yet his aspirations for training yielded no progress. Sitting on his bed, he gazed at the Hokage monument in the distance, murmuring to himself, it should be time for him to arrive. Rap, rap, rap. No sooner had he spoken than a knock echoed from the door. Naruto's eyes brightened. He knew the person he awaited had come. As the village's outcast, few dared to associate with him, and the only one who would knock earnestly was the third Hokage. Leaping from his bed, Naruto strode purposefully to the door. He swung it open with a decisive motion, revealing an elderly man with gray hair and long eyelashes standing outside. "Happy New Year, Grandpa Sarutobi," Naruto exclaimed with enthusiasm. "Ah, Happy New Year, little Naruto," the third Hokage responded with a hearty laugh. Observing the sheer excitement on Naruto's face, a pang of guilt tugged at his heart. He recognized that Naruto had no friends. He was, in a sense, a family member, which explained the boy's elation at his arrival. Had Naruto known the old man's thoughts, he would have silently scoffed. "Do you really think I would yearn for such a hypocritical elder? Grandpa Sarutobi, please come in." "Very well." The third Hokage entered Naruto's modest room, where 2 cushions lay on the floor. They knelt facing each other. A glance at the remnants of instant noodles on the table deepened his sense of guilt. From his robe, he produced a small pouch and placed it before Naruto. "I intended to visit sooner, but my duties have been overwhelming. This is your New Year's gift and your living expenses for the week. I will arrange for some food to be sent to you shortly. Consider it a small consolation." "I understand, Grandpa Sarutobi. You are a respected Hokage, and I am grateful that you took the time to visit a lonely orphan like me," Naruto said with a smile, though internally he thought, the old man lies without a hint of shame. "I wander the village daily. The Hokage's office is often empty. What business could he possibly have? Each time he passed by the Sarutobi clan's residence, it was bustling with visitors. Who wouldn't seek favors during the new year? The old man was busy receiving gifts, leaving no time to acknowledge me. The third Hokage felt a twinge of discomfort upon hearing those thoughts, sensing a subtle critique. Yet, the sincerity etched on Naruto's face quelled his unease. Well, I must take my leave now. I have official matters to attend to, he said, rising to depart. Please wait. Grandpa Sarutobi, what is it, Naruto-kun? Do you have something to ask? I wish to request your guidance in training. A flicker of interest sparked in the third Hokage's eyes. What has prompted this sudden desire for training? I would like to hear your reasoning. The third Hokage was acutely aware of Naruto's recent altercation. It was clear that his desire for strength was likely fueled by thoughts of revenge. Should Naruto express a wish for vengeance, the Hokage would certainly refuse his request. Of course, as the Jinchuriki, Naruto was indeed a vital asset to the village, and training was essential. However, it was imperative to temper his temperament before empowering him. Yet, Naruto's response took the Hokage by surprise. I want to become stronger. I aspire to be Hokage. His eyes sparkled with determination as he gazed up at the third Hokage. The Hokage paused, then burst into hearty laughter. Naruto, becoming Hokage requires more than just strength. It is your heart that truly matters. Tell me, why do you seek power? And for what purpose do you wish to become Hokage? Because the Hokage is the most trusted and respected person in the village. I want to be like you, Grandpa Sarutobi. I want to protect everyone in Konoha and earn their recognition. Naruto's earnest declaration illuminated the third Hokage's heart, prompting him to nod approvingly. Good child. Chapter 3. The pretentious performer. The third Hokage departed, thoroughly satisfied with their exchange. That afternoon, a youth with gray-white hair and a mask obscuring his left eye and much of his face arrived at Naruto's home. This is something the third Hokage entrusted to you. I will be responsible for guiding your training during this period. Receiving the 2 bundles of scrolls, Naruto inquired, if that is the case, you must be my teacher. May I ask your name? Naturally, the youth's distinctive appearance made his identity evident to Naruto. His inquiry was merely an attempt to maintain a facade of normalcy. The silver-haired youth, with eyes that resembled lifeless fish, seemed perpetually devoid of vigor. He spoke in a subdued tone. I am Heite Kakashi. Kakashi did not linger for long, merely advising Naruto to seek him out at the training ground located southwest of the village the following day before taking his leave. After bidding farewell to Kakashi, Naruto secured the lock on his room and gazed at the 2 scrolls in his hands, his heart swelling with joy. If all went according to plan, these scrolls contained the chakra refining techniques, marking his inaugural and most significant stride towards becoming stronger. The smoothness of the process did not catch him off guard. Everything unfolded as expected. According to the original narrative, Naruto had already demonstrated considerable prowess prior to enrolling in the Ninja Academy, clearly having embarked on his training. For how else could he have dared to indulge in mischief? Ding Yun's recent initiative to engage in training was merely a slight advancement in the timeline, and it was highly probable that the third Hokage would acquiesce. However, he had not anticipated that Heite Kakashi would be appointed as his instructor. This was an occurrence absent from the original tale. After much contemplation, Naruto attributed this fortunate turn of events to his impressive performance earlier that day. Anyone who heard his heartfelt confession would undoubtedly perceive him as a promising talent loyal to the village. In truth, Naruto had devised a dual strategy for his training over the past week. He wandered about, familiarizing himself with his surroundings while also striving to befriend one Hyuga Hinata. This princess of the Hyuga clan was a shy and kind-hearted individual, and Naruto was confident that if he could encounter her, friendship would surely blossom. Subsequently, he could gently coax Hinata into teaching him the Hyuga clan's training methods. His progress was remarkably swift. He had already forged a friendship with Hinata, and he felt optimistic that he would soon succeed. However, with the third Hokage having already provided him with the training techniques, he felt relieved to abandon the dubious task of charming a young girl. Eagerly, Naruto unfurled the 2 scrolls. The titles of the chakra refining techniques were boldly inscribed at the beginning. The first was the vortex refining technique, which was undoubtedly the chakra refining method of the Uzumaki clan. The other scroll, however, bore an absurd title, Super Flashy Ultra Rhythm Dance Chakra Refinement Technique. He couldn't help but scoff at the ludicrous name, though he could surmise who had developed it. To bestow upon me these 2 refining methods. The third certainly has a certain flair, Naruto mused internally. Yet, upon further reflection, he realized that the old man had essentially gifted him his own possessions. Goodness! I nearly mistook him for a benevolent soul. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, He finally had a pathway to strength, and he was disinclined to dwell on the matter further. After a meticulous examination of the two refining techniques, Naruto reached a conclusion. Each method possessed its own merits. The Uzumaki clan's technique emphasized the extraction of physical energy, resulting in a substantial quantity of high-quality chakra, particularly when combined with the Uzumaki clan's inherently formidable physical constitution. The results were exponentially enhanced. In contrast, the super-flashy ultra-rhythm dance chakra refinement technique concentrated on the extraction of mental energy, significantly boosting the practitioner's reflexes, thought speed, and coordination between mind and body. More tangibly, it also accelerated the flow of chakra, which directly influenced the speed of jutsu release. Both methods could be deemed excellent, but the one most suited to him was undoubtedly the Uzumaki clan's technique, as it maximized the potential of his already robust physique. In the most secluded training arena of Konoha, two figures, one tall and one small, practiced beneath the shade of trees. The elder, with graying hair and a mask obscuring one eye, was Kakashi, while the younger, sporting spiky golden hair and fair skin, was Uzumaki Naruto. At that moment, Kakashi reclined against a large tree, engrossed in a book, while Naruto sat a short distance away, meditating. Kakashi's gaze was lowered, entirely absorbed in his reading, yet as a diligent instructor, he occasionally lifted his eyes to assess Naruto's progress. At present, Naruto was intently focused, striving to extract the energy within his body. Chakra, a concept both simple and complex, stemmed from the innate powers of the human body, the physical and the spiritual. The union of these two forces gave rise to chakra. Physical power emanated from the body's 130 trillion cells, while spiritual power was cultivated through rigorous training and accumulated experience. The ability to sense and harmonize these energies resulted in the creation of chakra, with the chakra extraction technique being paramount. Under Kakashi's guidance, Naruto had begun to grasp the essence of this technique. After half a day of practice, he had managed to cultivate a modicum of both physical and spiritual energy, with the subsequent fusion being the critical phase. The beginning was often the most challenging. Once he achieved fusion, future training would become considerably easier. However, this process appeared fraught with difficulty. Naruto sensed that he could easily merge the two energies, yet at crucial moments, a powerful force would disrupt his efforts, causing him considerable frustration. After a prolonged struggle, Naruto ultimately abandoned his attempts. With a soft thud, Kakashi closed his book and remarked, "It seems we shall conclude for today. While your performance did not exceed my expectations, achieving the extraction of both energies on the first day is commendable. Let us reconvene tomorrow." That night, Naruto tossed and turned, unable to find solace in sleep as he pondered the challenges he had faced during training. "I cannot help but think that the energy hindering my chakra fusion is likely the Ninetales." He felt confident in this assertion, as the original story indicated that Naruto's talent for training was not lacking. Yet, while his peers effortlessly mastered the body flicker technique, he struggled to produce even the most fundamental shadow clone. The root of his troubles lay with the Ninetales interference. "If I do not confront this issue, I fear I will once again become the underachiever of the Ninja Academy, as depicted in the original tale. I must devise a solution." Though he contemplated addressing the Ninetales, Naruto believed he had a reasonable chance of persuading the creature to refrain from obstructing his progress. However, he was utterly clueless as to how to enter the Ninetales' mental space, rendering the prospect of meeting it a mere fantasy. Faced with this predicament, he could only lament his helplessness. As his thoughts drifted further into abstraction, Naruto eventually succumbed to slumber. A sudden rush of flowing water jolted him awake. He opened his eyes to find himself enveloped in a dim, shadowy space. Water pooled around his ankles, and he lay amidst it. Rising to his feet, he surveyed his surroundings. Is this the ceiling space of the Ninetales? A spark of realization ignited within him. What an unexpected turn of events. He turned his gaze towards the towering ceiling door nearby, where a massive shadow loomed behind it. 9 serpentine tails writhed in agitation, and the sight of the imposing figure filled Naruto with a sense of trepidation. The Ninetales. "Ha! You little brat actually know of my existence." The taunting voice of the Ninetales echoed from beyond the confinement. With a resounding crash, the Ninetales struck the ceiling door with its claws, revealing its formidable form to Naruto. Its vibrant orange fur, razor-sharp claws, and menacing presence were enough to instill terror. Particularly striking were its slitted eyes, bloodshot and predatory, a harbinger of dread. Instinctively, Naruto felt the urge to retreat, yet he steeled himself against the impulse. "Brat, free me from this seal, and I shall help you exact your revenge. I have witnessed your plight." Those foolish villagers regard you as a pariah. Tear down that seal, and I shall assist you in annihilating them all. Faced with the Nine-Tails' enticing offer, Naruto steadied his resolve. He met the creature's hate-filled gaze and replied, Nine-Tails, it seems you have endured quite the hardship over these years. Chapter 4, Training. Upon hearing the name that had long been forgotten, the Nine-Tails' already narrowed pupils tensed further. Astonishment was palpable. Little brat, who exactly are you? How do you know my name? Naruto smirked. Can't you discern it with your own abilities? After uttering this, Naruto fixated his gaze intently on the eyes of the Nine-Tails. This was an opportune moment to persuade the beast not to interfere with him. He had set a ruse, curious to see how it would respond. Upon hearing Naruto's words, the Nine-Tails began to carefully sense the chakra within this little imp. That chakra, hidden deep within you? Is it possible that you are Ashura? Impossible. Even that old sage of the Six Paths couldn't have lived to this day. You must have employed some trick to deceive me. The Nine-Tails roared, unleashing a formidable pressure that loomed over Naruto. His heart raced. Even sealed and with only half its power, the Nine-Tails emanated a terrifying aura. Were it not for being in the realm of the mind, he would have surely lost control of himself. The tailed beasts were simply terrifying. However, he understood that this was a crucial moment, and despite his fear, he could not allow it to show. Having served in the military in his past life, even participating in minor conflicts, the resilience forged amidst the chaos of gunfire and battle still bore some weight here. After a brief lull in the Nine-Tails' fury, Naruto spoke. Whether you believe me or not is inconsequential. What I am about to say is that I will release you. A glimmer of interest flickered in the Nine-Tails' eyes, indicating a deep yearning for freedom. Yet, moments later, a mocking expression replaced it. You say you will set me free, huh? Very well, I shall believe you, but only if you tear off that sealing talisman for me. Naruto shook his head. Ha ha ha, I knew you were a charlatan. I know not from where you heard of Ashura and my name, but to think you could deceive me with such paltry means is utterly juvenile. The Nine-Tails' eyes reddened further, a sight that was truly alarming. In contrast, Naruto remained increasingly composed. He had never claimed to be Ashura. All of this was conjured in the Nine-Tails' mind. It was already wavering. This indicated that he had succeeded halfway. He must not falter now. After taking a deep, inconspicuous breath, Naruto slowed his speech. You must understand that I cannot release you now. Without a Jinchuriki, a tailed beast is nearly certain to perish. When I say I will free you, I mean 10 years from now. The Nine-Tails fell silent. Naruto continued to coax. I believe you can see that I am not speaking falsehoods. The Nine-Tails queried, what is your ultimate goal in all this? It fixed its gaze upon Naruto's eyes, prepared to sever their connection should the young man exhibit even the slightest sign of abnormality. Naruto smirked, we are not enemies. As for what I desire, it is quite simple for you. As long as you do not interfere with my pursuits over the next decade. After a moment of contemplation, the Nine-Tails replied, is that all you seek? Indeed, Naruto affirmed decisively. If you refrain from hindering my training, I will grant you your freedom after 10 years. But I refuse. The following morning, a gentle beam of sunlight illuminated the entirety of Konoha. As Naruto sat in meditation, he opened his eyes. Placing his hands before him, he felt the surging energy within, exclaiming, is this chakra? Though it is but a trickle, my physical prowess has noticeably improved. The sensation of possessing power is truly exquisite. Unbeknownst to him, a sense of euphoria began to envelop Naruto. Though he appeared as a mere 5-year-old child, after cultivating chakra, he felt confident enough to easily overpower 2 or 3 adults. If ordinary chakra could enhance his body so significantly, what might it be like to wield the chakra of the Nine-Tails? This thought flitted through his mind, but was quickly dispelled. He would have to take one step at a time. Having only just negotiated with the beast, to now demand its strength would likely provoke a backlash from the Nine-Tails. Time was on his side. Despite the previous night's conversation ending with the Nine-Tails' refusal, the current situation suggested that it was clearly speaking contrary to its true feelings. Naruto was not surprised by this outcome. He understood just how impactful his words were on the Nine-Tails. The Six Paths and Ashura held significant meaning for the entire tailed beast community. Although he had never explicitly stated that he was Ashura, the Nine-Tails sensed the Ashura chakra hidden within Naruto and would naturally fill in the gaps with its own assumptions. This was a stroke of luck for Naruto, as he himself was unaware if the Nine-Tails could perceive that ancient reincarnated power. The essence of Ashura, combined with Naruto's promise of freedom, would likely compel the Nine-Tails to acquiesce. After all, the Nine-Tails was no fool. It understood that escaping its seal was nearly impossible. Once a seal had loosened to a certain extent, there would undoubtedly be someone outside reinforcing it. Having been sealed for so long, it was well aware of the procedures of those responsible for maintaining the seal. Engaging in futile antics within Naruto's body would only serve to frustrate him, lacking any meaningful purpose. Rather than resorting to such meaningless endeavors, it would be wiser to gamble on whether Naruto truly intended to release it. After all, not obstructing Naruto's training would have little impact on the Nine Tails. It would continue its efforts to erode the seal regardless of who Naruto was or what he said. Thus, the Nine Tails devised a new plan, to feign compliance with the boy, and once the seal had loosened sufficiently, it would bide its time and seize the opportunity to break free. At the Konoha training grounds, Kakashi regarded Naruto and remarked, "Let us continue our training. We must work on the integration of your mental and physical strength. If you cannot achieve this within a month, I suggest you abandon the path of a ninja." With that, Kakashi retrieved a book from his waist and walked toward a nearby tree. However, Naruto called out to him, "Kakashi-sensei, I believe that will be unnecessary." "What?" Kakashi paused, surprised. "I have already cultivated chakra." Kakashi reached out to Naruto, and after a moment of careful examination, a flicker of brilliance ignited in his usually dull eyes. The boy truly possessed chakra, and what was this quality and quantity? Though it was still considerably weaker than his own, it was several times more abundant than his own at the same age. This was merely the result of one night's effort. If he were to train for another 10 years, would his chakra not exceed 100-fold? One cannot help but admire the Uzumaki clan, Kakashi muttered before releasing Naruto's hand. Indeed, he had successfully cultivated chakra. With diligent practice, it would only continue to grow. "You can now proceed to the next stage of your training. Is it ninjutsu? Follow me." Kakashi did not provide a direct answer. After a brief interval, the two arrived at another training area. As soon as they arrived, Naruto was greeted by a cacophony of sounds akin to wailing. Following the din, he spotted a boy of about 18 or 19, striking a wooden post with punches and kicks. Recognizing the boy's iconic watermelon hairstyle and green attire, Naruto instantly knew who he was and could surmise what lay ahead for him. As Kakashi and Naruto entered the training ground, the boy sprinted towards them from a distance. "Hey, isn't that my rival Kakashi?" he called out as he ran, closing the distance in mere seconds. Finally, he performed a front flip in midair and landed heroically before the two. "Kakashi, it's been ages. Let us have a duel. Guy, I would love to engage in a match with you, but regrettably, I have a mission to attend to and cannot accompany you this time. However, Guy threw an arm around Kakashi's shoulders. "Are you up for a challenge? Then let us spar instead." "Ha ha ha. My leaf fluid technique has greatly improved recently, and I've even prepared a special move for you." "Guy, hold on. Let me finish," Kakashi interjected, gesturing towards Naruto. "I'm unable to spar with you, but we can compete in other areas." Kai's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "How fascinating. Pray tell." "This young rascal was entrusted to me by the third Hokage. I managed to teach him how to gather chakra in just a single day." "A day?" Kai exclaimed, glancing at Naruto. "Well, young one, I must admit your talent is rather surprising." Kakashi interjected. "I must depart to undertake other missions and lack the time to instruct him. Hence I wish to entrust him to you. I shall be gone for about 10 days, and upon my return, if this lad can defeat a shadow clone of mine using solely taijutsu, we shall consider it your victory. A contest of instruction, perhaps?" Kai murmured, then narrowed his left eye, revealing a broad grin as he extended his right thumb. "How delightful! The azure beast of Konoha, Might Guy, accepts your challenge." Chapter 5 Malice. With that, Kakashi left Naruto behind and departed the training ground. Kai and Naruto watched Kakashi's retreating figure, and the former suddenly inquired, "Young lad, what sort of person do you believe Kakashi to be?" Naruto paused momentarily before responding. "I think it's more fitting to describe him as lonely." Kai asked, "How long have you known him?" "Less than a day." At this, Kai discreetly scrutinized Naruto, surprised by the boy's perceptiveness. Indeed, at this juncture, Kakashi was burdened by the agony of having lost all his comrades. He blamed his own inadequacy, charging into every mission as if seeking death like a solitary wolf. Kai and several of his colleagues observed this closely, fully aware that if they allowed Kakashi to continue down this path, he would inevitably meet his demise. Thus, they resolved to petition the Hokage collectively to relieve Kakashi from the Umbu and allow him a respite to recuperate. However, seeing the Hokage assign Kakashi to mentor Naruto, perhaps the esteemed leader had already contemplated this matter. Setting aside distractions, Kai turned to Naruto, saying, "Young man, You possess keen observational skills, which will greatly aid you in your taijutsu training. As for the outcome of this contest, victory is assuredly mine. Now, first things first. Kai produced a deep green, form-fitting jumpsuit from seemingly nowhere, identical in style and color to his own. What astonished Naruto further was that the size appeared nearly identical to that of his 5-year-old frame. Naruto was eager to inquire how he had accomplished this feat, but the words caught in his throat. Without further ado, he took the jumpsuit and promptly shed his own attire, donning the new garment. Although he found it somewhat unpalatable, he was willing to endure it for the sake of acquiring strength. Once his mind was made up, the rest was a mere formality. Especially since, in a previous life, he had served in the military, his execution skills were exceptionally strong. Thus, regardless of how unattractive the outfit was, he would not hesitate to wear it. Excellent. You look spirited. Kai was quite pleased with the outcome. This attire suits you remarkably well. Now, let us commence training. First, we shall run. That night, Naruto trudged through the streets of Konoha, his body weary from the day's training that extended from morning until after 8 in the evening. Even with the enhancement of chakra, by mid-afternoon, the small body of this 5-year-old boy could no longer endure. Yet, Kai produced a bottle of specially crafted energy pills, and after consuming them, Naruto felt his depleted energy replenishing rapidly. According to Kai, these were his homemade energy pills, capable of swiftly restoring stamina and vitality, a precious asset for training. Had it not been for the desire to surpass Kakashi, he would have been reluctant to share them. However, after training concluded, Kai stubbornly refused to grant Naruto even a single pill for recovery, insisting that natural recuperation was sufficient and that consuming too many would be wasteful. Thus, weary and famished, Naruto had no choice but to venture out in search of sustenance. One cannot simply let a horse run. It must also be fed. Look, a 9-tailed fox. Curse that beast. It must be here to steal something. How can the third Hokage think otherwise? Such a creature should be eradicated to honor our fallen brethren. Its existence is a sheer waste of resources. Remember, if it seeks to purchase anything, the price must triple or even quintuple. Furthermore, only items nearing or past their expiration date are to be sold to it. We understand. Haven't we always done so? Though Naruto did not overhear the whispers, he could feel the disdainful and loathing gazes directed at him. His spirits, once buoyant, began to falter under the weight of their scrutiny. Never mind, I'll just buy a simple dinner and head home. He had initially intended to treat himself to something nice, but now he felt devoid of any enthusiasm. Approaching a fruit stall, he gazed longingly at the large, red apples, unable to resist swallowing. Just as he was about to inquire about the price, a middle-aged man clad in a gray kimono stepped in front of him. This man was the proprietor of the fruit stall. He waved his fan dismissively and coldly declared, "Demon Fox, get away. We do not welcome your kind here." Naruto frowned. "What do you mean? I'm a customer. How can you be so rude to a customer? Do you not fear I shall report you?" The stall owner sneered. "Then go ahead and report me. Even if this shop were to close, I would not sell you a single item." "You!" Naruto's chest heaved. "Scram, filthy beast. You are not welcome here." It was unclear who initiated the outcry, but soon one voice turned into 3, then more until nearly half the street was shouting, "D. 9-tailed fox." Suddenly, someone shouted and stepped forward. The crowd watched as he took a swift step and hurled a small stone at Naruto. Fatigued as he was, Naruto could not react in time and merely raised his hand to shield his vital area. Even though the stone did not strike a critical spot, it was still a thumb-sized projectile thrown with the full force of an adult, causing pain upon impact. Ha ha ha! The crowd erupted in laughter at his misfortune. Naruto lowered his hand, revealing his expression to everyone. He neither cried nor exhibited rage, only tranquility remained. As the laughter subsided, an air of unease settled among them. If they were in his position, they would have surely been reduced to tears from anger. Yet this 5-year-old boy stood unfazed. What could this mean? Amidst the bewildered crowd, Naruto turned his back and walked away. Among the throng, a girl with pink hair and a broad forehead tugged at her mother's sleeve and asked, "Mommy, what did that child do? Why are they treating him this way?" The mother knelt to her daughter's level and replied, "Sakura, remember this. He is no good. He has no parents, a wild child, and no one knows what he might do. If you ever encounter him, keep your distance. He is dangerous." The girl seemed to comprehend little but nodded nonetheless. "I understand, Mommy. I want to play with that wild child." In the Hokage's office, an Umbu member wearing a monkey mask was reporting to the third Hokage regarding the Jinchuriki's behavior today. What kind of expression did that child have? Was there resentment or anger? Neither. He appeared remarkably calm. If I may be so bold, his demeanor surpasses that of ordinary children his age. Very well, you may leave. With that, the Konoha member exited, and the third Hokage rose from his chair. Is calmness in the face of hatred truly possible? He chuckled. It seems Danzo's suggestion has indeed borne fruit. After a moment of contemplation, the third Hokage turned away, clasping his hands behind his back, gazing at the myriad lights of Konoha. None could discern his thoughts. Chapter 6. Discovery. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Ever since that fateful day when Naruto was ridiculed by the masses, he has become a recluse, devoting his days to rigorous training with Guy at dawn and returning home late at night, adhering to a monotonous routine. Another night has descended upon him. After hastily devouring a bucket of instant noodles, Naruto prepares to refine his chakra. Just then, a knock sounds at the door, with a soft click. He opens it to find the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, standing there with his hands clasped behind his back. Upon seeing Naruto, the elderly man breaks into a warm smile. Little Naruto, your grandfather has come to visit. Grandfather Sarutobi, Naruto exclaims, his face lighting up with surprise. Please, come in. The third Hokage nods, handing a food box to Naruto. This is for you. As Naruto accepts the box and opens it, he is greeted by the enticing aroma of sushi, clearly a delicacy of considerable worth. The third Hokage, having enjoyed sushi at home that evening with leftovers that would otherwise go to waste, thought to bring some to Naruto. Thank you, Grandfather Sarutobi. Naruto beams, his eyes sparkling with joy. I'm glad you like it. The third Hokage replies as he enters Naruto's modest apartment. The two engage in light conversation, but soon the third Hokage broaches a more serious topic. I heard that a few days ago, you had some conflict with the merchants in the commercial district? Indeed, that is true, Naruto replies nonchalantly, seemingly unfazed by the incident. I've heard that they even resorted to violence. Aren't you angry? Not particularly, Naruto says with a sense of maturity. Grandfather, I aspire to become Hokage, and I must inevitably confront numerous challenges. I view the events of 3 days ago as a valuable trial. In the face of others' provocations and misunderstandings, I believe it is not wise to engage in a fierce battle, but rather to resolve the misunderstandings and find solutions. One day, I will prove myself in my own way, and they will come to apologize. And how do you intend to prove yourself? The third Hokage inquires. First, I must grow stronger. Then I will become a genin, followed by a chunnin, then a jonin, and ultimately the Hokage. Once I achieve that status, I will strive for the welfare of all, ensuring that everyone enjoys peaceful lives. In doing so, they will naturally come to respect me from the depths of their hearts. Their respect will lead to their acknowledgement of me, and from that acknowledgement, they will apologize for their actions. And how will you ensure the welfare of others? The third Hokage continues to probe. At this, Naruto finds himself at a loss for words. The third Hokage, noticing his momentary silence, bursts into laughter. Naruto, it seems you still have much to contemplate. I know I am still a novice, but I will work hard. I will start by becoming a powerful ninja capable of protecting everyone. The third Hokage nods with satisfaction. He had been somewhat worried about Naruto's recent demeanor, fearing he might become another Orochimaru, dangerously cunning and restrained, like a venomous serpent. Yet now, seeing Naruto's innocence and idealism, he reassures himself that the boy is still just a child, with pure and beautiful aspirations. Though somewhat naive, it is precisely this quality that allows for much growth and development. Little Naruto, I have great faith in you. If you ever need assistance in your training, do not hesitate to seek out your grandfather. Thank you, Grandfather Sarutobi. Naruto expresses his gratitude as the third Hokage departs. Once the door closes, the sincerity in Naruto's eyes and the smile on his lips gradually fade. With a huff, he mutters to himself, what was I thinking back then? Studying medicine and attending a film academy? With my acting talent, I should have been a star long ago. 3 days swiftly pass. Naruto's physique has visibly strengthened. For a full 6 days, he has endured grueling training, feeling as though he might perish from the exertion. Yet through sheer determination, he has persevered. Now, although Guy's lessons remain arduous, Naruto has acclimated to the intensity. His hard work bears remarkable fruit. He is now a vastly improved version of himself compared to just a week prior, with significant enhancements in speed, strength, and chakra capacity, elevating his abilities to an entirely new echelon. Shortly after lunch, Guy eagerly drags Naruto back to training. It's time for warm-ups. Let us run 100 laps around the training ground. However, after just a few dozen laps, Guy suddenly halts. Naruto, trailing closely behind, nearly collides with him. Teacher Guy, what's wrong? Guy, stroking his chin in contemplation, remarks, listen, young one, there are only 4 days left. Your progress has astonished me, but you are still lacking the necessary edge to defeat Kakashi, even with shadow clones. This won't suffice. So, you want to increase the training intensity? Naruto inquires. Not at all. This level of training is just right for you. In due course, I will condense the duration of these exercises and convert the save time into practical combat drills. Furthermore, I plan to extend your training hours to include a special regimen that will exponentially enhance your strength, albeit at a considerable cost to your comfort. Young one, are you willing to accept this challenge? Naruto's expression sharpens with resolve. Will it truly make me stronger? Absolutely. Then I accept. Alright, if you can complete this training, you will become the new Konoha beast after me. Let us begin. At the cliffs of Hokage Rock, Guy adheres to the sheer face using chakra, while Naruto struggles to climb with his hands and feet, finding the task exceedingly arduous. Guy gives him a thumbs up. Hang in there, young one. You're not even halfway. Teacher Guy, it's easy for you to say. Climbing a vertical wall without chakra is exhausting. Naruto gasps, his breath labored, feeling too fatigued to respond to Guy's encouragement. Do not speak such defeatist words. I want you to be utterly spent. Only at the brink of exhaustion can one unleash their hidden potential. Remember the chakra pathways I taught you, and feel the pressure at the Baui point. Once you break through, this cliff will become your playground. With that, Guy releases his grip on the cliff, executing a flip before catching himself upside down, traversing the wall with his hands. Let's race. I'm off, he shouts, dashing away like the wind. Damn it, Naruto mutters in frustration. What am I supposed to do now? If I run out of energy and fall, it will be the end. A chill runs down his spine as he narrowly avoids stepping on a loose stone, realizing he has climbed nearly halfway, almost 100 meters up. A misstep could be fatal. No, I cannot hesitate. Otherwise I will perish. With that thought, Naruto's resolve hardens. His hand-eye coordination becomes impeccable, and he climbs steadily. However, after scaling a few dozen more meters, his legs begin to tremble. His stamina is nearing its limit. What should I do? Should I use chakra to adhere to the wall? His mind wavers momentarily. This training, known as the opening of the 8 gates, was devised by Guy to cultivate the 8 gates technique. He had once stated that if Naruto resorted to using chakra, the training would be rendered moot. The essence of this exercise is to push oneself to physiological and psychological extremes, compelling the discovery of latent potential. If one leaves a backdoor for escape, the purpose of the training is utterly defeated. In a short span, Guy reaches the summit of the cliff, encouraging Naruto from above. Young one, those who are timid or seek shortcuts cannot unlock the 8 gates. If you falter here, it will be impossible to achieve the opening in a short time, and thus the essence of this training will be lost. Instead of wasting time here, you might as well pursue other training. With gritted teeth, Naruto perseveres. The 8 gates technique. Those who have seen the anime understand its incredible power. He does not expect to unlock all 8 gates, but if he can manage to open 6, he will be eternally grateful. For the sake of becoming stronger, with unwavering conviction in his heart, he ascended the treacherous incline, his hands and feet laboriously yet resolutely propelling him upward. Chapter 7. The door opens. Observing Naruto gritting his teeth, Guy found himself increasingly impressed by the spirited youth. However, this was merely a prelude. He felt compelled to further challenge this vibrant boy. With a sweeping glance around, Guy casually picked up a handful of pebbles, hurling them one by one down towards Naruto, who was struggling at the base of the cliff. Thud! A small stone whizzed past Naruto. Huh? Is it hailing? Damn it! Guy, have you lost your humanity? Initially, Naruto thought it was merely inclement weather, but upon grasping the reality of the situation, he was gripped by sheer terror. Guy was actually throwing stones at him. Under normal circumstances, he might have brushed it off. Yet now he was utterly exhausted, teetering on the brink of incapacity. Little did Naruto know, this was merely an appetizer. Hurry and open the door, young one, otherwise you shall not evade this. With wide eyes, Naruto beheld Guy raising a boulder the size of a basketball. What the hell, are you trying to kill me? Wait a minute. I'm not learning the 8 gates anymore. Just as Naruto prepared to protest, it was too late. Guy seemed oblivious to his concerns and truly let the massive stone fly. You bastard! Naruto shouted in terror. The rock loomed larger in his vision, ultimately obscuring everything else. For a fleeting moment, his mind went blank, But then he resolutely scanned his surroundings for a place to evade. 3 meters to the left, there was a protruding rock. Leap over it. With newfound determination, his body instinctively sprang into action. In that instant, a barrier within him shattered. The first gate of the 8 gates. The opening of the door. A surge of formidable energy coursed through Naruto's entire being. He then leapt toward the jutting rock with the grace of an antelope. Success! He grasped the outcrop firmly with one hand, but before he could catch his breath, the rock beneath him gave way, unable to bear his weight. Naruto's pupils dilated in horror. The next moment, he felt the grip of gravity as he plummeted down the cliff. Yet, in that instant of freefall, a powerful hand securely wrapped around him. It was Guy. With one arm, he embraced Naruto and drew out a kunai from his waist, embedding it into the rock face. The sound of scraping metal filled the air as the kunai bit into the stone, emitting a shower of sparks. This effectively slowed their descent and eventually, Guy managed to stabilize them against the rock wall. Naruto, having narrowly escaped disaster, exhaled deeply. Guy, chuckling heartily, declared, "Congratulations, young one. It has been 10 days since Kakashi's departure. Now unleash the techniques I have taught you. I wish to see how much you have absorbed. Alright, prepare yourself, Teacher Guy." After enduring 10 arduous days of training, today marked the moment of truth. The two stood in the center of the training ground, clad in identical green jumpsuits, their feet adorned with the most fashionable open-toed sandals of Konoha, and their hands wrapped in white bandages. The duel commenced as they formed their respective seals. With respect rendered, Naruto launched the first strike. With a determined step forward, he began to spin rapidly. Konoha whirlwind. Naruto's spinning kick aimed directly at Guy's neck. Guy raised his right hand to block, and even with his formidable strength, he instinctively recoiled slightly from the impact. Good. Your speed and power are commendable. But Naruto was far from finished. Following his initial attack's failure, he flipped downward, bracing himself on the ground, and then, utilizing the momentum from his waist, he executed another spinning kick. Konoha Gale. Guy chose not to withstand the blow, instead propelling himself backward into open space. Observing this, Naruto pushed off the ground, creating distance between them. Once steady, he extended his right hand forward and tucked his left behind his back, adopting the signature stance of Might Guy's fluid technique. Witnessing Naruto's posture, Guy nodded approvingly. In this boy, he saw a reflection of himself. Yet, Guy believed Naruto surpassed him, for in addition to diligence and perseverance, Naruto possessed an innate talent that he lacked. That's enough, Naruto. I have gauged your fundamentals. Now, demonstrate that technique against me. Alright? After acknowledging, Naruto began to unravel the bandages from his hands. As the bandages fell to the ground, he boldly declared, "Here it comes, Teacher Guy." With that, Naruto charged toward Guy once more. Empowered by chakra, Naruto's speed was astonishing. Yet to Guy, it still lacked maturity. He refrained from any unnecessary movements, merely signaling his readiness for taijutsu. In an instant, Naruto closed the distance. The Konoha fluid technique that Guy had imparted was an enhanced version, incorporating numerous rotational movements to amplify its offensive potential. But aside from the powerful kicking maneuvers, Guy's style excelled in close-quarters combat, delivering a relentless barrage that left opponents defenseless. However, Naruto had never contemplated using the techniques Guy had taught him against him. That would be akin to a novice brandishing a sword before a master. As he reached Guy, Naruto suddenly flung the sand he had stealthily gathered while executing the Konoha Gale into Guy's eyes. Although Guy was taken aback by this underhanded tactic, his years of training and combat experience prompted him to instinctively shield his eyes. This was the moment Naruto had been waiting for. Chakra surged within him as he shouted, "Open, open." The chakra within him surged forward like a faucet turned to maximum flow, reaching its utmost limit. His speed and strength soared, and his physical capabilities became terrifyingly potent. Crossing his arms before him, Naruto swiftly maneuvered behind Guy. Rising Dragon. He executed a high kick aimed squarely at Guy's groin, catching him off guard and sending him soaring into the air. Guy's eyes welled with tears as his body was propelled into the sky. Naruto, leveraging his momentum, instantly reappeared behind Guy once more. With a flick of his hands, the bandages that had coiled around his arms ensnared Guy like a serpent, binding him tightly like a mummy. Lotus Blossom. As he secured the immobilized Guy, Naruto leaned back, and together they plummeted headfirst towards the ground. Yet, this velocity was insufficient. Naruto began to spin his body to amplify the force of their descent. Boom! They struck the ground, a cloud of dust exploding into the air. Naruto executed 2 backward somersaults, escaping the dust cloud. When the dust settled, he beheld a large crater before him, at the center of which lay a wooden log split in 2. A substitution technique? Naruto gasped in astonishment. Although he knew he was no match for Guy, the failure of his grand technique left him feeling disheartened. However, now was not the time for despair. The battle was not over. Where was Teacher Guy? He scanned the vicinity, finding it eerily silent. This is where it ends, young one. Suddenly, a voice called from behind him. Guy had appeared, seemingly out of nowhere. It seems I have lost, he conceded. Naruto acknowledged the truth, realizing just how far behind he was compared to Guy. Ha ha ha, don't be so negative. Youth encompasses all flavors of life, sweet, sour, bitter, and spicy. What we must do is face them head-on and relish the experience. Guy encouraged, patting Naruto on the shoulder. You have performed admirably. Just as Naruto prepared to respond, a male voice interrupted. Both Guy and Naruto turned to see Kakashi perched on a nearby branch, observing them. Kakashi, when did you arrive? Guy exclaimed in surprise, having not sensed his presence at all. I've been here the whole time, Kakashi replied, leaping down to join them. Guy marveled, as expected of my eternal rival. You even managed to elude my awareness. Kakashi-sensei, are you here to assess my progress? Naruto asked, filled with fighting spirit. Kakashi waved his hand dismissively and said, I have witnessed your performance. Although still somewhat immature, you have already proven yourself competent. Kai's eyes brightened. What about the outcome of this match? I lost. Kakashi readily acknowledged his defeat. Kai, had I been the one teaching Naruto, he would not have progressed so swiftly. In terms of mentoring disciples, you surpass me. Ha ha ha, that was indeed a splendid match, Kai exclaimed, hands on his hips, brimming with excitement. Alright, tonight I shall treat you. Let us indulge in some barbecue. Consider it Naruto's graduation feast. Kakashi cast a glance at Kai and replied, let us forgo that this time. Naruto still has much to learn. Graduation is still far off. Chapter 8. Uchiha. Your chakra and physical prowess are already sufficient. From today onward, I shall teach you ninjutsu. Excellent. I have been awaiting this for a long time. At the Konoha training ground, the returning Kakashi resumed instructing Naruto in his training. I have already covered the fundamental theories of ninjutsu yesterday, so I will not belabor the point. How well have you memorized the 12 hand seals I asked you to remember? Feel free to test me, Kakashi-sensei. In that case, execute all 12 seals at your fastest speed. Upon hearing this, Naruto's hands began to move immediately. The hand seals are essential for performing ninjutsu. A ninja's innate talent can often be gauged by their speed in forming these seals. The more powerful a ninja, the swifter their seal formation. Some exceptional individuals can even complete the intricate hand seals required for a technique in the blink of an eye. While Naruto was not yet capable of casting techniques with a mere blink like Uchiha Itaki, nor could he perform eccentric foot seals like Jiraiya, his speed was still commendable, completing all 12 seals in just 3 or 4 blinks. Kakashi nodded in approval internally. 12 seals in 7 seconds is somewhat slow, and the technique could use refinement. However, considering he has only been practicing for a single day with diligent training, his speed could improve significantly. Though he recognized Naruto's training pace, Kakashi refrained from showering him with praise, knowing that excessive commendation could lead to arrogance. Your speed in forming the seals needs work, but the upcoming training will suffice. I will now teach you the 3 most fundamental techniques: the body replacement technique, the clone technique, and the transformation technique. Watch carefully as I demonstrate. Kakashi then began to form the hand seals. First, he performed the transformation technique. With a loud pop, a cloud of smoke erupted from around Kakashi. When the smoke cleared, he appeared transformed, striking a pose with one hand on his hip and the other giving a thumbs up, clad in a tight green jumpsuit, sporting a watermelon slice hairstyle, and possessing large, expressive eyes. What do you think? Can you discern any difference between me and the real guy? Kakashi challenged Naruto. Naruto scrutinized the transformed Kakashi, ultimately failing to spot any discrepancies. Externally, there appeared to be no differences, even down to the precise width and length of the eyebrows and the dazzlingly white teeth. However, the body temperature is off. The real guy radiates warmth that you can feel from half a meter away. Kakashi-sensei lacks this sensation, a testament to his years of rigorous training. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. Are you implying that I do not exercise regularly? Naruto scratched his head. That's not what I meant. Well, you are not wrong. Few in the ninja world can match Guy's dedication. At the same time, you have also identified a weakness of the transformation technique. Its principle lies in temporarily mimicking the external appearance of an object using chakra. In theory, one could transform into anything, but due to the nature of chakra dissipating upon leaving the body, the physical form of the chakra user is the easiest to alter. Remember, the essence of the transformation technique is change, not becoming, hence certain aspects like body temperature remain unchanged. Keep this characteristic in mind. It is essential for identifying the technique's limitations and challenges. I understand, Naruto affirmed solemnly. Kakashi then proceeded to demonstrate the body replacement technique and the clone technique, explaining their principles and methods in detail. It must be said that Naruto displayed considerable talent. After just one demonstration, he grasped all the techniques. Not only did he learn them, but his execution of the transformation technique was so precise that even Kakashi himself could find no fault, particularly with the lifeless, vacant expression he managed to mimic perfectly. This left Kakashi momentarily speechless. The body replacement, clone, and transformation techniques, collectively known as the three body techniques, are part of the graduation exam at the Ninja Academy. Remarkably, Naruto mastered them in less than a day, which, in many respects, signified that he had already graduated from the academy. Gazing at the clouds above and then at the book hanging at his waist, Kakashi sighed. Well, I had just acquired a new book and hoped to enjoy it while this kid practiced the three body techniques for a few days. Now it seems that plan has gone awry. No, I cannot allow my precious book to suffer in silence. I must devise a challenge for this brat. One that will keep him from disturbing me for at least 3 days. With this in mind, Kakashi suddenly declared, Naruto-kun, your talent is exceedingly remarkable, and as your teacher, I am quite pleased. In light of your exceptional performance, I intend to impart to you a highly advanced and challenging ninjutsu. Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement. What kind of ninjutsu is it? Kakashi crossed his hands into a cross shape and formed the hand seal for the shadow clone technique.
Shadow clone technique.
With a loud crack, a cloud of white smoke enveloped Kakashi, followed by the sound of 2 balloons bursting. As the smoke cleared, 2 identical Kakashis stood before Naruto. This is the shadow clone, an advanced version of the clone technique. The primary distinction is that shadow clones have physical substance, making them viable for combat. However, the difficulty in learning this technique exceeds that of the basic clone technique by more than tenfold. How about it? Do you wish to learn? Absolutely, Naruto replied resolutely. He then mimicked Kakashi's hand seals, channeling chakra within him. With 2 loud pops, he summoned 2 shadow clones. Kakashi nearly stumbled backward in shock. Hey, what kind of monster are you that you can learn such an advanced technique just by watching? This ignited Kakashi's competitive spirit. He formed the hand seals once more and proclaimed, multi-shadow clone technique. With a series of pops, 4 shadow clones appeared. Breathing slightly heavier, Kakashi said, Naruto, merely summoning 2 shadow clones is not impressive. This is the multi-shadow clone technique, classified as a forbidden technique. Before he could finish, Naruto began forming seals again. And with a flurry of pops, hundreds of clones surrounded Kakashi and his few clones. All at once, the multitude of Narutos exclaimed, Kakashi-sensei, is this how it's done? Kakashi took his leave, claiming he was exhausted, and concluded the day's lesson, allowing Naruto to manage the remaining time freely. Despite Naruto's fervent attempts to retain him, Kakashi feigned ignorance and departed using the body flicker technique after advising Naruto not to misuse the multi-shadow clone technique. Once Kakashi vanished, Naruto pouted. Kakashi is truly something else. He couldn't handle just a few clones. Well, I'll practice on my own for now. I never imagined I would learn the shadow clone technique so effortlessly. As he contemplated this, he suddenly heard a peculiar thudding sound near his ear, the sound of shurikens hitting a wooden post, emanating from the neighboring training ground. Naruto turned his gaze toward the sound, spotting 2 dark-haired youths in the distance practicing their shuriken throwing technique. At a glance, he noticed the ping-pong paddle insignia on their backs, which marked them as members of the Uchiha clan, Itachi and Sasuke Uchiha. Chapter 9. The Resilient Sasuke. Having arrived in this world nearly a month ago, Naruto found himself in the Hidden Leaf Village for the first time, despite its modest size. Upon seeing the brothers, memories of the night of the Uchiha massacre flooded his mind. He was now 5 years old and would soon enroll in the Ninja Academy. The Uchiha massacre occurred shortly after their entrance into the school, which meant it was merely 2.5 years away at most. While the Uchiha tragedy held no direct connection to Naruto's original self, his current incarnation, Ding Yun, perceived an opportunity. If possible, he wished to take advantage of the situation to bolster his own strength. After all, a plethora of Sharingan lay before him, akin to a multitude of keys to high-grade Gundam cockpits. Who wouldn't desire such treasures? With these thoughts in mind, Naruto prepared to greet them. However, by the time he circled around, Itachi had already departed, leaving only Sasuke behind, who continued to hurl shuriken, perhaps sensing Naruto's presence. Sasuke halted his actions and turned to glare coldly at the spiky-haired blonde, demanding, "What are you looking at?" Caught in the act of eavesdropping, Naruto felt a twinge of embarrassment as he stepped out from the bushes. "I was a bit tired from training, so I thought I'd take a stroll to get some fresh air." Fresh air? Sasuke scrutinized Naruto from head to toe. With his golden hair and azure eyes, he questioned, "Are you a fox demon?" Naruto raised an eyebrow slightly but refrained from responding. Sasuke had heard numerous rumors about Naruto, yet he displayed no particular reaction, save for a hint of curiosity. "I've heard tales of how fearsome the fox demon is, how it has harmed countless people. But now, you seem nothing more than a mere child. Hey, you mentioned training, so you must be a ninja? How about a sparring match?" Naruto's eyes lit up at the proposition. He couldn't have asked for more, though merely engaging in a simple match seemed rather dull. "What do you mean?" Sasuke inquired. "Let us add some stakes. If I lose, I'll teach you the shadow clone technique." With a puff of smoke, two Narutos appeared before Sasuke. His eyes widened in surprise. Although he had begun training some time ago, he had yet to learn any ninjutsu. His brother and father had primarily taught him the basics, such as shuriken throwing. Sasuke had once pleaded with Itachi to teach him ninjutsu, but his brother always dismissed him with a playful tap on the forehead, promising to do so next time. Now, the prospect of learning ninjutsu without needing to beg anyone thrilled him. He envisioned impressing his brother with his newfound skills after besting Naruto. With a smile creeping onto his face at the thought of his brother's praise, he found Naruto more agreeable. "Alright, I accept your challenge. If I lose, I'll give you all these shuriken. They're top quality and worth quite a bit." Sasuke, having little else to wager, could only rely on the shuriken he had at hand. Naruto, however, was more inclined to converse with Itachi, who was absent. Thus, he decided to pass the time with Sasuke. From this perspective, the stakes seemed inconsequential. Yet, adhering to the principle of testing the waters, he proposed his conditions, surprised that Sasuke actually agreed. However, a handful of shuriken hardly piqued his interest. He desired something more substantial. "I'm not particularly interested in shuriken, but I noticed your throwing technique is quite commendable. If you lose, not only will you give me your shuriken, but you'll also have to teach me how to throw them. What do you say? Are you brave enough to accept?" The proud Uchiha clan had nothing to fear. Sasuke's demeanor radiated confidence. He had never once contemplated defeat. Minutes later, Sasuke found himself pinned to the ground, unable to move. "How is this possible?" he exclaimed. Disbelief etched across his face. Naruto released him and stood up. "It seems I've won." He extended a hand toward the fallen Sasuke. Yet, Sasuke swatted Naruto's hand away and rose to his feet. Amused, Naruto remarked, "You're not going to back out, are you?" Sasuke quickly retorted, "Don't be ridiculous. The Uchiha clan never plays both sides." A moment later, Naruto and Sasuke stood side by side, 10 meters away from a wooden target. "Watch my movements closely and learn well. Though I doubt someone like you, not of the Uchiha, can master such advanced shuriken throwing technique." With that, the prideful Sasuke hurled 2 shuriken simultaneously. Thud! The 2 shuriken struck the target, one hitting the 7-ring zone and the other the 4-ring zone, quite commendable for a mere 5-year-old. Mirroring Sasuke, Naruto grasped a shuriken. For reasons unknown, since reincarnating as Naruto, Dingyun felt his observational abilities had surged exponentially. Provided the distance was sufficient, he could discern the movements of others' muscles. No, to say he saw it with his eyes would be inaccurate. Rather, he felt it within. At times, he could even sense the flow of blood and chakra within others' veins. It was a marvelous phenomenon. Furthermore, this sensation had grown increasingly potent. Previously, he had successfully replicated Kakashi's shadow clone technique by perceiving the chakra flow patterns. Calming his breath and steadying his heartbeat, he coordinated his wrist and fingers, focusing intently as he murmured the techniques he had just learned from Sasuke. With his state adjusted, he seized the moment to throw the shuriken. Whoosh! The 2 shuriken soared through the air. Thud! Moments later, they struck the target with precision, nearly simultaneously. Right in the center? Sasuke's eyes widened in disbelief as he glanced between the target and Naruto. "Wow!" Itachi and I, unable to accept the reality of his defeat, Sasuke ran off in tears. Naruto called after him, but to no avail. What a delicate little fellow. Watching Sasuke gradually vanish into the distance, Naruto couldn't help but chuckle. That night, In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the head of the root organization, Danzo Shimura, sat facing one another. Both wielded considerable power, and the two advisors of the Hidden Leaf had once remarked that with Hiruzen in the light and Danzo in the shadows, the village was at its strongest. However, in recent years, these former comrades had grown increasingly distrustful of one another. The third Hokage, well aware of Danzo's penchant for meddling, fixed his gaze firmly on Danzo. "What is it that you wish to discuss?" Danzo's eyes, perpetually veiled, obscured his intentions. After sipping his tea, he spoke coolly. "Hiruzen, the Jinchuriki's talent is remarkable. He opened the first gate of the 8 gates in just 10 days. Today, he learned the basic transformation technique and advanced forms of shadow clone and multi-shadow clone techniques within a matter of hours. Even his shuriken throwing skills show great promise. If you entrust him to Root for training, I assure you he will return to you in 10 years as a powerful and obedient Jinchuriki." With a crash, Hiruzen slammed his teacup onto the table, his gaze fixed intensely on Danzo. "Don't even think about it. I want to discuss your previous actions, but I will never hand over Minato's son. That is non-negotiable." Danzo maintained his composure, responding, "Hiruzen, I understand your feelings. However, precisely because he is Minato's son, he should be integrated into my root organization. Yes, Naruto Uzumaki is the child of the Hokage, a descendant of heroes. Yet, he is also the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. He bears the responsibility and obligation to contribute everything to the Hidden Leaf. Have you considered the consequences of allowing him to grow freely? If he strays down a dark path, the damage to the village will be catastrophic. At that point, merely resigning won't suffice to resolve the issue. Entrust him to me. I shall mold him into the strongest and most formidable root of Konoha." The third Hokage furrowed his brow, and after a moment's contemplation, he replied, "You need not concern yourself. I can manage this matter adequately." "Danzo, do you have more to say?" Yet the third Hokage interrupted him, asserting, "I am the Hokage. This issue is non-negotiable." That phrase again. Danzo's face twitched at the words. Over the years, he had proposed countless brilliant strategies to Hiruzen, only to have each one met with refusal. He would argue his case, but ultimately be dismissed with a light-hearted "I am the Hokage." Yet, Danzo found himself unable to counter this assertion. In the end, the irate elder Danzo grasped his cane and departed the Hokage's office, turning back just before exiting to utter, "Do not regret this." Chapter 10. Secret Techniques. Recently, Naruto found himself at an impasse. His physical prowess and chakra reserves were steadily improving, yet his mastery of ninjutsu had stagnated. This was not due to an inability to learn, but rather a lack of instruction. Since mastering the shadow clone technique, Kakashi had embarked on yet another mission, seemingly a prolonged reconnaissance task. In Konoha, aside from Kakashi, Naruto realized there was truly no one else he could consult. Guy was available, but unfortunately, he too was away on a mission. As the backbone of this generation, Kakashi and his comrades were destined for little respite. At this moment, Naruto was engaged in solitary practice at the training grounds, casually tossing a few shuriken, as expected, achieving a perfect 10 ring. In recent times, his senses had sharpened remarkably. Even with his eyes closed, he could perceive the surroundings with clarity. In his quest for understanding, he had perused numerous texts and ultimately concluded that he seemed to have awakened a secret technique of the Uzumaki clan, known as the Kagura Shingen, a powerful perception ability. In the original narrative, Karin was recognized by Sasuke due to her possession of this ability, alongside her unique physique. Unlike Karin, Naruto had not previously tapped into this capability in the original story. For reasons unknown, Dingyun had unexpectedly awakened the Kagura Shingen. Naturally, Naruto felt elated. The stronger his perception, the better his capacity to evade danger, significantly reducing the risk to his life. This was indeed a fortuitous development. With nothing pressing to attend to, Naruto's mind began to wander. Since he had some free time, he resolved to experiment with the Kagura Shingen's capabilities. He had yet to fully unleash this technique. However, he needed to shake off the individual lurking behind him. Ever since the range of his Kagura Shingen had expanded to 500 meters, he had discerned someone watching him from a distance. Sometimes 2, sometimes 3. Their attire made it evident they were members of the Umbu, and their non-interfering behavior suggested they were from 2 distinct factions. Those bold enough to surveil him so openly could be none other than the Hokage himself and likely Danzo. As Naruto had surmised, the higher-ups of Konoha were each harboring ulterior motives. They regarded him merely as a tool, treating him as they pleased, and he greatly resented the feeling of having his fate dictated by others. Thus, he resolved to prepare some contingency measures for his own safety. With his hands crossed, Naruto formed the seal of the serpent. Boom! A multitude of clones were summoned, and as the smoke billowed, Naruto's true self formed another seal. While it was termed a seal, it was more akin to a sword gesture, an instantaneous technique he had surreptitiously learned from Kakashi. As he formed the hand sign, a significant amount of chakra coalesced beneath his feet. The instantaneous technique was essentially a high-speed movement technique, utilizing chakra concentrated at the feet to provide a momentary burst of speed. Although it was one of the advanced shadow clone techniques, it was not particularly difficult to master. Boom! Naruto effortlessly leaped onto a dense tree using the instantaneous technique. At that moment, the smoke from the clones dissipated, and a multitude of Naruto's shadow clones converged, rendering it nearly impossible for an ordinary person to discern the real from the illusion. Even elite shinobi and those of Kage-level strength would struggle to see through the shadow clones. The Anbu tasked with surveillance would find it even more challenging. A village's elite shinobi were limited in number, and the higher-ups were not foolish enough to deploy them to monitor a mere child. The individuals responsible for the surveillance were likely only of chunnin rank, making it relatively easy for Naruto to deceive them. Once he confirmed that his true self had not been detected, Naruto silently departed the training grounds. Following this, he utilized the transformation technique to become an ordinary villager and proceeded toward the Forest of Death. The Forest of Death lay deep within the Konoha woods, known for its ferocious beasts and venomous insects, making it a seldom visited place. Without sufficient wilderness survival skills, entering such a dense forest could prove fatal, hence its ominous name. This was Naruto's first venture into this area. However, he felt no fear, having undergone wilderness survival training during his time in the military in his past life. Despite the numerous differences between the Naruto world and Earth, Naruto had prepared adequately for his self-defense. With his swift pace, he soon entered the Forest of Death. Upon stepping into its confines, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The environment grew dim, the air turned cold, and the surrounding trees appeared larger and darker, almost entirely black. Oppression and terror were the dominant themes of this place. Naruto had no intention of venturing deep. He merely sought an unpopulated area to experiment with his skills, which could be accomplished at the periphery. Landing on the ground, Naruto closed his eyes to keenly sense the fluctuations around him. As he opened his mind's eye to perceive his surroundings, the environment unfolded before him like a holographic map, devoid of color yet vividly clear in his mind. Soon, he expanded his perception to its limits. Within a 20-kilometer radius, there were no chakra signatures to be detected. My Kagura Shingen's effective range appears to be about 20 kilometers. This distance is quite commendable among sensory ninjas, and I sense that as my strength increases, the range of my perception will continue to expand. The Uzumaki clan's talents are indeed formidable. Shaking his head to dispel distractions, Naruto completed his examination of the Shingen and began another training regimen. He extended his right hand, retrieving a marker from his pocket to draw a spiral seal upon his palm. Then, he focused all his attention on that spiral mark. Spinning. Then, with a swift motion, and a resounding boom, Naruto meticulously recalled the intricacies of the technique. Exhaling deeply, he slowly gathered chakra in his palm, releasing it in a spiraling manner. Theoretically, this chakra should coalesce into a chakra sphere under his guidance. However, the process did not unfold as smoothly as anticipated. The chakra, once released, soared into the air like smoke, only to vanish. Naruto frowned slightly. Rasengan, truly worthy of its A-rank status. Achieving success through mere theory is indeed challenging. If only Kakashi could demonstrate it for me, capturing the sensation of his chakra flow would undoubtedly expedite my training. Indeed, Naruto was endeavoring to master the Rasengan. This technique boasted considerable power, rapid release, and an ideal training method, making it the perfect candidate for a secret skill. Time passed quickly, and after more than half an hour of effort, Naruto had yet to succeed in forming the chakra into a sphere. Rubbing his somewhat sore hand, he took a deep breath. After a brief period of practice, Naruto began to consolidate his experiences. The speed and stability of the chakra's flow were critical. If it moved too quickly, the sphere would explode due to instability. If it moved too slowly, it would dissipate before taking shape. After a brief moment of contemplation, Naruto extended his hand to form a series of seals, summoning a shadow clone. Clone, it's your turn to give it a try. I shall observe from the perspective of a bystander. The clone nodded and began to gather chakra with its right hand. There was no discernible difference between the clone and Naruto's original form. The chakra gradually coalesced into a spherical shape. However, just as it was nearing completion, the chakra's trajectory suddenly altered. Too slow. The original Naruto quickly discerned that the chakra sphere was dissipating due to insufficient energy replenishment. Alright. The clone responded and hastened its output. Yet, in its eagerness, the clone exerted too much force, causing the chakra sphere to expand rapidly before erupting, resulting in the clone's immediate disappearance in a puff of smoke. As the saying goes, the bystander sees clearly. Based on the clone's performance, Naruto garnered fresh insights into the technique of the Rasengan. The method and theory were sound. The sole issue lay in his impatience. Relaxing his body, Naruto endeavored to calm his mind. He realized that the flow of chakra might be influenced by his emotional fluctuations. When he had urged the clone earlier, its anxiety had led to an erratic release of energy, resulting in failure. He resolved to learn from this lesson and adopt a more tranquil mindset. Upon introspection, Ding Yun considered himself fortunate compared to the Naruto of his previous life. He had developed the Kagaya's Byakugan, endowing him with exceptional perception, allowing him to probe others as well as himself. This innate ability granted him a significant advantage in chakra control over others. It was akin to pouring water into a bottle. While others struggled with opaque containers, relying solely on their instincts to gauge the flow, Naruto, equipped with a transparent vessel, could effortlessly regulate the pace of his pouring. With this advantage, he felt capable of mastering the Rasengan with ease, yet, in reality, he found himself meandering without grasping the technique. After much contemplation, he identified the root of his inability to perfectly control chakra, a persistent sense of urgency that bred unease within him. This urgency stemmed from an anxiety rooted in the unpredictability of his own life. Ignorance can sometimes be a blessing. Not knowing what one must face can be advantageous. Ding Yun's awareness of future events fostered a sense of dread, and it was that very fear that hampered his focus. To conquer this trepidation, he resolved to continuously provide himself with affirmations. Failure was inconsequential. Ample time remained, and patience was paramount. Naruto repeatedly engaged in self-encouragement, believing that with sufficient mental fortitude, even a timid pup could challenge a mighty beast. At last, after a considerable duration, Naruto opened his eyes once more. He extended his right hand, gathering chakra, which then surged forth, and he observed the chakra energy scattering due to his previous hasty release. Spin. Keep spinning. Yes, steady now and then come to me. With a hum, Naruto gazed at the rounded blue energy sphere in his palm, a smile gracing his lips. Rasengan. Achieved. Chapter 11. Ambition. Nightfall had arrived. At this moment, Naruto lingered in the forest of death, panting heavily. Around him lay a landscape riddled with craters of varying sizes. Some were merely the size of a palm, while others spanned 5 to 6 meters in diameter. All were the result of his Rasengan training. After an exhausting day, he was thoroughly fatigued, his right hand marred by numerous wounds from his relentless practice. Some of these injuries ran deep, blood seeping across his entire palm. Yet, this blood was not shed in vain. His efforts yielded substantial rewards. Raising his right hand once more, a surge of energy coalesced in his palm, solidifying into a magnificent blue chakra sphere. After hours of arduous training, he could now unleash this technique with ease. However, he was not satisfied. The standard Rasengan's power was still too minimal, and he sought to elevate it further. Larger, even larger. With a hum, as chakra continued to flow into it, the Rasengan expanded from the size of a palm to that of a basketball. Alright, Naruto shouted, lifting the oversized Rasengan and hurling it toward a particularly thick tree in the distance. Boom, 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 crack. The moment the formidable Rasengan made contact with the tree, it began to swiftly grind away at the trunk, and within mere seconds, a significant portion of the colossal tree was reduced to splinters. Upon reaching the heart of the tree, Naruto relinquished control and leaped back. The uncontrolled chakra erupted explosively. Boom! The tree splintered, fragments scattering. A massive tree, towering several dozen meters, was left with a gaping hole. How could this be? A look of confusion crossed Naruto's face. This was illogical. That was the largest Rasengan he had ever conjured, and he had anticipated that the tree would be completely obliterated. Yet, the result was merely a large cavity. As the smoke cleared, Naruto's astonishment deepened when he discovered that the interior of the gaping hole revealed reinforced concrete. This was the secret base of some organization or individual. Oh no, I need to leave. The thought of having potentially destroyed someone's front door instilled an urgency to flee. However, after a moment's reflection, he halted his escape. If there truly were individuals present, the commotion he had caused would have surely prompted them to investigate, yet no one had come forth. This suggested that it was highly probable that the area was uninhabited. a deserted base. Naruto's eyes brightened. He closed his eyes and utilized the Kagaya's Byakugan to probe the subterranean world beneath the tree hollow. Indeed, there was no one, only darkness and vastness, resembling a laboratory. After concluding his survey, Naruto pondered for a moment before deciding to descend and investigate further. Grabbing a torch from the campfire, he entered the tree hollow, which revealed a staircase leading downward. Following the staircase to its end, the torchlight illuminated the underground space. The air was thick with dust, and as Naruto surveyed his surroundings, he discovered several unused oil lamps atop a table. He ignited all the lamps within the laboratory, revealing the environment in its entirety. Numerous ninja tools were haphazardly stored in boxes along the walls, including but not limited to kunao, materials for explosive tags, and shuriken. Other boxes contained various amounts of currency. These were mere accessories. Naruto's attention was drawn to the experimental apparatus. Beakers, alcohol lamps, and large glass containers. Why does this place feel increasingly familiar? He murmured, already forming a hypothesis about the identity of the facility's owner. Shortly thereafter, a file he uncovered from a cabinet corroborated his suspicions. The documents detailed hypotheses and validations regarding the reanimation technique, the possibility of using the Edo Tensei for immortality, logs from experiments on wood release cells, reports on organ transplantation, and research papers on the evolution of the Sharingan. This was undeniably Orochimaru's research base. Yet one question lingered. Why had Orochimaru left such valuable research materials behind? It had been some years since his defection. Perhaps he had been pursued so vigorously that he neglected to retrieve these locations. However, the conniving Danzo would certainly not permit such invaluable information to be abandoned. What could be the explanation? After much contemplation, Naruto arrived at a singular conclusion. Although Danzo and Orochimaru had collaborated, their allegiance was not unwavering. Danzo covertly funded Orochimaru's research, yet Orochimaru wished to remain unbound, thus establishing several bases as a precaution. This location may well have been one of his secret hideouts. It was likely that during his hasty escape, Orochimaru had left behind the less critical items, having already taken the most vital components with him. Naruto's conjectures were astoundingly close to the truth. Orochimaru, an individual of considerable ambition, would never relinquish all of his research findings to Danzo without a fight. Besides this location, Orochimaru had at least 7 other clandestine bases dedicated to his experiments. This place was merely one of his medium-sized strongholds. A glimmer of inspiration struck Naruto. If that were indeed the case, this could serve as his secret base in the future. The experimental data and equipment here were invaluable treasures. Though they might be somewhat outdated, they were still functional. With these resources, perhaps I could truly execute that plan. As he perused the documents in his hands, Naruto's ambitions began to stir restlessly. That evening, he spent the night in this base. He had no concerns about Konoha, having dispelled nearly all of his shadow clones before leaving, retaining only one as a decoy to be monitored. As long as nothing went awry, he should remain undetected for a short while. Soon, the clone would return to the training grounds to continue practicing, and by that time, switching back would pose no issue. At dawn, Naruto awoke from his slumber. Exiting the research facility, he cast a rueful glance at the tree hollow he had created. If he intended to use this as his base, a disguise was necessary to avoid detection. However, this posed no challenge for him. As a seasoned soldier, he was well versed in the art of camouflage, both of the environment and himself. He found a tree of a similar hue to the one at the laboratory entrance, stripped its bark, and meticulously covered the wound of the tree hollow with clay, securing it in place. This temporary disguise would suffice, but to achieve a flawless concealment, more effort was required, a task to be addressed later. After clearing away any traces nearby, Naruto hurried to the training ground, for he knew that while one could never be too cautious, fortune favored the prepared. Fortunately, his plan proceeded smoothly. The clone he used for disguise remained unscathed. Shortly thereafter, Naruto replicated his earlier ruse, creating a thick cloud of smoke with his shadow clones and successfully swapped places with one of them, leaving the observing chunnin none the wiser. From that point on, Naruto frequently employed this tactic to elude surveillance and visit Orochimaru's base to study the research materials left behind. A year passed swiftly. Today marked Naruto's enrollment day. While most parents typically brought their children early to secure their places, Naruto arrived fashionably late, confident that the third Hokage had made all necessary arrangements for him to enroll upon his arrival. Chapter 12 Reverse Teaching. Naruto seemed to possess an innate ability to draw attention. Wherever he appeared among crowds, all eyes gravitated towards him. Look, what a monster! TCH, that damned creature. Does it really intend to enroll? What on earth is the third Hokage thinking? If such a being becomes a ninja, we shall be in even greater peril. Each time Naruto made an entrance, similar conversations ensued. Having lived in this world for over a year, he had grown nearly immune to such remarks. A chunnin teacher at the Ninja Academy was responsible for the enrollment process today. He sat at the entrance, next to a sign indicating registration acceptance. Naruto approached him directly, stating, "Uzumaki Naruto, here to enroll." The teacher, who had been smiling while assisting a family of 3 with their forms, instantly cooled in demeanor upon hearing Naruto's words. Nevertheless, he did not make it difficult for Naruto. He simply retrieved a form from his desk drawer and placed it before Naruto, instructing, "Fill this out according to the information required and submit it to me. However, I do not have an extra pen. You may either purchase one from the store or borrow one from the nearby villagers." Naruto had noticed a bundle of pens when the teacher opened the drawer, but he chose not to comment on it. As he took the form and turned to leave, he overheard the family behind him mocking, "Monster, you might as well save your effort. Who would lend anything to a freak like you? Oh, but we might be an exception. If you prostrate yourself and beg, I might show mercy and lend you one." The onlookers around them appeared to relish the spectacle. However, Naruto paid them no mind and continued on his way. Before departing, he cast a long gaze at the child of that family. Naturally, he had no intention of borrowing anything from the nearby villagers, well aware that any request would only elicit ridicule and scorn. Instead, he decided to return home for a pen. Yet, just a few steps later, he encountered 2 individuals approaching him. One was older, around 10 years of age, and the other was younger, nearly Naruto's age. Both possessed black hair and bore a resemblance to one another, though the older child had a more mature demeanor, particularly evident in the depth of his eyes, which seemed far beyond those of an ordinary child of his age. The 2 were Uchiha Itachi and his younger brother, Uchiha Sasuke. As they reached Naruto, Sasuke turned his head away, extending a pen towards him with his right hand, saying, "You can use mine." Naruto smiled, replying, "I appreciate it." Naruto and Sasuke had become friends over the past year, frequently encountering each other at the training grounds. Sasuke would challenge Naruto whenever he learned something new, though more often than not, he would leave in tears. In contrast, Naruto was less familiar with Itachi, but they had exchanged a few words, enough to recognize one another. Perhaps sensing Naruto's youth and limited literacy, Itachi offered, "Do you need help filling it out?" "No need for guidance, Uchiha. Most of the information required is irrelevant to that monster. He can simply leave his parents' section blank," the family interjected mockingly. Before Naruto could respond, the family continued their taunts. Itachi's expression hardened as he turned to them, saying, "Isn't that a bit excessive?" With his Sharingan activated, his crimson gaze fell upon them, causing the family to shrink back, silenced by his piercing stare. Once the spectators quieted, Itachi reassured Naruto, "Do not let their words bother you. They are merely spouting nonsense." Naruto smiled and shook his head, choosing not to reply. The enrollment process concluded swiftly. The teacher in charge informed Naruto that classes would officially commence the following day. Afterward, Naruto made his way directly to the Konoha training ground. Multiple shadow clone technique. Upon entering the training area, Naruto immediately unleashed his jutsu. With a flurry of popping sounds, hundreds of clones emerged, saturating the air with thick smoke that enveloped half of the training field. Seizing the opportunity provided by the obscuring haze, Naruto executed a body flicker technique, leaping to a dense tree. After a brief moment, ensuring no one had noticed his original form, he swiftly exited the training ground. He made his way once more to Orochimaru's experimental base within the Forest of Death. Over the past year, he had often utilized this method to evade surveillance and attend to matters he wished to keep hidden from others. Navigating the facility with ease, Naruto commenced his studies for the day. He immersed himself in the research materials left by Orochimaru, dedicating a full day to his examination. After carefully setting aside the documents, Naruto closed his eyes and massaged his temples, performing eye exercises to relax. Yet, while he eased his eyes, his mind remained active. "I have nearly exhausted my research on these materials. I have prepared adequately over this past year. Once I acquire the Sharingan, I shall be able to equip myself with it. From here on, I need only strive to enhance my strength to increase the chances of successfully obtaining the Sharingan." The next day, the Naruto Ninja Academy officially commenced classes. As expected, Naruto found himself amidst the same peers as in the original story. Everything seemed unchanged, save for Naruto himself. Not only had his spirit evolved, but his appearance had undergone a significant transformation as well. As the protagonist, Naruto is far from unattractive. In fact, he possesses a certain charm. This, of course, is contingent upon his shaving off the scruffy facial hair, discarding that garish orange jacket, and removing those bothersome goggles. Ding Yun, a modern individual with a discerning aesthetic, naturally took it upon himself to rectify these matters. Today, he donned a crisp white shirt paired with black cropped trousers. His appearance, while not necessarily striking, at least exuded a sense of cleanliness and order that was pleasing to the eye. It must be noted that his polished demeanor garnered more than a few glances from the girls around him. The essence of contrast. At the Ninja Academy, in the Shuriken training field, a kindly chunnin instructor addressed the children before him with a warm smile. Students, for our first lesson today, I will teach you how to throw shuriken. This is a skill that requires experience and will be frequently utilized in your future as ninjas. You may practice freely after class. The teacher, with long hair tied back in a ponytail and a prominent horizontal scar across his nose, was none other than Irika Umino, a character who served as both a brotherly and paternal figure to Naruto in the original narrative. A group of children, each clutching their shuriken, exhibited expressions of excitement. For many of them, this would be their inaugural attempt at throwing shuriken. Irika, eschewing unnecessary verbosity, approached the target from a distance of 10 meters to demonstrate. However, rather than commencing immediately, he began with a discussion on the origins of shuriken and the techniques of throwing, before finally tossing several shuriken with precision. While Irika may not be the strongest ninja, his teaching prowess was commendable. His shuriken struck the target firmly, all within the third ring, a display of commendable skill. Once the demonstration concluded, the children eagerly began to imitate their instructor. Yet, Naruto remained aloof, hiding behind the crowd, distinctly out of place. Indeed, while the others formed small groups of camaraderie, he, the Ninetales, was shunned, having yet to receive even a single word from anyone. Leaning against the wall, he gazed up at the clouds drifting above. How wonderful it must be to float freely, unbound by the confines of this cage. One day, I shall break free from this prison and make those ignorant villagers understand just how much I can endure. Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, why are you slacking off here instead of training? A male voice snapped Naruto from his reverie. Upon focusing, he saw Irika's stern gaze fixed on him. Turning slightly, he noticed Sasuke nearby, lost in thought, mirroring his own posture. Sasuke straightened and replied to Irika, "What is there to practice at this level? I could hit the target with my eyes closed." Naruto nodded in agreement. What he said is true. Irika, nearly beside himself with frustration, retorted, "Uzumaki Naruto, I won't even mention the Uchiha clan's expertise in shuriken throwing. What gives you the right to say such things? Get to training, or I'll assign you a month of cleaning the toilets." Sakura Haruno had been observing the scene closely, her attention primarily on Sasuke. His aloof demeanor and handsome features captivated her. Hearing Naruto compare himself to Sasuke, she couldn't help but interject. Approaching Sasuke, she glared at Naruto from a distance, exclaiming, "Exactly. Uzumaki Naruto, what gives you the right to even be mentioned in the same breath as Sasuke?" Chapter 13. The storm approaches. Sakura's friend, Yamanaka Ino, tugged at Sakura's arm. "Sakura, don't speak like that. What did I say wrong?" Sakura retorted defiantly. "Uzumaki Naruto is just a wild boy. How could he possibly compare to a genius like Sasuke Uchiha?" She insisted, her neck craned defiantly. Though Irika harbored a dislike for Naruto, he was still a teacher. Upon hearing Sakura's words, he frowned. "Sakura, Naruto is your classmate. You should speak more respectfully." After being reprimanded by Irika, Sakura lowered her head, but her heart was full of defiance. Uzumaki Naruto was just a wild boy. What was wrong with what I said? Naruto cast a glance at Sakura before standing tall and striding towards the training field. He retrieved 3 shuriken from his ninja tool pouch, contemplating his next move. What could he be planning? The others thought, obviously, he was going to hurl shuriken after being scolded. They mused that a mere demon had no right to rest while the Uchiha trained. Just watch, he probably won't even hit the target. Though Naruto and his peers were merely 5 or 6 years old, children in the ninja world mature quickly. Their mental acuity rivals that of typical 11 or 12-year-olds. They understood dignity and pride, as well as the discomfort of embarrassment, so some of those who disdained Naruto were eager to jeer if he missed the target, hoping to humiliate him. Little did they know the depth of Naruto's training over the past year. Positioned 10 meters from the target, Naruto turned to Irika and stated, "Teacher, if you apply a downward force when throwing the shuriken, your accuracy will improve. Furthermore, if you can concentrate your chakra along the tendons in your right hand, your throwing power will increase." Irika stood dumbfounded. Was Naruto instructing him on shuriken throwing? For the first time in his lengthy career, Irika felt the sting of humiliation. Uzumaki Naruto, you will be cleaning the toilets for a month. Before he could finish his sentence, the sound of shuriken slicing through the air pierced the silence. Naruto had simultaneously thrown 3 shuriken, their trajectories nearly overlapping, creating a harmonious metallic sound as they clashed in flight. Sparks flew as the shuriken collided with one another, veering off their intended path. The sharp sounds echoed in the ears of the onlookers. Is this some kind of joke? Ino was the first to speak. Sasuke stared in astonishment at the distant landing points of the 3 shuriken. The others erupted in disbelief as they realized what had just transpired. No way. That damn demon threw just once and hit all 3 targets, and right in the bullseye? With his hands clasped behind his back, Naruto grinned. Irika-sensei, if you ever wish to discuss shuriken throwing techniques, feel free to consult me at any time. Irika's face flushed with embarrassment, struggling to find words. Sakura, equally mortified, hid behind Ino, unable to face Naruto. As afternoon dismissal approached, students departed in small groups, some being picked up by parents. Naruto, devoid of companions, walked alone toward his home, or rather, the direction of his dilapidated house. Naruto-kun, wait for me. Lost in his thoughts, Naruto was startled to hear a girl calling out to him from behind. Turning, he saw Ino hurrying towards him. As she closed the distance, he greeted her. Oh, it's you, Ino. What do you need? Ino's face flushed at being addressed by her first name, typically reserved for those she was close to. How did you know my name? She asked, surprised. On the first day of school, names were often forgettable, and although there was a loud self-introduction segment, the sheer number of students made it difficult to remember everyone. I just thought you were the prettiest in the class, so I remembered, Naruto replied candidly, causing Ino's cheeks to redden further. Alright, now tell me what you wanted, because I think you're quite handsome. Ino nearly let her true feelings slip, but quickly swallowed her words back down. Adjusting her breath slightly, Ino finally spoke. I am here to apologize on behalf of Sakura. She spoke rather harshly today, and I hope you won't take it to heart, Naruto-kun. Naruto smiled and replied, so you are Haruno Sakura's good friend? Ino nodded affirmatively, yes. We grew up together. Ino, Sakura should consider herself fortunate to have a friend like you. Rest assured, I haven't taken it to heart. Really? I knew you wouldn't hold a grudge, Naruto. Ino beamed with a radiant smile. The two continued walking in silence for a while until they reached a fork in the road. Naruto then said, I'll go this way. See you tomorrow. Okay. Ino quickly responded, and after Naruto had walked a short distance with his hands in his pockets, she called out to him again, Naruto-kun. Are we friends? Under the setting sun, Naruto wore a warm smile, if you don't mind. Ino's eyes lit up. Alright, it's settled then. We are friends. Afterward, Ino skipped away joyfully. Naruto chuckled and shook his head as he continued on his way home. Upon returning, Naruto first went to the bathroom. As he relieved himself, he turned his face to glance at the mirror. The mirror reflected his visage. Naruto's face was fair and clean, with large blue eyes as pure as jewels, while the few iconic whisker marks on his cheeks had long been plucked away. Indeed, one must pay attention to one's appearance. 2 years swiftly passed. Soon after his birthday, Naruto would turn 8. Lying on his small bed, he toyed with a shuriken, balancing it on the tip of his right fingers and tossing it up and down. This was an unconscious action, as his thoughts drifted far away. Recently, the movements of the ninjas in the village had become increasingly evident, with Umbu ninjas covertly and overtly surveilling the Uchiha clan's territory. It seemed that bloody days were soon to arrive. At the Uchiha clan's meeting hall, a throng of Uchiha ninjas had gathered. Bang! The sound of a fist striking the table reverberated throughout the room. Damn the higher-ups of Konoha. Their Umbu have stopped pretending and are openly watching our Uchiha territory. What does this mean? Clan leader, let us take action. Konoha is openly targeting us. If we do not strike first, our Uchiha clan's demise will be imminent. Chapter 14. Do I dislike it? Uchiha Fugaku, the current clan leader of the Uchiha clan, listened to the discussions among the clan members, feeling an overwhelming sense of agitation. In the face of the clan's precarious situation, opinions among the clan members were polarized. Some advocated for a low profile, adhering to propriety and avoiding provoking conflict, believing that as long as their clan did not engage in outrageous acts, Konoha would not take action against them. Conversely, others could not endure the oppression from the village, insisting on rising up in rebellion to restore their rightful position, embodying a hawkish stance. The two factions, while not openly hostile, often engaged in heated arguments whenever they convened, leaving Fugaku with a throbbing headache. Fugaku opened his eyes and declared in a deep voice, "Enough." The previously bickering crowd fell silent, all awaiting the leader's decision. "I have made a resolution regarding the execution of that plan, but I ask you all to wait a little longer." Fugaku's solemn words seemed to resonate like a drumbeat in everyone's hearts. A robust member of the hawkish faction, Uchiha Raijin, quickly interjected, "Clan leader, we cannot wait any longer. The Umbu directly under the Hokage, along with the members of their organization, have us surrounded like a steel trap. If we delay further, we might be rendered powerless." Fugaku responded, "Wait 5 more days. I have a plan. If successful, we will obtain what we desire without bloodshed." The crowd exchanged glances, uncertain of what the clan leader's plan entailed. Uchiha Raijin, one of the strongest members of the clan and a typical representative of the hawkish faction, wanted to persuade the leader to act immediately but was restrained by his younger brother. After the meeting adjourned, Uchiha Raijin returned to their residence with his brother. "Fu, why did you stop me earlier? Our clan is on the brink of life and death. If I could just persuade the clan leader a bit more, he would surely agree to take action." Uchiha Fu shook his head. "Brother, can't you see? Uchiha Fugaku possesses strength but is indecisive in character. By the time he makes a decision, it will be too late. If we want to achieve something, we cannot rely on the clan leader. We must take matters into our own hands." "What do you mean?" Uchiha Raijin asked, taken aback. "Brother, haven't you realized? There are traitors among us. Konoha may have previously looked down on us, but they would not be so blatant in their surveillance unless someone leaked our plans for rebellion. If we act now, we will be slaughtered." Raijin questioned, "But if what you say is true, they should be hiding their forces in the shadows to catch us off guard. Why are they surrounding our territory so openly?" "That is precisely their most insidious tactic. The higher-ups know of our internal discord and have dispatched heavy troops to surround us, aiming to exacerbate the conflict between factions and throw us into chaos. Additionally, I suspect they intend to force our hand, as the Uchiha are one of Konoha's founding clans. Attacking us without cause would only diminish the Hokage's prestige, and the higher-ups are surely aware of the repercussions such actions would incite." Uchiha Raijin broke out in a cold sweat at this realization. "Upon reflection, ever since Sarutobi came to power, our clan has been on the brink of collapse, while the Senju clan has become virtually extinct. The 2 founding clans of the ninja village are nearing their end, while the Sarutobi clan thrives. The methods of Sarutobi Hiruzen are becoming increasingly evident. Fu, you have always been resourceful. What do you propose we do next?" Uchiha Fu pondered for a moment before replying, "We must endure. If we act first, it will give them an opportunity to condemn us, putting our Uchiha clan in peril. Once we weather this storm, we will find a chance to escape from Konoha." "Escape?" Uchiha Raijin had never considered that option. "Yes, escape. The notion of overthrowing the 3rd Hokage and placing our clan in power is simply unrealistic. Raijin, can't you see? Konoha has long since ceased to have a place for us. To instigate a coup requires 3 essential elements: power, public support, and timing. We have none of these. After serving in the security forces for many years, we have offended numerous powerful clans. Even if we were to kill the 3rd Hokage, they would never support us. Only by fleeing can we find a glimmer of hope." "You are correct, but can we truly escape the pursuit of Konoha?" Raijin frowned. "Do not worry, brother. I have made all the preparations. That legendary figure has agreed to assist us." "A legendary figure?" Uchiha Fu whispered a name into Raijin's ear. Upon hearing the name, Raijin smiled. "If it is him, then your plan is indeed feasible." Uchiha Fu was among the few in the Uchiha clan who grasped the gravity of the situation. He had meticulously planned everything but had not anticipated that the higher-ups of Konoha had no intention of taking action themselves. The blade meant to slaughter the Uchiha was forged from within their own ranks. Deep within the forest of death in Konoha, Naruto stood in a cleared area. He formed the ram seal with his hands. Buzz! The multiple shadow clone jutsu was activated. Approximately 300 shadow clones were summoned. As soon as the clones appeared, they immediately began to line up. Before long, 3 columns stood at attention before Naruto's original self, awaiting inspection. Naruto surveyed the clones and said in a clear voice, "Clones, today we are here to have a chat. To speak candidly, how have I treated you all over the past 2 years?" All the clones were momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances, unsure of how to respond. After a brief pause, one clone suddenly exclaimed, "You treat us like mere beasts. You are inhuman. While you slumber in the depths of night, we tirelessly cultivate on your behalf. Though we eventually return to you exhausted, our struggles are no less arduous. And what of the delectable ramen that you savor alone? I yearned to taste its flavor too. Filthy creature. This outcry resonated with all the others, igniting a fervent discussion among them, their indignation growing. Indeed, you are a vile beast, a heartless capitalist, a slowpoke among the dogs. Huh? Has the final you lost your wits? The original Naruto raised his hand, pressing it down to signal the clones to quiet down. Though their insults were harsh, they dared not defy the original. They promptly fell silent. The original Naruto then proclaimed, "Your chaos is overwhelming. It gives me a headache. Now I ask a question, and you shall respond. Come, tell me loudly, do you despise the original?" "Yes." The clones shouted in unison. "Am I good to you?" "No." "Do you wish to strike me?" "Yes." "Very well, I shall grant you all an opportunity today. Attack me." With a shared sense of purpose, all the clones charged at the original. The original Naruto wasted no time, activating the second gate of the 8 gates, causing a surge of chakra within him and significantly enhancing his physical abilities. In that instant, several nearby clones reached him. The original Naruto effortlessly caught one clone's punch and, using its momentum, leaped up to deliver a kick to another clone's face. On either side, 2 clones hurled kunao at the original. The original, taking advantage of the faster kunao from the left, redirected it towards the kunao flying in from the right. Clang! The 2 kunao collided and fell to the ground, losing their momentum. As he landed gracefully, the original Naruto exploded the clone he had caught. He faced 2 more clones attacking him with punches, while 2 others attempted a flying kick and thrust a kunao at his back. One clone was preparing a Rasengan. With a slight closing of his eyes, the original Naruto activated his Sharingan, instantly assessing the surrounding situation. He bent low and swept his leg, toppling the clone armed with a kunao behind him, before quickly rising to approach the clone on his right. After catching its punch with an open palm, he executed a shoulder throw, sending that clone crashing towards the clone on his left. Drawing 2 shurikens, he threw them at the clone preparing the Rasengan and the one that had missed its flying kick. Bang! The sound of clones dissipating filled the air. Chapter 15: The Past Year. When outnumbered, one must avoid being surrounded. The original Naruto understood this principle well. As he dodged attacks, he retreated, ensuring he faced only the 10 or so foes directly in front of him. Although he was still being besieged, it was far better than being attacked from all sides. Ultimately, he backed up against a large tree, gathering chakra beneath his feet before sprinting up the trunk. Seeing this, the clones hurried to pursue him, many drawing shurikens for ranged attacks. However, the original Naruto, having activated the 8 gates, moved with such speed that the shurikens all missed their mark. After reaching a certain height on the tree, Naruto leaped into the air. In the air, do not let him evade. Fire shurikens at him. Understood. Whoosh! A barrage of shurikens and kunao soared towards the airborne original Naruto. Anticipating this maneuver, he swiftly formed hand seals. His speed in performing the seals had improved dramatically since the beginning. In the blink of an eye, the seals were complete. Buzz! Wind release! Great breakthrough! Whoosh! A fierce gust of wind erupted from Naruto, instantly blowing away the incoming shurikens, some of which unexpectedly struck the clones, causing them to burst apart. The great breakthrough, while lacking in lethal force, generated winds so powerful that they were nearly indistinguishable from a level 10 typhoon for Naruto, who possessed an abundance of chakra. Most clones could not withstand the force of the gale. They shielded their faces from the swirling debris and stones, rooting themselves in place with chakra to avoid being swept away. Now is the moment. Seizing the opportunity, the original Naruto cut off the great breakthrough while forming additional hand seals. Buzz! Wind release! Dust storm technique! Whoosh! Another blast of fierce wind escaped from Naruto's mouth, but this time, it carried a dense cloud of dust. The combination of the fierce wind and the thick dust rendered this technique quite deadly. Bang! 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 Clones caught in the swirling storm were unable to endure the damage and burst apart. In an instant, only about 100 clones remained on the battlefield. Thud! As Naruto landed, several nearby clones immediately shouted and charged at him. The original Naruto drew a kunao from his waist, twirling it with flair before reversing his grip and bringing it to his lips. Whoosh! A surge of emerald energy was expelled from Naruto, enveloping the kunao and transforming it into a blade. Wind release! Vacuum blade! A B-rank jutsu. Its function is to infuse chakra into a weapon to alter its form and enhance its sharpness. Wielding the razor-sharp vacuum blade kunao, Naruto effortlessly shattered the attacking clones. More clones surged forward, but they were swiftly defeated as if they were mere vegetables being chopped. The remaining few dozen clones appeared solemn, standing a distance of several meters away from the original in a standoff. After a moment, several clones exchanged glances and began to form hand seals in unison. Buzz. Wind release. Vacuum sphere. Whoosh. The vacuum sphere, drawing in air, would unleash a barrage of air bullets upon the enemy. If one's chakra was sufficient and lung capacity formidable, could rival a machine gun. Coincidentally, both Naruto and his clones possessed such capabilities. As the clones began to unleash their air blasts, the original Naruto struggled to discern the trajectory of the vacuum spheres. A typical person could only estimate their position based on the direction of the caster's expulsion. However, with his Sharingan, Naruto needed no such calculations. Closing his eyes, he saw countless chakra bullets racing towards him from all directions. Relying on instinct, he slashed through the multitude of air bullets, but alas, 2 fists could not withstand the onslaught of 4 hands, and he was ultimately struck in the forehead. Yet, at the moment of impact, the original Naruto transformed into smoke. Ordinary, a piece of wood dropped to the ground. Substitution jutsu. Where is he? Quick, sense him. Right here. No one needed to search. Naruto revealed his position himself. All the clones turned to look, finding Naruto perched upon a thick branch of a large tree. Instantly, several clones prepared to unleash vacuum spheres for a ranged assault, but the original Naruto had no intention of granting them that opportunity. It is time to end this. Adamantine sealing chains. Naruto pressed his palms together, and 5 sturdy golden chains erupted from behind him. These chains were entirely under Naruto's control, who sent them hurtling towards the clones. Bang, bang, bang. In mere moments, the unprepared clones were scattered, with only a few narrowly escaping the onslaught of the 5 chains. You filthy creatures. Several clones cursed as they drew kunai to fight again, but the original Naruto raised his hand to halt them. That will be enough for today. With that, Naruto leapt down from the branch to stand before his clones. Thank you for your hard work. With your training, I've nearly mastered the techniques I acquired from the 3rd Hokage. We shall continue tomorrow. One clone scoffed in response, Original, don't you ever tire of this routine? And what of your dramatic speeches? In the end, aren't you just talking to yourself? The original Naruto smiled slightly. One must have a sense of ritual, mustn't they? But very well, do as you please. However, I must inform you that the clone responsible for surveillance has recently reported that the Uchiha clan has grown quiet. Could it be that they have abandoned their rebellion? If so, wouldn't that render your preparations entirely futile? Upon hearing this, Naruto pondered for a moment. He too was uncertain whether the Uchiha would meet the same fate as in the original narrative, being exterminated. Perhaps it was best to take each step as it comes. If the situation proved to be beyond salvaging, then so be it. The clone remarked, What a pity. You went to the trouble of unsealing the 8 trigrams to meet the 4th Hokage and his wife. While you certainly gleaned valuable knowledge from them, it is a missed opportunity to reinforce the seal. If the Ninetales manages to pry open even a corner of the seal again, he may not remain silent towards you. Who holds the power of the adamantine sealing? That presents a dilemma. However, it will still take some time for him to break the seal to a degree that could affect me. I will prepare further. There is no need to fear him unduly. With that, Naruto's thoughts drifted back to a year prior, to the time when he had just entered the ninja academy. In order to conceal his activities, Naruto followed a routine of attending classes diligently. However, this schedule severely hampered his training progress. Although he could practice covertly during lessons, the presence of teachers and distractions from classmates made such efforts unsustainable. Ultimately, he chose to make a small sacrifice, utilizing shadow clones to attend school while his true self remained at home training or stealthily slipping into the forest of death for practical training, conjuring clones to spar against himself. This lifestyle persisted for over half a year until he noticed movements from the Uchiha clan. At that time, while Naruto had developed certain skills, attempting to steal some Sharingan from a multitude of Umbu members was clearly a fanciful notion. Reluctantly, in pursuit of greater power, he unsealed the Ninetales. His aim was to meet Minato and Kushina, seeking their abilities, including but not limited to the Flying Thunder God technique, the Uzumaki clan's secret arts, and methods to contend with the Ninetales. The endeavor went remarkably smoothly, much like in the original tale. By voluntarily unsealing the seal, Naruto encountered Minato and Kushina in succession. This should have been a tearful reunion, but Naruto, ultimately a transmigrator rather than the original, felt no genuine familial attachment to them. Nevertheless, he played along, enacting a scene of a father and son meeting. After a performance that fulfilled their wish to meet their child, Naruto successfully inherited their respective skills. From Minato, Naruto acquired the Flying Thunder God technique, though its complexity proved too great for him to master. Conversely, From Kushina, he obtained a wealth of unique sealing techniques intrinsic to the Uzumaki clan, along with the training methods for the clan's innate skill, the adamantine sealing. As a high-level ninjutsu, the sealing techniques required diligent study, and while Naruto managed to learn a portion, further advancement necessitated deeper research. On the other hand, the training for the adamantine sealing seemed almost divinely aided. Naruto successfully unlocked it shortly after beginning his practice. Gaining power was indeed gratifying, but it came at a cost. Naruto's actions infuriated the Nine-Tails. After years of effort, the Nine-Tails had barely managed to pry open a corner of his seal, only to have it reinforced and repaired by the fourth Hokage, rendering his years of struggle moot. Coupled with Naruto's newfound ability to restrain him and the visibly accelerated pace of his strength, the Nine-Tails found himself in despair. Should Naruto continue to grow stronger unimpeded, the freedom he so desired might forever elude him. If given the chance, the Nine-Tails would exert every effort to thwart Naruto's ascension. However, constrained by the reinforced seal, he was currently powerless to act. Returning to the present, Naruto shook his head, casting aside distracting thoughts. The Nine-Tails would need at least 2 or 3 years to break the seal to a point that could impact him. By then, he would reconsider their discussion. If cooperation were possible, then all would be well. But should the Nine-Tails prove uncooperative, Naruto would not hesitate to demonstrate the darker aspects of his nature. Chapter 16. Please, die for Konoha. In Konoha village, at the cliffs of Hokage Rock, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was taking in the fresh air. It was midday, and the gentle sunlight warmed his skin, accompanied by a refreshing breeze that cleared his mind. This comfortable environment somewhat assuaged the turmoil within the third Hokage's heart. Recently, the village's restless elements had become increasingly agitated, and Danzo had presented him with a plan to eliminate this unrest without bloodshed. Should he give his approval, the plan would commence immediately. Nevertheless, he found himself unable to harden his resolve. Turning around, the third Hokage addressed the young man kneeling before him. Rise, and share your thoughts with me. As the most outstanding genius of the Uchiha clan, I am eager to hear your insights. Yes, the youth replied, rising to his feet. He was a strikingly handsome young man, donning the Leaf Village forehead protector, with short black hair, a well-proportioned physique, and sharp, piercing eyes. This young man was none other than Uchiha Shisui, one of the 2 most renowned geniuses of the Uchiha clan. Since you have inquired, I shall boldly express my perspective. The third Hokage nodded. There are no others present. You may speak freely. Indeed, the third Hokage had dismissed everyone else, a gesture that deeply moved Shisui. As a member of the Uchiha clan and one of its top fighters, he was a particularly sensitive figure in the current climate. The Hokage's willingness to be alone with him was a testament to his trust. With that, Shisui candidly began to articulate his views. Regarding the conflict between the Uchiha and the village, if I may be frank, it is not solely one side's fault. Certainly, our Uchiha clan has exhibited a degree of pride due to the existence of the Sharingan, with some individuals behaving domineeringly and inadvertently offending many. However, the architects of this situation, or those who wished to see it come to pass, were not the Uchiha themselves but rather the higher-ups of Konoha, particularly the late second Hokage. During his tenure, the second Hokage appointed the Uchiha clan to oversee the village's security forces, responsible for maintaining internal order and apprehending criminals. This decision seemingly bestowed significant power upon the Uchiha, yet in reality, it only fueled their pride. With power and authority, many within the clan became increasingly inflated with ego, leading to more offenses and, unconsciously, our isolation. This is not mere conjecture but an objective fact. According to my investigations, the second Hokage harbored long-standing animosity towards our Uchiha clan, resulting in our current predicament. Perhaps that esteemed individual foresaw this outcome long ago. As Shisui uttered these words, he cautiously observed the third Hokage's expression. Hiruzen Sarutobi had been a disciple of the second Hokage, and it was quite inappropriate to speak of his teacher in such a manner before him. Yet, Shisui was deliberate in his provocation, seeking to gauge the third Hokage's stance. However, the third Hokage's response lifted the weight off Shisui's heart. He exhaled a long sigh, setting down his pipe. Shisui, it is rare for you to consider so deeply. As a disciple of that esteemed individual, I too feel a sense of sentimentality regarding this matter. I remember that he often spoke of the despicable Uchiha or the evil Uchiha. The Uchiha clan has arrived at this juncture, and perhaps the second Hokage must bear significant responsibility for it. Of course, I too share guilt for not correcting matters in a timely manner. At this, both fell into silence. After a moment, the third Hokage continued, So, Shisui, do you have a solution to this dilemma? I do. What is it? Shisui took a deep breath, locking eyes with the third Hokage, his pupils morphing into a swirling pattern. Within my eyes resides a genjutsu known as Koda Amitsukami. When unleashed upon the unsuspecting, it can effortlessly rewrite the will of others. Should the third Hokage truly wish to amicably resolve matters with the Uchiha clan, I would willingly sacrifice my life to alter the hearts of my kin. Do you intend to employ this power against Fugaku? Indeed. The third nodded in response. Shisui, may I ask you a rather unceremonious question? If my performance today fails to meet your expectations, what will you do? I shall utilize Koda Amitsukami to prevent a conflict between the Uchiha and the village, Shisui declared resolutely. Haha, the third chuckled with such conviction. I know I have not misjudged you. Go forth and bring an end to this senseless strife. Yes. Shisui departed, determined to conclude this turmoil through his own strength. However, matters would not unfold so easily. He had barely taken a few steps when an Umbu member adorned with a root mask intercepted him. Uchiha Shisui, Lord Danzo wishes to see you. Shisui raised an eyebrow. To him, Danzo was a cunning strategist, the architect behind the Uchiha's plight. Nevertheless, he ultimately followed the individual before him. Since fate had led them to this encounter, he intended to first deliver a dose of Koda Amitsukami to Danzo, to spare himself from the old dog's machinations. He recognized that within the confines of Konoha, Danzo was the most significant variable of instability. The two made their way to a secluded riverbank. Danzo, clad in a gray-black kimono, stood with his back to them. The Umbu member respectfully announced, Lord, Shisui has been brought forth. You may leave. I wish to converse with Shisui alone. Understood. The Umbu swiftly complied, leaping away without hesitation. With a thud, Danzo turned to face Uchiha Shisui, leaning on his cane. Shisui, Koda Amitsukami. The two stood face to face. Before Danzo could utter another word, Shisui activated his ocular prowess. Danzo, caught in the genjutsu, stood motionless as if he were a mere statue. Shisui exhaled, feeling a sense of relief. Conversing with you always gives me the impression of facing a ravenous wolf, so please remain quiet for a moment. At that moment, Shisui was confident that only he and Danzo remained. Thus, he relaxed his guard after ensnaring Danzo in his jutsu. Little did he know that peril loomed near. Seizing the moment of Shisui's relaxation, the seemingly disabled Danzo sprang into action with astonishing speed. In an instant, he was before Shisui. Your eyes? I shall claim them. Ah! Danzo's hand lunged towards Shisui's eye socket, swift and precise. In the blink of an eye, Shisui's left eyeball was forcibly extracted. Damn it! Yet, true to his reputation as the Shunshin, Shisui, despite his grievous injury, managed to retaliate in an instant. He drew a kunao, aiming for Danzo's head, but Danzo deftly evaded with a nimble leap. Grasping his wounded left eye with one hand, Shisui gasped for breath, struggling to alleviate the excruciating pain. Even the searing agony could not mask the shock on his face. Koda Amitsukami was his most formidable genjutsu. Throughout the shinobi world, any who lacked knowledge of its intricacies would surely fall victim to it. How had Danzo countered it? Danzo seemed to perceive Shisui's inner turmoil. As he unwrapped the bandages from his head, he spoke, Izanagi, the Uchiha clan's strongest genjutsu. When activated, any misfortune befalling the caster is nullified. Soon the bandages fell away, revealing a Sharingan in Danzo's right eye. However, this eye appeared abnormal, its crimson pupil rapidly fading to a dull gray. Without a hint of hesitation, Danzo extracted the blind Sharingan and replaced it with Shisui's left eye. Hiss! A thick plume of white smoke erupted. After a peculiar rotation within Danzo's eye socket, Koda Amitsukami's left eye returned to its normal state. Well, your left eye is indeed in my possession now. Next, I shall require your other eye as well. Do not hold it against me. My actions are solely for the sake of Konoha. Uchiha Shisui, I implore you to perish for Konoha's sake. Chapter 17. The Final Struggle. As Danzo's words faded, members of the Root organization, who had concealed themselves nearby, promptly emerged by his side. Their movements were lithe and swift, their ability to conceal their presence unparalleled. Even Shisui had failed to detect their ambush. It was evident that these were elite assassins, the finest among Root. Danzo had gathered them today specifically to ensure the recovery of Koda Amitsukami. Without a moment's hesitation, the Root operatives launched a coordinated assault, throwing shuriken aimed directly at Shisui's heart, intent on a swift kill. Shisui, gritting his teeth against the pain, evaded their attacks, simultaneously utilizing this opportunity to form hand seals and mount a decisive counterattack. Whoosh! Fire release, Great fireball technique. A massive fireball hurtled towards Danzo and his cohort. Several root members quickly formed their own hand seals. Water release, water collision wave. For torrents of water surged forth to meet the fireball. Zzz. The clash of water and fire erupted into a cloud of steam. Moments later, as the smoke cleared, Shisui's figure had vanished. Danzo squinted, truly deserving of the title Shunshin. How swift you are. You four, pursue him. He must be eliminated, and the eye must be returned to me. That I will elevate Konoha to new heights. Yes. The selected root members set off in pursuit of Shisui. They were not only skilled killers, for sensory ninjas accompanied them to preempt unforeseen developments. Whoosh whoosh, whoosh. The group scattered, chasing after Shisui. Danzo did not linger. After re-wrapping his bandages, he departed the scene, leaving it eerily vacant. Suddenly, a patch of grass by the riverbank was disturbed, and a figure sprang forth. Golden-haired and blue-eyed. It was Naruto Uzumaki. More specifically, it was Naruto's shadow clone. Over the past year, Naruto had hidden his clones throughout Konoha to gather intelligence. While most of the time their efforts were in vain, today they proved invaluable. The clone's gaze followed Shisui's fleeing direction, murmuring, "Main body. The opportunity has arrived." With that, the figure vanished in a puff of smoke. Meanwhile, back at his home, Naruto felt a surge of new memories in his mind. The information relayed from his vanished clone. That old dog Danzo has indeed struck. He abruptly opened his eyes, leaping from his bed and diving out the window. With his clone at school keeping watch, his unmonitored main body was free to act. Perched atop a power line, Naruto shut his eyes, meticulously sensing the fluctuations around him. He was attuned to the whereabouts of Shisui and the others. With his growing strength, his sensory range had expanded to a radius of 50 kilometers. Though the further away he sensed, the blurrier the details became. Focusing his mind allowed him to quickly locate his target. Found it. 5 individuals, one of whom is notably weakened, while the remaining 4 pursue closely behind. With his target identified, Naruto retrieved a scroll from his waist. Release. Boom. The sealing technique inscribed within the scroll was dispelled, revealing a set of black attire and a mask adorned with spiral patterns, which Naruto grasped in hand. Donning the outfit and mask, Naruto gathered his chakra, leaping into action and vanishing from sight. Clang, clang, clang. Several shuriken fell harmlessly onto a large tree. Uchiha Shisui glanced back, noting the relentless pursuit of the root members. Damn it! He understood that allowing these pursuers to continue would inevitably lead to his demise. In the recent chase I had dispatched 5 or 6 adversaries, and after a strenuous effort, I managed to evade the bulk of the pursuing forces. However, if I continued to be followed by these relentless trackers, my demise would be inevitable. I must eliminate these few vanguards endowed with tracking abilities. So, let us settle this matter here. Leaping down from the tree, Shisui turned to face his 4 pursuers. They stood upon the branches of a large tree, confronting him, when one of the squad leaders proclaimed, "He has inhaled quite a bit of the smoke. He is likely incapacitated now. We must end this swiftly." Indeed, the other 3 echoed in unison, as one of them swiftly formed a hand seal. Buzz. Water release. Water surge wave. This root member unleashed a torrent of water aimed directly at Shisui. He deftly leapt aside to evade it. Yet, this was merely a feint, designed to allow the remaining 3 to close in and finish the fight quickly. As anticipated, the other 3 drew their kunao and charged at Shisui. With the power of his Sharingan, Shisui perceived all their movements clearly. He retrieved a kunao from his ninja tool pouch and clashed with the trio. Clang, clang, clang. Despite being outnumbered 3-1, Shisui remained unruffled. The Sharingan granted him exceptional dynamic vision, allowing him to read his opponent's actions with ease. In close combat, this advantage was invaluable. Observing this, the ninja who had feigned the water technique joined the fray, attempting a sneak attack from behind. Shisui deliberately left an opening for him. The attacker lunged with his kunao aimed at Shisui's back. Bang! In an instant, Shisui transformed into a piece of wood. A substitution technique. At that moment, Shisui had already leapt to a nearby tree. Seizing the opportunity when the assailants clustered together, he formed a hand seal, intending to eliminate them all at once. With a single seal, the tiger seal, he unleashed a powerful technique. Buzz. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Whoosh. Multiple dragon-shaped flames surged towards the 4 root ninjas. The sudden assault left them with little time to defend, forcing them to evade as best they could. Although they were elite, 2 of them were caught off guard by the ambush. Bang bang. Sizzle. The great fireball collided with the two, producing a deafening sound followed by the horrifying crackle of flames searing their flesh. Both perished. Damn it, cursed the remaining two, astonished that the injured foe could unleash such devastating power. Hold him back. Once reinforcements arrive, he is as good as dead. They aimed to delay him, while Shizui sought to conclude the battle swiftly. To achieve this, he revealed his true strength. The three Tomo Sharingan suddenly transformed into the fully awakened Sharingan. Susanoo. Whoosh! A peculiar chakra enveloped Shizui, and soon, the strange chakra morphed into a skeletal figure, which then grew muscle, and finally, skin, forming a humanoid shape clad in armor. In mere moments, a colossal half-giant appeared before the astonished ninjas. This green behemoth, with a fearsome visage and a fearsome presence, instilled dread in their hearts. What is that? The two root members gasped, horrified. In the midst of battle, distraction is perilous. The squad leader suppressed his astonishment and hurled a kunao towards Susanoo to test its defenses. The kunao, equipped with two small spheres containing sleep gas, struck Susanoo and triggered the gas spheres. Bang bang! With two explosions, a thick cloud of smoke erupted. The potent hypnotic smoke would soon render anyone who inhaled it unconscious. Our mission is accomplished. The two focused intently on Shizui. Suddenly, they heard a rustling sound. Something was approaching. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A barrage of green energy orbs pierced through the smoke, targeting the two. Prepared, they leapt aside. Ah! One of them screamed in agony. Even though he had not been struck by an energy sphere, the squad leader turned to see his comrade lying motionless on the ground, a kunao protruding from his back. An ambush. The squad leader immediately readied himself, but it was already too late. 8 gates. The 4th gate, the healing gate, open. Bang! Just before his demise. The squad leader glimpsed a flash before him, and then his neck was snapped by a powerful kick. As the smoke dissipated, Shizui observed a figure clad in black robes and a swirling mask dispatching the umbu who had pursued him. However, he felt no joy. This individual radiated an ominous aura. Who are you? Shizui strained to maintain his Susanoo, summoning all his strength to guard against the enigmatic figure. The stranger offered no reply. Uchiha Shizui, truly remarkable. At your age, you've already awakened Susanoo. If you survive, you will undoubtedly become a figure of immense renown in the ninja world. Too bad our interests are at odds. An enemy, not a friend. Shizui furrowed his brow, and then, controlling Susanoo, he unleashed a barrage of green energy spheres in attack. This assault was incredibly dense and expansive, undeniably lethal. Yet, for the cloaked man, it posed little threat. He deftly maneuvered, effortlessly evading every attack. Shizui's eyes widened in disbelief. Before he could process the situation, the black-clad figure vanished. In the next instant, that figure appeared right before Susanoo, separated only by a wall of energy. So fast, Shizui's hair stood on end. Under normal circumstances, he would have easily handled this, for his reputation as a shinobi was well earned. Yet now, with one eye gouged out and having inhaled some of the disorienting smoke during his escape, he was in a dire state. At this moment, he could take solace in the fact that Susanoo remained activated. Although the figure stood before him, he did not attack, evidently aware that he could not breach Susanoo's defenses. The black-clad man had no intention of clashing head-on with Susanoo. Diamond Lock. Chapter 18, Stepping Stone. Not a chance. Shizui discerned that this individual seemed poised to unleash a powerful technique. With the two so close, he could not allow this person to act freely. With a thought, Susanoo raised a fist the size of a grinding wheel and slammed it down towards the black-clad man. The punch carried immense force, a spectacle to behold, yet at the moment of impact, several golden chains sprouted from behind the cloaked figure. Thick and serpentine, these chains ensnared Susanoo's descending fist in an instant. The strength of the chains exceeded Shizui's imagination, easily suppressing Susanoo's mighty blow upon contact. Not only was he being restrained, but Shizui also realized that he could no longer exert control over Susanoo. Those chains possessed the ability to suppress chakra. A sense of foreboding washed over Shizui. Release. It was unwise to continue opposing the mysterious golden chains with Susanoo, so he dismissed Susanoo and simultaneously grasped his last smoke bomb tightly in hand. He intended to flee. However, as he raised the smoke bomb, the ground trembled beneath him. Suddenly, a golden chain erupted from the earth, ensnaring his foot in an instant. It's over. He had been so focused on Susanoo's condition that he failed to realize the opponent might launch an attack on him. Despair filled Shizui's heart. He was utterly exhausted, and such a simple maneuver was beyond his ability to evade. Swish, swish, swish. In the blink of an eye, the golden chains bound him tightly. He was done for. The victorious black-clad man controlled the chains, pulling Shizui closer. At this point, despite his unwillingness to concede, Shizui had no choice but to accept his fate, as he was utterly powerless, his chakra suppressed, unable even to end his own life. Face to face with Shizui, the cloaked figure rasped, "If you were at your peak, I would not have dared to provoke you." Shizui's single eye bore into the black-clad man. "Who are you?" "Uchiha Madara," the man replied. "What did you say?" Shizui was initially taken aback, then scoffed. "Do you take me for a fool? Let us not dwell on the fact that Lord Ban has long since passed away. Even if there were other lords still among us, their actions would not be as furtive and evasive as yours. Humph, discussing this further is futile." The cloaked figure emitted a chilling laugh, and promptly tightened the chains. Ugh! After a pained groan, Shizui succumbed to unconsciousness. Without a moment's hesitation, the cloaked figure thrust his hand into Shizui's eye socket, extracting the remaining eye. Discarding Shizui's body aside, the figure produced a scroll and performed a technique to seal the precious Sharingan within it. Thereafter, he leaped away from the scene in mere moments. Having barely taken a few steps, a member of the Umbu, donned in a cat mask, hastily arrived at the location. He surveyed the surroundings and quickly discerned Shizui, who still clung to the faintest breath of life. "Shizui!" The masked Umbu removed his mask upon reaching Shizui's side. It was none other than Uchiha Itaki, another prodigy of the Uchiha clan. Swish, swish, swish. Itaki's keen senses detected a multitude of ninjas converging towards them. Without a moment's pause, he hoisted Shizui onto his back and swiftly fled the scene. After a grueling 2 to 3 hours of evading pursuers, Itaki finally deemed it safe to halt. They paused before a majestic waterfall. Carefully, he leaned Shizui against a large rock and descended the cliff to fetch some water from the river. The sound of the cascading water startled the unconscious Shizui awake, and he felt an agonizing pain in his eyes, unable to suppress a pained groan. "Shizui!" Itaki quickly ascended the cliff and supported his blind friend. "It's you, Itaki." A faint smile graced Shizui's lips as he sensed Itaki's presence. "What has happened? Where are your eyes?" At Itaki's inquiry, Shizui's expression turned wistful. He then recounted the events of the day in their entirety to Itaki. How could this be? Even the composed Itaki could not hide his fury after hearing Shizui's account. "Why did Danzo suddenly attack you? I only just learned of your Mangekyo Sharingan's power. Aside from the third Hokage, why would Danzo covet your eyes? Is it possible that the third Hokage fears your abilities and thus incited Danzo to strike?" "I do not know." Shizui shook his head, but such matters had become irrelevant. The critical issue is that the Kota Amitsukami has been seized, and our Uchiha clan stands perilously at the edge of a precipice. Itaki, only you can prevent our clan from plunging into that abyss. I entrust this task to you. Shizui, what do you mean by this? Itaki's heart skipped a beat. Itaki, I need you to kill me. Shizui stood resolutely, enunciating each word. Shizui, what are you saying? Itaki looked at his friend in disbelief. Killing me will enhance your eye, transforming it into a Mangekyo Sharingan like mine. At that point, you may possess the power to alter everything. I have become a mere shell of a person. Rather than languish in this state, I would prefer to be a stepping stone on your path forward. Come, end my life. Itaki could not bring himself to harm his friend. Though Shizui had lost his eyes, he could perceive the confusion emanating from Itaki. A smile broke across Shizui's face. Grasping Itaki's hand, he placed a kunao from his pouch into Itaki's palm. Then, he guided Itaki's hand to his own heart. Inch by inch, the sharp kunao pierced Shizui's heart without hesitation. Thud, the kunao pierced through, and Itaki could feel the rhythm of his friend's heartbeat through the weapon. Itaki's mind was a blank slate, and then he felt a sharp pain in his eyes. He released the kunao, clutching his eyes in agony as he knelt. When he finally opened his eyes, his pupils had transformed from the original 3 tomo into a peculiar pinwheel shape. Cough, cough, cough. This is sufficient. Shizui staggered back to the edge of the cliff, struggling to steady himself as he faced Itaki, and then he revealed a smile. Itaki, I leave the rest to you. With those words, Shizui fell backward, plummeting into the river below the waterfall. Upon acquiring Shizui's eye, Naruto immediately returned to the village. Along the way, he encountered numerous root and umbu ninjas, all seeking Shizui. Utilizing the extraordinary sensory abilities of his Kage Bunshin, he skillfully evaded detection and ultimately returned to his small apartment in Konoha without incident. Squatting in the restroom, Naruto stared blankly at the ceiling scroll in his hand. Within it lay the treasure he had risked everything to obtain, the Koda Emetsukami Sharinan of Uchiha Shiizui. The strongest genjutsu. How enticing. However, now is not the time for transplantation. I need to complete my research on the sealing technique. Only then will I be able to utilize this eye without drawing attention. Days passed swiftly. Naruto, feeling utterly bored, slumped over his desk in a daze. Recently, he had been attending classes in his true form. Due to the uproar surrounding Shiizui's incident, although it did not directly affect the students, Naruto had decided to dismiss all his shadow clones, including those monitoring important figures, to avoid raising suspicion. Currently, it was impossible for him to challenge the higher-ups of Konoha. Even Shiizui, who was stronger than he, had been left in dire straits. He could only imagine his own fate would be far worse. Thus, it was wiser to remain low-key for the time being. However, school was exceedingly dull. He had no friends to pass the time with, and he had already mastered the class content through self-study, leaving him at a loss for how to occupy his days apart from dozing off in class. Naruto-kun, get up. The teacher is glaring at you. Huh? Naruto lifted his head to see Ino nudging him, then glanced at the podium, where Irika was indeed fixing him with a murderous glare. Irika threw a piece of chalk at Naruto, who effortlessly caught it mid-air. Uzumaki Naruto, stand up and answer my question. Is this routine again? Having been caught sleeping in class, he had become a pest in the eyes of most teachers. Nearly every class he was called upon to respond. Irika-sensei, are you asking me about the proper way to throw shuriken? Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted from the students. Irika's forehead twitched with irritation as he recalled the day Naruto had showcased his shuriken techniques, leaving him feeling quite flustered. Silence, or I'll make you all clean the toilets. And you, Uzumaki Naruto, straighten your attitude. Among all the students I have taught, you are the most lackadaisical one. Now tell me, what is the nature transformation of chakra? If you cannot answer, you will be cleaning toilets for a year. Chapter 19. The Hidden Ninja. Naruto rolled his eyes. What kind of question is this? Less chatter. Answer now. Irika was on the verge of exploding. Alright. The nature transformation of chakra is essentially the method of infusing elemental properties into chakra, allowing for the execution of various types of ninjutsu by imparting different attributes to it. Such a question could be answered by anyone who had watched Naruto, let alone Naruto himself, who had lived in this world for 2 years. This fundamental query was hardly a challenge. Irika's brow twitched, but he ultimately restrained his fury. Consider yourself lucky. Sit down. Sakura, seated in the front row, glanced at the nonchalant Naruto, her inner thoughts brimming with frustration. Damn Naruto, so you answered a basic question correctly. What's there to be proud of? You may excel in ninjutsu and performance, but how do you compare to me in language, mathematics, and cipher studies? And yet you act so cocky. You insufferable wild child. After a year together as classmates, aside from a few who interacted with Naruto, the rest still held him in disdain. However, Naruto remained unconcerned about the opinions of the commoners. His focus lay on the children of the prominent clans, especially the girl beside him, whom he held in particularly high regard. Turning to Ino, Naruto smiled. Ino, thank you for reminding me just now. You truly are both beautiful and kind-hearted. A single compliment caused a blush to grace Ino's cheeks. She scratched her head and replied, I'm not as remarkable as you say. Any praise directed at you is well-deserved. By the way, have you made any progress on the item I asked you to find last time? Naruto chuckled. Upon hearing this, Ino discreetly glanced around to ensure no one was paying attention before she whispered, I'll be waiting for you by the river tonight. Naruto understood her implication. Before long, afternoon had arrived. The setting sun cast a golden hue over half of Konoha village. A throng of children poured out of the entrance of the Leaf Ninja Academy, many of whom were greeted by their parents. Naruto paid little heed to the spectacle. With his hands stuffed in his pockets, he made his way home alone. Suddenly, a figure blocked his path. Naruto looked up to find a burly man with a thick beard standing before him. Behind this man, a boy clad in blue and wearing a hefty helmet glared at Naruto with fury. Naruto recognized both of them. They were the father and son from earlier who had mocked him for being parentless on the first day of school. Coincidentally, the boy was in the same class as Naruto. Naruto had always looked out for this boy, assisting him daily in honing his reflexes and resilience. With a smile, Naruto addressed him. Daisuke, have you brought your father here to personally express your gratitude? The boy known as Daisuke's eyes widened in indignation. Naruto Uzumaki, how shameless. You bombard my face with stones every day at school. Just look at my forehead. It's covered in bumps from your hits. As he spoke, Daisuke removed his helmet to reveal a forehead marred with swollen lumps. one of which had even sprouted a small horn-like protrusion. Today, I've come to settle the score with you. Naruto maintained his composure and replied, Isn't it rather charming? Quite symmetrical, in fact. I hear your friends even commend you for having such a distinguished appearance, suggesting you're destined for greatness. Daisuke was nearly in tears. Witnessing his son being bullied, the burly man could no longer contain his anger. He bellowed, You wretched fox. Instead of doing something worthwhile, you harass your classmates daily. I'll teach you a lesson in place of your long-deceased parents. With that, the man lunged forward, delivering a harsh slap to Naruto's cheek. Naruto's eyes reflected disdain. Given his current abilities, evading the blow would have been effortless, yet he chose not to. The sound of the slap echoed as it landed squarely on Naruto's face. Though the man was not a ninja, his strength was surprisingly formidable, sending Naruto staggering backward. A teacher, witnessing the altercation, rushed out to scold the bearded man. What are you doing? The man ceased his attack upon seeing the teacher's intervention. He turned to the fallen Naruto and barked, You vile fox. If you dare to provoke my son again, I'll make you regret it tenfold. After delivering his threat, the man engaged in a brief conversation with the teacher. After a few murmured exchanges, the teacher waved dismissively. Forget it. Let this be a lesson. And you, Naruto Uzumaki, get up and stop embarrassing yourself by lying on the ground. At this, Naruto feigned difficulty in rising. A distinct handprint marked his left cheek. The bearded man felt no remorse as he turned to leave. Daisuke, seeing Naruto's plight, felt a sense of satisfaction. He made a face at Naruto and shouted, You brought this upon yourself. Let us see you act so arrogant now. Before following his father away, wiping his eyes with his sleeve, Naruto appeared to be brushing away tears. A young girl, seemingly sympathetic, tugged on her mother's pant leg and said, Mommy, he looks so pitiful. The girl's mother, however, regarded Naruto with disdain. Don't pay him any mind. He deserves it. That vile fox can't even behave in school. Others chimed in, Exactly. That fellow was let off easy. If it were me, I would have kicked him a few times. Let us go. Don't waste any more time on him. The crowd soon dissipated, leaving Naruto without a single soul to show concern. In the shadows, a figure quietly slipped away. While appearing to wipe his eyes, Naruto was actually concealing the fact that he was activating his Byakugan. Upon sensing the chakra signature fading, he lowered his hand from his eyes with an expression of indifference. Go on, relay my misfortunes to the third Hokage. If that old man doesn't feel guilty, how can I expect to ask him for anything? That evening, the third Hokage summoned Naruto. In the Hokage's office, he sat in his chair, puffing on a pipe. Little Naruto, I've heard that you were assaulted. Why didn't you retaliate? Given your demonstrated capabilities at school, it should have been quite simple to exact revenge. Naruto lowered his head, revealing a look of disappointment. After a pause, he responded with a quivering voice, Because you told me, Grandpa Third, that ninjas should not strike against ordinary people. The third Hokage felt a tremor in his heart, realizing that this child had taken his teachings to heart. His gaze softened as he looked at Naruto, and guilt washed over him. Perhaps I should not have heeded Danzo's advice about tempering Naruto's character. If I had strongly opposed it then, this good child would not have suffered so. Naruto, let your conflict with that family end here. I've sent someone to mediate and they've agreed to forgive you, provided you do not torment that boy Daisuke anymore. Yes, I shall remember what you said. Grandpa Third, Naruto replied, his gaze cast downward. Good. The third Hokage said with a satisfied smile, retrieving 2 scrolls from his drawer. Naruto, these are the high-level wind-release jutsu scrolls you've been asking me about. Consider them compensation for the slap you endured. Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement, though inwardly he scoffed. The old man is rather proactive this time, but that is fine. It saves me from explaining myself. With that thought, Naruto quickly approached the third Hokage's desk and respectfully accepted the 2 scrolls, saying, Thank you, Grandpa Third. I will train diligently. His smile was radiant. The third Hokage stroked his beard with satisfaction, saying, Go on. Upon returning home, Naruto casually tossed the 2 scrolls onto his bed and sprawled out on it. Touching his cheek, he smirked. It's easy to seek revenge, but manipulating sympathy for rewards is far more gratifying. I truly love this place, Konoha. Before the old man kicks the bucket, I must exploit this situation to my advantage. Once I gather enough strength, I'll make them ponder how to ascend to the 2nd floor of the rice building. Chapter 20. The Art of Harmony Between Mind and Body. That night, Naruto arrived at the riverside. Ino had been waiting there for some time. Upon spotting Naruto, she waved and whispered, Naruto-kun, over here. Naruto hurriedly jogged over to her. Ino, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. It's alright. I just got here myself. Here, this is what you asked for, Ino said, handing him a scroll. Naruto took the scroll and opened it to inspect its contents. Ino continued, while it's not a crucial secret technique scroll, it is a valuable asset of our clan. Naruto, you must not share it lightly, though. I doubt anyone would be interested in learning such jutsu anyway. Of course, no matter what, I would never disclose the techniques of your clan to others. Ino, I truly don't know how to express my gratitude. It's nothing, we're friends after all. Ino's cheeks flushed. By the way, Naruto, I have something I'd like to ask of you. Naruto paused for a moment before promptly responding. Just say it. I will help in any way I can. Could you let me use that technique on you? I want to know how you've been doing all these years. Ino's face reddened further. Naruto hesitated. He was not afraid of his secret being uncovered. Rather, he was concerned that Ino would be unable to bear the weight of that pain. Ino, I can agree to many things, but I fear I cannot provide you with a satisfactory answer to this particular request. Ino's expression turned slightly disheartened. Do not misunderstand me, Ino. It is simply that I do not wish for you to witness the horrors I have seen. They are too grotesque, and I fear they may be detrimental to you. No, precisely because of that, I should see it. You once said we are the best of friends, did you not? Ino's unexpected stubbornness was evident. Observing the resolute look on her face, Naruto hesitated for a moment before relenting. Very well, since you insist, I shall let you see. However, you must promise me it will only be for 1 minute. Understood. Ino's eyes sparkled with hope. After stepping back a short distance, Ino clasped her hands together, forming the unique hand sign of their clan. Naruto, I am about to begin. Go ahead. Mind-body switch technique. Bang. Ino's vision faded to black, and she felt her body go limp as she collapsed to the ground. Naruto swiftly caught her. Gazing at Ino, whose eyes were tightly shut, he sighed and looked up to the heavens. Foolish girl, why do you put yourself through this? My deliberate approach and everything I have said to you were merely to exploit you. Unbeknownst to him, Ino was now within Naruto's inner world. Here, she was no longer Ino but had transformed into Naruto, experiencing the anguish he had endured. The mind-body switch technique, an ability accidentally developed by the Yamanaka clan, was distinct from other auxiliary attack techniques. Initially, it was created for the purpose of gathering intelligence. The user could empathize with the target, reliving their painful memories to extract useful information. However, it was soon classified as a forbidden technique due to its severe side effects on the user. Ino opened her eyes. At that moment, she had become Naruto. As her eyes fluttered open, she first noticed the peeling ceiling and the cobwebbed corners of the walls. Filthy and dilapidated. This was the grim reality of Naruto's shabby apartment. It was early morning, and after a long night's sleep, Ino felt a pang of hunger. She rose and approached the refrigerator, discovering a bag of bread and a box of open milk. Overjoyed, she retrieved the food, ready to eat. However, she soon spotted mold on the bread and a sour smell emanating from the milk. Clearly, both had expired. How can I eat this? Forget it. I'll just go buy something outside. After taking some change from a nearby piggy bank, Ino hurried out the door. As she descended the stairs, she collided with a person. At that moment, she was merely a 3-year-old child, while the individual was a burly middle-aged man. The man glared at Ino with a menacing expression, and in his eyes, she perceived disdain, disgust, and hatred. Damn fox! Did your dead parents only give you eyes for your backside? Watch where you're going. Beast! He spat a thick gob of phlegm onto Ino's face. Stunned, she stood frozen, an overwhelming sense of injustice flooding her heart. Why? I merely bumped into you by accident. Why must you insult me so? Wiping away the tears from her eyes, Ino cleaned her face before continuing her quest for food. This time, she dared not run, fearful of colliding with anyone else. Shortly thereafter, she arrived in front of a steamed bun shop. The variety of buns was plentiful. Ino hesitated at the entrance, wanting to choose her favorite, but after standing there for barely 10 seconds, the shopkeeper brandished a rolling pin and shouted, "You little brat, how much longer are you going to stand there? If you want to buy something, buy it. If not, get lost. Can't you see there are others behind you?" Ino, taken aback by the tirade, stammered after a few seconds, "I would like 2 large meat buns." Damn beast! The shopkeeper cursed as he hastily prepared 2 buns, tossing them onto the ground. 200 coins. What? Ino gasped in disbelief. Aren't the large meat buns 10 coins each? Prices have gone up. They're 100 coins each now. Take it or leave it. The customers behind her snickered derisively. If you can't afford it, just get lost. Don't embarrass yourself here. Get lost. Ino's eyes brimmed with tears. She turned and fled, crying. Back in the apartment, she leaned against the door, hugging her knees as she sobbed. After a good 10 minutes, her stomach growled once more, and the sensation of hunger became unbearable. Yet, she was reluctant to step outside, knowing that anyone she encountered would regard her with disdain, disgust, and rage. With no other option, Ino reluctantly approached the dining table and consumed the previously moldy bread and expired milk. That night, Ino experienced a painful stomachache. Weak and weary, she struggled to crawl into the bathroom. The pain persisted throughout the night. No one came to check on her, to care for her, let alone to tend to her needs. Lying on the cold floor, tears streamed silently down Ino's cheeks. Why? I have done nothing wrong. Why must I be treated this way? Tomorrow will I have to face a life like this? I am in so much pain. Who will save me? Indeed, tomorrow, Naruto would also endure a similar existence, and for many years to come. Ino, wake up. Feeling someone calling her name, Ino's consciousness returned to her body. Ah! She jolted awake, tears cascading down her cheeks. Naruto-kun. Ino threw herself into Naruto's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably, unable to articulate her feelings. Naruto did not press her about what she had seen. He simply held her close, allowing her to weep. Time passed and over a month went by. One day, Naruto was once again engaged in secret training within the Forest of Death. Today, he did not summon his shadow clones for practice as was his custom. Instead, he held a kunao in his hand, its hilt adorned with a talisman, while he closed his eyes in deep contemplation of the next steps. After a while, Naruto opened his eyes. Without uttering a word, he threw the kunao. In an instant, the shuriken sliced through the 30-meter distance. Observing this, Naruto formed the hand sign for the technique, murmuring Flying Thunder God technique. Chapter 21. The Night of Annihilation. As Naruto activated the technique, his figure vanished into thin air. In the next moment, he suddenly appeared at the location of the kunao, which had already traveled a distance of 40 to 50 meters from where he had thrown it. This meant that, in the blink of an eye, Naruto had traversed several dozen meters. He reached out to retrieve the kunao, which was embedded in a tree, and an uncontrollable expression of excitement spread across his face. It worked. After a year of arduous training, I have finally mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. With this ability, my chances of success in future endeavors will significantly increase. Elated, Naruto continued to practice the technique, eager to familiarize himself with the sensation of spatial leap. After more than a year of honing his skills, he had already grasped the essence of it. Thus, after one successful attempt, the rest fell into place naturally. Although he was still somewhat clumsy compared to the Yellow Flash, Naruto was confident that with persistent practice, he could apply it in real combat. Training continued for 2 to 3 hours until he was drenched in sweat and finally sat down to rest. Holding the Flying Thunder God kunao, Naruto murmured, "After a year of effort, I have finally comprehended the principles behind the Flying Thunder God. This technique is somewhat akin to summoning. By inscribing the technique on the kunao, I can summon myself. It requires considerable perception, chakra, and reflexes. I do not claim to reach the heights of the fourth Hokage, who made a name for himself with this technique, but using the Flying Thunder God for escape is certainly within my capabilities. With this technique, I feel a renewed sense of confidence." Uchiha clan grounds. In the courtyard of the Uchiha brothers, Fugaku and Raijin, a clandestine assembly of hawkish clansmen gathered today. After months of diligent effort, the two brothers successfully garnered the support of a faction of discontented villagers to join their scheme. Present, the scrutiny from the higher-ups regarding the Uchiha clan had notably diminished. Recognizing that the moment had arrived, Fugaku and Raijin summoned their kin to finalize the revisions and arrangements of their plan. Seated at the head of the assembly, Raijin turned to his younger brother and said, "Fugaku, please reiterate your plan." "Yes, brother," Fugaku nodded in response. "Esteemed members, as I previously conveyed, the village's leadership fears the power of our clan. They have employed every means to drive us to the precipice. Inaction will surely lead to our demise. The path of a coup is now unequivocally obstructed, as we lack allies. Thus, for our own preservation, we must flee this place. Allow me to reiterate our strategy. Tomorrow, my brother, who possesses a Sharingan akin to that of the clan leader, will incite a riot within the village, aimed at shattering the barriers to facilitate the entry of Orochimaru, one of the legendary Chunnin, into Konoha. Once Orochimaru infiltrates the village, he will unleash chaos of a greater magnitude, during which we shall seize the opportunity to escape with our families to Orochimaru's clandestine stronghold. After the storm has passed, We will relocate en masse to the land of rice, and when we have amassed sufficient strength, we shall return to Konoha to avenge the years of ostracism our clan has endured. The key to persuading Orochimaru to assist us lies with Itachi Uchiha. Tomorrow night, before Raijin's operation commences, we must capture him and deliver him to Orochimaru, thus completing our transaction. The gathered Uchiha clansmen nodded in agreement. As the acknowledged sage of the clan, Fugaku's audacious proposal indicated his confidence. Moreover, many were well aware of Orochimaru's formidable prowess. He had long been a tempest within the village, and after years of evasion, his strength would only have intensified. Even in the unlikely event of failure, the hawkish members welcomed the prospect of death, for they would prefer to perish rather than continue to endure oppression from the higher-ups, choosing instead to affirm the Uchiha's enduring pride. Shortly thereafter, the meeting of the Fugaku and Raijin brothers dispersed. Unbeknownst to all, a shadow had eavesdropped on their entire conversation, vanishing in a plume of smoke shortly after their departure. The roots of a flourishing tree must extend far and wide to seek sustenance for survival. Danzo found great affinity with this notion, believing that the hokage represented the sunlight upon the leaves, while he himself embodied the extensive roots. The underground base of the root organization was designed with this philosophy in mind. This stronghold, plunging dozens of meters underground, featured a circular structure with aerial corridors connecting each level, resembling the intricate network of a tree's roots. At the very center of this root system, Danzo sat upon his throne. Not far from him stood a young man, with long black hair, crimson eyes, and deep-set features. Itachi Uchiha, aged 13. Taki, you are aware of Fugaku's plan. Will you accept my proposal, or will you choose to be ground into ashes alongside your clan? Itachi remained silent for a prolonged moment. Finally, he spoke. The Uchiha clan shall not be tarnished by tales of betrayal. Only tales of a cold-blooded beast slaughtering its kin shall emerge. Danzo revealed a subtle smile. Rest assured, I will uphold my end of the bargain. Your brother will remain safe within Konoha. Proceed, the time is set for tomorrow night. Your brother will be delayed after school, so I trust your actions will be swift. The following day, as evening approached, the Ninja Academy observed its usual dismissal time, yet today was an anomaly. The teachers announced that an examination would occur, necessitating a 3-hour delay in the students' release. Though the students exhibited considerable reluctance, they were compelled to comply under the teacher's authority. Sasuke Uchiha approached Naruto with an air of confidence, stating, Naruto, I've heard we'll be having a practice duel soon. Shall we face off? Leaning against the wall, Naruto cast a peculiar glance at Sasuke before responding with a smile. Sure. Let us have a proper match. Sasuke's expression turned puzzled. Over the past year, he had consistently challenged Naruto after each of his own advancements in skill, only to be met with nonchalant dismissals akin to his brother's, promising that next time would be different. Why the sudden eagerness today? Regardless, he decided it was a positive development that Naruto agreed to engage him seriously. In good spirits, Sasuke departed, eager to prepare for an authentic clash with Naruto. As the moon ascended into the sky, it appeared unusually ominous, tinged with a hint of red, a foreboding sign. Suddenly, a figure darted through the moonlight. Uchiha Izumi sensed something amiss and glanced up but found nothing. Was it merely an illusion? Shaking her head, she continued toward her home. Meanwhile, in the latter part of the Uchiha territory, in the living room of the Fugaku and Raijin household, they sharpened their blades, poised for action. Itachi should be returning shortly. When he does, we shall overwhelm him and seize him in an instant, Fugaku declared. The others nodded in agreement, yet Raijin remained unfazed. Itachi is merely a child. Despite his reputation as a genius, he is, in my estimation, nothing extraordinary. Capturing him should be straightforward. But the real challenge lies in confronting the multitude of elite shinobi from Konoha thereafter. Just as Raijin was halfway through his statement, a figure landed before the Fugaku and Raijin brothers. It was Itachi Uchiha. Raijin instantly reacted, springing to his feet as his eyes transformed into the shape of pinwheels, his Mangekyo Sharingan. However, before he could fully activate his vision, Itachi's gaze met his. Buzz. Upon locking eyes with Itachi, Raijin found himself immobilized, drooling as he succumbed to a genjutsu. Damn it! Fugaku realized their plan had likely been compromised. He hurriedly prepared to intervene and rescue his brother, but before he could make a move, Itachi had already unsheathed his sword, swiftly slicing through Fugaku's neck. Splat! Blood gushed forth, forming a crimson fountain. In his final moments, he beheld Itachi's eyes. Mangekyo, how could you possess such power? Chapter 22. Familiar Memories. Itaki Uchiha! How dare you slay your own kin? The remaining prominent members of the hawkish faction, splattered with blood, were jolted into awareness. They had never anticipated the situation would escalate to this extent. The very person they intended to capture and deliver to Orochimaru now wielded the blade against them. The roles of hunter and prey had seemingly reversed. Nevertheless, these individuals were seasoned warriors. They understood the necessity of eliminating Itaki, lest they meet their own demise. The murderous aura emanating from the boy was no jest. In unison, they surged forward to confront Itaki, drawing shuriken and aiming for his vital points. Ah! Ah! The cacophony of cawing echoed throughout the room. Itaki, having transformed into a crow, vanished from sight, evading their strikes. What? Ah! Ah! A series of anguished cries followed, as Itaki, having evaded them, stealthily dispatched 2 more of their number. The remaining members, now sweating profusely, were utterly bewildered by Itaki's elusive movements. Just as they stood in confusion, Itaki struck once more, swiftly dispatching each of them. In a mere span of breaths, 7 or 8 elite Uchiha hawkish members lay slain within the room, including the Mangekyo wielder, Raijin. Ensnared in the Tsukuyomi, he could not muster any resistance. Itaki plunged his blade into his heart, extinguishing his life without him unleashing a single jutsu. What is that sound? The scent of blood. We are under attack. As the other members of the Uchiha clan sensed an anomaly and emerged to investigate, they unexpectedly encountered Itaki Uchiha. Itaki, a man of few words but lethal intent, dispatched his victims with ruthless efficiency, their heads rolling one after another. Some, in their final moments, questioned him, "Itaki, why do you turn against your own kin?" Without uttering a single word, Itaki continued his grim slaughter. In no time, both the young and old of the Uchiha clan, including their beloved pets, lay slaughtered at his hands. Only a handful of the swift managed to flee the clan's territory, but even outside, another figure awaited them. The Uchiha clan was destined to be utterly annihilated. After Itaki had moved from the backyard to the front yard, a shadow clad in black robes emerged slowly from the well of the Uchiha Wind family. The figure was agile, swiftly leaping to the home of Uchiha Rai. Without a moment's hesitation, he approached the corpses of the Wind and Rai brothers, producing a scroll and forming hand seals. Moments later, the brothers' bodies were sealed within the scroll. With the corpses secured, the cloaked figure did not pause. He made swift hand signs to activate a certain technique. In the next instant, he vanished as if he had never existed. After his disappearance, the very fabric of space twisted in a spiral. Another figure in black robes arrived at the scene, surveying his surroundings only to discover that his primary targets were inexplicably missing. What is going on? Where are the bodies of Wind and Rai? As he spoke, a half-formed figure emerged from the wooden wall, a being of black and white. White Zetsu just reported that a person resembling you appeared 20 miles away in the Konoha forest. Perhaps he has taken the bodies. Someone who looks like me? Uchiha Obito was taken aback. Indeed, even the spiraled mask on his face is identical. Obito fell silent, pondering the implication. A black robe is one thing, but a matching mask, what does that signify? Intriguing. I shall uncover your true identity. With a twist of space, Obito transported himself into a different dimension. Moments later, his vortex materialized in the Konoha forest. Not far from him stood a figure clad similarly, silently observing Obito's arrival. Their gazes locked. No, rather, their eyes met, both obscured by masks that revealed only one eye, each adorned with a spiraled pattern. Did you think you could take my possessions and simply depart? Obito spoke coldly. Reveal your identity, and return the eyes of Wind and Rai to me. You certainly have guts to obstruct the path of Uchiha Madara. The cloaked figure replied with a chilling laughter. This revelation left Obito momentarily speechless. You are Madara? Then what role am I playing in this? Regardless, whoever you are, you shall perish here. As for your true visage, I shall unveil it myself. With that, Obito flicked his wrist, sending a few kunao flying towards the cloaked figure. The figure deftly drew kunao from his waist, deflecting Obito's projectiles. In an instant, Obito had closed the distance, rushing towards him. The cloaked figure, seeing this, whirled his kunao and thrust it toward Obito's head with remarkable speed and precision, as if he had anticipated Obito's every move. Obito was taken aback. His feigned assault with kunao had led him to initiate close combat, intending to use the element of surprise to pull his opponent into the Kamui dimension. However, he found himself countered by the opponent's swift attack. Nonetheless, it mattered little, for his Kamui defense was invulnerable. Those unfamiliar with his abilities would find it nearly impossible to injure him through physical means. Conversely, he often capitalized on his opponent's offensive moves, seizing the moment to strike decisively. Today seemed to be a repeat of an old script. With a rush, he activated Kamui. The cloaked figure's hand passed harmlessly through Obito's head. In that fleeting moment of the opponent's attack missing entirely, Obito reached for the figure's wrist. This time, I have triumphed. Yet, just as he prepared to make contact and unleash his attack, a sense of foreboding washed over him. He maintained his intangible state, only to see a figure springing forth from beneath the ground. A shadow clone? When did that happen? In an instant, the shadow clone's attack was evaded by Obito's phasing. The two swiftly distanced themselves from each other. In this initial round, Obito found himself at a slight disadvantage. Beneath his mask, his brow furrowed. This adversary was peculiar. It was as if he knew exactly how Obito would intercept him, even deploying a shadow clone beforehand to set a trap. He needed to be more cautious. Donning a pair of shackles from beneath his cloak, Obito began to move strategically, searching for an opportunity to strike. The cloaked figure, armed with kunao, remained on high alert. At a critical moment, both launched their attacks. As they charged forward, the cloaked figure hurled a kunao toward Obito's face. The weapon was rendered ineffective against his Kamui. Instinctively, Obito felt a sense of déjà vu regarding this scene. However, the battlefield demanded his full attention. In the blink of an eye, they were engaged in close quarters. It appeared that Obito would make contact first. The moment he did, he planned to employ the dojutsu technique, which would tip the scales of victory in his favor. The cloaked figure would only have time for one attack, but as long as Kamui was active, he would remain unscathed. This time, the victory was assuredly his. Suddenly, a sound like rushing wind enveloped him. Obito turned towards the source, only to see the cloaked figure coalescing a blue sphere of chakra in his hand. Obito's eyes widened. Is that a Rasengan? The moment he recognized the technique, memories of his battle with Minato 7 years prior flooded back. The scenes were eerily similar. Could this person possibly be? At the last possible moment, Obito abandoned his attack. Under the influence of Kamui, they once again passed through one another. After creating distance, they turned to face each other, yet neither chose to strike again. Obito's expression beneath the mask darkened ominously. It was impossible for this to be his. Both he and his wife were certainly dead. This adversary was peculiar. From their very first encounter, he felt a disquieting familiarity, as if this person knew everything about him. This battle could not continue. He needed to retreat and gather the Sharingan before devising a longer-term strategy. Resolute, Obito began to distort his form once more. He was about to leave. Before departing, Obito coldly declared, "Whoever you are, should you dare to obstruct me, you shall meet a most gruesome end." Chapter 23. The black-robed figure and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Shortly after Naruto's arrival, he resolved to seize the Sharingan during the Uchiha clan massacre. To this end, he deployed numerous shadow clones, utilizing transformation techniques to infiltrate various locations within Konoha to gather intelligence. Among these, the Uchiha clan's territory was under particularly close surveillance. Drawing upon the camouflage skills he acquired during his time as a soldier in his previous life, his clones managed to lie in ambush within the Uchiha grounds for over 3 months without detection, a feat of patience and effort that was not to be underestimated. This diligence ultimately yielded a wealth of invaluable first-hand information. Subsequently, having mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, Naruto easily infiltrated the Uchiha clan territory and successfully retrieved the eyes of Uchiha Wind and Uchiha Rai, whom he had long been monitoring. Among the many Uchiha clan members, he selected these two brothers. Wind and Rai being blood relatives, both had participated in the ninja wars. Rai, in particular, was exceptionally gifted, awakening his 3-tomo Sharingan even before the Third Great Ninja War, where he witnessed his father's tragic demise at the hands of an enemy, prompting him to unlock the Mangekyo Sharingan. Wind was slightly less exceptional but still boasted the prowess of a 3-tomo Sharingan. In essence, as long as he acquires their eyes, Naruto's aspiration to awaken the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan will become significantly more attainable. However, the execution of this task presents several formidable challenges. Infiltrating the Uchiha compound, evading attackee, locating the target, eliminating the target, and ultimately escaping. With the assistance of Kagura's clairvoyance and the information gathered by Naruto's shadow clones over the past few months, the initial phases pose little concern. The crux of the matter lies in the escape. As those familiar with the original narrative are aware, another figure has been covertly maneuvering behind the scenes, Uchiha Obito. His spatio-temporal dojutsu is a particularly troublesome entity. Even if Naruto masters the Flying Thunder God technique, evading him effortlessly is no simple feat thus. Naruto resolved to prepare for the worst. To counter Obito, he specifically selected the wooded area as the battleground, and indeed, Obito pursued him without fail. Recognizing Obito's formidable strength, Naruto lacked absolute confidence in his victory, prompting him to devise a ruse. He adopted the guise of Madara, mimicking his appearance and employing tactics reminiscent of their previous encounters when the fourth Hokage faced him, all in an effort to instill psychological pressure on Obito. At the moment Obito's doubts began to surface, Naruto planned to unleash a fierce attack using the adamantine sealing chains and the Flying Thunder God technique. Initially anticipating a fierce battle, Naruto was taken aback when Obito withdrew. Nonetheless, this development proved advantageous, sparing Naruto from further complications. Although he harbored a desire to eliminate Obito and acquire Kamui, should he truly provoke that wretch, it would likely become exceedingly difficult for him to contend with the situation using his current abilities. For now, the original plan proceeded smoothly. Securing 2 pairs of Sharingan was sufficient compensation for his efforts over the past few months. After confirming that Obito was no longer nearby with Kagura's clairvoyance, Naruto formed hand seals, activating the preset Flying Thunder God mark, and vanished from the location. He had matters to attend to that night. In the murky waters, he sought to fish for greater gains. Merely acquiring Sharingan would not satiate his appetite. Shortly after Naruto departed using the Flying Thunder God technique, his shadow clones left behind in Konoha seemed to have received a directive. They promptly dispelled their disguises. The once mundane logs and stones revealed their true forms, all of which were Naruto's shadow clones, strategically placed by him. Utilizing Kagura's clairvoyance, which extended over a radius of 25 kilometers, he required only 15 shadow clones to monitor the movements of all Konoha's formidable ninjas. However, following this night, there would be no further need for surveillance. Naruto had issued new orders to his shadow clones to wreak havoc within Konoha. Once he succeeded, for an extended period, Konoha would remain in a state of heightened alert, striving to bolster their internal defenses. Continuing surveillance risked revealing their tactics. The shadow clones executed their actions with remarkable speed. They appeared in the commercial district, the in-street, residential areas, and even near the Hokage's office, throwing numerous explosive tags and kunao without employing any particularly potent jutsu. Boom! The resounding explosions echoed throughout Konoha. Help! Someone save us! Hokage-sama! Please, help us! Ah! My leg! The cries of anguish were incessant. Nearby Umbu members rushed to assess the situation. Upon recognizing the instigator, a figure clad in a black cloak and wearing a spiral-patterned mask, they immediately engaged. Shurikens and jutsu were unleashed in a bid to neutralize this audacious individual who dared to wreak destruction in Konoha. However, the cloaked figure had no intention of lingering. Spotting the approaching assailants, he swiftly produced a smoke bomb and hurled it to the ground. Boom! A thick cloud of smoke billowed forth. Several Umbu members hastily leaped down to intercept the enemy's escape, but it was already too late. The cloaked figure had vanished without a trace. Damn it! The Umbu squad leader cursed. He surveyed the surroundings, which were in utter disarray. Flames engulfed half the street, and numerous Konoha villagers lay injured or even lifeless. How could this happen? He only used explosive tags. How could he obliterate half the commercial district? It must be modified explosive tags. I just saw with my Byakugan that those tags not only created shockwaves upon detonation but also unleashed fierce flames and a multitude of rock debris. That guy must have enhanced the explosive tags. Damn it! Hyuga Araki, you pursue him with your Byakugan while I report to the third Hokage. Yes. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen had shed his usual Hokage robes for a black combat outfit. The Umbu squad leader who first encountered the cloaked figure stood a short distance behind him. Observing the inferno consuming the village, Hiruzen immediately inquired about the adversary's status. What is the situation with the enemy? He is clad in a black cloak and wears a spiral-patterned mask. So far, he has employed modified explosive tags for destruction, moving with remarkable agility and avoiding confrontation. 15 such individuals have been spotted, primarily along the route from the Hokage office to the Uchiha clan. The mention of a mask and black cloak furrowed Hiruzen's brow. Could this be the individual that Minato had mentioned? Regardless of who it was, the primary objective remained, to thwart this threat. Let us move. Additionally, arrange a team to protect Naruto. The Nine Tails must not be compromised. Yes. With that, Sarutobi Hiruzen departed with a squad of elite Umbu. He intended to confront the cloaked masked man. With neither the Hokage nor his direct Umbu guardians present, the Hokage building now stood eerily vacant. A figure in a black cloak seized the opportunity, emerging from the alley. A smile crept beneath his mask. Third Hokage, I presume you fear the return of that masked man from the Ninetales incident. Do you not? Go, pursue those masked individuals. I shall make myself at home and claim the treasures within the Hokage's scroll storage. With that, he formed hand seals. Buzz.
Transformation technique.
Boom. As the white smoke dissipated, the cloaked figure transformed into the likeness of the third Hokage. Entering the Hokage building, the remaining guards immediately sensed an intruder. They approached to investigate, only to find what they believed to be the third Hokage. Third Hokage? Weren't you just outside? No, wait. Yes, not the third. Be cautious. What? Ah, what is this chain? My chakra. I can't move my body. Several guards recognized the deception almost immediately, but it was too late. This brief moment of hesitation was sufficient for Naruto to eliminate them all with the adamantine sealing chains. Having swiftly dispatched them, Naruto made his way to the scroll storage room. There lay the sealing tome he sought. It contained a plethora of Konoha's forbidden techniques, including the reanimation jutsu. In the original story, Naruto learned the multi-shadow clone technique from this very book. However, Dante's ambitions far exceeded Naruto's. He desired all the forbidden techniques contained within that tome. Typically, this place was heavily guarded, with the Hokage overseeing it, making the theft of the sealing tome nearly impossible. Yet today, due to the Uchiha incident, many Umbu were preoccupied, and with his shadow clones drawing attention elsewhere, the defenses here were exceptionally vulnerable. If he did not seize this treasure now, when would he? Before long, Naruto exited the Hokage office, and to eliminate any evidence, he ignited the entire Hokage building, reducing it to a blazing inferno. At the Ninja Academy, Naruto, leaning against the wall, sensed something amiss. He raised his hand, signaling Iruka-sensei, "May I be excused to the restroom?" Iruka, suspecting nothing, permitted him to go. Once in the restroom, he retrieved a kunao marked with the Flying Thunder God seal. Whoosh! The normally attired Naruto followed the kunao to his shadow clone's side. "The rest is up to you," the clone said before vanishing with a puff. Thus, Naruto's elaborate plans for the night reached their perfect conclusion. No one would be able to locate him here, for everything was orchestrated by the enigmatic figure clad in a swirling mask and black robe, bearing no relation to his status as a Ninetales Jinchuriki. Chapter 24. After the incident, Uchiha Itachi approached a young girl, wielding a bloodied butcher's knife. The girl, named Uchiha Izumi, was Itachi's childhood friend, with mutual feelings between them. Yet now, they found themselves in an abysmal conflict of life and death. Izumi could not fathom why Itachi would commit such acts. "Itachi, answer me. Why must you kill so many?" Itachi, with a stoic expression, replied, "To temper my own character." "You lie, Itachi." Izumi seemed to perceive the anomaly in Itachi's gaze. She wanted to say more, but Itachi was no longer willing to listen. He feared revealing any sign of weakness. In a swift motion, he delivered a punch to Izumi's abdomen, causing her to roll her eyes back in near unconsciousness. The three-tomo Sharingan transformed into a pinwheel shape. Upon activating the Mangekyo Sharingan, Uchiha members acquired unique abilities. Itachi's eyes were endowed with Amaterasu in his right eye and Tsukuyomi in his left. The former was known as an everlasting flame, while the latter was a powerful genjutsu capable of ensnaring one in a vivid illusion. Gazing into Izumi's eyes, Itachi invoked Tsukuyomi. Gently placing Izumi on the ground, he quietly offered a requiem for his childhood friend. "Rest easy. In the realm of Tsukuyomi you shall perish without suffering." Meanwhile, Sasuke sprinted homeward. His brother and parents must be waiting for him to return for dinner. He could not keep them waiting. The blood moon loomed ominously overhead. As he neared the clan grounds, Sasuke instinctively slowed his pace, having caught a whiff of a faint metallic scent. "What is this smell? Who is it?" Sasuke searched for the source of the odor, and when he looked up, he saw a shadow crouched upon a utility pole, staring down at him. The blood-red eyes sent a chill down his spine. His legs weakened, and he fell to the ground. The figure on the pole vanished from view in a flash. When it reappeared, it was mere inches from Sasuke. "Brother?" Upon recognizing Itachi, Sasuke felt a wave of relief. He rose and clung to Itachi's leg. "Oniai-chan, were you waiting for me? There was a surprise exam at school today, so?" Sasuke's words faltered as he noticed his brother's terrifying expression, one he had never seen before. "Brother?" "Tsukuyomi." Thud. Sasuke's heart skipped a beat. In the next moment, a multitude of horrific visions flooded his mind. The ghastly scenes of his parents' demise, accompanied by the anguished wails of countless clan members. Those who had suffered fatal injuries still lingered, dragging their severed heads before Sasuke. Sasuke. It was Itachi who killed us. He slaughtered everyone. Avenge us. Kill Itachi. Avenge us. Ah! Sasuke clutched his head and collapsed to the ground, blood tears streaming from his eyes, which turned a deep crimson. Sharingan, one Tomo form. Itachi, why? Why did you kill mom and dad? Why did you kill everyone? Why would you do this? Raising his head, Sasuke glared at Itachi with those blood-red eyes. Sasuke's fierce gaze and consecutive roars held a semblance of intimidation. While an ordinary person might be moved, in front of Itachi, Sasuke's threatening aura was utterly insignificant. Itachi kicked Sasuke over, eliciting a cry of anguish from him. But Itachi had no intention of sparing him easily. He pressed his foot upon Sasuke's face. Oh, my foolish little brother, do you really need a reason to kill? If one must be given, it would be to gauge my own composure. Sasuke grasped Itachi's foot, his eyes brimming with humiliation and hatred. Gauge? You say gauge? You murdered our entire clan, all for the sake of this so-called measurement. Uchiha Itachi looked down at Sasuke with an expression of disdain. The weak cannot comprehend. I cannot be bothered to explain. You are not worthy of hearing it. A wretched insect like you is not even worth my time to slay. If you wish for revenge, then strive to grow stronger, and come find me. My foolish, mediocre little brother. I will graciously teach you how to become powerful. Cultivate your hatred. It will make you ever stronger. With that, Itachi vanished like a crow, disappearing from the scene. Unrestrained, Sasuke scrambled to his feet, drawing the kunai that Itachi had once gifted him, scanning his surroundings, yet finding no trace of Itachi. With no outlet for his pent-up fear and resentment, Sasuke could only unleash a futile, thunderous roar. Uchiha Itachi. 7 days later, although a week had passed since the Uchiha clan massacre, the event remained so shocking that many continued to discuss it as a topic of casual conversation. Not only the adults but even the children at the Ninja Academy often recounted the events of that fateful night. Some claimed to have witnessed Uchiha Itachi in the act of murder, while others spoke of the figure in the black robe attacking the village. In any case, the topic was ablaze with intrigue. Harino Sakura, unconcerned with the rest, was filled with worry as she gazed at Sasuke's empty seat. The urge to visit Sasuke surged within her. Contemplating this, she turned to her friend Ino sitting beside her. Ino, after school, will you accompany me to visit Sasuke? He hasn't been here for a week, and I'm quite worried about him. Ino hesitated. It was not that she did not want to go, but she was fearful after such a tragedy had recently occurred. However, upon seeing Sakura's hopeful expression, she felt unable to refuse. Glancing towards Naruto in the front row, Ino hatched an idea. Seizing the moment when the teacher turned away, Ino passed a note to Naruto. Naruto, who had been dozing off, suddenly felt a tap on his shoulder. Turning around, he found Ino engaging in covert actions. Receiving the note, Naruto opened it to find Ino's neat handwriting, requesting him to accompany her to visit Sasuke. With no objections, he gave a thumbs-up gesture behind him. Understanding his intention, Ino handed Naruto another note. This one read, "Thank you." This time, Naruto did not use gestures. He returned a note of his own. Ino opened it, her face instantly flushed with embarrassment. Harino Sakura, observing the exchange between the two, felt a surge of irritation. She leaned in to glimpse the note in Ino's hand, and saw it read, "Happy to serve the most beautiful girl in Konoha." Sakura rolled her eyes, wishing she could snatch the note and tear it to shreds. A little voice in her head was furiously critiquing, "That brat Naruto is so slick. I must not let Ino be deceived by him." Thanks to Naruto's antics, Ino, who should have been infatuated with Sasuke, did not follow the same path, thus avoiding any jealousy issues with Sakura. Consequently, the two remained very good friends. However, as Ino's friend, Sakura harbored a deep disdain for Naruto, considering him a weirdo unworthy of associating with them, and thus did not want Ino to have any connections with him. Yet Sakura was also cunning. She did not openly advise Ino to distance herself from Naruto, but rather planned to find an opportunity to create some friction between the two. Chapter 25. Blame it on not being Uchiha. Time flew, and as the sun set, it was once again time for school to end. Sakura, Naruto, and Ino left the school together. As planned, they intended to visit Sasuke, who had been absent for a week. "Naruto-kun, are you all going to visit Sasuke-kun?" Just as they exited the school gates, a soft voice called out to Naruto. He turned to see a delicate-looking girl with short hair standing by the school entrance. It was Hinata. "Yes, we are going to see Sasuke. Is there a problem? I would like to join you if that's all right." Hinata spoke hesitantly, much like in the original narrative. This girl was exceedingly introverted and shy. In his childhood, Naruto befriended little Hinata under the pretense of extracting the Hyuga clan's chakra extraction technique. Now, after several years of friendship, she was somewhat more at ease with Naruto in private, yet in crowded settings, she found it difficult to raise her voice. Naruto, unfazed, readily agreed. Sure, if you're willing, then let's go. Despite his apparent aloofness, deep down, he sensed that she longed for someone to show her care. Sakura remained silent, yet her inner turmoil was palpable. A furious voice echoed in her mind, chastising Naruto. You fool! Don't act as if you understand Sasuke. Moreover, she had merely invited Ino to join her. How had it suddenly escalated to 4 people? How could she find an opportunity to be alone with Sasuke now? However, Sakura's nightmare was just beginning. Shikamaru with his ponytail, and Koji, wearing his trademark triangle-patterned underwear on his head, emerged from the school. Shikamaru casually interjected, though it's troublesome, since we run into each other, we might as well tag along. Koji, shoving a handful of limited-edition octopus-flavored chips into his mouth, added, I brought these special chips for Sasuke to try. As they spoke, Kiba, accompanied by his dog Akamaru, and the unassuming Shino also made their way out of the school. Thus, a rather remarkable group from Naruto's class assembled, collectively heading toward the Uchiha clan's territory. The sky darkened. Although Konoha was equipped with electricity and streetlights, the pathway to the Uchiha residence remained dimly lit, with some lights flickering ominously, creating an unsettling atmosphere. The already isolated Uchiha district appeared even more foreboding under such conditions, particularly following the blood-soaked night of the clan's massacre, which had added an air of eeriness and terror. Upon arriving at the Uchiha residence, Naruto approached the door only to discover it was unlocked, allowing the group to step inside. Although the corpses had been cleared away, and a week had passed, a lingering metallic scent of blood still permeated the air. Ino unconsciously tightened her grip on Naruto's arm, and Hinata, trailing closely behind Naruto, felt an inexplicable discomfort at the sight. Yet, her naturally reserved demeanor prevented her from acting on it. The group ventured deeper into the compound until Naruto halted and called out to a small courtyard. Sasuke, are you home? After calling several times without a response, Shikamaru questioned Naruto, have you been here before? Are you sure this is Sasuke's house? Taken aback, Naruto hesitated. He had been lurking here for months, acutely aware of who resided in each of the courtyards, but he could not divulge this information without raising suspicions. I've never been here, he deflected. Then why are you calling out? Shikamaru retorted, exasperated. It's a man's intuition, Naruto replied with a grin. Just as Sakura was about to scold Naruto for wasting their time, Kiba's little dog Akamaru barked twice, drawing everyone's attention. Woof, woof, Akamaru, did you find something? Kiba exclaimed, placing Akamaru on the ground. The dog turned back to bark at his owner before sprinting toward the backyard. Moments later, the sound of striking a wooden post reached their ears. Everyone recognized the source of the noise, as Sasuke was the only remaining member of the Uchiha clan. They hurriedly jogged towards a training ground within the Uchiha territory, which was equipped with various training apparatuses. Upon arriving, they found Sasuke fiercely attacking a training post, sweat pouring from him, his hands bloodied and raw, yet he remained unfazed, relentlessly pummeling the post. He was venting his frustrations. As they entered the training ground, Sakura rushed forward and grabbed Sasuke's arm, pleading, Sasuke, stop, your hands are already injured. Sasuke shot her a furious glare, retorting, get lost, who asked for your concern? He forcefully shook her off, causing her to stumble and fall. Sakura. Ino immediately rushed to help her friend, noticing the tears welling in Sakura's eyes. Ino couldn't help but confront Sasuke. Sasuke, Sakura came specifically to see you. How can you treat her like this? I didn't invite you here. Now, please return from whence you came, before I lose my temper. Sasuke barked without turning back, continuing his relentless assault on the wooden post. Ino was incensed, while Naruto intervened. Let it go, Ino. But he has gone too far. Ino protested. Hearing her words, Sasuke suddenly turned to face them. What are you all chattering about? Can't you hear me telling you to leave? His outburst caught everyone's attention, with Shikamaru being the first to notice the change. Sasuke's eyes, those were the Sharingan. The crimson hue was terrifying. The timid Hinata was taken aback by Sasuke's overwhelming aura. Originally, his eyes were black, but now his pupils glowed blood red, evoking fear in all who beheld them. Anyone with even a modicum of knowledge about the Uchiha clan would recognize this as the manifestation of the awakened Sharingan. Ino trembled under the pressure of Sasuke's intimidating presence, while Naruto's brow furrowed. Stepping forward, he addressed Sasuke. It seems your mind needs to be cooled. Sasuke let out a cold laugh. What? Do you think you can defeat me now that I've awakened my eyes? Naruto Uzumaki? Shikamaru, understanding Naruto's intentions, cautioned. Just let it go, Naruto. Once the Uchiha awaken their eyes, they gain unparalleled dynamic vision, significantly enhancing their taijutsu. Though you could easily dominate Sasuke before, things have changed now. We should head back and let him cool off for a few days, then come back to talk to him. Naruto disregarded Shikamaru's advice. Shikamaru, you take them back. I'll help him regain his clarity. Despite Ino and Hineda's simultaneous attempts to dissuade him, Naruto remained resolute. Naruto Uzumaki, if you seek a fight, I shall show you the vast chasm in talent between the Uchiha and a mere commoner like you. When I leave you battered and broken, don't blame me. Blame your lack of Sharingan. Sasuke smirked, and in the next instant, he propelled himself toward Naruto with breathtaking speed. Chapter 26. Naruto and Sasuke. Koji's eyes widened in alarm, revealing his nervousness. When anxious, he often found solace in food. Thus, he pulled out a bag of chips, ripping open the vacuum-sealed package with a loud pop. He shoved the chips into his mouth, glancing at Shikamaru. What should we do? Should we stop them? Shikamaru sighed deeply. Both of them are stubborn and refuse to listen. Let us just watch for now. If Naruto is at a disadvantage, we'll step in to prevent the frenzied Sasuke from seriously injuring him. Such speed. The distance between them was not great. Yet Sasuke closed in on Naruto in the blink of an eye. His velocity was astonishing. The onlookers could clearly see that Sasuke, having activated his Sharingan, was a transformed individual compared to just days before. Without any embellishment, once Sasuke was close enough, he raised his hand and delivered a powerful punch aimed directly at Naruto's face. Now, Sasuke was brimming with confidence. Naruto Uzumaki was no longer worthy of his regard. Indeed, in the days when he lacked awareness, Naruto was slightly superior to him, but now he has grown tenfold in strength, and he is confident that a single punch could render Naruto unconscious. However, to Sasuke's surprise, Naruto effortlessly evaded his confident strike with a mere step back. After dodging Sasuke's attack, Naruto pivoted and unleashed a whirlwind kick aimed at Sasuke's abdomen. Leaf Hurricane. Though he did not exert his full power, the speed of his kick was still remarkable. Yet, the Sharingan lived up to its illustrious reputation. To Sasuke, Naruto's whirlwind kick appeared to unfold in slow motion. An attack that could be anticipated posed no threat. Sasuke crossed his arms defensively to block Naruto's assault, simultaneously devising his counterattack strategy. After successfully blocking, he seized the opportunity to retaliate, first sweeping Naruto's legs to destabilize him, followed by a heavy punch aimed at Naruto's abdomen. With just one punch, he believed he could incapacitate Naruto. Bang! In the blink of an eye, their fists and feet collided with a dull thud. Although the impact was more forceful than he had anticipated, Sasuke managed to withstand the blow. He then proceeded to execute his planned leg sweep against Naruto's slightly steadied stance, delivering a vicious kick to Naruto's knee. If that vulnerable spot were to be struck, Naruto's speed and agility would surely be compromised, leaving him vulnerable to Sasuke's onslaught. In theory, this was a splendid plan, but reality dealt a harsh blow to Sasuke's expectations. Suddenly, Naruto performed a backflip, widening the distance between them, and with a surge of energy, he lunged forward, his core driving his legs to launch another attack. Leaf Gale. What? Caught off guard, Sasuke was struck by the spinning kick, sending him hurtling backward. As he lay on the ground, struggling to rise and gaze at Naruto, pain overwhelmed him, and he lost consciousness before he could utter a word. In just 2 exchanges, the once arrogant Uchiha Sasuke lay defeated. Several onlookers felt a chill run down their spines as they grasped a terrifying truth. Naruto had undoubtedly been concealing his true abilities. During their training sessions at the Ninja Academy, Naruto and Sasuke often sparred, and while Naruto consistently emerged victorious, the difference seemed negligible. Perhaps a mere 5-point difference in their scores. However, what transpired today was entirely different. Even with his newly awakened powers, Sasuke was no match for Naruto, indicating that the former Naruto had indeed been holding back. Yet, not everyone was preoccupied with this revelation. Sasuke. Sakura Haruno's attention was solely on Sasuke. Seeing him unconscious, she rushed forward to assess his condition, prompting the others to follow suit. Observing Sakura's anxious demeanor as she cradled Sasuke, Naruto reassured her, "Don't worry, I controlled my strength. He will only be briefly unconscious and will be fine." Sakura was not appeased, retorting, controlled your strength? What good does that do? Do you even know what Sasuke has been through? Why did you have to hurt him further? Shikamaru stepped in. Sakura, knocking Sasuke out isn't necessarily a bad thing. You've seen his condition. His bloodshot eyes indicate he hasn't slept in at least 2 days. Letting him rest is actually beneficial. What should we do afterward? Koji asked between bites. We can't just leave Sasuke here. Even the astute Shikamaru found himself momentarily at a loss. The night was growing late, and they could not linger much longer. Bringing Sasuke back would be even less appropriate given the attention he was receiving from the entire village. Naruto suddenly interjected. You all should head back. I can take care of Sasuke. Can you really handle it? Kiba questioned skeptically. Don't underestimate me. I've been living on my own for years. I can manage minor ailments, and I can certainly deal with Sasuke's situation. It's getting late, and your families are waiting, so hurry back. Ino, with a worried expression, suggested, how about I stay with you? Naruto shook his head. Go back. Don't worry your family. Seeing Naruto's resolve, Ino eventually nodded in agreement. All right, we'll leave it to you, Shikamaru said, casting a deep glance at Naruto, followed by a smile. Thus, the group departed, each consumed by their own thoughts. Naruto looked down at Sasuke, sprawled on the ground with limbs akimbo, and shook his head. He removed his jacket to use as a pillow for Sasuke and sent out shadow clones to gather firewood, then ignited a campfire on the training field. It was September, and although autumn had not fully set in, the air was already turning chilly. During the search for firewood, one of the clones stumbled upon a flock of domesticated chickens. Having missed dinner, Naruto unabashedly commanded the clone to catch 2 and prepare them. Before long, the aroma of roasting chicken wafted through the air, tantalizing and inviting. Perhaps due to hunger or having finally rested enough, Sasuke stirred from the ground. His gaze fell first upon Naruto, silhouetted against the flickering flames. After resting, Sasuke's mind felt clearer. He lowered his head and asked, Why are you still here? I found some wild chickens and couldn't resist the temptation to roast them. Naruto replied without turning around. Sasuke had no retort. A silence enveloped them. After a while, Sasuke suddenly spoke up. How did you become so strong? Ever since awakening my eyes, I can feel a significant boost in my power, yet you still manage to defeat me effortlessly. Tell me, why is that? Why am I so weak? Naruto remained silent, presenting Sasuke with one of the roasted chickens. Eat this first and then we can talk. Sasuke regarded Naruto intently but refrained from asking further. Accepting the chicken, he inhaled its enticing aroma, and his resolve crumbled. After days of inadequate sustenance, the sight of the richly flavored, succulent roasted chicken was unbearable, and he began to devour it voraciously. Naruto's eating manners were far more refined. He tore at the chicken, alternating bites with sips of water. After consuming nearly half a chicken, Sasuke felt a thirst arise. He snatched the water container from Naruto and poured it into his mouth. What is this, alcohol? Naruto grimaced, muttering, this stuff hardly qualifies as alcohol. The alcohol content is lower than my urine. What did you say? Sasuke couldn't quite catch Naruto's remark. Nothing, just drink it. Although you're still young, a small amount is good for you. Don't preach to me. Just because you tell me to drink it, I will? You're just a kid yourself, acting like an adult. Sasuke retorted coldly before downing the contents of the container in one go. Chapter 27, Mutual Understanding. The Uchiha clan had been utterly annihilated, and although the empty houses within their territory were uninhabited, some household items remained. The seasonings Naruto used for roasting the chicken and the alcohol he had just consumed were found in one of the abandoned homes, which appeared to belong to a collector of spirits, as there was a considerable stock remaining. Even though Sasuke had taken 1 bottle, Naruto had plenty more beside him. With the mildly spicy sake, both Sasuke and Naruto finished an entire chicken. Wiping his mouth with his sleeve, Sasuke rose and addressed Naruto. Naruto, tell me, how did you become so strong? With that, he bowed at a 90-degree angle, an act of humility from the once arrogant Sasuke, which startled Naruto. However, considering Sasuke had not yet reached that particularly egotistical phase, it was understandable that he would humbly seek guidance from Naruto in his quest for strength. Naruto did not mind extending a modicum of kindness to this future powerhouse. He gestured towards the empty space beside him and said, Please take a seat. Sasuke, without hesitation, settled quietly beside Naruto. Sasuke, you are but 7 years old. In approximately a decade, your prowess will rank among the top 3 of all human warriors. What? Sasuke responded, confused. Naruto merely smiled, refraining from elaborating. What I mean is, you possess immense potential. Your current weakness is merely a result of insufficient training. Well then, Since we are alone today, allow me to impart some guidance. The absence of onlookers was indeed a reality. In recent times, the village had suffered significant damage, with many ninjas dispatched to fend off spies from foreign lands. Even the surveillance on Naruto had relaxed considerably, as he had not noticed anyone watching him in recent days, indicating that the third Hokage was also short-handed. Of course, it was not entirely devoid of scrutiny. At the very least, Naruto sensed occasional signs of being watched, suspecting it was the third Hokage employing some technique to monitor him. However, this level of observation was far more tolerable than being watched in real time. Returning to the matter at hand, Naruto gathered his thoughts and commenced his enlightening discourse with Sasuke. In the past few years, I have devoted 16 hours daily to training, laboring tirelessly during those hours, yet when it comes time to rest, I set everything aside. Even the strongest have their limits. Balance between work and rest is paramount. A person is like a taut string. Too much tension may lead to a break, while excessive relaxation may result in decay. Thus, both extremes are detrimental. Sasuke, what is most crucial for you now is to maintain a calm mindset. Training is essential, yet so is rest. Pursuing immediate results will only lead to exhaustion. I cannot do it. Sasuke, being astute, understood Naruto's intent, yet found himself incapable of following through. Recently, every time he closed his eyes, the image of that man consumed him. I must kill him. I will definitely kill him. This thought dominated his every waking moment, and by the time he regained his senses, he found himself mercilessly attacking the wooden post. This rage you cannot possibly comprehend. Indeed, within the entirety of Konoha, few could grasp the depth of Sasuke's emotions. Sasuke had once lived a life of perfection. A seemingly stern father, a gentle and kind mother, a brother who adored him. In terms of material wealth, the Uchiha clan lacked for nothing. They held a prominent status. One could say that Sasuke was fortunate to be born with a silver spoon. However, one fateful day, his beloved brother wielded a blade and slaughtered their entire family like livestock. Sasuke found himself crawling before that man like an insect, who could not even be bothered to take his life. From a joyous family to utter desolation, Sasuke was utterly unprepared for such a loss, and the grief and despair were too profound to articulate. Naruto could understand, yet he could not convey this to Sasuke. He did not intend to persuade this obstinate child with mere words. Instead, he aimed to make him realize that he was not alone. Let me teach you a jutsu. Perhaps if you demonstrate it on me, it might lighten your mood a bit. Sasuke paused, pondering whether it was a powerful offensive technique. Well, somewhat. I find the technique rather interesting. However, I need you to promise me not to disclose it to anyone else, as I learned it from someone else. Without hesitation, Sasuke raised his hand to the heavens, declaring, I, Uchiha Sasuke, swear to the heavens that I will never reveal what Naruto has taught me. Subsequently, Naruto imparted the technique he had learned from Ino to Uchiha Sasuke. The hand seals are relatively simple. Observe closely. Sasuke, being the genius he was, mastered the technique in merely 3 hours, a feat that had taken Naruto over an hour to achieve. Now, demonstrate it on me. Naruto spread his arms wide, awaiting Sasuke's execution of the jutsu. Without further ado, Sasuke formed the seals and executed the technique. Buzz. Mind-body switch technique. Following this, Sasuke's consciousness delved into Naruto's mind, while his own body collapsed to the ground, devoid of control. Suddenly, Naruto recalled something and murmured to himself, "Oh no, I forgot to teach him how to release the mind-body switch technique. But never mind, let him experience it for a few minutes. I'll help him out after I finish this jug of sake." Moments passed, and after 5 minutes, Naruto leisurely approached Sasuke's prostrate form. Placing his left hand on Sasuke's body, he formed the seals with his right hand. Mind-body switch technique. Release. Cough, cough, cough. Uchiha Sasuke's body trembled violently, followed by a fit of intense coughing. Struggling to rise, he hunched over, tears streaming from the corners of his eyes. Initially silent sobs turned into heaving breaths, and ultimately, unable to suppress his inner turmoil and indignation, Sasuke wept openly. After a tempest of tears, he finally subdued his inner discontent. He glared at Naruto, his eyes ablaze with fury. "Damn you, Naruto Uzumaki, what kind of technique have you taught me?" Sasuke's raw rage stemmed from the harrowing experience he had endured for the past 5 minutes, akin to Ino's earlier ordeal. In the face of everyone's malice, he had been utterly defenseless for 5 days. This was not a jutsu. It was an instrument of torture. Cursed be Naruto Uzumaki for calling it a powerful technique. Not just cursed, it was utterly infuriating. Yet, amidst his loathing for Naruto, Sasuke also felt a flicker of sympathy for the golden-haired boy before him. Their pains were different, yet their experiences bore a striking resemblance in their sorrow. Perhaps he could understand me? This thought surged uncontrollably within Sasuke. In the original narrative, Sasuke and Naruto shared a similar mutual attraction and understanding. While they initially outwardly expressed disdain for one another, they truly cared deeply for each other. The events orchestrated by Ding Yun had rooted this shared empathy within Sasuke. In this life, their unspoken bond might very well rival that of the original duo. In response to Sasuke's accusation, Naruto offered no retort. He simply stood up and brushed off his pants. "Come at me, Sasuke. Since there's still time, I'll teach you a couple of techniques." Roar. Without further ado, Sasuke sprang to his feet and swung his fist toward Naruto's face. Chapter 28. Research Results. Thud. Uchiha Sasuke was struck in the chest and sent flying 2 to 3 meters before landing hard on the ground. Ah! The sharp pain elicited a pained cry from him. Irika, witnessing the incident, immediately raised his hand to signal both combatants to cease. Uchiha Sasuke versus Naruto Uzumaki. The winner is Naruto Uzumaki. This marked yet another practical exercise for the students of the Ninja Academy. And now, 2 years had passed since the night of the massacre. Soon, Naruto would turn 10. As the battle concluded, Naruto extended his hand to Sasuke. Grasping Naruto's outstretched right hand, Sasuke leveraged it slightly and rose to his feet. The two formed a reconciliation seal. Naruto smiled. "You've made significant progress. I feel that in no time you will surpass me." Wiping away a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth, Uchiha Sasuke scoffed, "Spare me your consolation. I am not so weak as to fall and be unable to rise again." Naruto displayed a fatherly expression. "Indeed, Sasuke, you have grown stronger than before." That night, Naruto tossed and turned, unable to find slumber. Over the past 2 years, his rate of improvement had markedly declined. Chiefly concerning him was the issue of chakra. His total chakra capacity had reached a plateau, and according to his own estimations, he now possessed approximately 150 times the chakra of Kakashi. While that sounded impressive, Naruto felt far from satisfied. Formidable foes awaited him in the future, and such a meager supply of chakra was woefully inadequate to provide him with a sense of security. In contrast to his chakra concerns, Naruto found some solace in his ninjutsu and forbidden techniques. He has made significant progress compared to 2 years ago. On that fateful night of the Uchiha massacre, he managed to procure a wealth of valuable items from the Hokage office. Not only the sealing scrolls but also numerous high-level ninjutsu techniques, highly confidential research materials, and undisclosed intelligence. With these acquisitions, Naruto has mastered over 100 different ninjutsu techniques in the past 2 years. While that number might not seem excessive, their practicality has brought him immense satisfaction. Any further improvement in ninjutsu would now require considerable time for research. What troubles him the most, however, is the matter of his external enhancements. 2 years ago, he painstakingly acquired 2 pairs of Sharingan, yet to this day, he has not been able to implant a single one. Growing increasingly agitated, Naruto decided to retreat to the restroom and utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to transport himself to his secret base. This technique allows him to traverse with the swiftness of the wind, eliminating the need for the elaborate tricks he had to employ 2 years prior to evade his watchers. Naturally, before departing, he did not forget to leave a shadow clone lying on his bed to obfuscate his absence. The Death Forest was shrouded in impenetrable darkness, with only the eerie calls of nocturnal creatures piercing the silence. Orochimaru had established a secret base in this very location. A few years ago, Naruto stumbled upon this site, which not only boasted complete experimental facilities but also housed many precious documents that Orochimaru had left behind. Naturally, Naruto chose to appropriate this treasure trove. After 2 to 3 years of his stewardship, the place had undergone a remarkable transformation. Initially, he had to rely on torches for illumination, but now the entire laboratory was equipped with electricity and every room was adorned with electric lights. Naruto had left his mark here, allowing him to enter and exit unnoticed at will. Upon his arrival, he found the place bustling with activity. Naruto had dispatched 10 shadow clones to tirelessly research the documents left by Orochimaru, while another 5 stood guard nearby to prevent any discoveries. This meant that aside from occasionally using his clones to monitor the village, Naruto had consistently maintained 15 clones engaged in research. The toll on him was substantial, as each day he expended an extraordinary amount of energy and stamina. Fortunately, thanks to his vast chakra reserves, these burdens were manageable. The only challenge lay in the constant need to replenish his physical energy, which necessitated a near-constant intake of food. As a result, he had become even more renowned as a glutton than Koji. Returning to the present, The 10 clones clad in white lab coats greeted Naruto's arrival, saying, "Ah, the original. You're here." Naruto responded, "Thank you all for your hard work. How is the research progressing?" "Just in time, we were about to seek you out," one clone replied. "Oh, number 1, does this imply there has been a breakthrough in the research?" The 10 shadow clones had not dissipated for 2 years, and to facilitate communication, Naruto had designated them with names. Captain 1, Vice Captain 2, and so forth up to team member 10. The one referred to as number 1 was responsible for overseeing operations. With a smile, number 1 replied, "Indeed. It has been some time since your last visit, and today is perfect for you to catch up on our latest progress. We have achieved numerous successful organ transplants in monkeys, and our experience has become quite extensive. With this knowledge, combined with the anatomical studies acquired during our time on Earth and the medical ninjutsu materials you pilfered, we believe that transplanting a pair of Sharingan into your body as a host of the Uzumaki clan should pose no issue. Moreover, we have been fortunate. The eyes of Uchiha Wind are highly compatible with your constitution, ensuring no rejection. Thus, we anticipate a swift recovery post-surgery. While we could proceed with the transplant now, I still recommend sourcing 2 live subjects for a practical demonstration." Naruto fell into a brief silence upon hearing this. "Very well, since you suggest it, I will find an opportunity to procure 2 live subjects for your research." With a satisfied smile, number 1 nodded, but his expression quickly turned more serious. Sensing something amiss, Naruto pressed, "Is there something wrong?" After gathering his thoughts, number 1 responded, "It is time to abandon this base. Recently, our scouting team has detected signs of white Zetsu activity around the Death Forest. The last encounter was less than 300 meters from our location. I worry that if we remain here, we risk being discovered. Although our research is nearing completion, we must exercise caution." Naruto furrowed his brow at this revelation but soon relaxed. "You are right, not just regarding white Zetsu, we must also be wary of Konoha. After all, this place is perilously close to the village. The longer we linger, the greater the risk of detection. We have operated here for 2 to 3 years. It is indeed time to seek a new location. Coincidentally, you mentioned that the experimental equipment requires updating, so I will address those issues in one fell swoop this time." Number 1's eyes brightened. "So, does this mean you finally intend to venture beyond Konoha?" "Exactly. It is time to seek out some formidable opponents for training. Strength cannot be solely attained through training. Only through life and death battles can one rapidly enhance their abilities. Remaining in Konoha is too confining. I dare not display my true strength, fearing it would incite wariness among the higher-ups, resulting in increased surveillance and control." Number 1 nodded in agreement. Naruto had always harbored thoughts of leaving Konoha, yet the dangers of being a lone Jinchuriki outside its protection had kept him confined within this prison. However, recently he had reached a plateau in his strength, and this confinement had become increasingly suffocating. With his proficiency in the Flying Thunder God technique having improved significantly, it was no longer an easy task for others to slay him, Naruto Uzumaki. Thus, it was time for him to venture forth and engage in battles with powerful adversaries to further his growth. "When do we depart?" Number 1 inquired. Naruto replied, "Let us set the date for after the Sharingan transplant." 3 days swiftly passed, and during the night, Naruto returned to the research base in the Death Forest. Number 1 was already prepared. "After practical experience with human surgeries, we feel extremely confident. I believe we should proceed with the transplant today." "Very well." Without further ado, Naruto followed number 1 into a concealed chamber within the base, which had been transformed into an operating room. Clean and minimalist, the room, while appearing simple, was equipped with an array of surgical instruments that Naruto had pilfered from the Konoha hospital. As he lay on the operating table, preparing for the eye transplant, Naruto deliberately opted out of anesthesia, fearing that if he lost consciousness, his shadow clones would dissipate. The thought of his clones vanishing mid-operation was absurd. He certainly did not consider himself capable of casually extracting and implanting eyes like Uchiha Madara. Of course, although he chose to forego anesthesia, number 1 and the others would not proceed without caution. After all, performing surgery on one's face and extracting eyes would undoubtedly entail significant pain. If the pain were to become overwhelming, it could lead to his passing out, which would also result in the dissolution of his clones. However, there was no need for excessive concern. Among the medical ninjutsu texts that Naruto had stolen, there were several excellent analgesics, including some miraculous drugs that could temporarily numb pain without inducing unconsciousness, perfectly suited for today's procedure. Before long, everything was in readiness, and Naruto began the surgery to transplant the Sharingan. Ding Yun harbored no apprehension regarding failure. In his previous life, he was a medical student specializing in surgery, and his parents were renowned cardiovascular surgeons. However, after the untimely demise of his father and mother, Ding Yun lost the will to pursue his studies, ultimately leaving his education behind after the third year to enlist in the military. Throughout his 3 years in university, he may not have mastered much, but he possessed a rudimentary understanding of anatomy. Coupled with his prior experiences, over 2 years of diligent research in this life, and his uniquely robust constitution, the likelihood of his transplant failing was infinitesimally less than zero. Chapter 29. The Zeal of Battle. Within a shadowy chamber of the Death Forest base, a faint rustling sound echoed, as if someone were unwrapping something. After a brief moment, the noise ceased, and a pair of blood-red eyes flickered to life like fireflies in the night. The sclera of these eyes was a vivid crimson, adorned with 3 magatama swirling around the pupil at the upper, lower left, and lower right. These were the legendary 3 Tomo Sharingan. The owner of these eyes slowly closed them and exited the room. The corridor outside was illuminated, the light piercing through the darkness and revealing the figure of a person. Standing at 1.60 meters, clad in a blue and white patient uniform, with golden hair spiked like a hedgehog, and possessing fair skin and striking features, who else could it be but Naruto? Shadow Clone number 1 waited by the door. How do you feel after removing the bandages, the original? I'm perfectly fine now. The optic nerve connections are normal, and the eyeballs function properly. That's splendid. Go ahead and open your eyes. I've dimmed some of the corridor lights. The remaining ones cast a softer glow that won't strain your eyes. Thus, Naruto the original opened his eyes. At that moment, having just unwrapped the bandages, it was his first time seeing the world with these new eyes. The visual capability was nothing short of miraculous. He could perceive every detail with remarkable clarity. He could even distinctly see an ant's antenna probing the ground a dozen meters away. It was undeniable that the Uchiha possessed a proud heritage. Such meticulous observation and clear sight were truly astounding. Eager to test the enhancements his new eyes offered, Naruto couldn't suppress the fierce expression of battle that surfaced on his face. Number 1 chuckled, "It seems our efforts have not been in vain. The eye transplant is complete. Have you decided where you wish to go next?" "To the land of waves," Naruto declared resolutely, clearly having devised his plans well in advance. However, he acknowledged that now was not the time to depart. He needed to acclimatize to these new eyes and find a way to elevate them to the Mangekyo Sharingan. "Well then, if you wish to adapt to your eyes, how about we engage in a long-awaited training session?" An hour later, deep within the Death Forest, countless Naruto shadow clones surrounded the original. This method of training through shadow clones was Naruto's preferred approach for self-improvement. Although it consumed a considerable amount of chakra and left him fatigued, the rewards were substantial. Whether he triumphed over his clones or was defeated, he gained invaluable experience, allowing for rapid self-enhancement. This was one of the secrets behind his swift progress. Thus far, he had undergone countless training sessions of this nature. Initially struggling against 10 clones, he gradually improved, and now he could effortlessly defeat 500 of them. Naruto had made visibly remarkable progress. To date, his highest record was vanquishing 700 shadow clones. Armed with newfound abilities, Naruto resolved to challenge his limits today, summoning 1,200 shadow clones to engage in combat with him. Ladies and gentlemen, today's battle is to test the capabilities of these eyes. I think we can forego ninjutsu and focus solely on taijutsu. A chorus of shadow clones responded enthusiastically. Alright, let us have a customary speech, shall we? The original calls upon you every day. Does he not annoy you? Absolutely. Then come at me, fools. Dare to call us fools? You little brat. Attack! In an instant, the shadow clones erupted into a frenzy. There was no need for strategy. The overwhelming numerical advantage of 1,200 clones surged forward. If even one managed to land a punch, the original would peacefully depart from this world. Though faced with countless foes, Naruto remained undaunted. On the contrary, his blood surged with excitement, and his fighting spirit soared. He roared in exhilaration and charged headlong into the fray against the fastest few hundred clones. Despite all being Naruto-esque clones, these shadows bore some distinctions. The eyes, these clones lacked the Sharingan. They were summoned by clone number 1 from the laboratory, and although they drew chakra from the original, these 1,200 clones did not possess the Sharingan. This was a deliberate choice by Naruto. He desired to compare himself against his normal state. The results were evident. The original, endowed with the Sharingan, held an overwhelming advantage. Naruto exhibited absolute dominance over the clones. Although they attacked in unison to the original, their movements appeared to unfold in slow motion. It wasn't that they were slow. Rather, the original was simply faster. The Sharingan bestowed upon Naruto extraordinary insight. He could perceive the subtle shifts in the clone's muscles, predicting the nature of their impending attacks with uncanny accuracy. By foreseeing their moves, he could evade or even counterattack before they had a chance to strike. Whether they launched a punch or a kick, a direct assault or a feint, nothing escaped his keen perception. Not limited to just frontal opponents, he could also observe enemies positioned at the periphery of his vision. Thanks to the remarkable agility of the original eyes, he could even achieve the extraordinary feat of having each eye focus on different targets, thus expanding his field of vision significantly. For those familiar with gaming, the importance of such visual information is well understood. The Sharingan was a true augmentation, deserving of its reputation as one of the most renowned abilities in the Naruto universe. The battle raged on, the clones dwindling in number. Clone No. 1 observed from the sidelines, diligently recording the original combat data. Witnessing the original agile movements, Clone Number 1 mused. The original based taijutsu ability might have scored around 80, but with these eyes, he easily reached 90, placing him among the elite ranks of the ninja world. Of course, this comparison was drawn from characters seen in the original narrative. The actual situation would depend on whom the original had faced in reality. The confines of Konoha are far too restrictive. They limit our potential. The battle continued. While a single shadow clone posed little challenge to Naruto, the onslaught of 1,200 clones indeed pressed him. After eliminating nearly 40% of the clones, the original found himself slightly winded. Aware that his rhythm had faltered, he began to take deep breaths to regain his composure. In contrast, some clones that had hardly engaged remained brimming with energy. They roared, "The original is fatigued. Let us finish this quickly, brothers." Naruto watched the unified determination of his clones and couldn't help but smile wryly. There was no choice. Relying solely on taijutsu against 1,200 clones was indeed a daunting task. He decided to remove some of the constraints. Thus, Naruto crouched down to remove the weights strapped to his legs. He pulled up his pant leg, revealing a grayish-white metal leg guard secured to his calf. This was a weight given to him by Guy, who had noted that Naruto had been training in the 8 gates for nearly 4 years. Now capable of opening the 4th gate, he still struggled to breach the 5th. When he sought guidance from Guy, the latter had gifted him this apparatus. Reminiscing as he gave a thumbs up, "Young one, the 8 gates is the ultimate technique for breaking through limits. You must burn your youth with greater fervor to reach higher realms." Thus, he obediently bound a pair of leg weights, each weighing 300 pounds. The combined weight of the 2 leg weights was approximately 600 pounds, and after being bound for more than a year, this was the first time Naruto had unshackled them. Thud, thud. The 2 weights, heavy as they were cast aside by Naruto, crashing to the ground and raising a cloud of dust. He lightly jumped a couple of times, but soared 2 to 3 meters high with ease. This was the only sensation Naruto experienced. A sense of liberation. After a brief period of acclimatization, he positioned himself for a sprint, and in the next instant, leaves scattered beneath his feet. Shadow dance of leaves. He exerted his strength instantaneously, and his numerous shadow clones only caught a fleeting glimpse of a lingering afterimage disappearing from the spot. So swift, the real body has arrived. It's head on. Quickly intercept him. Bang, bang, bang. The clones, equipped with the ability to perceive chakra, sensed the movement of the original chakra. However, regrettably, they stood no chance of resistance against the unshackled body. It was akin to the situation during the chunnin exams when Gaara faced Lee. The original could launch attacks with high-speed movement while also evading strikes with remarkable swiftness, akin to a tiger among a flock of sheep. The sounds of clones shattering echoed relentlessly. The battle raged from 3 in the afternoon until dusk. Now, amidst a battlefield once populated by over 1,000 Narutos, only one remained, the original Naruto. At this moment, the original's clothes were tattered, sweat pouring from him, and the exhaustion was palpable. Yet he felt an unusual exhilaration. This boy, nay, this man, perhaps did not even realize that the pursuit of power and the instinct to wield it in combat had been deeply ingrained in his psyche. There was at least one other like him in the ninja world, and that was the former Uchiha Madara. Chapter 30, Land of Waves. Clone 1, seeing the battle concluded, leapt down from the tree. He approached the original and handed him the clothes he had prepared in advance. Naruto accepted the garments and casually tore off the remnants of his tattered hospital gown. With a flourish, he donned the new attire. Unlike the common clothing of Konoha, this outfit had been custom-made at a tailor after Naruto's transformation. It featured black trousers and a black top, styled similarly to a traditional tang suit but with modifications, including a standing collar and Chinese-style buttons. adorned with purple piping at the edges. Once dressed, Naruto finally picked up a long purple vest to complete the ensemble. Clone 1 observed, looks good, fits well, akin to the attire of assassins 5, 6, and 7. But don't you think this outfit is too conspicuous? The original Naruto, however, did not share this sentiment and chuckled. The ninja world is filled with those who dress more flamboyantly than I. That may be true. So, are you setting off for the land of waves now? Yes, if all goes well, I should be able to acquire a substantial amount of funds there. With that money, I can purchase new equipment for further research. The mission at this base has been completed. You all have worked hard, so go rest. Clone 1 inquired, what about the village arrangements? Just use shadow clones as substitutes. I will leave 10 shadow clones as reserves. If one is unexpectedly destroyed, another clone can use the flying thunder god technique to replace it. Generally, it should not be discovered, as long as you have a plan in place. Speaking of which, after 2 years of arduous research, we are nearing our limits. I estimate that in 1 or 2 months we will reach a breaking point. It's better to release us today. We should do it one by one. Releasing all 10 of us at once might overwhelm you with too much knowledge. I understand. The original nodded. Clone 1. Huh? You're quite gentle. Hey original, are you trying to show off? Late at night, within the Uchiha clan grounds. Sasuke had not yet slept. Although he had accepted the reality of his family's demise, the fire of vengeance continued to burn within him. He trained late into the night, not only to grow stronger but also to tire himself sufficiently, for whenever he closed his eyes, he would be haunted by the events of that fateful day. Not far from Sasuke, within a building, Naruto, clad in assassin garb, covertly observed Sasuke's every move. Watching the boy in his obsessive state, Naruto couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and mutter to himself, how long is this guy going to keep this up? Never mind, I'll just knock him out. Suddenly, while Sasuke was deeply immersed in his training, he felt a sharp pain in his neck, and then his eyes rolled back as he lost consciousness. Naruto swiftly caught Sasuke, hoisting him up and carrying him home. After settling him comfortably, Naruto summoned a shadow clone. You take over. Alright. Without hesitation, the shadow clone approached Sasuke and formed the mind-body transmission seal. Buzz. The clone collapsed, its consciousness entering Sasuke's body. In that moment, Naruto's clone became Sasuke, experiencing the profound suffering he had endured. It was an ordinary day. Young Naruto, having finished his exam, dashed home. The night had grown late, past the usual dinner time. Yet, Sasuke knew his family would be waiting for him to dine together. Mom, Dad, and brother, I'll be home soon. As he neared home, he sensed something was amiss. A black cat darted past him in a panic, startling Naruto. The stench of blood permeated the alley. Fear gripped him. Felt as though something was watching him. What could that smell be? Blood began to seep slowly from the Uchiha clan grounds. What was that? A torrent of blood surged forth, breaking through the gates of the Uchiha clan, rushing towards him. Within that crimson deluge, young Naruto beheld countless severed limbs, decaying heads, and an abundance of blood-red eyeballs. They cried out to Naruto, avenge us! Kill him! Kill him! Ah! Young Naruto was nearly paralyzed with fear. He fell to the ground, unable to move even an inch. The blood engulfed him in an instant. His mouth was filled with the foul taste of blood, severed limbs, and rotting corpses. He attempted to vomit, but the putrid matter forced it back down. My foolish little brother. Just as Naruto felt he was about to perish, a hand pulled him from the blood. Itachi, you've come to save me? Weakling. Just a small illusion, and you reveal your true self. Young Naruto's eyes widened. In that moment, his brother appeared so foreign to him. Itachi's expression was cold as he continued, I spare your life. If you desire vengeance, then let your hatred fester for me, and at the right moment I will take your name. Ah! Bang! In the instant the mind-body transmission technique concluded, Naruto's shadow clone exploded. All it had seen, done, and felt was conveyed back to the original. Thud! Naruto's heart skipped a beat, and an overwhelming wave of hatred surged within him. The intense emotional turmoil filled his eyes with bloodshot veins. However, the anticipated transformation into a Mangekyo Sharingan did not occur. Gasping for breath, Naruto took a long time to calm his tumultuous heart. Huff, huff, so this is the mind-body transmission technique? That visceral, immersive experience nearly shattered my composure. The immense psychological impact on the practitioner is precisely why it is classified as a forbidden technique. Yet, it is unfortunate that even such intense emotional upheaval does not meet the criteria for awakening the Mangekyo. Naruto felt a twinge of disappointment. Ever since learning of this technique from Ino, He had hoped it could serve as a shortcut to obtain the remaining Sharingan. Having acquired the technique, he had yet to use it himself, but from Sasuke and Ino's reactions, it was evident that the mind-body transmission had a significant emotional impact. Thus, he became more resolute in the technique's potential, but now it seemed the effects were not as remarkable as he had envisioned. Bracing himself against the ground, Naruto rose from his half-kneeling position. Nonetheless, it is not entirely without merit. I can sense an unusual chakra emanating from the glasses. According to Orochimaru's research and the notes acquired from the Hokage building pertaining to the second Hokage, this chakra is indeed the key to unlocking my eyes. It seems I require a more profound emotional stimulus. Naruto does have a potential candidate, Kakashi. His early life has been fraught with adversity. First, his revered father was driven to suicide by malicious rumors. Then 2 of his classmates met with tragedy, followed by the demise of his sensei and his wife. These relentless blows have left him with a singular desire for death. If I could engage in a heartfelt connection with Kakashi, the unlocking of my eyes would surely be within reach. Alas, Kakashi is currently on a mission, and even though Naruto is willing to take the risk to perform a technique on him, he has no way of locating him. Very well, I shall wait a while longer for the awakening. The Land of Waves, a small island nation surrounded by the sea on all sides, lies directly south of the Land of Fire. For an ordinary person, the journey from Konoha to the Land of Waves would take approximately 4 to 5 days. Though ninjas travel swiftly, it still requires at least 2 days. The delay primarily arises from the necessity of crossing the ocean by boat. The technological advancements in the world of Naruto are rather peculiar. In the later era of Boruto, there are computers, motorcycles, and handheld gaming devices. Yet during Naruto's Shippuden, even a decent steam engine had yet to appear. Most maritime travel relies on sailboats, especially in an insular region like the Land of Waves, where, prior to the advent of cross-sea bridges, travel necessitated the use of boats. Many fishermen earned their livelihood this way. Among them is the young ferryman, Urashima Shinzo, who today received a lucrative job offer. A remarkably youthful patron has chartered his boat for a substantial fee of 1,000 ryo, requesting only to be taken to a small fishing village in the Land of Waves. Familiar with the village, Shinzo eagerly accepted the task. With favorable winds, his small sailboat sped along swiftly. With the wind at his back and no need to row, Shinzo, filled with curiosity, addressed the patron seated at the bow. Esteemed guest, your attire suggests you are not an ordinary individual. Are you traveling to the Land of Waves for leisure? The figure at the bow, clad in an unusual black and purple garb and masked, obscured his features. However, that distinctive golden spiky hairstyle was unmistakable. In the entire Naruto universe, the only individuals with such a hairstyle, aside from the deceased Minato Namikaze, are Temari from the Sand Village and, evidently, this person must be Uzumaki Naruto. Responding to the ferryman's inquiry, Naruto replied without turning. Not quite. If I had to specify, I am going there for business. Business? Shinzo queried, somewhat perplexed. The Land of Waves is notoriously impoverished, with a high demand for various supplies. While engaging in trade is understandable, this young lad hardly seems capable of handling such affairs. More importantly, in his experience, aside from bandits who engage in unscrupulous dealings, no legitimate merchant would dare to don a mask while conducting business. However, he wisely refrained from pressing further. With a light-hearted chuckle, he remarked, "Business is commendable, but do be cautious not to provoke the tax collectors at the port. They are Kato's subordinates, and that scoundrel Kato is ruthless. Crossing him would surely lead to dire consequences." Indeed, Naruto paused, surprised at how effortlessly he had come across Kato's name. Following the ferryman's words, he inquired, "Who is Kato?" "Ah, the notorious owner of Kato Corporation," Shinzo elaborated. "He possesses immense wealth and extensive connections. A few years back, he arrived in the Land of Waves to conduct trade, initially garnering a favorable reputation for providing quality goods at reasonable prices. Yet, once he established his foothold, everything changed. He employed thugs to eliminate his competition, ultimately monopolizing all trade within the Land of Waves. Presently, he is the most powerful figure in the region. Whether one is a merchant or a tourist, tax must be paid to him. For small-time traders like myself, a quarter of our monthly earnings is extorted. It is truly appalling. Is Kato not afraid of a collective uprising against such exorbitant taxation?" Naruto queried. "Feudal," Shinzo replied, shaking his head. "Kato is unperturbed. He commands a vast number of subordinates and possesses formidable ninjas at his beck and call. We are vastly outnumbered. Even if someone dared to resist, we wouldn't know where to find him. He is notoriously cautious and has over 20 known residences. No one truly knows his whereabouts. Ah, I see. It appears I will need to exert considerable effort to apprehend this scoundrel. What did you say? Nothing. The map of the Land of Waves is not a novel discovery. In the original Naruto series, Team 7 was assigned to escort the bridge builder Tejuna to the Land of Waves. As the mission did not involve substantial danger and they were not likely to encounter hostile ninjas, it was only rated as a C rank. However, upon entering the Land of Waves, they were ambushed by Zabuza Mamakai of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen. Under duress, they learned that Tejuna had misrepresented the mission's difficulty. After careful deliberation, the leader, Kakashi, opted to proceed with the mission, leading to Team 7's first true battle. Naruto's current journey to the Land of Waves is not for minor characters like Zabuza or Tejuna. He seeks the notorious Kato mentioned by the ferryman. As the proprietor of Kato Corporation, he is one of the few affluent individuals in the world of ninjas. In the original tale, he hired Zabuza and others to assassinate Tejuna, intending to halt the construction of the bridge and maintain his monopoly on trade in the Land of Waves. Months ago, Naruto surmised that Kato would have set his sights on the Land of Waves by this timeline. Little did he anticipate that Kato had already secured control over the region. Naruto is quite pleased with this development, as it indicates Kato has amassed considerable wealth. He must locate Kato and, once found, it goes without saying that he will extract information regarding his riches through rigorous interrogation. With sufficient funds, Naruto's various plans can be realized more effectively. The small boat sailed smoothly, swiftly reaching a beach within the Land of Waves. The ferryman did not take Naruto to the official port, as it is Kato's territory, where docking incurs a fee. Esteemed guest, we are not far from your desired village. While we could continue by boat, it would take approximately 5 hours. Walking would be faster, taking around 3 hours. Would you prefer to continue by boat or proceed on foot? 3 hours of walking is no small endeavor. Yet it matters little. I shall consider it an opportunity to enjoy the scenery. His destination is the site of the bridge constructed by Tejuna. Kato, in a bid to solidify his commercial interests, would undoubtedly seek to obstruct the completion of the bridge, thus sending individuals to cause disruptions. Gaining intelligence from this point of entry seems a prudent choice. After securing his boat, the ferryman prepared to lead Naruto on foot. Just then, a group emerged from the underbrush. 5 individuals approached, each with menacing gazes and unfriendly expressions. It was evident they were coming for Naruto and the ferryman. This is bad. It's Kato's tax collection team, the ferryman exclaimed in terror. We must flee. As he spoke, the ferryman turned to escape, only to collide with a burly man who had stealthily approached from behind. In his haste, the ferryman stumbled and fell to the ground. He began, but the large man drew a massive blade from his back and pressed it against the ferryman's throat. The words the ferryman had intended to utter were swallowed back in fear. With a sardonic smile, the giant regarded the trembling ferryman. What was that? The ferryman was too frightened to articulate a response. Meanwhile, the encroaching 5 had closed in. One of the bald men, stepping firmly upon the head of the boatman, Yoshinobu, proclaimed, "You have quite the audacity to evade taxes. Are you unaware of Lord Kato's decree that mandates all vessels must dock at the port?" The boatman attempted to protest. I never set sail. I merely came to stroll along the shore." "You lie," the man retorted, pressing down harder, eliciting cries of distress from the boatman. "Do you take us for fools? I followed you here upon sighting your boat. Enough of your excuses. You have violated regulations and shall incur a fine of 2,000 taels. Furthermore, your vessel will be confiscated. If you wish to redeem it, you must pay another 2,000 taels. Now, you can either pay up or I shall break a leg to serve as a warning. Choose." "What?" The boatman, aghast, felt as though the ground had fallen from beneath him. His annual earnings barely reached 10,000 taels, translating to approximately 6,000 renminbi. In the world of Naruto, prices were not particularly cheap. A bowl of the most basic Ichiraku ramen cost around 70 taels. Thus, his annual income equated to roughly 27 taels per day, barely enough to afford even a single bowl of ramen. Of course, the Land of Waves could not be compared to the Land of Fire, a grand nation in terms of living costs. In the Land of Waves, 10,000 taels, if spent frugally, could sustain a family. Yet Kato's subordinates demanded a hefty 4,000 taels in fines, effectively sealing the boatman's fate. Chapter 31. Zabuza. Contemplating his starving children at home and his ailing wife, the boatman collapsed to his knees before the tax collectors. Clutching one of their thighs, he pleaded, "Please, spare me. Here I have 1,000 taels. It is all I earned today, a humble offering for you fine gentlemen. I beseech you to grant me mercy." This is my first offense. I have a wife and children to care for. If you confiscate my boat, my family will face ruin. After presenting the 1,000 taels, he prostrated himself in fervent supplication. The men displayed no shred of sympathy. Instead, their faces twisted into mocking grins. The bald man, accepting the boatman's 1,000 taels, sneered, "Had you known better, you would have paid your taxes without incident." The boatman, filled with elation, assumed he had been granted clemency. However, the man's next words plunged him back into despair. "Let me calculate for you. You claim to earn 1,000 taels daily. At a 25% income tax rate, you owe us 7,500 taels for this month. Coupled with the 4,000 taels fine, you now owe us a total of 11,500 taels. What? The boatman felt his strength drain away, as if the very essence of life had been siphoned from him. Ha ha ha, look at him. Yes, on the verge of wetting himself. The men jeered. Enraged and pale, the boatman spat blood, his breath faltering as despair consumed him. Yet the men continued their relentless torment. The bald captain, sensing the boatman's spirit had been extinguished, grew bored. He turned his gaze toward a figure clad in purple and masked nearby. "Hey, you over there. Identify yourself. Smuggling into the land of waves is also a grave offense and will incur a fine." "Oh," Naruto responded, turning to the bald captain. "How much must I pay to leave?" "Smuggling is a serious crime. The fine is 30,000 taels. If you lack the funds, you shall accompany us. We will arrange suitable work for you to earn your debt. Do not entertain thoughts of escape. That man over there with the large blade is a notorious ninja, capable of ending your life with ease." "Ha! You speak as if it were logical, yet as I understand, the land of waves is a vassal of the land of fire, devoid of a daimyo. Taxes are collected by the people of the land of fire. You claim to be subordinates of Kato, yet this Kato surely is not a daimyo of the land of fire? How naive. Our Lord Kato is the newly appointed daimyo of the land of waves by the Lord of the land of fire, and his commands are law. Listen closely. In this territory, anyone who dares to defy Lord Kato's tax obligations is doomed. If you refuse to cooperate, this boatman shall serve as your example. Now, gentlemen, enlighten this newcomer. What are you going to do?" The boatman, stripped of all will to resist, was seized by one of the tax collectors, while another restrained his arms. A third brandished a cleaver, poised to sever the boatman's leg. In sheer terror, the boatman cried out, "No, please do not. I will pay. I will pay immediately." The armed man scoffed, "Too late. Today we shall use your leg as an example to deter others." "Chop!" commanded the bald captain. Yet, in that very instant, Naruto appeared at the man's side. "What?" The assailant was taken aback, but before he could react, Naruto delivered a swift sidekick, sending the man flying several meters away. Blood spewed from the man as he fell lifelessly to the ground. "You!" The bald captain seethed with fury, yet beneath his anger lay a tinge of fear. He recognized that this oddly dressed individual was likely a ninja, a foe far beyond their capacity to confront. The group quickly retreated behind Zabuza, with the captain stating, "Zabuza, this fellow is a ninja." Zabuza, wielding his large blade, emitted a cold chuckle. "Did you need to tell me that?" I sensed his unusual presence from afar. He brandished his executioner's blade and aimed it at Naruto. "Boy, from which village do you hail?" Naruto remained silent, his gaze fixed on Zabuza, deep in thought. He was certain this man was indeed Zabuza. The headband of the mist village slanted leftward, his face entirely wrapped in bandages, tall and lean. These features aligned closely with the original narrative. The only aspect that puzzled Naruto was why this individual had appeared at this moment. In the original story, his entrance was not supposed to occur for several years. However, after a moment's contemplation, Naruto found peace with the notion. After all, this was not a comic but a tangible world. Zabuza, as a ninja, primarily earned his livelihood through missions. As long as tasks existed, his presence at any given location should not be surprising. Seeing Naruto's silence, Zabuza felt slighted. "Hey kid, I'm asking you a question. Although killing you isn't part of my mission, if you dare to disregard me, I won't hesitate to sever your head." Naruto remained unresponsive, merely glancing at Zabuza and his companions, stating, "I ask you, do you know where I can find Kato?" "Haha." Zabuza erupted in laughter before unexpectedly launching a strike. "Kid, don't respond to a question with another question. Are you so ignorant of even the most basic etiquette?" With a swift and precise motion, Zabuza's blade aimed for Naruto's neck. Yet Naruto stood unfazed, stepping back effortlessly to evade the attack. In that fleeting moment, he swiftly formed hand seals. Snake, horse, monkey, tiger. The 5 seals were completed in less than half a second. Buzz. With the final seal, Naruto's chest swelled, and he exhaled flames violently. The fire coalesced into a massive sphere, hurtling toward Zabuza, who widened his eyes in astonishment. Ha! This kid is merely using a B-rank technique, yet why is the fireball so immense? Conflicted by confusion, but feeling the heat bearing down, Zabuza wasted no time. He plunged his blade into the sand and hastily formed seals to counter the 10-meter-wide fireball. Buzz. Water release, water wall. The technique activated, and torrents of water erupted before Zabuza, forming a protective wall. The moment water met fire, a dense cloud of steam erupted. The scorching vapor reddened Zabuza's skin, yet he gritted his teeth, enduring the pain without a sound. Compared to him, a man of unwavering resolve, his companions appeared rather feeble. Merely being scalded by steam sent them fleeing in distress towards the distant shoreline. Although their bodies bore the marks of severe burns, Zabuza felt a sense of relief wash over him. If I had been just a moment slower, I would have been struck head-on. The heat and size of that fireball were no trifles. It is best to retreat under the cover of this steam. This adversary is formidable. Suddenly, a sharp sound sliced through the steam, hurtling towards Zabuza's face. He deftly raised his blade to block, successfully deflecting a shuriken. Can he see through this fog? A thought sprang to Zabuza's mind. Abruptly, he noticed that the shuriken he had deflected appeared to be different. The handle was wrapped in a talisman. An explosive tag? No, it's not an explosive tag. I recognize the seal inscribed on it. Could this be the work of the 4th Hokage? His thoughts raced as a figure materialized before him. The individual donned a peculiar purple robe and held the very shuriken Zabuza had sent flying. Zabuza's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, it is the flying thunder god. He gazed incredulously at Naruto, and for a fleeting moment, their eyes locked. In that instant, he beheld the 3 tomo within Naruto's eyes. The Sharingan. This is bad. A Genjutsu Sharingan. Whoosh! Thud. With a muffled sound, Zabuza collapsed to the ground. His eyes wide open, drooling, a classic sign of having fallen victim to Genjutsu. Chapter 32. Miss Naruto. Time passed, though Zabuza could not tell how long, before he gradually regained consciousness. His body throbbed with pain, a testament to the burns he had sustained. Right? That fellow is still here. The pain jolted his mind back to the battle. He longed to grasp his blade and fight once more, but alas, he found himself bound tightly, unable to move an inch. Not far from him, the masked figure in purple was toying with Zabuza's decapitating blade. Seemingly aware of Zabuza's awakening, the purple-clad individual carelessly tossed the sword aside. This decapitating blade, does it possess any abilities beyond its blood-drinking prowess? If not, then it seems no different from mere scrap. Zabuza refrained from answering this question and retorted, "You wield the flying thunder god and possess the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. I have never heard of someone like you. Who exactly are you?" Ha! Naruto let out a disdainful snicker. "Just a moment ago, you advised against responding to questions with questions. Have you already forgotten your own words? Or did you truly believe you could win, emboldening yourself to lecture me?" Zabuza fell silent. Indeed, as a prisoner, he had no right to interrogate his captor. Naruto continued, "It is best to be compliant. Now I will ask and you shall answer. If your responses satisfy me, I may grant you a chance at survival. So, tell me, where is Kato?" "Humph." Zabuza sneered coldly. "Do you think I fear death? In the land of mist, every aspiring ninja learns to embrace death from their time in the academy." Naruto pondered this. The so-called blood mist, indeed. Those who emerge from there are truly exceptional individuals. But do you suppose I can only extract information through mere conversation? I could easily employ Genjutsu to force you to divulge secrets. Allowing you to retain your consciousness while answering questions is merely an opportunity for you to live. Humph. You may attempt your methods, but I will not yield. Zabuza remained defiant. "Very well. You seem quite confident. Perhaps you truly have nothing to divulge. If that is the case, then I shall send you on your way." With that, Naruto grasped the decapitating blade once more. He approached Zabuza, who remained resolute, believing that this individual would not kill him. At most, it was a scare tactic, for he was a valuable source of information. The next moment, Zabuza's head flew high into the air. As he beheld the world spinning around him, a flicker of regret crossed his mind. "I never thought he would truly act. But perhaps it is for the best. No one would mourn my passing, for I am a man without ties. Mr. Zabuza." Suddenly, a youthful visage appeared in his mind. Haku. Zabuza's consciousness plunged into darkness. He was dead. After an indeterminate time, Zabuza opened his eyes once more. I am not dead? Now, will you share the information regarding Kato? Zabuza was once again awed by the prowess of the individual before him. Although I cannot see your appearance, you cannot be older than 15, yet you possess such an extraordinary level of ocular power, making it nearly impossible to distinguish between reality and illusion. Truly remarkable. With a rueful smile, Zabuza chose to spare his own life. Very well, I shall tell you everything I know. Thus, Zabuza divulged all his knowledge to Naruto, who honored his promise and spared him. However, Naruto was well aware that Zabuza's departure from him would not signal an end to his troubles. As a ninja, he had not only failed to complete his employer's mission but had also betrayed him, casting shame upon the land of mist. Consequently, he would undoubtedly face repercussions. If he wished to survive, Zabuza had no choice but to defect. But that was no concern of Naruto's. He had already obtained what he desired. In truth, had Zabuza not cooperated, Naruto had other means at his disposal. Yet, since it was unnecessary to resort to such tactics, he would refrain, for those methods were detrimental to himself and the world. Not long after, Naruto arrived in the bustling city of Nagi in the Land of Waves. Situated in the heart of the country, this area boasted an intricate network of waterways, allowing swift passage to various locales. It served as the second-largest transport port, aside from the western coast docks, where Kato conducted his operations and concealed himself. That night, within a parlor of a residential house in the western district of Nagi, Kato reveled in merriment with his trusted subordinates, indulging in wine and laughter. He was flanked by two voluptuous beauties, one feeding him delicacies while the other poured him drinks. Embracing these lovely women and savoring the feast, Kato expressed his delight in the life of luxury, declaring that it felt splendid to be wealthy. Yes, yes, serve me well, and I shall reward you handsomely, he boasted, laughter echoing in the room. Thank you, Lord Kato, the two girls replied, though their eyes betrayed a flicker of disdain, their faces adorned with feigned obedience. Once respectable women, they had been ensnared by Kato and molded into their current forms. Although they yearned to annihilate this beast, they were compelled to serve the devil fervently, for they knew that those who defied him had already been cast into the sea to feed the fish. A sudden noise interrupted their revelry as the door swung open, and a frantic subordinate rushed in to speak with Kato. He leaned in and whispered a few hurried words, but Kato, having indulged too much, barely comprehended. He struck the subordinate's head with a folding fan, exclaiming, "Have you lost your voice? Speak louder." Dazed from the blow, the subordinate hurriedly raised his voice. "My lord, we have discovered a superb girl in the city, precisely your preferred type." Kato regarded the report with indifference. He reached into the embrace of one of the girls, mischief gleaming in his eyes, and leered, "These two are my favorites. Who could possibly compare? My lord, the girl I found possesses exceedingly ample attributes." Kato's interest piqued. "How ample?" The subordinate faltered, unsure how to articulate his thoughts. After a few unsuccessful attempts at gesturing, he finally slapped his forehead in frustration. Kato pressed, "What do you mean by all this gesturing? Are you saying the girl's attributes are as large as your head?" "Not quite," the subordinate quickly corrected. "Tch." Kato curled his lips in disdain. "Then what do you have to say?" "No, my lord, what I mean is, her bosom alone is comparable to the size of my two heads combined." "What?" Kato's eyes sparkled with excitement, nearly biting his own tongue in his fervor. "2 heads in size? What kind of measurement is that? Hurry! Bring her to me." "Yes." His subordinates hastily exited the room. Kato glanced at the two girls beside him, suddenly losing interest. "Get lost, you two." He shoved them aside, eager to make room for his new favorite. The bustling commercial street of Chungxing City was the liveliest place in the entire kingdom of Bo. It was replete with an abundance of goods, delectable foods, and fine wines. However, on this particular night, one izakaya was exceptionally popular. Not only was the establishment filled to capacity, but a throng of eager patrons lined up outside, clamoring to enter. The reason was not hard to discern. Within this venue was a stunning beauty whose impressive figure captivated all who laid eyes upon her. "Miss Naruto, I raise a toast to you. If you down this drink, I shall cover all your expenses for the night." "Thank you, kind sir, but alas, I have a low tolerance for alcohol and cannot drink anymore." Observing Miss Naruto's bashful demeanor, the wealthy young man was instantly smitten. Trembling, he replied, "No worries, Miss Naruto. Even if you can't drink, I'll still pay for your wine. In fact, I'll cover everyone's drinks tonight. You are truly generous." Naruto winked at the affluent gentleman, nearly sending him into a euphoric state. Outside, men watching this exchange were envious. Mitsui, that rich second-generation heir, is truly shameless, employing financial allure. Yet, Miss Naruto is undeniably beautiful. Her golden hair, her delicate skin, especially those assets. If only I could marry her, I would gladly trade 10 years of my life. 10 years? If Miss Naruto would marry me, I would willingly perish tomorrow. Chapter 33, Behind the Scenes. Clear the way. Do not obstruct the business of the gentleman. A hurried shout disrupted the merriment within the izakaya. Some patrons were about to reprimand the intruders, but upon seeing the newcomers, they promptly fell silent. For the individuals who had arrived were Kato's house servants, and they were not to be trifled with. Several of them seemed to have a specific purpose, their eyes immediately locking onto the golden-haired beauty clad in red kimono not far away. Approaching her with forced smiles, they said, "Miss, our master wishes to invite you to dinner." Miss Naruto, undaunted by their presence, elegantly lifted a cup of sake, concealing her face with her sleeve, and downed the drink in one go. The servants were left dumbfounded by her poise. Finally, it was Miss Naruto who broke the silence. "Pray tell, who is your master?" Wiping his mouth, the servant stammered, "It is none other than the illustrious and wealthy Lord Kato." "Ah, it is Lord Kato. I have long heard of his fame. I too come from a merchant family and greatly admire his business acumen. Since it is a grand invitation, I shall accompany you to meet him." "Excellent. Miss, palanquin is already prepared outside for you." "Very well." Thus, Miss Naruto rose and followed the servants. Mitsui, the infatuated heir, attempted to intervene. He knew precisely who Kato was, a beast of a man. To have a gem like Miss Naruto fall into his hands would be a travesty. "Naruto!" Mitsui tried to voice his concern, but was silenced by a fierce glare from the last servant trailing behind. In the end, reason triumphed over desire. They knew better than to provoke Kato. "My lord, Miss Naruto has arrived. Quickly, let her in." Kato's voice had turned urgent, filled with anticipation. Everyone in the room waited eagerly to behold this legendary beauty. "Miss Naruto has arrived," announced one of the servants. Moments later, the golden-haired beauty in her crimson kimono graced their presence. Her figure was graceful, her face exquisite, and her large eyes sparkled like clear springs. Kato's gaze fell upon her bosom, and he was nearly rendered speechless. If there is a paradise in this world, its entrance must surely lie before this girl's chest. Marvelous. In stark contrast to the lustful men around her, Miss Naruto maintained her composure. She gracefully glided to the center of the reception area and, after a slight bow, inquired, "Might I ask, are you Lord Kato?" Kato stood and approached her, exclaiming, Yes, I am Kato. How splendid. You are my idol. Your business acumen leaves me in awe. Sometimes I dream of receiving your guidance." "No problem at all. Feel free to ask me anything. I shall impart all my knowledge to you. Forgive my rudeness, but may I inquire if you truly are Lord Kato? I have heard you are often quite busy, so why would you suddenly invite someone as ordinary as me?" Kato thumped his chest, declaring, "I assure you, I am indeed Kato. Even the heavens would not deny it." "You, tell the lady who I am." Kato's loyal subordinates chimed in unison. "It is Lord Kato, handsome, wealthy, and young." Kato beamed with satisfaction. "Now, do you believe me, miss? Indeed, if it is you, then there is no doubt." Suddenly, Miss Naruto's tone shifted, becoming deeper. "Who spoke just now?" Kato froze, fully aware yet reluctant to confront the truth. "It was I." Naruto suddenly seized Kato by the throat, pulling him close. "Illusionary Sharingan. Baka. Release Lord Kato." Kato's subordinates immediately sensed something amiss and rushed forward. Naruto formed hand seals with her hands. Buzz. Shadow clone technique. Dozens of shadow clones wearing purple garments and masks emerged. Without hesitation, the original Naruto ordered, "Leave no one behind in the house." The clones wasted no time, unleashing a massacre. Before long, the once vibrant courtyard transformed into a blood-soaked hell. Naruto completed her hand seals. Bang! The transformation technique dissipated, revealing the masked figure of Naruto in purple attire. Rubbing her dry throat from the strain, Naruto mused, "Indeed, pursuing medicine was a mistake. Had I studied acting, I would have been a star by now." Lifting a jug of wine, Naruto splashed it on Kato's face. "If you're awake, stop pretending to sleep. Your eyelids have twitched countless times. Clearly, you were spying on the outside. Did you think I wouldn't notice?" Kato, upon hearing this, opened his eyes. He had already sensed the metallic scent of blood surrounding him. Now, gazing at the mountain of corpses in the courtyard, terror flooded his face. Crawling on his knees towards Naruto, he pleaded, "Please, spare my life. I can give you anything you desire. Money, women. If you spare me, I could even offer you shares in Kato Corporation." Naruto replied, "You are quite clever. So, tell me, how much money do you possess?" "Kato, what do you mean?" Slap. Naruto backhanded him. "I mean, how much money do you have?" "Kato, my lord, I possess approximately 500 million. All of it can be yours." Half of Kato's face was swollen from the slap, yet he dared not show any resentment. Slap. Naruto struck him again. "You lie. A world-class billionaire possesses so little?" Kato was on the verge of tears. "My lord, I am not deceiving you. That is all I have. Though I am known as a wealthy man, I am merely a lackey. The true master behind me is the real boss." "Oh?" Naruto was intrigued. She had never heard of Kato being a puppet before. "Who is behind you?" "I cannot say." No. It's not that I am unwilling to speak. Rather, I find myself utterly incapable of doing so. You see, the curse mark beneath my tongue is a binding spell imposed by that individual. Should I dare to reveal any secrets pertaining to that person, I would meet my demise on the spot." Kato revealed the curse mark hidden under his tongue. Naruto, well-versed in sealing techniques, though not privy to all its intricacies, still gained considerable insight from his perusal. The technique that afflicted Kato was known as the tongue curse eradication technique, a jutsu developed by the second Hokage of Konoha. In other words, the mastermind behind this was affiliated with Konoha. Looking at the entirety of Konoha, only a select few could be qualified to learn such a technique. Among these few, the most suspicious individual was Shinra Tensei. Naruto also suspected him. This old schemer controlled the primary dark force within Konoha, the root organization. Even the Hokage would fret over finances, yet this old rascal managed to operate root with remarkable success, likely with Kato's assistance. Chapter 34, Land of Lightning. Could it be that Danzo is the one secretly aiding Kato's development? That man, who speaks of the village with his mouth yet acts selfishly, is indeed no virtuous character. It is worth noting that Kato is involved in the abominable trades of drug trafficking and human trafficking. Collaborating with such a wretch would undoubtedly lead Danzo to his own ruin. However, whether the hidden hand truly belongs to Danzo has become irrelevant. Naruto's purpose for venturing out this time is to secure funding. Once the funds are acquired, it matters not whose they are. Although 500 million Ryo is not an exorbitant sum, it should suffice to establish a new base. Glancing at the perspiring Kato, Naruto commanded, "Hand everything over." Kato, though anxious, understood he could not capitulate so easily. At the very least, he needed to barter this money for a chance at survival. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Kato cautiously inquired, "My lord, will handing it over guarantee my life?" Naruto offered no further words, simply fixing him with a glare. Genjutsu. Sharingan. Observing Kato's vacant expression, Naruto inquired, "Where is your hidden stash?" Kato, an ordinary man, was utterly defenseless against Naruto's illusion, and in his stupor, he divulged all his secrets. Kato's hidden treasures were located in 3 places. 1/3 within the city of Chosang, another third in an underwater cave, situated 100 miles west of the Land of Waves, and the final third stored in the treasury of a money exchange in Shortbook Street. Truly a shrewd merchant. You have indeed mastered the art of securing multiple hideouts, Naruto complimented. However, thanks to you, my route will be slightly longer. With his objective accomplished, Naruto departed. Before leaving, he ignited a fire, consuming Kato and his subordinates in a sea of flames. The following day, news of Kato's demise spread throughout the Land of Waves, eliciting joy among the populace. Kato was a tyrant, exploiting men and women alike, trafficking drugs and humans, plunging the entire nation into despair. Thus, the days without Kato were the true good days. With Kato gone, clear skies have returned. 100 miles west of the Land of Waves, Naruto stood upon a massive black reef, which was indeed substantial, roughly the size of half a basketball court. This reef was the most prominent feature of the underwater treasure location provided by Kato. It was said that directly beneath this reef lay the underwater cave. Activating his divine perception, Naruto extended his awareness beneath the sea. With his increasing strength and chakra, the range of his divine perception now reached approximately 50 kilometers. Although expanding such a vast perception required considerable effort and time, it proved to be exceptionally convenient for locating objects. Before long, under Naruto's scrutiny, he discovered the underwater cave Kato had mentioned. Stripping off his clothes, he tossed them atop the massive reef and plunged into the water. The currents in this area were relatively calm, allowing Naruto to safely navigate to the entrance of the underwater cave. The entrance was not narrow, wide enough to accommodate a cart. Upon entering, he encountered a lengthy passage filled with seawater. After swimming approximately 20 to 30 meters, he finally reached the cave's true depths. Inside, the darkness was absolute. One could not see a hand in front of their face. However, with his divine perception active, Naruto had no fear of losing his way. As he ventured deeper into the cave, he realized it was remarkably spacious, and with his divine perception's guidance, he estimated it to be the size of a football field. Perhaps I have also found my new base, he mused. Shortly thereafter, Naruto discovered several torches within the cave, likely left by Gato. He ignited them with his fire release technique, dispelling the darkness and revealing the true nature of the place. Not far away, dozens of chests were arranged in the center of the cave. These were the treasures Gato had concealed. The wealth Naruto had found in Chasang was stored in similar chests, amounting to approximately 1/3 of what lay before him. If his estimations were accurate, this location should contain around 300 million ryo, which Gato had claimed was his emergency escape fund, making it the largest of his 3 holdings. With 100 million ryo found in Chasang and 300 million here, the remaining 100 million should be located in Short Book Street. Yet, beyond the riches, Naruto was far more pleased with the underwater cave itself. It was exceedingly discreet and spacious. With a few modifications, it could serve as an excellent new base. After some examination, Naruto devised a plan to use this place as his new experimental base. Retrieving a scroll, he sealed all the chests containing silver and prepared to depart. The more adept he became with sealing techniques, the more he admired the Uzumaki clan. This transfer sealing technique allowed him to seal objects within a scroll without adding to its weight, greatly facilitating his movements. Of course, even such a convenient technique has its drawbacks. It is not a skill that just anyone can wield. It consumes an immense amount of chakra. The larger and more numerous the items being sealed, the more terrifying the chakra expenditure. For instance, sealing these chests of money consumed nearly 1/3 of Naruto's chakra. If Kakashi were to attempt it, it would likely exhaust him 50 times over. Such consumption was indeed formidable, but it aligned perfectly with the characteristics of the Uzumaki clan, known for their boundless chakra reserves. After stowing away the sealing scroll, Naruto left a flying thunder god mark at the site before preparing to leave. Exiting was far simpler than entering. He had left a pouch of ninja tools with a flying thunder god kunao on the reef, allowing Naruto to return to the immense rock with a mere thought. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Naruto stepped into the territory of the Land of Lightning. Situated northeast of the Land of Fire, the Land of Lightning is predominantly mountainous. It is renowned for its towering peaks, where thunderous roars often echo between the summits, thus earning its name. The unique topography of the Land of Lightning, with its central mountain range creating winding coastlines at the river's mouth, makes it easily defensible yet challenging to assault. Furthermore, as one of the 5 great nations, it houses a ninja village, specifically the well-known Kumigakure. The leader, the Raikage, has always been among the elite of the 5 Kage. In addition to the formidable Raikage, Kumigakure possesses even deeper resources, boasting the 2-tailed beast and the 8-tailed beast. With these attributes combined, Kumigakure qualifies as a contender for the title of the foremost ninja village. However, even with such advantages, Kumigakure remained unsatisfied. They invested considerable effort in researching the ninjutsu, tools, and even ninjas of other countries to glean experience and enhance their own capabilities. In pursuit of knowledge, they even dared to abduct the princess of the Hyuga clan from Konoha. The methods employed are momentarily set aside, for the long-standing research has indeed augmented the power of the Land of Lightning, positioning them at the forefront of scientific advancement. In terms of knowledge and research equipment, they consistently surpass other nations. Naruto's purpose for visiting this time is to procure a new batch of experimental apparatus from the Land of Lightning. The daimyo's capital, where the ruler of the Land of Lightning resides, stands as the foremost city in the realm. Its resources are exceptional, with an abundance of goods available from across the nation, making it the ideal place for Naruto to purchase his experimental equipment. Chapter 35. The journey back. With ample funds at his disposal, Naruto successfully acquired the items he desired. Although he spent a staggering 400 million, he felt no remorse, as the money came easily. In fact, he deemed the expenditure worthwhile, for he not only secured the experimental devices but also batteries, lights, and other essential supplies, in addition to a significant quantity of explosive tags, shurikens, and kunao. The quantity was indeed substantial. Ordinarily, the ninja tools he purchased would suffice for a lifetime. It must be said that acquiring such equipment in other nations would not be so straightforward, as weapons are often prohibited from sale in certain countries. However, in the Land of Lightning, this is not a challenge, as it is a military powerhouse, with a long-standing stockpile of ninja tools sufficient to sustain several ninja world wars with excess remaining. Consequently, some corrupt officials frequently sell off surplus ninja tools in private dealings. Regardless of who you are, as long as you pay, they are willing to sell. What he initially thought would take some time concluded in less than half a day. Although Naruto intended to leave and continue with his plans, he reconsidered upon observing the dreary sky, filled with rain and snow. Perhaps it would be best to rest for the night and experience the local customs of the Land of Lightning. He had heard that the hot springs here were co-ed. Perfect opportunity to indulge. After finding an impressive inn to stay at, Naruto eagerly changed into a yukata and made his way to the hot spring. As he walked, he noticed that the Land of Lightning was indeed home to many beautiful women. However, thus far none could compare to Samui. If given the chance, he would truly relish the opportunity to engage in a profound conversation about life and ideals with that stunning beauty. In the midst of his musings, he arrived at the entrance of the hot spring. After stowing his belongings in a locker, Naruto parted the curtain at the entrance. "My apologies for the intrusion," he announced as he boldly stepped inside. Yet he was immediately taken aback. Within the hot spring, several individuals turned to regard him. Both parties appeared equally bewildered, with Naruto being the more astonished of the two. There were 6 individuals in total, 3 men and 3 women. 2 of the men bore a striking resemblance to one another, appearing to be in their 30s and possessing well-built physiques. The remaining male was a young boy of about 10, with white hair and dark skin. Among the women, one had red hair and dark skin, characterized by a rather flat chest. Another had gray hair and dark skin, presenting as an intellectual young woman. And the last was a striking blonde beauty with white hair, her icy gaze and ample bosom quite captivating. Could it be a coincidence? Naruto thought, genuinely surprised to encounter these familiar faces. For indeed, he recognized all 6. They were none other than the Raikage and his trusted confidants. The 2 muscular men were the Abi brothers. The voluptuous blonde was Samui. The dark-skinned boy was Amwa. The flat-chested, red-haired girl was Karui. And the gray-haired, sophisticated beauty was the Raikage's secretary, Mabi. Samui cast a cold glance at the masked intruder. "You there, leave immediately. We have reserved this area. Did no one inform you?" Before Naruto could respond, the Raikage interjected, "Never mind, Samui. One more won't fill this hot spring. Kid, go wash yourself over there and then join us." Killer Bee gestured enthusiastically, singing, "Yo yo, my brother speaks true. Bathing together is more lively, yo yo, you bumbling fool." Naruto raised an eyebrow. "I recall that tailed beasts can sense one another. Being so close to Killer Bee, I hope the 8 Tails doesn't discover my secret." Currently, the chakra of the 9 Tails was firmly sealed, unable to escape, and with the adamantine sealing technique in place, detection seemed unlikely. Judging by Killer Bee's demeanor, it appeared that he had indeed not noticed. With this thought, Naruto relaxed. He began to reflect on Killer Bee's earlier nonsensical rap, which was neither rhythmic nor melodious. However, he decided to endure the noise, as they had graciously allowed him to join their bathing. After cleansing himself with fresh water, Naruto sank into the hot spring. "Ah, bliss." He involuntarily sighed with satisfaction. The Raikage chuckled heartily. "Kid, feels good, doesn't it? This inn's hot spring is the finest in the entire city. I always choose to stay here whenever I visit. Indeed, your taste is impeccable. I was unaware of your reservation, and I apologize for the intrusion. I also appreciate your generosity." Karui, eyeing Naruto warily, retorted, "Humph, if you truly wish to express gratitude, then remove your mask before speaking." How rude. Naruto had donned a mask for his outing. Even while bathing, he refrained from removing it to conceal his identity and prevent exposure of his whereabouts to Konoha. Therefore, he paid little mind to Karui's words, responding, "My appearance is unseemly. I beg your forgiveness for this rudeness." "There's no need to fuss over it," the Raikage replied generously, a testament to his unwavering confidence. "Karui, you needn't be on edge. I brought you here to enjoy the hot springs and alleviate your stress. Yo, I'm exceptionally skilled. No worries about bathing. Yo, you bumbling fools. Where on earth did you learn that ridiculous lingo?" The Raikage admonished as he playfully struck Killer Bee on the head, causing a bump to form. "Yo, IMM?" The Raikage fixed him with a stern gaze. "Ahem, yes, brother." Naruto found himself intrigued by Samui, eager to strike up a conversation with the beautiful woman. But before he could approach, Samui coldly remarked, "I am drawn to powerful men, kid. If you wish to converse with me, you may need to wait another decade." Faced with such dismissal, Naruto sheepishly retreated to his previous spot. The dark-skinned, flat-chested girl laughed mockingly. Look at that, turn down, as the most beautiful woman in our village. Suitors queue from one end to the other. You weakling should step back. Indeed, although the Raikage had graciously allowed Naruto to enter, his subordinates were not so easily swayed. They regarded Naruto, this masked intruder, with heightened suspicion, making any attempts at casual conversation decidedly challenging. After a time, the Raikage and his companions departed, and Naruto lingered for another 10 minutes before exiting the hot spring. Dinner followed, with the inn's cuisine being rather pricey yet undeniably exquisite, featuring vibrant sashimi and an array of delightful dishes. In the spirit of reciprocity, Naruto ordered a lavish sashimi platter for the Raikage and his associates, who were dining in the adjacent room. The following morning, the Raikage and his entourage set off early, returning to Kumagakure after their meeting at the daimyo's residence concluded. Mabi, the Raikage's secretary, inquired of Kurui, "What became of that young man?" Kurui replied, "He left early this morning." Mabi mused, "It seems he was indeed an ordinary traveler." Kurui retorted, "Humph, even if he sought the Raikage, he need not worry. Not to mention the Raikage himself, with him as the Jinchuriki, we could withstand an entire army without concern." Mizuki, "That being said, it is our duty as subordinates to take precautionary measures and ensure the safety of Lord Raikage." Shortly thereafter, the assembled group of Raikage departed from the daimyo city. Outside the city, a heavy snowfall had just occurred, blanketing the ground in a thick layer of snow, transforming the entire world into a winter wonderland. Crack! A massive tree, overwhelmed by the weight of the snow, collapsed. With a crash, the downfall of the tree triggered a cascade of snow from the nearby branches, showering down like a waterfall. The Raikage and his companions turned towards the source of the noise. Whoosh! Suddenly, a shuriken sliced through the air, hurtling straight towards the forehead of the Raikage. "My lord, watch out!" Amoy sprang forward, drawing his ninja blade and deftly deflecting the shuriken. "Who dares?" Kurui bellowed, her voice reverberating through the surroundings. Crack! A figure clad in a purple robe emerged from the shadows. "It's you? The brat from the hot springs yesterday. I knew you were up to no good," Kurui exclaimed upon recognizing the intruder. "Who are you, really?" Naruto replied, "Do not misconstrue my intentions. I harbor no personal grudges and do not wish to oppose you. I simply wish to test my skills against the legendary Abarame brothers, as my hands have grown somewhat restless." Huh? Kurui's initial surprise morphed into derision. "You seek to spar? Do you think our Lord Raikage is just any run-of-the-mill opponent? You are courting your own demise. Amoy, take him down." Chapter 36. A Duel with the Raikage. Upon being named, Amoy dropped the lollipop he had been nervously chewing. Reluctantly, he stepped forward, seemingly preparing to face the challenge. Yet, after a few paces, he retreated as if rewinding a tape. He muttered, "Samui, Kurui, why don't we all go together? If I face him alone, I might end up as mere fragments. While going together may also lead to that fate, it gives me a sense of security to face it with everyone." Kurui, infuriated by his despondency, kicked him hard in the rear. "Ouch!" Amoy stumbled forward. Just as he turned to respond, Kurui roared, "Stop whining. Do you want me to turn you into fragments right now? Get out there and fight." Startled by her outburst, Amoy replied, "All right, I'm going." Thus, Amoy charged at Naruto. While his stance seemed adequate to Naruto, he was nothing more than a mere amateur. It was not arrogance. He genuinely held little regard for this opponent. In Naruto's memory, Amoy, despite possessing a commendable character, was fundamentally inept. During the Fourth Shinobi War, he had merely been a chunnin, unable to contribute significantly, and even managed to injure one of Naruto's shadow clones, plunging his entire team into crisis. Although they eventually claimed a narrow victory, Amoy's performance on the battlefield had been exceedingly disappointing. Years had passed since then. He remained a lowly genin, albeit a disciple of Killer Bee, but still unremarkable. With a slight exertion, Naruto vanished from his position. Shadow dance. Amoy's pupils dilated in alarm. "This is bad." Before he could react, Naruto delivered a powerful kick to his chest, sending him flying backward. Thud! Amoy tumbled several times before halting in front of his comrades. "Amoy!" Kurui rushed over, concerned for her partner. To her relief, he appeared merely bruised, likely to be in pain but otherwise uninjured. Immediately, Kurui seized Amoy by the collar, lifting him up. "You disgraceful fool." "I am sorry," Amoy managed to stammer. "Enough, Kurui. That fellow possesses some skill. It would indeed be unfair to make Amoy face him alone, Samui interjected, massaging her aching shoulder. Allow me to take the lead. However, the Raikage intervened. Samui, step back. You are not his match. I shall handle this. Yes, Lord Raikage, Samui complied, retreating to the rear. The Raikage addressed Naruto, young one, since you dare to challenge me, I shall grant your wish, but heed my warning. Standing before the Raikage means you must be prepared to face destruction. Naturally, Naruto replied, a smile concealed beneath his mask. Is the other half of your duo not going to join in? I have heard of the formidable combination technique of the two of you. It is said to be lethal. I am eager to witness it. You are not worthy of us both joining forces. Ha! With a thunderous shout, the Raikage unleashed a blue chakra cloak crackling with lightning. Lightning release chakra mode. This technique significantly amplifies the user's attributes. And it is through this power that the fourth Raikage is renowned as the fastest man in the shinobi world. Boy, don't say I didn't give you a chance. I'll let you strike first. Otherwise, this battle may conclude in an instant. I see no need for that, Naruto replied as he gazed up at the fourth Raikage. Sealing technique. Release. As their eyes locked, the Raikage suddenly noticed Naruto's ebony irises transforming into a vivid crimson. Sharingan, you are of the Uchiha clan. The Raikage expressed surprise. As far as I know, the Uchiha have been wiped out by traitors, leaving only 2 survivors. One a mere child, the other a traitor. Are you Itachi Uchiha? No, Naruto shook his head. Lord Raikage, you appear quite busy. Let us dispense with idle chatter and resolve this swiftly. Humph, since you are so eager to meet your end, I shall oblige. Once you are deceased, your Sharingan will be safely kept by us at Kumigakure. Hiss! With the sound of crackling electricity, the Raikage vanished from sight. Incredible speed. The leader is serious. The Kumigakure shinobi struggled to catch a glimpse of the Raikage's form, reflecting inwardly that, had they been in his place, they likely would not have survived a single exchange. That boy is doomed. Yet, the situation was far from straightforward. The power of the 3 Tomo Sharingan might not be sufficient against a powerhouse like the Raikage, but its enhanced dynamic vision could grant its wielder an advantage in taijutsu clashes. The Raikage was extraordinarily swift, yet Naruto had prepared himself. With the combined prowess of the Sage's eyes and the Sharingan, he managed to perceive the Raikage's movements. In the blink of an eye, the Raikage had closed the distance to Naruto. You seem capable of tracking my movements, but if that is all you can manage, you may as well resign yourself to death. Boom! The Raikage's powerful fist barreled towards Naruto. With absolute speed and strength, the Raikage had no need for strategy or tactics. Few in the entire ninja world could withstand such a blow. However, Naruto was not among those few. He crouched low, narrowly evading the Raikage's punch. Buzz! In that fleeting moment, Naruto formed a blue orb in the palm of his right hand. Rasengan. He thrust the spiraling sphere towards the Raikage's abdomen. But true to his reputation, the Raikage's speed was unparalleled. After missing his punch, he smoothly pivoted, executing a flawless spinning kick that sent Naruto's Rasengan flying off course. Not one to meet force with force, Naruto swiftly retreated, simultaneously drawing a kunai from his ninja pouch and launching it at the Raikage. The Raikage's lightning release chakra mode greatly enhanced his reflexes. In the blink of an eye, he charged forward. His trajectory coincided with the kunai, but the Raikage dismissed this trivial distraction. He tilted his head to evade the kunai and raised his massive fist for another assault. At this moment, the thrown kunai had barely traveled a distance of just over a meter. However, that was sufficient, or perhaps it was for the best. For that kunai was positioned directly behind the Raikage. Buzz! Naruto once again gathered a Rasengan in his hand, seemingly intending to confront the Raikage head-on with this technique. The Raikage, however, wore an expression of utter disdain. That kind of attack wouldn't even breach my chakra cloak. Yet, he seemed to sense something amiss. The blue sphere, could it be? In his youth, he had once believed his speed to be unparalleled until he encountered that yellow flash. During that battle, he and his companion had aimed to subdue that individual, only to be utterly bewildered by the opponent's speed and tactics. Although the encounter ended in what seemed to be a stalemate, the proud Raikage could not bear the thought of being bested 2-on-1. Thus, he feverishly studied that person's data, preparing himself for a life-or-death confrontation with the yellow flash. However, even after the war concluded, he never encountered that individual again, yet the details remained etched in his memory. The records clearly stated that the yellow flash was exceptionally proficient in a high-damage ninjutsu known as Rasengan. In that instant, cold sweat trickled down the Raikage's brow. The kunai had seemingly been ensnared with something. Could it be that his next move was? To affirm the Raikage's suspicions, Naruto's form abruptly vanished. The Raikage lost his target, while Naruto reappeared behind him. Grasping the kunao in one hand, he executed a flip, launching the Rasengan toward the Raikage's back. Chapter 37. The need to eliminate this madman. Shit. The Raikage caught a glimpse of Naruto materializing behind him, and even he could not suppress a twinge of foreboding. Though he did not believe he could be vanquished in a single strike, he was aware that if struck, injury was inevitable. If word of this got out, what would become of his reputation? Regrettably, no matter how swift he was, he could not evade this Rasengan, for Naruto's attack was mere moments away from impact. Yet, just as the Rasengan was about to make contact, Naruto's figure vanished once more. In that fleeting moment, a massive octopus tentacle surged past the Raikage from behind. Yo! Killer Bee strikes with lightning. The tentacle stretched over 100 meters, yet still missed its target, resulting in humiliation. You foolish, reckless bastard. The clash between Naruto and the Raikage transpired in the blink of an eye. The array of ninjas from the Raikage's village, watching from behind, scarcely grasped what had transpired. However, one individual did not miss a beat. Killer Bee. His prowess was on par with the Raikage's, and though he lacked his brother's blistering speed, his wealth of combat experience, coupled with his observational position, allowed him to discern the battle's intricacies even more clearly than the participants themselves. He had not overlooked the flying thunder god Kunao. Like his brother, he held a vivid recollection of the Yellow Flash's techniques. Realizing that Naruto could utilize the flying thunder god technique, he understood that his impulsive brother was in imminent danger, compelling him to act swiftly to save him. As he had sung earlier, the Eight Tails tentacles elongated 100 meters to ensnare Naruto, but in a critical moment, Naruto evaded the grasp. The Raikage understood everything upon witnessing the tentacle. Meanwhile, Killer Bee had already teleported to a position not far behind his brother. The Raikage, blushing with embarrassment, said, "Sorry, brother, I was a bit careless. Big brother, I think it's best if we team up. This guy is quite formidable. No, I will handle him myself." The Raikage firmly rejected his brother's suggestion. Yet, Killer Bee sought to persuade him further. "Brother, ever since I was forced to a draw against the Yellow Flash, I have been unable to let it go. Everyone praises me as the fastest in the ninja world, but that was after the Yellow Flash's demise. Do you know how humiliating that title is for me? It feels as if that bastard granted it to me. Today, facing the flying thunder god again, I must conquer it and prove who the true fastest is." Killer Bee, observing his brother's resolute and battle-hungry gaze, ultimately relented. "Very well, brother, but I will keep a close watch on the battlefield. If I deem the necessity of intervention arises, I will not hesitate. You are the Raikage and my brother. I cannot allow you to face even the slightest mishap." Humph. A smile crept onto the Raikage's face. "Do you think I am someone who would fall for that kid's tricks again? Is that so? What?" Suddenly, Naruto, clad in a purple robe, materialized between the two brothers. The Raikage's eyes widened. He had not perceived any sign of the flying thunder god's mark. How had he arrived here? As this thought flashed through the Raikage's mind, it was swiftly disrupted, for Naruto launched his assault once more. Once again it was the Rasengan. Naruto thrust it toward the Raikage's chest. Bang! Whoosh! The Raikage was undeniably struck, the immense force of the Rasengan propelling him several dozen meters away. "Raikage-sama! Big brother!" Two exclamations rang out, Killer Bee and the Cloud Ninja. "You foolish, reckless bastard." Enraged, Killer Bee's body began to envelop itself in crimson chakra energy. In the blink of an eye, dark red energy enveloped him entirely. Horns sprouted from his head, and a beastly skeletal structure emerged from his back, with four tails thrashing behind him. In the state of tailed beast transformation, four tails form, he roared, "Die!" as his tails lashed toward Naruto. Whoosh! Bang! The mere swing of his tail seemed capable of rending the air asunder. One tail struck down, instantly scattering the surrounding snow, exposing the ground beneath as shattered rocks flew into the air, revealing a deep pit. Regrettably, despite its overwhelming power, this attack was still too slow for Naruto. His form flickered, and he vanished from sight. Cough, cough. From a distance came the Raikage's coughing. After calling out to his brother, Killer Bee hurried over to assess the situation. Iemme fine. Though a trickle of blood stained his lips, the fourth Raikage was not gravely injured. His lightning release chakra mode offered both offense and defense. It was no surprise that he could withstand a Rasengan. After calming his agitated blood flow, the Raikage began to analyze the situation. That brat had long concealed the flying thunder god Kunao in the snow. Damn it! That little rascal appears reckless and mindless. But his cunning runs deep. He set traps before we even arrived. He even deliberately lured me to that position. Brother, I take back what I just said. This guy is powerful and his allegiance is unclear. We must join forces to take him down here. Yes, big brother. I'll take down that foolish bastard. Stepping out from behind a large tree, Naruto addressed the two brothers. So you finally plan to join forces? Who are you, you little brat? The fourth Raikage demanded. Who I am is of no consequence. There is one thing I can assure you. I'm feeling absolutely fantastic right now. This is what fighting is supposed to feel like. Ha ha ha. Naruto's maniacal laughter echoed. In the past few years, he had never felt as invigorated as he did today. He had constantly been on guard against various forms of surveillance, careful not to reveal his abilities. He had lived cautiously, but today he had finally found worthy opponents to unleash his power upon. Watching the frenzied Naruto, Killer Bee felt a sense of unease. Big brother, you were right. This guy is indeed too dangerous and seems mentally unstable. We cannot allow him to continue unchecked. Brother, you restrain him while I use my technique to knock some sense into him. Understood. For many years, the Abarame brothers fought side by side, their synergy beyond question. The moment Killer Bee spoke, the fourth Raikage understood how to coordinate with him. ZZZZZZ. The lightning release chakra mode activated once more. The fourth Raikage charged forward again. With another powerful punch, Naruto stood his ground and took the hit. The Raikage paused momentarily, but he quickly realized something was amiss. Bang! The Naruto he struck transformed into smoke and vanished. It was a shadow clone. That cunning little rascal. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Fire release. Great fire annihilation. Boom! A tidal wave of flames surged towards the fourth Raikage. Those watching from a distance were rendered speechless by the sheer expanse of the inferno. What is happening? How can that guy have so many clones? Karui wondered aloud. And just how immense is the range and power of that technique? It's overwhelming. Even from this far away, I can feel my skin burning from the heat. Karui, Amwa, and Samui were still young and inexperienced as lower-ranked shinobi. However, Mabi, having served as the Raikage's secretary for many years, was well-versed and explained. That is the shadow clone technique, a forbidden jutsu developed by the second Hokage of Konoha. As for that tidal wave of flames, it is an A-rank ninjutsu, great fire annihilation. He utilized two clones to execute the technique simultaneously. The combination of wind and fire produced such a powerful jutsu. Moreover, even without the enhancement from wind release, the great fire annihilation itself is already extraordinarily vast, indicating just how immense his chakra reserves are. Chapter 38, The Climax of Battle. Gazing at the towering wave of flames reaching over 20 meters high, even the Raikage felt a shiver run down his spine. However, this was not a technique he could evade, especially for a speed-oriented ninja like himself. Gathering his chakra, the Raikage unleashed it in one explosive burst. The chakra cloak enveloping him grew even larger, transforming his distinctive hairstyle into a spiky crown reminiscent of Vegeta's. This was the ultimate lightning release armor. In this state, his hair would stand on end, and the power of his lightning release would reach its zenith. The fourth Raikage's speed in this form was so astonishing that even the Sharingan could not detect his movements, allowing him to evade Sasuke's Amaterasu in an instant. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the Raikage vanished from his original position. 3 seconds later, the tidal wave of flames crashed down. Boom! Sizzles. The snow beneath the flames melted instantly. As water and fire collided, steam erupted, enveloping a vast area in thick mist. Everything became obscured. The spectators completely lost sight of the battlefield. The Raikage and Killer Bee, caught within the chaos, were no exception. Damn it! The Raikage roared in frustration. He was not a sensory ninja and had no effective means to navigate through the dense fog. He wasn't he, but Naruto was. With his vision sharpened, Kagaya's eyes detected nearby chakra signatures with ease. Glancing at the lined-up clones, Naruto commanded, Team 1, unleash fire release. Team 2, use wind release. Yes. Naruto's shadow clones formed 2 lines, with the front line of 15 crouching down to use great fire annihilation once more, while the back line of 5 collectively executed great breakthrough to enhance the speed and power of the fire release. The fire release was a gift from Sasuke Uchiha, while the wind release was a scroll bestowed by the third Hokage. Together, they complemented each other, producing a power that was greater than the mere sum of its parts. Boom! A wave of flames even larger than the last surged towards the fourth Raikage. The astonishing heat obliterated the steam. Witnessing the towering inferno, Amwa felt his legs weaken. I actually thought I could take on a monster like that? The Raikage's expression twitched as he observed the technique. If it were just him, he could certainly escape. But he was not alone. There were several burdens from Kumagakure alongside him. If he fled, those behind him would undoubtedly perish. Though nearly 100 meters apart, the speed and range of this technique meant that Karui and Amwa would have no chance to evade, and even Samui would struggle to escape. Where on earth did that little brat come from, to wield chakra with such reckless abandon? Though anxiety gnawed at him, the fourth Reikage couldn't help but silently commend Naruto. Indeed, compared to the original Naruto, Dingyun preferred to utilize his shadow clones in clusters. This was evident from his summoning style. Naruto typically summoned clones in overwhelming numbers, using sheer quantity as a decisive advantage. In contrast, Dingyun's clones generally appeared in organized formations, albeit in smaller numbers. While fewer in count, their threat level was exponentially heightened. Having come from a military background, he understood that power could only be unleashed when concentrated. Observing the inferno before him, Naruto felt a profound realization. Indeed, for someone with such abundant chakra, employing ninjutsu as the primary attack method was the way to go. When facing a single enemy, he would unleash large-scale clustered ninjutsu to obliterate him, and against multiple foes, he would deploy even broader ninjutsu to annihilate them. Excessive display was the romance of a man, wouldn't you agree, Kakashi-sensei? Hey, is it ready yet? The fourth Reikage, watching the encroaching wave of flames, began to feel a sense of urgency. However, he was not alone in this. Killer B had been preparing his technique long before. Alright, big brother. Amidst the fog, Killer B's voice resonated reassuringly. You idiot, come and taste this. Buzz. The dense mist parted as Killer B's high-density chakra surged forth, causing the Kumagakure shinobi to gasp in astonishment. Is that a tailed beast bomb? Mabi corrected, no, it's a tailed beast ball. In his second tailed beast state, Killer B opened his massive jaws, gathering a black-red sphere of highly concentrated chakra in his mouth. Once the sphere reached the size of a fist, Killer B closed his mouth, containing the chakra ball within. Tailed beast ball. Boom! A blazing beam erupted from Killer B's mouth. This guiding beam seemed capable of annihilating everything in its path. At the moment it was fired, the ground beneath Killer B shattered, unable to withstand the immense recoil, cracking like a spider's web. Boom! The beam pierced the heavens, directly penetrating the towering wall of flames. Well done. Bring it on. Regardless of how many times he witnessed it, the Reikage was always awed by the terrifying power of the tailed beast. Little brat, let us see how you handle this tailed beast bomb. After breaching the sea of flames, the tailed beast ball surged towards Naruto. The 20 shadow clones positioned at the forefront to execute their jutsu instantly dissipated. Naruto remained unfazed. He bit his finger, forming the summoning seals before slamming his palm onto the ground. Summoning technique, triple Rashomon. Clang, clang, clang. A resounding boom echoed. 3 massive gates descended. The gates were adorned with images of open-mouthed Ajuras, seemingly mocking the audacity of the attacker. Boom! The tailed beast ball struck the first Rashomon, producing a deep thud. Its power diminished slightly but remained lethal. The second Rashomon continued to weaken the tailed beast ball, yet it was still unable to fully obstruct it. By the time it reached the third Rashomon, the trajectory of the tailed beast ball had already undergone an irreversible deviation. The triple Rashomon, recorded in the Book of Seals, required a significant amount of chakra to utilize. However, it was not a technique developed by the second Hokage, but rather one devised by the first Hokage. Originally created for the purpose of capturing tailed beasts, it had been discarded when the first Hokage later developed a technique that consumed less chakra and proved more effective. Due to its substantial chakra costs and difficulty in learning, it was archived in the Book of Seals. Naruto, recognizing its potential for handling sudden crises, had learned it to prepare for situations just like this one. In truth, Naruto could evade the tailed beast bomb using the Flying Thunder God technique, as he possessed a mark 20 kilometers away as a contingency for escape. However, he was eager to test the triple Rashomon for no other reason than his abundant chakra and his penchant for playfulness. Let me handle it, he thought. If he could withstand the tailed beast bomb, then he would unleash a massive explosion with the tailed beast ball right where he stood. Within Killer B, the Eight Tails, Jayaki, sought to engage in battle. Typically, Killer B would not refuse the Eight Tails' requests, and with a simple all right, little eight, it's all yours, he acquiesced. No problem. No sooner had he spoken, his lower body transformed into octopus tentacles, and moments later, he was enveloped by a mass of crimson flesh, ultimately vanishing within, replaced by a colossal octopus creature. This beast bore a humanoid torso with arms, yet its lower body was adorned with 8 gigantic octopus tentacles, while its head resembled that of a bull. The Jinchuriki's tailed beast transformation. Foolish mortal, allow me to demonstrate this technique. Little 8, go for it. Oh! With a peculiar buzzing sound, chakra began to coalesce at the edge of Jaiki's mouth. The tailed beast ball, a unique ability of the tailed beasts, could be wielded by each one. It was a terrifying weapon akin to a nuclear bomb, capable of effortlessly obliterating an entire town with a single strike. The tailed beasts could execute this technique far more rapidly than their Jinchuriki. As for them, this attack was as simple as sneezing or vomiting. Before long, a massive black sphere of chakra was formed. Once the chakra had completed its transformation, the 8 tails compressed it within his mouth, ready to unleash the tailed beast ball at will. Naruto observed keenly. Suddenly, he leaped into the air, prompting Jaiki to scoff. Is this guy insane? He's jumping up there for me to shoot him? Killer Bee urged. Little 8. Ignore him. Just send him on his way. At this distance, even the flying thunder god won't make it in time. Though it's unfortunate to lose the Sharingan, it's better to deal with this kind of guy sooner rather than later. Okay. Boom. The tailed beast ball was expelled, aimed squarely at Naruto, who was suspended in midair. Indeed, the speed of this technique was astonishing, and the blast radius was immense. Even the flying thunder god might struggle to evade it. Yet Naruto had no intention of dodging. Calmly, he extended his hands forward, positioning a kunao inscribed with the flying thunder god technique between them. Centered around that kunao, a sealing technique unfurled. Sealing technique. Transfer seal. Just as the technique activated, the tailed beast ball approached. However, instead of detonating, it seemed to sink into the sealing technique as if mired in a quagmire, gradually disappearing within it. A smile crept beneath Naruto's mask. Thus, the game was concluded. Watch out behind you, the Raikage suddenly cried out. What? Jaiki turned in alarm to see a mysterious technique had appeared behind him. At the center of this technique, a black energy sphere materialized. Jaiki's eyes widened. Is that my tailed beast ball? In that fleeting moment of confusion, the tailed beast ball erupted in a burst of white light. It was over. The 4th Raikage, sensing the impending doom, sprinted away frantically. 8 seconds later, a massive shockwave obliterated everything within a 500-meter radius, turning it to ash. Even the fastest shinobi in the world, the Raikage, barely managed to escape the explosion's reach. He gazed at the desolation before him, his mind blank. He had fled, but his subordinates lacked his speed. Caught in the tailed beast ball's onslaught, their fates were all but sealed. Tears streamed down this hardened warrior's cheeks. Mabi, Samui, Karui, Amwa. Chapter 39, Mission accomplished. That little brat. I will surely avenge you. The Raikage's roar echoed through the heavens, filled with hatred for Naruto. Though he knew not who he was, the use of the flying thunder god and the Sharingan clearly tied him to Konoha. The Raikage resolved to dispatch a delegation to Konoha for accountability without delay. What to do? Should I inform the boss? You go. Just as the Raikage knelt in despair, he heard a familiar mutter behind him. Could it be? He discreetly wiped away his tears, turning abruptly to discover several familiar figures. Mabi, Samui, Karui, and Amwa. You are still alive, the Raikage exclaimed, joy illuminating his features, though inwardly he fretted over whether they had witnessed his moment of vulnerability. The answer was undoubtedly yes. They had seen his emotional display in its entirety, which was precisely why they hesitated to greet him. The Raikage, proud as he was, would surely suffer a loss of face if they acknowledged his embarrassment. At that moment, he composed himself and greeted them, as if nothing had transpired. Karui and Amwa surveyed the horizon, while Samui maintained her stoic expression, though an air of awkwardness lingered in her gaze. Only Mabi appeared unperturbed. She approached the Raikage, stating, Lord Raikage, I am relieved to see you unharmed. How could I possibly be injured by a mere tailed beast ball? But you all, how did you escape the blast? Mabi's expression was somewhat peculiar. I saved them, a male voice interjected, answering the Raikage's query. The Raikage turned to the speaker, his eyes narrowing in recognition, quickly morphing into a glare of fury. You are still alive. The speaker, clad in peculiar attire and a ghostly mask, was none other than Naruto. Naruto remarked, Lord Raikage.
Yes.
I merely transferred the explosion, having calculated the blast radius to ensure my safety. After all, it would be quite embarrassing to be killed by my own technique. Just look over there. That fellow is a prime example. Naruto gestured toward the explosion's epicenter, where the smoke had thickened, obscuring the view. As the smoke dissipated, The scene became clear. At the center of the explosion, Jayaki had curled into a defensive ball. He wouldn't perish, but he was most certainly in a precarious predicament. 3 of his 8 tails had been severed, and both of his already damaged horns lay shattered. Observing closely, Naruto noted several of Jayaki's teeth had been broken as well. If the former Jayaki had instilled fear, the toothless version was merely comical. Once the explosion subsided, the weary Jayaki retreated back into his Jinchuriki's body. Moments later, Killer Bee's form materialized, lying motionless on the ground, clearly unconscious. B. Without a second thought for Naruto, the Raikage dashed to his brother's side. B. Wake up. As he shouted, the Raikage seized Killer Bee by his collar, delivering several firm slaps. This method proved effective. The pain stirred Killer Bee from his stupor. He gazed at the Raikage, stammering, "Big brother. How did I end up here? How can you even ask that? You got knocked out by your own tailed beast ball. What a disgrace." The Raikage scolded, shaking his brother vigorously. In that moment, Killer Bee's memories returned, and he recalled their adversary. What happened to that guy? The Raikage fell silent, casting his gaze into the distance. Following his brother's line of sight, Killer Bee spotted Naruto standing unscathed several hundred meters away. "Hey, little 8-tails bomb. I consumed it all myself. How embarrassing. Foolish idiot." The Raikage, hearing his brother's lackluster rap, promptly delivered a blow to his head. "From now on, spare me your nonsense." "Yes, big brother." The chastised 8-tails fell silent. In the distance, Naruto had no intention of continuing the fight. This confrontation had been more than sufficient. He called out to the figures in the distance, "Thank you, Raikage and the esteemed Bai, for your guidance. Now let us part ways." "Wait," Raikage thundered. "Tell me, what is your true purpose? And why did you save my subordinates? Although the Flying Thunder God technique is swift, you took considerable risks in their rescue, did you not?" Naruto replied nonchalantly, "Esteemed Raikage, I have already stated my intention to seek your counsel, and I never anticipated you would employ the tailed beast ball technique. As for the rescue, it indeed involved some peril, yet I was ultimately successful. Now I bid you farewell." With that, Naruto vanished from sight. That damned scoundrel. Raikage had never felt so humiliated. Unable to strike back or give chase, he felt he had lost face today. Mabi stepped forward and inquired, "Lord Fourth, shall we issue orders to hunt this individual down upon our return?" Raikage responded, "No, this matter must remain buried within your minds. Consider it as though you have never encountered him." "I understand," Mabi conceded, not daring to counter his words. She comprehended the gravity of the situation. The fourth Raikage could not afford such a blow to his reputation. The infamous AB duo had suffered a dismal defeat at the hands of an inconspicuous underling. If word of this spread, he would undoubtedly become a laughingstock among the other Kage, particularly the Tsuchikage Oniki, who would likely pen letters to the Raikage Monthly to remind him of his failure. Naruto had several objectives for his recent outing. Firstly, to amass wealth. Secondly, to procure equipment. Thirdly, to locate a new secret base. Fourthly, to test the limits of his own abilities. With all 4 objectives satisfactorily accomplished, Naruto saw no reason to linger outside any longer. He set off for the Land of Waves, intending to complete the preparations for the underwater cave before returning to Konohagakure. His return journey was markedly swifter than his departure. He left flying thunder god marks along the way, and now he could activate them from as far as 50 kilometers away. Provided he did not exhaust himself, returning to Konoha in a single day posed no challenge. However, he was not in haste. He preferred to allow time for his chakra to recover between long-distance jumps. Better to be cautious than to find himself spent in a confrontation with an adversary. Nonetheless, even at a leisurely pace, Naruto reached the underwater cave in the Land of Waves within 2 days. After spending nearly half a month wiring the place and testing all the experimental equipment, he felt assured as he made his way to the Land of Fire. Of course, before leaving, he created 15 shadow clones to continue research at the cave. While it lacked the convenience of his base in the Forest of Death, its safety and seclusion would yield significant surprises in the near future. Chapter 40, Graduation. Half a day after departing from the Land of Waves, Naruto returned to the Forest of Death in Konoha. He settled onto a branch of a grand tree, quietly awaiting something. Shortly thereafter, one of his shadow clones arrived. This clone had been tasked with surveillance. The previous clone had reported unusual movements by White Zetsu nearby, prompting Naruto to leave 2 clones behind for further investigation. "How goes the situation?" the original Naruto inquired. The clone replied, "You are fortunate, Naruto. Shortly after the base was abandoned, White Zetsu discovered the underground facility. Soon after, the masked man brought Obito, but they found nothing of consequence and departed. Orochimaru also visited once. Upon discovering his lair had been emptied, he displayed a hint of surprise but did not linger. Not long after, a team of Umbu led by Kakashi stumbled upon the site, and it has been thoroughly searched. A soft chuckle escaped Naruto's lips. Indeed, fortune had smiled upon him. Had he been a few days later, he might have had to defect prematurely. But that was in the past now. He had found a new refuge, one he believed could endure for a longer duration. What of the village? He asked. The clone in the village reports nothing unusual. It follows the daily routine of classes and transitions without a hitch, and no one has noticed a thing. The third Hokage visited once but said nothing significant. However, your clone mentioned feeling a sense of appreciation from the third. It seems he believes you possess great potential. Naruto nearly laughed aloud. You were right about the first part. The latter may be somewhat misguided. The third might see me as a promising prospect, but he is more inclined to view me as a controllable tool. Trust me, if a ninja war were to break out now, I would find myself on the battlefield in no time, despite not having graduated from the academy. Remember, the life of a Jinchuriki is never secured merely by obedience. To them I am a tool. If I break, they will simply replace me. It's inconsequential. No one truly cares for me. Indeed, the clone concurred. You speak the truth. What are your plans moving forward? I will return and continue to wait patiently. Once I deem the time ripe, I will break free from this cage and prove to the world that my destiny is mine to forge. Naruto recognized his current limitations. Although he had triumphed over the AB brothers, that victory was somewhat serendipitous. Had Killer Bee not unleashed a tailed beast ball, inadvertently launching himself away, the battle would have surely continued. The Raikage still possessed many formidable ninjutsu techniques that he had yet to reveal, and Naruto lacked the confidence to confront him head-on at present. Thus, he had opted for a strategy of bombardment with ninjutsu. The ninja world was vast, and many individuals surpassed the Raikage in power. For a brighter future, he needed to remain in Konoha to absorb the necessary knowledge and grow. Returning to the village was not a trivial matter. With the Flying Thunder God technique, Naruto could enter and exit Konoha at will. The village had a sensing barrier, but that was designed for outsiders. It was ineffective against its own inhabitants. Earlier, Orochimaru had exploited this oversight to enter and exit Konoha several times without hindrance. To this day, the village's higher-ups had yet to consider upgrading their security system. The likes of Danzo, that old cur, prattled on about protection. Yet the main gate security was laughably inadequate. As night fell, the clone attending school returned home. Naruto gleaned all that had transpired over the past month from him. Although he could absorb memories directly by dispelling the clone, he preferred to hear the details recounted for better integration, ensuring his performance aligned with the narrative. In truth, little of note had occurred in the village. Merely the mundane affairs of daily life, unworthy of mention. The only unusual development was Sakura's markedly improved attitude towards him. Previously, she had called him a wild child, but now she could address him by name properly. Naruto speculated that she had matured with age. As for the deeper implications, he chose not to dwell on them. After all, a touch of civility benefited everyone and spared him the annoyance of her previous demeanor. The following morning heralded another day of school. Naruto-kun, are you still in bed? You'll be late, came a voice from the door. It was Ino. The clone had mentioned that Ino would come to find him for school during this time. Naruto, however, was currently hiding in the restroom. His eyes had been replaced with Sharingan, which posed no issue outside, but he could not afford to reveal them in Konoha. Fortunately, he had learned a sealing technique that could mask his Sharingan. Once applied, even the Byakugan would fail to detect any anomaly in his eyes. Ino, wait a moment, I'll be right out, Naruto called back, before commencing the sealing process on his eyes. With a hand seal, the technique was completed in moments. Buzz. Disguise seal. As the sealing technique took effect, Naruto's Sharingan lost its luster, gradually transforming into ordinary black eyes. Naruto had long prepared a pair of blue contact lenses, mirroring the color of his original eyes. He had pilfered these from a beauty salon without spending a dime. With a soft click, he opened the door and greeted Ino. Good morning, Ino. Good morning, Naruto-kun, Ino replied, though her gaze held a peculiar intensity as she scrutinized him. What's wrong? Naruto inquired, a wave of anxiety washing over him, fearing his disguise had faltered. Nothing much, it's just that for some reason you seem to have matured quite a bit, Ino observed, her eyes scanning him up and down. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Ino had a knack for intuition. Indeed, ever since the battle with the Raikage, He felt a significant shift in his mental fortitude. Perhaps she had detected a change in his demeanor. Nevertheless, it was a minor issue. Those unfamiliar with him would hardly perceive such subtle transformations. However, as Ino was his closest classmate, he felt compelled to play along, lest any unexpected revelations arise. He scratched his chin and jested. Mature? Perhaps it's just that I didn't shave today? Ino chuckled. Oh please, you're just a 10-year-old boy, where would you get facial hair? But actually, I did have a few fake whiskers when I was trying to look mature. But then I realized that whiskers grow on the mouth, not the face, so I stopped using them. Ha ha ha, you're such a fool. With a few light-hearted exchanges, Naruto and Ino set off for school. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. Naruto was now 12 years old, and today marked the day of their graduation examination. Irika Amino stood at the podium, delineating the specifics of the test. Everyone, after 6 years of diligent study, the time has finally come for you to demonstrate your achievements. Today's examination will require you to successfully perform the body replacement technique, engage in a practical spar, and complete a shuriken throwing test. Upon passing all 3, you will officially become a genin. A boy raised his hand, asking, Irika-sensei, after becoming a genin, can we independently accept missions for payment? Before Irika could respond, another student interjected, you idiot, after becoming a genin, you must team up with other classmates and work under a supervising teacher for training. Only when you become a chunnin can you lead a team and accept missions. Irika smiled at the 2 boys. Yes, correct. However, I must remind you that becoming a genin does not mean you're off the hook. If your supervising teacher finds your fundamentals lacking, they have the authority to send you back to school for retraining. If you wish to avoid that, you must perform well. If there are any more questions, please bring them forth as we will soon commence the examination. Naruto raised his hand. Irika raised an eyebrow, knowing this was the one student he found most challenging to deal with. Nevertheless, he couldn't ignore him. Uzumaki Naruto, what is your question? It's not really a question. I just wanted to ask, Irika-sensei, are you naturally introverted? Huh? Why do you ask that? Well, if you weren't introverted, why have you never approached me for advice on throwing shurikens in the past 6 years? And I've never seen you with a girlfriend. Are you too shy to talk to girls? That would make you introverted, right? Uzumaki Naruto, you're going outside for punishment. Ha ha ha. Chapter 41. Following Naruto. The examination at the Ninja Academy was hardly noteworthy. Naruto's slight earnestness was already the pinnacle of his current level. In the afternoon, Irika Amino distributed a stack of report cards to all the students. With dozens of students in the class, he had no time to read each grade aloud, but he did highlight and commend the top 10. Irika announced several names, mostly belonging to prominent clans, with none from ordinary backgrounds making the cut. Finally, it was time to reveal the top 4. 4th place, Haruno Sakura with a score of 80 in shuriken throwing, 90 in body replacement technique, and 80 in physical sparring. Sakura, you are outstanding. Keep it up. Inside, Sakura felt elated but maintained a humble exterior, replying, thank you for your guidance, Irika-sensei. Irika appreciated students who expressed gratitude. He believed Sakura would surely achieve great things in the future. 3rd place, Yamanaka Ino with a perfect score of 100 in shuriken throwing, 95 in body replacement technique, and 80 in physical sparring. Ino, your results would have secured 1st place in previous years. Continue to strive and maintain your momentum. Your progress over the past 2 years has been remarkable. Yes, I will continue to work hard, Ino thought, beaming internally at the prospect of her parents being pleased with her report card. Sitting beside Ino, Naruto remarked, congratulations, Ino. It's all thanks to your guidance. Naruto, Ino said, her cheeks slightly flushed. Over the past 2 years, Naruto had frequently tutored her one-on-one, propelling her from an average student to one of the top 3 in the class. Feeling increasingly bashful, Ino lowered her gaze, occasionally glancing at Naruto, her hands nervously fidgeting with the hem of her clothes. Ino, what is wrong? Naruto asked with concern. No, I'm fine. I just wanted to know, if possible, would you want to be in the same class as me, Naruto? If we were in the same class, we could see each other more often. As she spoke, her voice grew softer, for her words were akin to a confession. Naruto, however, remained oblivious to any underlying meaning. He replied cheerfully, of course it would be great if we could be together, but if not, it's no big deal, we're still in the same village, so it won't be hard to meet. I understand. Ino nodded vigorously. Naruto was right. Even if they were not in the same class, he would always be my best friend and my favorite person. The outcomes for 1st and 2nd places were unsurprising. Everyone knew who they were. Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto both achieved perfect scores. Sasuke placed second, while Naruto claimed the first. Despite their identical scores, they were not ranked equally due to Sasuke's defeat in the physical sparring match against Naruto, even though Naruto had let him win. Arika, recognizing Sasuke's displayed prowess exceeded the school's standards, awarded him full marks despite the loss. Thus, the reason for their shared scores but differing ranks became clear. On the following day, the students returned to school for class assignments. As expected, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were once again grouped together. However, this time, the third Hokage justified the grouping as forming an elite team of top students. Naruto and Sasuke were destined to be placed together, a matter beyond anyone's control but the will of the world. These two were akin to Ashura and Indra of yore, raised side by side, diverging in their youth and ultimately destined for confrontation. Just as Madara and Hashirama were, so too were Naruto and Sasuke fated. However, this cycle of fate would likely end with Naruto, as this reincarnation of Ashura was undeniably formidable. Where is our teacher? It's nearly 10 o'clock. Sakura couldn't help but grumble about the yet-to-arrive instructor. Sasuke sat silently, his expression dark, clearly displeased with the teacher's tardiness. In contrast to the other two, Naruto exhibited remarkable composure. From the outset, he hadn't foolishly waited but rather sat in his seat, eyes closed in meditation. As a time traveler, he was well aware of Kakashi's tendencies. However, considering the time, he figured it was about time for Kakashi to show up. Thus, Naruto opened his eyes. The moment he did, the classroom door creaked open. A gray-haired individual strode into the room, clad in the protective gear of a Konoha Jonin, with a mask obscuring much of his face. It was Kakashi Hatake. What an agonizing delay, Sasuke remarked, casting a scrutinizing glance at Kakashi. Despite his seemingly nonchalant demeanor, an aura of danger emanated from him, sharp and unyielding. In stark contrast to the perilous vibe Sasuke sensed, Kakashi cheerfully replied, "My apologies. I was merely assisting a few elderly ladies across the street, which caused my tardiness. The fault is entirely mine." While Sasuke's tone carried a hint of reprimand, Sakura's demeanor was considerably gentler. "So you are our supervising Jonin?" she inquired. Kakashi cleared his throat with a cough as he approached them. "Indeed. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Kakashi Hatake, your assigned Jonin." However, both Sasuke and Sakura paused in surprise. However, Kakashi continued, "My training methods are rather rigorous. Not everyone is deemed worthy of my guidance. Thus, I expect you to report to Training Ground A8 in 2 hours' time. I shall assess whether you are fit to remain under my tutelage. That is all. Dismissed." With that, Kakashi vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving the classroom. Sakura attempted to halt Kakashi, brimming with questions, but alas, he had already departed. "This teacher seems utterly unreliable, don't you think, Sasuke?" she remarked. "He is strong," was all Sasuke replied, falling silent thereafter. "Strong? I fail to see it," Sakura muttered. At that moment, Kakashi's head popped back into the classroom from the doorway. "Oh, I nearly forgot to mention, though it is nearing noon, you must refrain from eating. Otherwise, things could become rather unpleasant later. And should you fail the upcoming examination, you may find yourselves back in school for remedial training. By the way, I have had 30 students return to school under my watch." "What?" Both Sasuke and Sakura gasped in shock. 30? That's nearly an entire class. Well then, see you shortly. Bang! Kakashi vanished once more. Throughout this exchange, Naruto had remained silent until Kakashi departed. Then he spoke up. "He seems much more cheerful than he was 2 years ago." "Naruto, do you know him?" Sakura queried. Her curiosity piqued. "What kind of person is he?" That speech of his sent shivers down my spine. "I certainly don't wish to return to school for remedial training." "How humiliating." Naruto offered no response, rising to head outside the classroom. "Hey, where are you going?" Sakura called after him. "To eat," he replied. "Huh? Didn't that teacher just tell us not to eat?" Sakura questioned. "He also mentioned he would return at 8 o'clock. Naruto shot back, glancing over his shoulder. "Are you coming or not? I'll treat you both to ramen." Exchanging glances, Sakura and Sasuke stood up and followed him. "I want 2 bowls," Sasuke declared. "Eat up. Go for the large portions," Naruto encouraged. Ichiraku ramen was exceptionally popular in Konoha, especially during lunchtime when queues were common. However, the trio arrived early and were seated without delay. "Hey, it's Naruto. The owner, Tuki," greeted them warmly. Much like the original story, Tuki was one of the few villagers eager to assist Naruto. Over the past few years, Naruto had trained vigorously, necessitating substantial nutrition. Although he could hunt beasts in the forest of death or fish by the river for sustenance, He soon grew tired of such fare, and Ichiraku ramen became a delightful change. After greeting Tuki, Naruto and the others ordered their ramen. In no time, the three boys devoured their meals. Excellent. You've got to eat heartily to become a proper ninja. Tuki laughed heartily at the trio. After finishing their meal, Naruto prepared to pay, but Tuki shook his head, saying, Naruto, consider this a gift. Congratulations on becoming a ninja. You've taken another step closer to your dream. Naruto graciously accepted the owner's kindness, departing but unable to resist glancing back at the ramen shop and the smiling Tuki. About that dream I casually mentioned?
I'm sorry, Teuji.
I may end up disappointing you. What shall we do next? Sakura asked Sasuke. He turned his gaze to Naruto. We'll go back and rest. Then head to the training ground in 2 hours, Naruto replied. Huh? One tea that get us expelled by that teacher? He did say to meet him at noon. Sakura hesitated. You can wait if you like. I'm going back to sleep, Naruto said, stretching his back and walking off. Sasuke followed suit, while Sakura hesitated before ultimately deciding to join them. 2 hours later, the trio arrived at training ground A8, only to find it deserted. This is all your fault, Naruto. Kakashi-sensei wouldn't he have left, would he? Sakura chastised. Naruto ignored her, finding a shady spot to sit. Sasuke mirrored his actions. Sakura, perplexed by Sasuke's unwavering faith in Naruto, insisted, Sasuke, say something to him. If we get sent back to school, we'll be the laughingstock of our peers. Just then, Kakashi's voice echoed from the entrance of the training ground. My apologies. I was just helping a few elderly ladies cross the street, which delayed me a bit. Sakura was exasperated. It's already 2 in the afternoon, you know? Thankfully, she had listened to Naruto. Otherwise, she felt she would have been made to look foolish. Sasuke discreetly glanced at Naruto, pondering to himself. It seems Naruto is quite familiar with this individual. Otherwise, he wouldn't have timed his arrival so perfectly, just as we got here. Unbeknownst to Sasuke, he had misunderstood. Kakashi had simply been keeping a close watch on their arrival, ensuring he could come just after them. Chapter 42. The Bells. Naruto had not seen Kakashi in some time. 2 years prior, Konoha had discovered Orochimaru lurking nearby, allegedly colluding with members of the Uchiha clan. The third Hokage even suspected that the infamous black-clad figure responsible for the recent destruction could have been dispatched by his own disciple. To ascertain the serpent's motives and whereabouts, the third Hokage had dispatched Kakashi and a team of elite Umbu to gather intelligence on Orochimaru. This mission lasted over a year. Only recently had Kakashi concluded this long-term assignment, and the third Hokage had granted Gai's request, allowing Kakashi to take a step back and mentor new students. After all, Kakashi was a vital pillar of Konoha. Losing him would be a significant blow. Perhaps by interacting with the vibrant youth, Kakashi could rekindle the spark in his wounded heart, elevating his spirits and extending his years of service. As Kakashi approached, Naruto greeted him. Hey, Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi, for once, displayed a genuine smile. Naruto-kun, it's been a while. Indeed, it's been nearly 2 years, Naruto replied. Time flies, doesn't it? Kakashi mused. Hey, Kakashi-sensei, Naruto interjected. Where are we with the next chapter of Intimate Paradise? Kakashi coughed awkwardly, wishing to divert the conversation from that topic. Let us save the reminiscing for later. You three, Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno, are unfortunately assigned to my team. I've heard you are all top students this term, so let us see if you can take these from me. Huh? Sasuke and Sakura exchanged puzzled glances. Jingle. Kakashi produced 2 bells from his ninja tool pouch. Shaking them as he explained, your task is quite simple. Retrieve these 2 bells from me. I presume you haven't eaten yet? I have prepared 2 exquisite bento boxes for you, intended as prizes for the victors. 2 boxes? Does that imply? Precisely. Only those who acquire the bell are entitled to partake in the meal, while the defeated shall be bound to that wooden post, watching the victors dine. Furthermore, those who fail to grasp the bell shall be sent back to the Ninja Academy for re-education. Does that clarify matters? In that moment, the trio fell silent. Where there is elimination, there exists competition. Both Sasuke and Sakura recognized this stark reality. After a brief internal turmoil, the spirited persona within Sakura surged forth. Excellent. I shall seize this opportunity to oust Naruto Uzumaki. With just Sasuke and me in Team 7, that shall suffice. Sasuke, however, remained stoic and silent, his demeanor dark. Moments later, Kakashi set aside the yellow book and spoke. Well, time is of the essence. If you have no further comments, let us commence. You may employ any means necessary to attack me. Do not fear causing me harm. Kakashi-sensei, Naruto interjected, if I manage to defeat you, will you teach me the Chidori? Huh? Kakashi appeared momentarily taken aback. If you truly can accomplish that, I suppose I could teach you. However, I find it rather unrealistic. Although Kakashi had not taught Naruto in the past 2 years, he still held a considerable concern for the boy. Upon taking charge of these 3 students, he had consulted Irika, their former instructor, to glean insights about them, as well as acquiring detailed information from the third Hokage. It was evident that Naruto had made significant strides, ranking high in his class, and even Sasuke Uchiha, who held the second position, had been outpaced by him. The Hokage believed Naruto possessed at least upper genin strength, potentially nearing that of a chunnin. While commendable for a student, it still seemed insufficient for Kakashi. Sasuke, standing nearby, inquired, "What is Chidori?" Naruto replied, "It is said to be Kakashi-sensei's signature technique, an S-rank ninjutsu known as Chidori, or lightning cutter, a high-powered close-range killing technique." Sasuke's eyes gleamed with interest. "Hey Kakashi-sensei, could you demonstrate it for me?" Kakashi responded, "When requesting something from another, one should at least exhibit some courtesy. As for the demonstration, I shall decline. It is quite taxing." Sakura, witnessing Sasuke's rejection, muttered under her breath, "How stingy." Sasuke, brimming with determination, retorted, "If you refuse to demonstrate, then I shall compel you to teach me properly after I defeat you." Kakashi simply responded with silence. The trio positioned themselves at the center of the training ground, and Kakashi casually affixed the bells to his waist. "I have already outlined the rules, or rather, the absence thereof. If you can seize the bells before dusk, you win. Otherwise, I will return you all to the academy for re-education. Now!" Kakashi raised his hand, forming the ram hand seal. The trio mirrored his actions. With the seals complete, the duel commenced. Sasuke leaped towards Naruto, commanding, "Naruto, use Shadow Clone to distract him. I will seek an opportunity to end this swiftly." Naruto formed the ram seal. Multiple Shadow Clone Jutsu. 10 clones materialized. Sasuke, satisfied with Naruto's cooperation, prepared to strategize further, only to see Naruto charge forward on his own. Sasuke, initially astonished, was soon engulfed by anger. That fool. He doesn't see me at all. Is he planning to take on Kakashi alone? How infuriating. Meanwhile, disregarding Sasuke's thoughts, Naruto focused intently on preparing for Kakashi's attack. Naturally, he could not unleash his full power, as he needed to conceal his true abilities. Certain potent techniques, which the third had not taught him, were off-limits, for they would raise too many questions. Yet, even relying on the wind release techniques he had learned from the third, he felt capable of holding his own against Kakashi. Employing a formation of shadow clones, 3 clones surged ahead, swiftly forming hand seals. Whoosh! Wind release, gale palm. This was a basic wind release technique with minimal lethality, generating 2 gusts of wind from his hands that could lift sand and dirt from the ground, useful for both distraction and retreat. Whoosh, whoosh. The simultaneous execution by the 3 clones amplified the technique's effects remarkably. Within moments, the training ground appeared to erupt into a sandstorm, obscuring visibility with swirling dust. Kakashi was taken aback. This kid, his hand seal speed is astonishing. Just a few years ago, it took him several seconds to perform 12 seals sequentially. Now he conjures ninjutsu in the blink of an eye. The rate of his progress is astounding. With this realization, Kakashi thought, "Let me observe just how strong you truly are." As soon as the thought crossed his mind, he suddenly felt an intense heat approaching from the front. Upon closer inspection, he saw countless flames hurtling towards him. The flames were as vibrant as blossoms, and their sheer number was staggering. Is that the Phoenix Fire technique? Naruto has been closely training with Sasuke these past 2 years. It seems he has acquired this from him. Kakashi estimated that the flames would encompass a 20-meter radius around him. He swiftly lifted his eye protection, revealing one of his Sharingan. Upon discerning the trajectory of the Phoenix Fire, Kakashi rapidly formed hand seals. Earth release, earth wall. With a clap of his hands against the ground, a sturdy earthen wall rose. Bang! The Phoenix Fire struck the wall just as it ascended. The searing flames detonated upon contact, causing small explosions that quickly left the wall pockmarked and battered. It was evident that this earthen barrier would not endure for long. However, Kakashi was no ordinary ninja and would not allow Naruto free rein. As Kakashi prepared to counterattack with earth release, he sensed a disturbance in his ear. To the left, an enemy approaches. The unmistakable sound of shuriken slicing through the air met his ears. Without hesitation, Kakashi leapt aside to evade the assault. In the instant he vacated his position, several shuriken struck where he had just stood. landing with remarkable precision. Kakashi realized a critical insight. Did he deliberately raise the dust to obscure visibility because he could ascertain my location within this cloud of dust? Chapter 43, Bombardment. In contrast to Kakashi's struggle amid the swirling dust, Naruto found himself quite at ease. He maneuvered swiftly to the left, understanding his strategy. One of Naruto's shadow clones shut its eyes, employing the Kagaya's Byakugan to pinpoint Kakashi's location. Once the precise position was determined, the remaining clones unleashed a barrage of long-range ninjutsu. With a human-shaped radar detecting their target, Naruto's bombardment strategy bore a striking resemblance to that of Vegeta's fighting style. Thus, he dubbed it the Radar Prince strategy. Naruto's relentless onslaught left both Sasuke and Sakura in awe, particularly Sakura, who, as a diligent student, had thoroughly absorbed the teachings of the Ninja Academy. As a ninja, one should strive for stealth when possible, utilize ranged projectiles, and conserve energy whenever feasible. After all, chakra is a precious resource that, if depleted, could lead to dire consequences. Yet Naruto seemed to defy this principle. Thus far, his clones had executed 5 different ninjutsu in succession, culminating in the release of over a dozen techniques in a brief span. What sort of chakra could enable such extravagance? At least Sakura, in all her self-reflection, doubted she could match that feat for a fleeting moment. The theoretical knowledge that Sakura prided herself on appeared to crumble. In stark contrast to Sakura's astonishment, Sasuke's emotions were more tinged with jealousy and inadequacy. Asking himself, if he were to face Naruto under such conditions, he would have surely perished countless times. He often perceived the gap between himself and Naruto as minimal, just a slight difference. But today revealed the vast chasm that lay between them. Why am I so weak? We train together regularly, and my efforts are no less than his. Why is he so much stronger than I am? Sasuke loathed his own weakness. Damn it, I must grow stronger. I need to surpass Naruto and defeat Kakashi before he can teach me S-rank ninjutsu. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Sasuke's mind. Without hesitation, he charged into the dust-filled area created by the whirlwind. Naruto, don't go in there. By the time Naruto realized, Sasuke had already vanished. Let's temporarily cease hostilities for now. Reluctantly, he ordered his shadow clones to halt their area of effect attacks. Out of chakra already? Kakashi, who had been hurriedly evading a barrage of wind release, vacuum bullets, noticed that the attacks had suddenly ceased. The abrupt abandonment of his offensive advantage could only be attributed to a depletion of chakra. No, despite Naruto's youth, the Uzumaki clan's characteristic large chakra reserves had been evident even in his younger days. Though 2 years had passed since they last met, as I had remarked 2 years ago, as long as he remained diligent, his chakra reserves could exceed mine by several times, even by dozens or hundreds. It was improbable for him to have exhausted his chakra so easily. Thus, he reconsidered, pondering whether Naruto had ceased his attacks to prepare a high-damage ninjutsu. Yet, he quickly dismissed this notion upon hearing a cacophony of hurried footsteps. They sounded frantic, as if in a rush. Could it be Naruto or Sasuke? After a brief analysis, Kakashi concluded that the newcomer must be Sasuke. Indeed, Sasuke, with his newly activated Sharingan, charged towards him. Seeing the rage etched on Sasuke's face, Kakashi surmised the situation. It was likely a contest of pride between the youths, a rivalry over who could seize the bell first. However, thanks to Sasuke, I had managed to endure the most challenging period. As Kakashi pondered, Sasuke had already lunged at him, kunao poised to strike at Kakashi's neck. Kakashi deftly produced a kunao of his own to parry Sasuke's attack. Overwhelmed by fury, Sasuke's rationality evaporated. His mind consumed solely by the urge to attack, and attack again. Kakashi chose not to dismiss him, knowing that with Sasuke present, Naruto would think twice before unleashing his notorious ninjutsu. Clang, clang, clang. The two kunao clashed repeatedly, sending sparks flying with each encounter. Recognizing Sasuke's reckless state, Kakashi, as a mentor, felt compelled to intervene. Seizing the moment, he delivered a swift kick to Sasuke's abdomen. The impact caused Sasuke's eyes to glaze over. Clattering to the ground, his kunao fell, and he slowly sank to one knee. At that moment, humiliation eclipsed pain. He had been dispatched with a single blow. Damn it! Kakashi, remaining composed, remarked, "You're still too immature. They call you a genius, yet you have committed such a foolish mistake in battle. Always remember, anger is a ninja's greatest folly. The angrier you are, the more likely you are to expose your vulnerabilities. If this were a life-or-death duel, you would have perished 7 or 8 times by now." Sasuke remained silent, yearning to continue the fight, but was unable due to the lingering pain in his abdomen. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two shuriken flew toward Kakashi's face. Kakashi, ever vigilant, sensed the projectiles even as they approached. He casually tossed his kunai, deflecting both shuriken with ease. Suddenly, a figure burst forth from behind the shuriken. It was Naruto. He launched a punch aimed at Kakashi's face. Kakashi caught it with one hand and retaliated with a kick to Naruto's abdomen. Wow! Naruto yelped before vanishing in a puff of smoke. A shadow clone. It was merely a feint. Naruto's true intention was. Kakashi glanced down to see another Naruto attempting to drag Sasuke away. Indeed, as long as Sasuke was absent, Naruto could unleash his ninjutsu without restraint, and my defeat would merely be a matter of time. After all, in a ninjutsu contest, even 10 of me would struggle against the Uzumaki clan's chakra reserves. Knowing his intentions, Kakashi would not allow Naruto to succeed. He delivered a swift kick to the face of the Naruto clone dragging Sasuke. Bang! The clone disintegrated upon impact. What will you do next? Kakashi murmured, heightening his vigilance to the utmost. The atmosphere grew eerily silent, with no one else entering the dusty expanse. Suddenly, crack! A sound of cracking earth echoed. Kakashi looked down to see Naruto emerging from the ground. What? Earth release? He can use that technique? This close-range ambush was clearly unavoidable for Kakashi. Naruto's fist struck Kakashi's chin, sending him flying. Thud! With a crash, Naruto seized Sasuke and departed the dust-laden area without looking back. Sasuke, are you alright? Sakura rushed forward to check on the dragged Sasuke. Naruto approached and said, You were too reckless. I wasn't preventing you from acting, at least let me exhaust Kakashi's stamina. After all, his chakra reserves are notoriously limited. After receiving a scolding from Naruto, Sasuke appeared somewhat embarrassed but ultimately bowed his head and admitted, I was impulsive. Let us continue the exam. Now that sounds more like it, Naruto said, extending his hand to help Sasuke up. Sasuke reciprocated. Yet, at that moment, a sly expression crossed Sasuke's face. Naruto, you're definitely the real one, right? Naruto's eyes widened as he realized that the individual before him might be Kakashi disguised as Sasuke. As thoughts raced through his mind, the Kakashi impersonating Sasuke revealed his true form, brandishing a kunai aimed at Naruto's throat. In an instant, the kunai was poised against Naruto's neck. Thus, the game would come to an end. Kakashi silently sighed in relief. These youngsters had indeed put him on edge today. However, just as Kakashi was about to declare the game over, Naruto suddenly broke into a strange grin. Huh? Kakashi-sensei, I didn't just leave one clone underground. What? Crack? Another sound of earth shattering erupted. Another Naruto emerged from the ground, seizing Kakashi's ankle and forcefully dragging him into the earth. Earth release. Double suicide decapitation technique. Kakashi, true to his reputation, had already thrust his kunai toward the shadow clone before being pulled underground. Bang! The clone vanished, and the technique was thus interrupted. Yet Kakashi knew that the ordeal was far from over. He glanced down at his waist, and sure enough, a hand was reaching for the bell hanging from his belt. Even Kakashi could not prevent that hand. Jingle! The bell was snatched away. At the moment the bell was taken, one of the bells flew into the dust-filled space. Chapter 44, He Truly is Exceptional. The test concluded, with Naruto and Sasuke securing the bells while Sakura became the one bound to the wooden post. Naruto and Sasuke sat beside the post, enjoying their bento. Upon opening the box, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. Oh, what a luxurious bento! There's even tuna! Naruto exclaimed in astonishment. This was far superior to what was depicted in the original story. It seemed Kakashi had truly invested in this. Kakashi remarked, These 2 meals cost me 2,000 ryo, so don't waste them. In 3 hours we will conduct another test, after which I will decide if you pass. Before we leave, I must declare one thing. No feeding the losers. Anyone who does will be sent back to the academy. With that, Kakashi vanished in an instant. The remaining 3 were left in an oddly tense atmosphere. Sakura Haruno felt a profound sense of guilt for being unable to assist and thus remained silent. Naruto, meanwhile, was lost in recollections of the recent battle, oblivious to everything else. Sasuke wore a sullen expression, convinced that his performance today was not much better than Sakura's. In fact, the bell he possessed had not been seized by his own efforts but had fortuitously fallen from above and struck him in the face. What a humiliation! The trio sat in silence for nearly 2 hours. Suddenly, Sakura, bound to a wooden post, burst into tears. Why are you crying? Sasuke shot a glance her way, utterly perplexed by her thoughts. It's because I've dragged you down and now I'm here, embarrassed, Sakura sobbed. Oh come on. It's hard to say who has burdened whom. I'm no better than you, Sasuke offered, his words lacking true consolation. Naruto realized he should say something to comfort these two kids. Otherwise, it would be quite amusing if Kakashi sent them back to school. Though, the likelihood of that happening was nearly zero. You two needn't worry too much. Kakashi is, after all, an experienced jonin. It's entirely normal not to defeat him. Sasuke shot a glance at Naruto. Then how did you manage to get the bell earlier? Naruto found himself at a loss for words. If he spoke the truth, Sasuke would undoubtedly think he was showing off. After a moment's contemplation, he settled on a more suitable response. I suppose I was just lucky. Sasuke had been knocked out by Kakashi and tossed into the bushes, having seen nothing, while Sakura, who was privy to everything, chose to remain silent to avoid discouraging Sasuke. Thus, the three fell back into silence. Abruptly, Sasuke rose and fixed his gaze on Naruto, declaring, I admit you are ahead of me right now, but I swear I will surpass you soon. Naruto smiled slightly. Alright, I believe in you, but first let us eat. It has been over 2 hours, and who knows what Kakashi will concoct next. We must regain our strength before the next battle. After all, you wouldn't want to be sent back to school for remedial training, would you? Sasuke remained silent, but after a moment, he sat back down and picked up his lunchbox. In truth, returning to school was merely Naruto's exaggeration. He understood the storyline. Kakashi's so-called second exam had actually commenced when he left. The essence of this test was to observe whether the victors would lend aid to their beleaguered comrade. To put it plainly, as long as Naruto and Sasuke fed Sakura, they would pass. However, they could not do so directly. They had to wait for the opportune moment. Otherwise, it would raise suspicions of cheating. Thus, Naruto and Sasuke began to devour their gourmet bento boxes. Sakura watched them eat voraciously, unable to suppress her envy. At that moment, she felt immensely grateful that she had accompanied Naruto for lunch. Otherwise, her stomach would surely be growling now. If her stomach were to rumble in front of Sasuke, that would be utterly mortifying. The more she pondered, the more her appreciation for Naruto deepened, and her initial disdain for him gradually faded. Reflecting on her early days at school, she recalled harboring significant animosity towards Naruto. This animosity stemmed from the indoctrination of her family and the villagers during her childhood. Such deep-seated notions did not wane even after 3 or 4 years of schooling. However, as her friend Ino and her crush Sasuke began to gravitate towards Naruto, Sakura slowly concealed her disdain for him and even attempted to approach him. Though she still found him bothersome, she was willing to exercise patience for the sake of Sasuke and Ino. Suddenly, Naruto offered a delectable piece of tuna to Sakura's lips. Huh? Sakura was taken aback. Naruto, what are you doing? Didn't you hear what Kakashi-sensei just said? If you feed me, we'll be sent back to school for remedial training. Sasuke looked at Naruto, equally bewildered. Naruto sighed, upon reflection, we are a team. If one of us is eliminated, who knows if the others will be held accountable. We are unaware of what the next exam entails. But if Sakura is too hungry to even participate, we will truly lose. Eat, fill your stomach, and we'll assess the situation afterward. Besides, he is not here to catch us in the act. Naruto and Sakura were even somewhat moved. Here, Sasuke also held out his lunchbox towards Sakura. Though he was reluctant to admit it, he spoke with reason. Eat while Kakashi is absent. Just as Sasuke finished speaking, a puff of white smoke erupted a short distance away. Kakashi emerged from the smoke. You lot. He glared at the trio with ferocity. Sakura and Sasuke jumped in surprise. Could it be that unfortunate? Just as they were about to feed her, they were caught? As they were lost in their anxious thoughts, Kakashi's expression suddenly softened. You all have passed. A faint smile graced Naruto's lips. Indeed, it was the same old plot. Kakashi's experiences with his father undoubtedly influenced the nature of this test. With a strategy in hand, Naruto undoubtedly triumphed in this trial. That night, Sasuke and Sakura departed. Kakashi and Naruto sat by the riverbank, roasting fish over a campfire. The crackling fire occasionally punctuated the stillness of the air. Glancing at the slightly charred fish, Naruto casually inquired, Kakashi-sensei, when did you transform and substitute for Sasuke today? Kakashi did not respond immediately but instead posed a question of his own. Naruto, you should possess some form of sensory ability. Correct? Indeed. As long as I close my eyes, I can sense the chakra movements within a radius of 100 meters around me. If I concentrate, I can even discern the specific environmental details within that range. Kakashi gazed intently at Naruto. Remarkable. In addition to your formidable physique, have you awakened the legendary talents of the Uzumaki clan? A sensory range of 100 meters is commendable. Given time, you should grow even stronger. Naruto fell silent, not daring to disclose that his current maximum detection range was several dozen kilometers. Setting aside Naruto's thoughts, his abilities prompted Kakashi to reminisce. He recalled his sensei's wife. The fourth Hokage was Kakashi's teacher, and following the incident at the Konoha Bridge, Minato noticed Kakashi exhibiting signs of severe depression, even to the extent of contemplating self-harm. To alleviate Kakashi's psychological state, Minato assigned him the task of protecting his pregnant wife, hoping that the process of nurturing life would rekindle Kakashi's hope for existence. Kakashi accepted the mission and began months of covert protection. Although it was termed secret protection, Kushina often invited him over for dinner. As time passed, Kakashi became familiar with his sensei's wife. During one of their conversations, he learned that the Uzumaki clan possessed many remarkable talents. An abundance of chakra and formidable vitality were standard for those of the Uzumaki bloodline, and a select few exceptional clansmen were born with the extraordinary ability to seal using the adamantine chains, a skill so potent it could even suppress tailed beasts. Even fewer possessed a second talent, which was the sensory ability known as Kagura Shingen. It was said to be an immensely powerful sensory ability, though he was not entirely clear on the specifics, only knowing certain traits, as Kushina had not awakened it. Noticing that Kakashi was dodging his question, Naruto pressed on. What does my ability have to do with your transformation? Kagura Shingen, that is the name of your ability. I initially suspected you possessed a sensory ability when you threw shurikens at me. In that chaotic environment filled with dust, even with my Sharingan, I could not see far. Yet you were able to accurately strike my location with techniques or shurikens, leading me to deduce that you had activated Kagura Shingen. But that still doesn't relate to your transformation. It does. I am aware of certain characteristics of the Kagura Shingen. Upon realizing you possess a similar sensing ability, I immediately sealed Sasuke's chakra, thereby preventing you from perceiving his presence. No wonder I suddenly lost track of Sasuke. Did you employ the technique of acupoint sealing? Indeed. You are aware that my chakra is limited, and in order to enhance my capabilities, I have invested considerable effort into my taijutsu. I have also studied the 8 gates technique that you learned from Guy, but alas, I lack the talent for it. However, I did acquire the skill of acupoint sealing from it. The Kagura Shingen relies on sensing chakra to identify targets, and once you lost Sasuke as a target, it was only natural for you to investigate the situation. As expected, you dispatched a shadow clone to ascertain the circumstances. Upon seeing your clone, I was assured of my hypothesis. Subsequently, I summoned a ninja hound via summoning technique to transform into my likeness, while I, having rendered Sasuke unconscious and kicked him into the thicket, assumed his form. You are already familiar with what transpired thereafter. Remarkable. Naruto gently applauded, stating that your transformation was so convincing that even my Kagura Shingen could not discern the truth, considering that each person's chakra possesses a unique signature. Kakashi, do you recall what I once told you about transformation? Naruto, you mentioned the importance of details, that any slight imperfection could lead to exposure. It seems you are indeed a diligent student, Kakashi remarked with satisfaction. Once again, I recognized the capability of the Kagura Shingen and cleverly exploited this trait. Naruto, Kakashi-sensei, had Sasuke not interfered today, how would you have countered my ninjutsu bombardment? Kakashi, although it would pain me, I would likely employ a wide-range lightning technique to disrupt your rhythm, followed by a surprise attack using earth techniques. Naturally, in the presence of someone with sensing abilities like yours, I would first initiate a feint before executing my decisive strike. Naruto, as expected of you, you thought of so much in an instant. Naruto, No, it's nothing. Kakashi seemed to have something to say but swallowed his words. He gazed at the starry sky, silently reflecting. Minato-sensei, Kushina, your son truly excels. Chapter 45, Gathering Storms. After becoming a genin, Naruto found his frequently utilized shadow clone technique much less applicable, for executing missions is far different from attending classes. Even the slightest misstep could lead to the clones dissipating. To avoid arousing Kakashi's suspicions, Naruto had no choice but to appear in his true form during missions to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. The tasks assigned to genin were exceedingly simple yet monotonous. Today finding a cat in the eastern village, tomorrow searching for a dog in the western village. Daily chaos with little reward. However, Naruto felt powerless to alter this routine and simply continued on his path. In the original tale, there would soon be a challenging mission in the Land of Waves. But since Naruto had preemptively eliminated the mastermind, Gato, that mission would likely no longer occur. As he anticipated, Dasna did not appear. Days passed, and before long, half a year had swiftly elapsed. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were walking on the path leading out of the village. Their task today was to venture into the perilous dead forest to collect rare mushrooms. Upon reaching the village gate, they encountered a group of individuals clad in peculiar attire. They were not from Konoha, the most obvious indication being the foreign village symbols emblazoned on their forehead protectors. Sakura, spotting a menacing figure with panda-like eyes, instinctively felt a twinge of fear. She concealed herself behind Sasuke, whispering, "What's going on lately? Why are there so many foreign ninjas in Konoha?" "It's probably the chunnin exams," Naruto casually replied. "Chunnin exams?" Sakura and Sasuke turned to Naruto. "Yes, I've heard that Konoha, along with the Sand Village and several neighboring hidden villages, is hosting an exam for genin to advance to chunnin. These individuals are likely here to participate." The group approaching included ninjas from the Sand Village. "You two should be cautious of that guy with the gourd on his back. He seems rather off," Naruto warned. Sasuke, intrigued, asked, "What do you mean?" "It's evident he possesses great strength, yet his demeanor seems unhinged. It's as if his desire to kill is written all over his face." "Isn't that the word love on his face?" Sakura interjected. Naruto cast a sidelong glance at Sakura, internally lamenting. "I employed hyperbole. Do you comprehend the significance of rhetorical devices?" The seventh squad stood face to face with the trio from the sand. Gaara, with arms crossed, fixated his gaze intently on Sasuke, unfazed. Sasuke met his gaze. "Is there something you want?" Gaara's voice was hoarse and tinged with a hint of malice as he smirked. "You appear to possess a value worth killing for." "Ha! How arrogant," Sasuke scoffed. Yet a glimmer of combativeness flickered in his eyes. Someone deemed formidable by Naruto should provide him with ample opportunity for engagement. Encouraged by Sasuke's confrontation, Sakura stepped forward, addressing Gaara. "Don't get too cocky. This is Konoha's territory. Be careful, or I'll have Naruto teach you a lesson." Unnecessary words. For the trio opposing the seventh squad were well-known members of the Sand's notorious heavy burden trio. Gaara, the gourd-bearer, characterized by his panda-like eyes and the large love inscribed on his forehead. Temari, wielding a fan, a striking woman with 4 high ponytails, and Kankuro, dressed in black, lacking distinctive features, opting to paint his face to enhance his intimidation and recognition. Despite their differing appearances, they were, in fact, genuine siblings. Gaara found himself intrigued by Sasuke, sensing a similar animosity emanating from him. Just as he was about to speak, Kakashi suddenly appeared behind the trio from Konoha. With a warm smile, he addressed Gaara and his companions. "Welcome to Konoha. While we do not interfere with your freedom of speech, some statements warrant careful consideration." "Huh?" Gaara's eyes widened, the potential for rage simmering beneath the surface. Temari, the eldest, though somewhat intimidated by Gaara, felt compelled to intervene at this critical moment. After pulling Gaara aside and offering some reassurance, the trio departed. Temari turned to Kankuro beside her, remarking, "That must be Kakashi Hatake of Konoha, the son of White Fang. He certainly appears formidable." Kankuro nodded slightly. "Indeed, he resembles the descriptions in our files. I've heard his perceptive abilities are exceptional. We should be cautious not to approach him carelessly, as being detected could lead to dire consequences." Gaara interjected, "I'm not concerned about anything else. That boy named Sasuke is my prey, along with that blonde-haired hedgehog beside him." After watching the heavy burden trio depart, the seventh squad turned back to Kakashi. Sakura commented, "It's rare for Kakashi-sensei to arrive so punctually. I thought we would have to complete this mushroom collecting task on our own." Kakashi was notorious for his tardiness. Often absent during their missions, this had become a norm. In response to Sakura's teasing, Kakashi remained unfazed. "Today's mushroom collection task has been cancelled. You should prepare for tomorrow's chunnin exams instead." "What? Participate in the exam?" Sakura exclaimed. "But we just became genin. Is it really possible to advance to chunnin so soon?" "This is a rare opportunity," Kakashi explained. "The chunnin exams occur every 3 years, and since I happen to be present, I took the liberty of signing you up. Even if you fail, it will serve as valuable training. However, I have confidence in your abilities. Aside from Sakura, both Sasuke and Naruto are already nearing chunnin level strength. If luck is on your side, becoming chunnin should not be a significant challenge." Sakura felt a dark cloud hang over her head. "So it's everyone but me." That night, in Naruto's modest apartment, he lay in bed, organizing the intelligence relayed back from his shadow clones. In the chunnin exam, the exact number of participants remains uncertain. However, surveillance indicates that there should be 69 contenders from external villages. Among them, the Tsunaga Corps has 30 participants, Omega Corps has 21, Kyuzaga Corps has 6, Takiga Corps has 6, and Otoga Corps has 3. It is undoubtedly noteworthy to observe those few individuals. Perhaps after this examination, I shall procure ample benefits. That evening, Naruto departed from Konoha under the cover of night, directing his course towards his underwater base situated within the borders of the Land of Waves. Despite the considerable chakra and physical exertion demanded by the repeated use of the Flying Thunder God technique over long distances, Naruto was still able to endure. After a series of instantaneous relocations, he ultimately arrived at the base in the latter half of the night. "Ah, you've arrived, my original self," greeted the shadow clone responsible for this location. As the head of the operation, he bore the designation of number 1, mirroring the clone stationed at the Death Forest base. The others were similarly designated from number 2 to number 10. "Have you made any progress with your research?" Naruto inquired. "Indeed. Thanks to the extensive collection of books and substantial funding you provided, we have successfully conducted surgeries to transplant eyes to other parts of the body. If you desire, we could even implant an eye on your posterior. We've already experimented on monkeys and gorillas. We are merely awaiting human trials. Commence human testing immediately. Following that, I wish to transplant Shisui's eye." Chapter 46. The examination commences. Transplant Shisui's eye? Number 1 expressed surprise. What has prompted this sudden urgency? Has something unexpected occurred? The chunnin exam has begun, which means Orochimaru's plan for the destruction of Konoha is set in motion. And this is a rare opportunity. If I encounter Orochimaru successfully, I intend to deliver a swift blow, a Kota Amatsukami. This will significantly alleviate your workload. Indeed, while we can conduct certain research ourselves, it relies heavily on the notes left behind by Orochimaru. Should we attempt to explore independently, the time and effort expended would multiply exponentially. That is quite taxing. However, Orochimaru is not an easy adversary. He has suffered at the hands of Itachi Uchiha. Once he discovers you possess the Sharingan, your chances of success would be minuscule. Do you have any strategies in mind? None, I merely wish to attempt it. But if it fails and your secret is exposed? Though I aspire to learn sage techniques from Jiraiya, should my secret be revealed, I would have no choice but to defect. Very well. Since you have made your decision, I shall proceed with the human experiment and then perform the transplant on you. The following morning at 9 o'clock, Naruto's classmates gathered in the classroom designated for the first round of the chunnin exam, eagerly awaiting the official commencement of the proceedings. Ino's gaze remained fixed on the door, yet the individual she longed to see was still absent. Unable to contain herself any longer, Ino hurriedly asked Sakura, "Sakura, why hasn't Naruto arrived yet?" Sakura had no answers either. "Honestly, if he doesn't show up soon, he will be disqualified. I'll go look for him." With that, Ino left her seat, determined to find him. "Wait," Sakura called out urgently. "Ino, the exam is about to start. If you're not here, your entire class will be eliminated." But Ino paid her no heed, more concerned about whether Naruto's tardiness was due to some misfortune. Shikamaru, wearing a disgruntled expression, sighed, "Fine. Let us go search for him." What a hassle. Before Shikamaru could act, he witnessed Ino collide with someone as she burst through the classroom door. Lacking physical strength, Ino was sent sprawling. Yet before her backside hit the ground, a strong hand grasped her waist. "Are you alright, Ino?" Naruto asked as he helped her regain her balance. "I'm fine." Ino's cheeks flushed slightly upon realizing that the one who had caught her was none other than Naruto. "What took you so long? I thought something might have happened to you." Naruto scratched his head sheepishly. "It's nothing. I just saw a few elderly ladies crossing the street and helped them." Sakura and Sasuke exchanged glances, rolling their eyes. "Well, it seems you've mastered the art of telling tall tales just like Kakashi." The others also expressed disbelief. But only Ino and Hinata noticed the bandages wrapped around Naruto's right hand. Although Naruto's arm was similarly bandaged like Guy and Lee, it seemed excessive to wrap even his fingers. "Naruto, did you hurt your hand?" Both Hinata and Ino queried simultaneously. "It's nothing serious, just a minor cut from training. It'll heal in a couple of days. There's no need to worry." Naruto glanced at his hand, offering no further explanation. Ino wanted to say more, but a teacher's sudden appearance interrupted her. The individual, having utilized the body flicker technique to enter the examination room, bellowed, "The exam has commenced. You two over there, return to your seats immediately. Everyone else, quiet down." Ino shivered at the ferocity of his demeanor. What a terrifying person. How did he acquire those scars? Naruto exhibited no unusual reaction, grasping Ino's hand as they sought a place to settle. The room was filled with over 100 ninjas, the majority from Konoha, while others hailed from various foreign villages. Their abilities, identities, and appearances were as varied as the colors of a rainbow. Once the teacher commanded silence, all participants fell quiet, awaiting instructions. You novices originally numbered 156, but some fools failed to discern even the simplest of illusions on the second floor. They do not possess the qualifications to be chunnin and have been sent home. The remaining candidates are eligible for the subsequent written examination. Now, allow me to explain the rules of the exam. First, speaking during the exam is strictly prohibited. Should you need to use the restroom or have any other inquiries, raise your hand to speak. Second, the written test consists of 9 questions that you must complete within 2 hours. Should you be caught cheating, you will be immediately disqualified. Third, upon completing the 9 questions, I will verbally present the 10th question. You may choose whether or not to answer this 10th question. Ino whispered to Naruto, "That guy is definitely going to say but, if you choose not to answer, you will be eliminated immediately." Ino smirked at Naruto. "See? I predicted it. I bet his next statement will begin with if. However, if you choose to answer and respond incorrectly, you will forever lose your chance to be recognized as a chunnin." "See? I was right," Ino exclaimed, brimming with confidence. "These are the interrogators from Konoha. They adore this kind of dramatic flair, don't they? What? Answer incorrectly, and you will lose your chance for promotion forever." As Ino reveled in her prediction, the subsequent statement startled her into silence. Many participants were intimidated by this stringent regulation. Ninjas are categorized into 3 ranks: upper, middle, and lower, with each rank conferring vastly different privileges. If a lower-ranked ninja fails to ascend, they are doomed to undertake menial tasks for a lifetime, unable to afford a home or even consider marriage. Are they joking? Some individuals succumbed to the pressure, for this rule was undeniably harsh. Ibiaki, standing on the platform, smirked coldly. "I regret to inform you that reality is indeed harsh. You may choose to forfeit and participate in the exam 3 years hence." No sooner had Ibiaki finished speaking than numerous hands shot up in a signal of withdrawal. Soon, nearly 100 participants had formed 7 or 8 groups. Each group comprised 3 individuals, resulting in a loss of over 20 participants. Ino felt a wave of uncertainty wash over her, wavering in her resolve. Yet Naruto quietly reassured her, "Don't panic. Just stay calm. I'll handle the rest." Ino held faith in Naruto, never doubting his capabilities. Thus, she steeled herself to remain composed. After a brief moment, Ibiaki confirmed that no one else was leaving and began to prepare the distribution of the test papers. "Those who remain here are all considered participants in the examination of 10 questions. Now I shall distribute the test papers to you. You are to cease writing exactly 2 hours from now." As the papers are handed out, many individuals find their vision blurring under the scrutiny of numerous gazes. The questions range from the simple to the complex, beginning with elementary arithmetic. But some of the more challenging inquiries even require one to articulate how to strike 2 adversaries stationed at different positions with a single shuriken. This entails a certain level of mathematical proficiency. Even seasoned veterans find themselves somewhat flustered. Ino lowered her voice and inquired of Naruto, "Naruto, I don't know the answers to many of these questions, what should I do?" "Leave them blank," Naruto replied succinctly. "Is that really okay?" Ino instinctively responded, her surprise evident as she turned to face him. Naruto, however, offered no further explanation. "I'll just take a quick nap. Wake me when time's up." Ino felt a wave of despair wash over her. Chapter 47. Sleeping in the examination hall. As soon as Naruto finished speaking, he closed his eyes, seemingly slipping into a deep slumber. He was truly exhausted. Having employed the Flying Thunder God technique repeatedly, he had depleted approximately 80% of his chakra, and the wounds from his recent transplant still throbbed painfully. He was utterly fatigued, and seizing this opportunity during the examination, he intended to catch a brief respite. Ino gently shook Naruto, but he showed no signs of awakening. He was indeed asleep. No way, Ino thought, her emotions tangled and perplexed. Though she desperately wished to trust Naruto, the gravity of the situation left her feeling anxious. Despite her desire to rouse him, the presence of numerous examiners surrounding them made her hesitant to create too much noise, leaving her with no choice but to abandon the idea. "Fine. Since I can't rely on Naruto, I must depend on myself. Although I'm not confident in my abilities, Sakura certainly will be. I'll just wait a moment and consult her. That should be no problem." As Ino considered this, she had complete faith in Sakura's theoretical prowess. As for Naruto, she would just have to help him out later. Sigh. Half an hour slipped by swiftly. While some questions were indeed challenging, those who truly understood the material had largely completed their answers. Ino kept her eyes trained on Sakura, and when she noticed her stop writing, she silently cheered. Then, she utilized the body switch technique to possess Sakura and swiftly recorded her answers. Meanwhile, several others had already begun their own tactics. Gaara from Tsunagakure crafted an eye from sand to clandestinely spy on the answers. He soon noticed the confident and rapid writing of the pink-haired Sakura. Oh, this woman with pink hair is quite fast. Given her assured demeanor, she must genuinely know her stuff. I shall utilize her answers. Sasuke employed his Sharingan to replicate the actions of others, progressing smoothly and nearing completion of all questions. Shino, who raised insects, and Kiba, who owned a dog, released their pets to scout for answers, having nearly finished their tasks as well. Others who grasped the essence of the examination employed various techniques to obtain answers, utilizing abilities like Byakugan vision and sound wave perception, each displaying a unique flair. Conversely, those who failed to comprehend the true nature of this written test, lacking the ability to answer, sat dejectedly in their seats. As the examination neared its conclusion, Naruto remained in a deep slumber, his unusual behavior drawing the attention of many. Hey, look at that guy. He can't possibly be asleep, can he? Impressive. But will his teammates kill him after the exam? Who can blame them? After all, those who remain for the exam must answer the 10th question. It's absurd to think he could manage that. Sigh self-sabotage. If he lacked the ability, he should have bowed out early instead of dragging his teammates down. It's downright foolish. With only 15 minutes remaining, Ino felt genuine panic. Ignoring the examiner's gazes, she pinched Naruto's thigh with urgency. Is it over? Naruto jolted awake, eyes wide. Ino quickly gestured for him to be quiet. Shoo, there are still 15 minutes left. Naruto, I know you can't answer, but don't worry. I've memorized all the answers. I'll use the body switch technique to help you complete this exam. You don't have to do anything. Just leave it to me. Naruto chuckled softly. No need to go through all that trouble. What? Ino was nearly beside herself with anxiety, but Naruto's nonchalant demeanor only fueled her irritation. Naruto, don't mess around. This concerns your future. I'm sorry, Ino. I should have clarified earlier. The truth is, the most crucial part of this exam is actually the 10th question. As long as you answer that correctly, it doesn't matter if you leave the rest blank. Ino blinked in confusion. She truly did not understand Naruto's intent. Just watch, he said, exuding a calm assurance. Ino wanted to say more, but ultimately decided to trust him. As for Naruto, although he intended to catch a few minutes of sleep, with only 10 minutes remaining, he was too lazy to rise again. Bored, he picked up his pen and began to work on the test. This brought to mind the monthly exams he had taken back on Earth. Seeing Naruto write, Ino quietly asked, Naruto, didn't you say you didn't need to write? If you were just trying to act tough earlier, I can still help you now. No need. I'm just passing the time, he replied. Well, if you can't solve that one question, feel free to steal a glance at mine. Naruto smiled faintly but said nothing. Indeed, some of the mathematics and physics questions were quite challenging, but Naruto had been a university student in his previous life. Though most of that knowledge had faded, tackling these basic questions was truly no trouble for him. With a swift flourish of his pen, he completed several questions in no time. Those who had already finished their tests looked on and scoffed. Look at that kid. He was just asleep a moment ago, and now he's writing like a madman. It's hilarious. I heard he just graduated not long ago. Can you believe this kid is attempting the chunnin exams? It's downright laughable. He brought this upon himself. Kabuto also observed Naruto, adjusting his glasses as he mused, Naruto Uzumaki. Is it? I've heard he possesses some skill, but alas, he has already sealed his fate in this examination. Even I would need half an hour to solve these questions, and with less than 10 minutes left, any method he employs will be too late. No one held any hope for Naruto, not even Sasuke and Sakura. Once they finished their own questions, they instinctively glanced at their teammate. Upon witnessing Naruto's deep slumber, their minds buzzed with disbelief. No one could have anticipated Naruto pulling such a blunder. Sakura, who had previously begun to warm to him, felt her regard plummet once more. This was a crucial examination. Failure would mean relegation to a lifetime of being a genin. She had deliberated countless times before choosing to stay, confident that Sasuke had also struggled with the decision. But now, Naruto's shamelessness threatened to drag them all down. Truly, he was a disaster, a bane born of a father without a mother. Sakura resolved that, after the exam, she would petition the Hokage to transfer Naruto out of Team 7. She could no longer bear the thought of being associated with such a troublesome individual. Among all present, only Ino, who was beside Naruto, grasped the truth. Watching Naruto tackle the questions with apparent ease, it was as if he were merely toying with the paper. In rapid succession, He completed all the questions, and his answers aligned closely with those she had gleaned from Sakura. Yet the methods he employed to derive his answers were astonishingly innovative, with a clarity of thought and simplicity of calculation. Seeing Naruto's performance, Ino finally felt at ease. So, he could write after all. He likely chose not to engage earlier because he knew he could pass without effort. Truly, Naruto was impressive, handsome, and intelligent. This man was indeed my ideal. 10 minutes later, the head examiner, Marino Ibiki, called for an end to the examination. At his command, all participants immediately ceased their writing. Thus, as previously stated, I shall now pose the 10th question. However, before I proceed, I have decided to grant you all one last opportunity. You may choose to either answer the 10th question or depart at once. Should you opt to respond and answer correctly, you will pass regardless of your performance on the rest of the exam. Conversely, should you answer incorrectly, you will be forever barred from advancing to the rank of chunnin. Those who choose to leave shall face no repercussions. You have 1 minute to deliberate. Those who wish to abstain may take their leave. A flurry of movement ensued as many stood up to exit, while a greater number remained, grappling with their anxieties during the fleeting minute. Among them were those who had completed the questions, as well as those who had not. The latter group lingered, spurred on by Ibiki's promise that a correct answer would ensure their passage. They were willing to take a gamble. Conversely, those who had performed well hesitated, concerned for their companion's inability to finish. Harino Sakura epitomized the latter group. Initially despondent, Sakura's spirits soared upon hearing Ibiki's words. How splendid! As long as Naruto leaves, we shall be saved. Though a pity, it is far better than being eternally relegated. She anticipated that Naruto would raise his hand, but upon glancing back, she found him as steadfast as a mountain, utterly unmoved. That damned fool! Sakura was on the verge of losing her composure. As a fellow companion, Sasuke shared her urgency, yet he ultimately chose to place his faith in Naruto. He could not believe that someone so exceptional would behave so foolishly at such a critical juncture. Although Sakura and Naruto were classmates, her understanding of him paled in comparison to Sasuke's. She had reached her limit. Since Uzumaki Naruto remained oblivious to his own shortcomings, she resolved to abandon hope herself. She stood to leave, but at that moment, it felt as though something had struck her calf. The sudden impact drained Sakura of her strength, and she collapsed back into her seat. Ouch! That bastard! As she turned to see who had ambushed her, darkness overtook her senses, and Sakura succumbed to unconsciousness, her head resting on the desk. Before long, the unconscious Sakura stirred, turning to give Naruto an okay gesture. To say it was Sakura would be inaccurate, for she had been possessed by Ino. After a minute had passed, and confirming that no one had departed, Ibiki spoke up. Time is up. Now everyone, lend me your ears. Here it comes. The mysterious 10th question. Oh, divine lord of evil, grant me the fortune to pass. I wager my youth on this so-called 10th question. I shall surely succeed. The candidates were a cacophony of thoughts, some anxious, others hopeful, and some praying to their deities. Regardless, they had no room for retreat. Whether they would ascend to chunnin or languish as mere genin depended entirely on the upcoming question. Amidst their anticipation, Ibiki's serious demeanor suddenly transformed into a grin. Congratulations, everyone, you have all passed. Ha! Expressions of astonishment spread across the crowd. Did he just say we passed? What does that even mean? Is this some twisted humor from a teacher? Perhaps he intends to spring a reversal once we display our joy. Could very well be. That teacher with the sadistic grin must be toying with us. Whispers erupted among the crowd. Hearing them discuss his appearance, Ibiki's frustration flared. Silence! You fools! He bellowed, cutting through the chatter. Listen well, you have indeed passed. There are no conspiracies at play. What about the 10th question you have been brewing for so long? There was never a 10th question, or perhaps the choice you made to leave just now was the 10th question. From the beginning, I have applied psychological pressure on you, yet you chose not to abandon hope. You believed in yourselves as well as your teammates' abilities, which is crucial during missions. For if you cannot trust your comrades, you cannot entrust your safety to them. Doubt leads to an inability to perform, and without performance, even a task destined for success may falter. That is the rationale behind your passing. Upon hearing this, many released a sigh of relief. Regardless, they had managed to pass the first hurdle. However, before their joy could fully blossom, Ibiki delivered an unexpected turn. I must call out some of you for criticism. While you successfully answered the 10th question, your attitude towards the exam is disappointing. What are you participating in? An examination? No. For a ninja, Every action is a mission, and a mission must be executed with utmost diligence. I will not tolerate any sloth among you. At this declaration, everyone understood who he was addressing. It was the golden-haired hedgehog who had been asleep since the beginning, only waking moments before the exam concluded. I thought he had already left, someone murmured. Indeed, although he only began answering questions in the last 15 minutes, I doubt he managed more than the simplest arithmetic problems. The rest were blank. If it were me, I would have fled long ago, too afraid to remain and tackle the 10th question. Alas, one could only say he was fortunate. But I truly pity his teammates. Uzumaki Naruto, although you passed the exam, you must rectify your attitude. With such a lazy demeanor, I cannot fathom why the academy allowed you to don a ninja headband. Excuse me, esteemed examiner, Naruto interrupted. I wish to pose a question. Ibiki despised being interrupted, his countenance darkening as he struggled to suppress his anger. Speak, you worthless fool. How long does it take to crush an ant? Ibiki's forehead pulsed with veins as he felt he was being toyed with. It takes less than a second to crush an ant, right? For me, this exam, no, in your words, this task entails nothing more than crushing an ant. The onlookers were puzzled. What did he mean by that? He meant that this exam was exceedingly simple, something he could complete with minimal effort. How audacious this boy is. Naruto wasted no time with idle chatter. He hurled his completed test paper towards Ibiki. Ibiki caught the paper. Are you implying that you have finished all the questions? Such arrogance. Even seasoned jonin would require effort to complete these diverse and intricate problems. What qualifications does a mere genin, who has barely graduated, possess to make such claims? Allow me to see how you fared after sleeping for over an hour. Ibiki began grading the papers. 2 minutes later, his expression twitched. A smile crept across Naruto's lips. See? An ant that can be crushed in a second does not merit more of my energy. To put it bluntly, a simple task assigned by a superior is beneath my abilities. This is what killing a chicken with a sledgehammer signifies. Ibiki, the questioner, was being mocked by Naruto for his incompetence, yet he found himself at a loss for words. For Naruto had completed the task flawlessly in less than 15 minutes. Dismissed. The second round of the exam will occur 3 days hence. Gather at the Konoha Death Forest examination site at 8 o'clock in the morning, where examiners will introduce you to the upcoming content. With that, the chief examiner departed. Naruto, along with Sasuke and Ino, followed suit. Many gazed at Naruto's retreating figure, beginning to murmur. Given that sadistic examiner's demeanor, it seems that boy performed admirably. Indeed, it seems we underestimated him, completing all the questions in mere minutes. This fellow possesses commendable theoretical knowledge. If given the chance, I would like to challenge him and see if his practical skills match his theoretical prowess. Pharmacist Do approached the podium and picked up Naruto's paper, which had been placed there by Ibiki. He adjusted his glasses, a subtle smile gracing his lips. This fellow possesses a certain charm. That night, Ino and Naruto strolled along the riverside path, enjoying a post-dinner walk. Although it wasn't their first time walking together, Ino's cheeks still flushed with warmth. Naruto, it seems we've gone some time without walking together, she remarked. Indeed, he replied. Since becoming a genin, I've been occupied with daily missions. With the mention of missions, Ino seized the opportunity to share her experiences with Naruto. Her tasks were similar to his, finding lost cats and dogs, gathering fruits, and foraging for wild vegetables. Mundane yet meticulous chores. Despite their triviality, Naruto listened with genuine interest, finding her words far more engaging than conversing with his shadow clones. 40 minutes later, the sky darkened ominously, the bright full moon obscured by thick clouds, hinting at impending rain. Shall we head back? Naruto suggested. Yes, Ino replied, though she wished to linger a bit longer. Before parting ways, she asked Naruto, may I pose a question? Go ahead. How did you know that submitting an empty paper could still pass? Naruto smiled faintly. I can't divulge that. Why not? A person with secrets is far more intriguing, don't you think? The clouds shrouding the moon dissipated, allowing its silvery light to illuminate Naruto's fair visage. His blue eyes sparkled with clarity. For some reason, Ino felt her heart race more intensely. In a sudden burst of courage, Ino rose on her toes and pecked Naruto on the cheek before hastily fleeing. Naruto stood momentarily stunned, then touched the spot where she had kissed him. It seems the young girl is starting to grow up, he mused, a smile unconsciously spreading across his face. Chapter 49. The second round of exams. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On a crisp morning, Naruto squatted in the restroom of his apartment, methodically unwrapping the bandages that encircled his left hand. This was a daily ritual, as soiled bandages could lead to infection in his eye. Soon, the bandages were removed, and he opened his palm. Within it lay a spinning eye adorned with a tomo, locking gaze with Naruto. This was the eye of Kota Amitsukami, a gift from Shisui. Just days prior, he had traveled to the land of waves to implant this eye. With his existing ocular power, he had to establish a new optic nerve for this transplant, a process that came with considerable sacrifice. Firstly, he had to excise the sweat glands from his entire left hand, as perspiration could contaminate the eye and lead to blindness. The removal of the sweat glands meant that his hand could no longer perspire, affecting his body's detoxification and potentially causing localized skin infections. Furthermore, the eye implanted in his hand could not close naturally, resulting in a significant drain on his chakra. The price was undeniably steep, yet the ability to wield Kota Amitsukami made it all worthwhile. If he could subdue Orochimaru with a single use of this power, his future endeavors would undoubtedly become much more manageable. Once he confirmed that the eye was functioning properly, Naruto rewrapped his left hand with clean bandages and leaped out of the window, heading towards the Forest of Death. Upon arriving at the designated location, he found a considerable crowd already assembled. He had arrived relatively late. Shortly thereafter, a voluptuous female ninja with a round face, clad in a netted outfit and a beige trench coat, stepped forward. This was Anko Mitarashi, Orochimaru's second apprentice and a special jonin from Konoha. She surveyed the gathered participants and exclaimed, "Remarkably, 26 teams have passed the first round. It seems the previous examiner was quite lenient. However, don't expect the same leniency from me, as I aim to have your numbers in this round. Listen closely. I will only explain the details of the second round once." She produced 2 scrolls from her pocket, revealing them to the crowd. The scrolls were of different colors, inscribed with the words heaven and earth. "Among you 26 remaining teams, I will assign 1 scroll to each of you. Half will receive the heaven scroll, while the other half will obtain the earth scroll. Within the Forest of Death, we have designated an area that contains a tower at its center. You are to reach this tower within 5 days, and you must possess both the heaven and earth scrolls upon arrival to complete the exam. That is the essence of the examination." A hand was raised among the crowd. "Excuse me, can we kill each other during the competition?" The question drew the attention of all present, revealing a rather peculiar-looking female ninja from the grass village. Anko scrutinized her for a moment before responding, "Yes, you may. Since death has been mentioned, let me elaborate. The forest behind me is known as the Forest of Death because it is home to countless venomous snakes and ferocious beasts that can easily lead to one's demise. Although we have only enclosed a small portion of the forest's perimeter, it remains exceedingly perilous. Anyone wishing to withdraw may do so now." No one stepped back. Each participant believed themselves to be formidable, viewing themselves as hunters. Moments later, satisfied that no one had retreated, Anko licked her lips. "Since no one is backing out, you have 2 hours for free movement. You may bring along ninja tools, food, and whatever else you require. Return here in 2 hours for assembly." Dismissed. In the bustling streets of Konoha, Team 10 and Team 7 traversed together, procuring necessary supplies for the exam. Although they were, in some respects, rivals, they were also classmates, making their collaboration unproblematic. The primary reason for their unity, however, was Ino's reluctance to part from Naruto upon seeing him, leaving the others with no choice but to accompany them. Having completed their shopping, each member had gathered their required items. Koji munched on chips as he voiced his concerns. "Everyone participating in this exam seems incredibly strong. I wonder if we can last until the end." Sasuke retorted, "If you're afraid of dying, you should withdraw now to avoid losing your life later." Shikamaru, with his hands behind his head, glanced at Sasuke and replied, "Sasuke, Koji isn't entirely wrong. There are indeed a few individuals we need to be wary of in this competition. Even without being a sensory ninja, I can clearly sense the murderous intent emanating from some of them. Unlike us freshly graduated rookies, many have been genin for years and are seasoned fighters who have taken lives." Sasuke scoffed, "Humph, regardless of who they are, they will be powerless against the Sharingan." In the original story, Sasuke had often been overshadowed by Neji, Lee, and Gaara, but in this timeline, thanks to Naruto's guidance, his strength had significantly improved, allowing him to hold his own against those 3, instilling within him a newfound confidence. Ino, turning to Naruto, asked, "What do you think, Naruto?" "Shikamaru is right," he replied without hesitation. Among those 30 or so individuals, 2 stand out as particularly noteworthy. Gaara from the Sand Village and that peculiar female ninja from the Grass Village. Their murderous intent is palpable, and their methods are likely to be ruthless. Ino, Shikamaru, Koji, if you encounter either of them, it's best to steer clear." Shikamaru nodded in understanding. He had already considered this possibility without Naruto's warning. After calculating the time, he announced to the group, "It's nearly time. Let's head to the assembly point." Thus, the group returned to the Forest of Death. Naruto and Ino trailed behind everyone else. "Ino, this is for you," Naruto said, presenting her with a jade pendant. The exquisite craftsmanship featured a jade stone encased in gold, glistening with remarkable clarity, indicating its considerable value. Ino's eyes lit up, and her cheeks flushed with warmth. This was Naruto's first gift to her, and it was a pendant, no less. Despite her yearning for it, she instinctively protested, "This is too precious. I cannot accept it." Naruto chuckled softly. He could see Ino's fondness for the pendant, yet her verbal rejection reminded him of a certain truth. When a woman says no, she often means yes. "It's not anything extravagant. I purchased it with the money I earned from missions. You know, as a genin, I don't have much." He encouraged her, "Take it. It serves as a talisman. If you find yourself in danger, simply infuse it with a bit of chakra, and I will sense your location." "Is it really that magical?" Ino asked, surprised. "Then I shall accept it. Thank you, Naruto." Though she wished to feign reluctance to maintain her composure, the pendant's special function compelled her to accept it. It wasn't merely its beauty that appealed to her, but the comforting notion that Naruto would always be by her side. Naruto, oblivious to her deeper thoughts, shifted the subject. "Let us go. Everyone else has moved on." Once they regrouped, Akadu didn't waste time and immediately commenced the second round of the exam. Naturally, the candidates entered in batches from various directions to ensure they wouldn't encounter one another too quickly. This exam was not only a test of their combat prowess but also their survival skills in the wilderness. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were among the first group to enter. It was precisely 10 o'clock noon, and the sun blazed fiercely, yet within the Forest of Death, shadows loomed. The sunlight was obstructed by the dense, towering trees, rendering the forest cool even at midday. Sakura closely followed Sasuke. "What should we do next?" she inquired. "Of course, we must seize the scrolls," Sasuke replied. "Others will undoubtedly enter from this direction after us. We should conceal ourselves and wait for an opportunity to ambush passing teams." "All right, I'll follow your lead," Naruto agreed. "But first, I need to use the restroom." "Lazy bones. Just go behind those bushes and take care of it. Don't let the smell waft over here," Sasuke retorted. Naruto complied, retreating behind the bushes, where he retrieved a kunai, and promptly, a shadow clone emerged from the grass. Hey, take it easy. You're nearly 18, right?" Naruto's original self chuckled. "I genuinely need to relieve myself. By the way, have you located her?" "I have. She entered from the east," the clone informed. "The brothers to the east are keeping watch. Use your Kage Shinden to track her chakra, and you'll catch up swiftly." "All right. I'll leave those two kids to you. If you encounter Orochimaru, try to delay him and channel chakra into the kunai of Flying Thunder God to notify me." "Understood." Chapter 50. What do they hold? In the eastern part of the Forest of Death, 3 genin from the grass village advanced cautiously. This small team comprised 2 boys and 1 girl. The boys were rather unremarkable in appearance. One was short and stout with a prominent nose, while the other was tall and lanky with sharp features. The former was named Deshiong, and the latter Kung Fu. In stark contrast, the girl was an attractive sight to behold, a strikingly beautiful young woman. She wore glasses and sported vibrant red hair, suggesting she was of a similar age to Naruto. Despite her youth, she stood impressively tall, over 160 centimeters, dressed in a dark green short jacket over a snug fishnet bodysuit reminiscent of Akadu's, and black shorts complemented by fishnet stockings, accentuating her long legs. Her name was Shorin, and her role within the team was that of a medic. "It feels like someone is watching us," she murmured, an unsettling sensation of being observed gnawing at her since they entered the forest. The feeling intensified, and knowing this was a place where violence could erupt, she hesitated to voice her concerns to her teammates. However, they dismissed her intuition. "Did you see anyone?" Deshiong, the stout boy, scolded. "And no," Shorin stammered, feeling small under their scrutiny. Her standing in the group was tenuous. Any hint of weakness would result in harsh retribution. Due to her unique resilience, her companions felt no qualms about physically reprimanding her. Her response drew the ire of both boys. "You fool! How could you not see anything and yet speak so foolishly?" Deshiong berated her. "Forget her. She's probably just imagining things. After all, she's nearsighted without her glasses. She wouldn't even know how many fingers she has," Kung Fu added dismissively. Deshiong chuckled coldly. "Well, we'll deal with you after the exam." Shorin felt deeply wronged. She genuinely sensed a presence nearby, even if she could not identify its source. At that moment, 50 meters behind them, Naruto's shadow clone quietly observed the trio from the grass village. A figure landed beside him. The clone glanced at the original and stated, "One of your targets is right here, Shorin. She seems to have sensed my presence, but cannot pinpoint my exact location. It appears she hasn't activated her Kage Shinden yet, but it seems she will soon," the original mused, stroking his chin. "What's your plan?" the clone asked. "I intend to take her with me. Relying solely on clones in the base is insufficient. Shorin possesses great potential, and she is in dire need of assistance right now. If I can bring her into our fold, she will prove to be a significant asset." Swish! The sound of shuriken slicing through the air caught the attention of the two grass genin. They hastily dodged. Clang! 2 shuriken embedded themselves into the trunk of a large tree. The 2 grass genin were on high alert, drawing their kunao as they scanned their surroundings. Yet they could not detect the enemy's presence. Tension mounted. "Who's there? Show yourself. Don't hide like a coward. Do you know who my father is?" "He is the leader of the grass village. An elite jonin," Deshong shouted. Upon hearing this, Naruto couldn't help but shake his head. Someone of such a low caliber was ill-suited to be here. Their reactions and demeanor placed them among the lowest tier of genin. This fool was even boasting about his lineage. "Please, in this forsaken place, who cares who you are? If I were to end you and feed your remains to the beasts, your father would likely spit in disgust at the sight of your lifeless body." However, thanks to the boy's reckless self-disclosure, Naruto finally understood why the grass village was willing to send Shorin into the competition. To safeguard this privileged heiress life. Compared to these two, Shorin exhibited remarkable composure. When ambushed, she promptly found cover, concealing herself while striving to diminish her presence and observe the situation. Swish, swish, swish. 3 more shuriken hurtled toward the 2 grass genin. Too fast. Deshong, the boy who claimed to be the grass village leader's son, cried out. Although he sensed the shuriken's approach, he could not evade the swiftly thrown weapons. Thud. 1 shuriken grazed his shoulder, drawing blood. A small but painful wound opened on his shoulder, eliciting a pained scream. "Ah, that hurts." Dashong. Upon witnessing the dire predicament, Kangfu hurriedly approached to assess the situation. Observing the immense pain afflicting his companion, he cast an enraged glare at the cowering Xianglin. "The medicinal pouch. Why do you linger there? Hurry forth and tend to Daong's wounds." Though apprehensive about exposing herself to potential assault, Xianglin dared not delay, for Daong was the son of the chief of the grass-hidden village. Any misfortune befalling him would undoubtedly result in a fate far worse for her. "Move swiftly." Kangfu brusquely seized Xianglin's hand and thrust her arm before Daong. Daong, now silent, instinctively bit down hard on Xianglin's arm. "Ah!" she cried out in agony, unable to withstand the torment, despite having endured it many times before. Hissing sounds filled the air as Xianglin's healing abilities took immediate effect. Within mere moments, white smoke billowed from Daong's injured shoulder, and the wound visibly began to mend. Once Daong's condition improved, the trio remembered the necessity of concealment and swiftly relocated behind a large tree. As his wounds healed, Daong's temperament returned to its fierce nature. He glared at Xianglin. "Why didn't you come to block that shuriken for me earlier?" Xianglin found herself at a loss for words. "Enough, Daong. There are still enemies nearby." Kangfu interjected, retrieving a mission scroll from his pack. "Xianglin, take this. We'll split into 2 teams and escape in different directions." Xianglin's eyes widened in realization. She understood that they intended to abandon her. "Ah, you scoundrel!" Daong struck Xianglin across the face. "Hand it over. My wound still aches." With a crunch, he bit down again. "After all this time, I deserve a bite to heal myself." Kangfu followed suit, inflicting his own bite. Tears streamed down Xianglin's face, but her 2 companions paid her no heed, fleeing without a backward glance. Wiping her tears, she recognized that now was not the time for sorrow. She too needed to make her escape. However, upon turning around, she found herself locked in the gaze of a colossal bear, its drool dripping from its maw as it rose to a height of 5 meters, instilling terror within her. It swiped a massive paw at Xianglin, who instinctively dodged to the side. Following its miss, the bear leisurely shifted its attention to some nearby food. "My glasses!" Although she had evaded the bear's attack, Xianglin realized her glasses had flown off. Found them. She felt the familiar texture of her glasses' arm. Strictly speaking, it was not she who found them, but someone who had handed them to her. Once she donned her glasses, her previously blurred vision sharpened, revealing the face of a boy less than 50 centimeters away. Golden hair, a fair and clean complexion, and deep blue eyes as beautiful as the sky. He is so handsome, Xianglin thought involuntarily. Yet, as the bear's form again obscured her view, fear enveloped her heart once more. Run. His attack power is formidable, she warned Naruto loudly, but Naruto simply chuckled, ruffling her hair in a comforting manner. Do not fear, it's merely a meal. Just as the bear prepared to crush them with a mighty paw, Naruto's shadow clone delivered a swift kick, sending the bear flying. The strike, a surprise from the side, shattered the bear's skull. As the clone landed, it lazily remarked to Naruto, you get to play the hero while we do all the work, don't you? Indeed, the original Naruto responded. Occasionally, it would be fair for us to play the role of the gallant savior. 2 more shadow clones appeared beside Naruto and Xianglin. Xianglin's gaze instinctively shifted to the newcomers, drawn by a peculiar scent. A metallic tang of blood? What were they carrying? Was that a severed head? Chapter 51, Xianglin. Having already fallen to the ground, Xianglin instinctively recoiled upon catching sight of the bloody head. Naruto, quick wit, glanced at his clone, which casually tossed the head into the nearby brush. Fear not. I am here to assist you, he assured her in a gentle tone. Assist me? Though she had witnessed death before, Xianglin felt a tinge of fear, yet she was not rendered speechless. Nevertheless, she remained wary of the figure before her, despite her inability to overpower him. Naruto reached out, grasping Xianglin's arm. She squirmed like a frightened kitten, but his next words quelled her struggles. Those wounds must be quite painful, he noted, gesturing to the bite marks on her arm. Indeed, the grass-hidden village was brutal. Xianglin and her mother had sought refuge after the annihilation of the Uzumaki clan, ultimately finding themselves in the grass-hidden village. The villagers, recognizing the healing potential in both mother and daughter, had taken them in as subservient beings. In truth, their existence bore no significant difference from that of slaves. In many ways, Xianglin endured a fate more tragic than Naruto's. She ached profoundly, particularly from the new bite wounds. Yet, she would not display her pain before a stranger. She struggled to withdraw her arm, and Naruto did not impede her. Xianglin, would you accept a place where you would not be bullied, where there is food and drink, albeit with a degree of restriction on your freedom? The notion of no longer being bullied sparked a flicker of yearning within Xianglin, yet she remained cautious. Seizing the moment Naruto produced a kunao, Xianglin gasped in alarm, but Naruto merely drew the kunao across his own arm, creating a shallow wound from which blood flowed. Almost instantly, white smoke emanated from the injury as it began to heal. Within moments, the wound vanished entirely. Such minor injuries are inconsequential to the Uzumaki lineage. Xianglin was taken aback. As you can see, I possess formidable regenerative abilities. In fact, I am akin to you, we both descend from the Uzumaki clan. Though, I must concede that my bloodline is somewhat diluted compared to yours. You would likely recover from such a wound in less than 10 seconds. However, we are indeed kin. Both descendants of the Uzumaki. Xianglin, join my ranks. I will not harm you, nor will I permit anyone to inflict further wounds upon you. Your future will be free from want, and I promise to help you exact vengeance upon the grass-hidden village. Vengeance. The very word captivated Xianglin's thoughts, conjuring memories of her mother's demise, emaciated, with not a single unblemished spot on her body, marred by bite marks. The gruesome sight starkly illustrated the cruelty and brutality of the grass-hidden village. Since her mother's death, she had become the new medicinal pouch, and in just over a year, her arms and thighs bore countless bite marks. Soon, her waist, chest, and ultimately her entire body would follow suit. Perhaps within 2 or 3 years, she would become yet another corpse draped in white cloth, covered in wounds. I agree. Xianglin's resolve solidified, her fear dissipating, replaced by a profound hatred and a deeper-seated hope. Naruto extended his right hand toward her. Welcome to the Dawn Organization. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Uzumaki Naruto, the one who shall bring fairness to this world. Xianglin grasped Naruto's outstretched hand tightly. I am Xianglin. Naruto smiled brightly. Let us depart from this place. It is not safe for you to remain here. Should I be the only one to escape, the instructors from the grass-hidden village will not spare us. Especially since you've already those 2 were merely a gift for your introduction. They are of no consequence. As for the grass-hidden instructors outside, do not worry. We shall not alert anyone. How do we ensure that no one is alerted? Before Xianglin could finish her inquiry, Naruto led her away, vanishing from sight. As Karin regained her senses, the scenery in her eyes had already transformed dramatically. Subsequently, An overwhelming sense of weightlessness enveloped her. She found herself seated upon the tatami mat of a certain room. This was the residence of a family within the Uchiha clan. I occasionally regarded this place as my secret base. For now, I must impose upon you to stay here for a few days. Once I have resolved my matters, I shall return to escort you away from Konoha. Karin nodded earnestly. Bang. Naruto dispatched a shadow clone. If there is anything you desire to eat, you may communicate with my clone. He will attend to your every need. Afterward, Naruto's original self once more vanished in an instant. Karin, however, remained somewhat dazed. Who exactly is Uzumaki Naruto? The shadow clone smiled and said, if you wish to know, I can share some of my experiences with you. Yes, Karin nodded emphatically. Please. I would like to know. Unbeknownst to her, perhaps even Karin herself had not yet realized that a name had been etched into her heart, a mark that would never fade throughout her lifetime. Upon Naruto's return to the Forest of Death, he sought a relatively clean spot to sit and await new intelligence. There was still much for him to accomplish in this examination. After a full half-day, a clone suddenly appeared beside Naruto's original self. He had utilized the body flicker technique. Naruto was aware of the narrative's direction. He had infiltrated the examination grounds 2 days prior to its commencement, deploying numerous shadow clones to gather information. Some acted as sentinels, others as mobile scouts, and a few, like the shadow clone, were tasked with relaying messages back and forth. The clones could only share intelligence after they had dissipated. However, unless in an emergency, they would generally refrain from vanishing to report, as Naruto's primary directive for them was to maintain continuous surveillance. Thus, the mobile personnel played a crucial role in conveying information back to the original. Who is it this time? The original inquired. It's Gaara from Tsunagakure. He and his team are engaged in combat 30 kilometers to the west. What do you think? Shall we capture him as well? Gaara. While capturing him might not be particularly difficult, extracting him silently would require considerable effort. Moreover, I cannot eliminate his siblings to silence them. After all, despite their average relationship, they are still brothers. Killing them would irreparably sever ties with Gaara, which is simply not worth the cost. After some contemplation, Naruto temporarily set aside plans regarding Gaara. There would be time for that later. In the latter part of the plan to obliterate Konoha, Gaara would go berserk, and then I could engage him in a satisfying duel. Understood, he replied. Subsequently, the Naruto responsible for mobility departed to seek new intelligence. Time swiftly passed, and soon 2 days had elapsed. During this interval, Naruto's desired Orochimaru had yet to make an appearance. It was not until the afternoon of the 3rd day that the shadow clone he had left behind in Team 7 finally activated the flying thunder god Kunao he carried. Orochimaru has arrived. Chapter 52. Orochimaru. Somewhere within the Forest of Death's examination grounds, Uchiha Sasuke was under attack. His pupils widened, and a pained growl escaped his throat. Near his head, a woman with disheveled hair and an eerie visage sank her teeth into his neck. Her head loomed over Sasuke, yet her body was positioned 10 meters away. Her neck writhed like that of a serpent, extending over 10 meters. What kind of monster is she? Upon witnessing this scene, Sakura was so frightened that her legs turned to jelly, and the kunao in her hand clattered to the ground. Swish! Accompanied by the sound of slicing air, 2 swiftly flying shurikens hurtled toward the woman's head. Umph! The woman merely let out a cold chuckle, allowing the 2 kunao to strike her. Despite being hit, she remained unharmed, as if she were impervious to injury, with hardly a drop of blood to show for it. Releasing her grip on Sasuke's neck, her head quickly retracted. Once returned to her original form, a pair of large hands emerged from her mouth, forcefully twisting her jaw into a grotesque angle. With a sudden crash, a figure emerged from the woman of Tsunagakure. Sakura collapsed in fear, while Sasuke clutched his neck, desperately trying to keep himself upright. What are you? He demanded. The woman from Tsunagakure extended her tongue to lick the blood from her cheek. Calling me a monster might be a tad rude, Sasuke-kun. I came here to assess your strength. While you are somewhat stronger than I anticipated, you still fall far short of your brother. Silence. Upon hearing the mention of his brother, Sasuke reacted instinctively. The pain in his neck faded, and his legs regained strength. Do not speak that name before me. With that, he brandished his kunao and charged at the woman from Otagakure. However, Naruto intervened, blocking his path. Enough! We must retreat. This situation is dire. Let go of me. Sasuke, do you wish to perish here? You are the last hope of the Uchiha clan. If you die, who will seek vengeance? I. Sasuke, upon hearing those words, deflated like a punctured balloon, his anger gradually giving way to reason. The woman from Otagakure looked at Naruto, extending her tongue, now several centimeters long, to wash her face. You must be Uzumaki Naruto. You possess a certain charm. I remember you as that man's descendant. He took what was rightfully mine. Since you are his son, you ought to repay some interest on his behalf. Hiss! The woman from Tsunagakure was unmistakably Orochimaru. Something was amiss with her. She exuded an aura of the uncanny. Rather than using her legs to advance, she propelled herself forward with a serpentine tail. Her lower body had merged into a blue snake's tail, and she twisted forward with remarkable speed. Naruto kicked Sasuke, who had stumbled slightly, towards Sakura. Take him and flee. I will hold her off. Understood. Sakura, displaying newfound resolve in this critical moment, set aside her weakness and accepted her responsibilities. The two gradually distanced themselves. Orochimaru ignored Sasuke and Sakura, slithering towards Naruto. She then extended her left hand, unleashing a multitude of snakes from her sleeve. Snake hand of the cursed shadow. With a cacophony, the serpents, gaping mouths agape, lunged toward Naruto. He immediately leaped back to evade them, but the snakes possessed a tracking ability, relentlessly pursuing him. How troublesome. Naruto's shadow clone swiftly formed hand seals. Buzz. Upon completion, Naruto's abdomen swelled dramatically. Fire style. Great fireball technique. A torrent of searing flames erupted from Naruto's mouth, coalescing into a massive fireball. The snakes collided with the fireball and were instantly incinerated. Hiss! Just as the flames began to dissipate, Orochimaru's head emerged through the fire, brandishing a gleaming sword. Kusanagi. With a swift thrust, the Kusanagi blade aimed for Naruto's chest. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto caught the blade empty-handed, momentarily locking them in a stalemate. At that moment Orochimaru, having passed through the fireball, bore the marks of scorching. Her skin sloughed off, revealing another visage beneath. This new face, adorned with purple eyeshadow and a ghastly pallor, featured golden slit pupils, resembling a true venomous serpent. This was Orochimaru's true form, or rather, his original appearance. At this point, he had undergone at least 2 reincarnations. I refuse to believe you are a mere genin. What intentions do you harbor in infiltrating Konoha? Humph. Should I commend you for being your father's son? Or credit the 3rd Hokage's training? Orochimaru replied, intrigued. You are on the brink of death, yet you concern yourself with my entrance into Konoha. Naruto delivered a swift kick to Orochimaru's jaw. Orochimaru tilted his head to evade, and then he opened his maw wide, from which a new Orochimaru emerged, wriggling out of his old form. Brandishing the Kusanagi sword, he aimed a lethal strike at Naruto's head. Whoosh! Suddenly, 2 piercing sounds of wind sliced through the air. Orochimaru deftly tilted his head, narrowly dodging 2 shuriken. He glanced to the side, only to see another Naruto standing at a distance. A shadow clone, perhaps? Naruto-kun, you are quite the strategist. Even I couldn't discern when you set up this diversion. However, it seems rather difficult to achieve victory with such a meager ambush. The Naruto before him suddenly flashed a smile. Orochimaru looked down and noticed a kunao gripped in his hand, a burning explosive tag attached to it. What? An explosive tag? Orochimaru's expression sharpened. So this one is the clone. Boom! 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 A series of violent explosions erupted. Orochimaru found himself at the epicenter, suffering immensely from the blasts. The power of this assault, along with the successive detonations, was not from an ordinary explosive tag. It was a specially processed one and, moreover, a multiplication technique. This little brat Orochimaru was indeed well versed in ninjutsu and quickly discerned the nature of the attack. Unlike traditional explosive tags, Naruto's had been enhanced with iron shrapnel and the searing flames of fire release, making it exponentially more powerful. It indeed utilized the 2nd Hokage's multiplication technique. What appeared to be a single explosive tag detonating was, in reality, 5. Speaking of which, he still possessed a stash of explosive tags originating from Orochimaru's own base. Using them against Orochimaru now feels like returning things to their rightful owner. As the explosive tags detonated, a whirlwind of dust and black smoke enveloped the area, obscuring Orochimaru's figure. Surely he wouldn't perish so easily? Naruto crouched on a branch, waiting for the smoke to clear. Of course not. A raspy voice suddenly echoed in Naruto's ear. He turned to see Orochimaru had somehow appeared behind him, his entire form now transformed into that of a serpent, save for his human head. Hiss! Orochimaru extended his neck, attempting to bite Naruto's throat. Yet Naruto swiftly evaded with a body flicker technique. Bang! Naruto reappeared a short distance away. Remarkable to survive such an onslaught. Hehehe, Naruto-kun, in comparison to Sasuke you possess far greater strength. Among the young individuals I have encountered, only 2 or 3 could rival you. So, what do you say? Would you consider joining my ranks? Orochimaru extended an invitation to Naruto. Naturally, Naruto scoffed at the notion. Join you to become your vessel? Furthermore, it is not I who should join you. Rather, it is you who should join me. Naruto raised his hand, unveiling the mesmerizing eye concealed beneath his left eyelid. A shuriken-shaped Sharingan was laid bare before Orochimaru. Orochimaru's pupils constricted. Is that the Mangekyo Sharingan? And its shape is chapter 53. I believe in you. The Mangekyo Sharingan presented to Orochimaru was shaped like a pinwheel with 4 corners. As far as he knew, there was only one such Mangekyo, Kota Amatsukami. Clever as Orochimaru was, he began to ponder numerous possibilities in that instant. Splendid. He displayed an expression of curiosity as he addressed Naruto. Naruto-kun, I commend your capability and intellect. You managed to seize the other eye of Shisui from Danzo. May I inquire about one matter? Naruto, go ahead. How did you transplant the eye once you obtained it? Or are you merely an underling of Danzo? To my knowledge, there are only a handful capable of organ transplants within Konoha. Danzo seems to be the most likely candidate, but given his insatiable desire for the power of the Sharingan, he would hardly part with such a precious item. So, how exactly did you come by the Sharingan? Naruto did not shy away from the truth, replying, I transplanted it myself. Orochimaru's eyes lit up with intrigue, his curiosity towards Naruto intensifying. Yet simultaneously, he began to clarify certain matters in his mind. Orochimaru, I see. I suspect you learned the transplant technique from my base which I failed to clean up. In that case, the mystery of my undisclosed identity seems to have unraveled, as you likely began your investigation after acquiring my research materials from the base. Naruto, indeed. The resources you left behind in that base within the Forest of Death proved invaluable to me. It is truly remarkable that you managed to achieve such feats merely from outdated documentation. It is impressive, to say the least. Naruto-kun, my interest in you has even surpassed that of Sasuke. The excitement within Orochimaru grew, and upon reflection, he felt pity for his former teacher, Sarutobi. After training someone like you, he must be wondering whether to commend his prowess or lament his fading vision. Naruto chuckled softly. I believe both sentiments hold true. Hehe. You are quite right. Orochimaru nodded in agreement, then ventured, let me guess your true intent behind revealing your disguise and baring your fangs to me. You aim to kill me? No, we bear no enmity. Since it is not to slay me, I deduce that you wish to control me instead, to seize my knowledge? Orochimaru indeed possessed an astute perception, effortlessly unraveling Naruto's thoughts. He understood all too well that the insatiable thirst for knowledge could corrode a person's very soul. The burning desire for understanding could compel one to undertake actions previously deemed unimaginable. Once a hero of Konoha, he had betrayed his teacher and allied with the dark embodiment of Konoha, Danzo, capturing countless lives for the sake of research. His hands were stained with the blood of many, as innocent lives were extinguished one after another. Yet he remained unfazed, for the ecstasy of acquiring knowledge was simply exquisite. Hehe, Naruto-kun, I can empathize with your feelings. However, should you wish to strike me, it seems your efforts would be in vain. Naruto, how would you know unless you tried? In the midst of their conversation, Naruto released the weights strapped to his legs, casually discarding the hundreds of pounds onto the ground. Thud, dust billowed into the air. Naruto, let us continue our battle. Besides wishing to subdue you, fighting against such a formidable opponent as yourself is one of my goals as well. Orochimaru, very well, there is plenty of time. I shall indulge you in this endeavor. Whoosh! No sooner had he finished speaking than Naruto vanished from sight. Without the weights, his movements were light as a feather. How swift! Orochimaru was taken aback. Just as he made a move, Naruto had already closed the distance between them. Shadow dance. This technique, one of the many taught to Naruto by Guy, was a form of rapid taijutsu, typically commencing with the lotus. It allowed him to move at blinding speed, seemingly invisible to the naked eye, closing in on the enemy to deliver a powerful kick that sent them soaring into the air. Subsequent moves could branch into the front lotus or rear lotus. However, Naruto primarily used it to approach his adversary swiftly. Orochimaru appeared caught off guard. As Naruto executed the shadow dance, he landed a kick to Orochimaru's chin, sending him flying into the air. Then Naruto employed the shadow dance once more, leaping to the back of the airborne Orochimaru. Hiss! The bandages wrapped around Naruto's hands unraveled and swiftly ensnared Orochimaru, tightening the bindings, ensuring Orochimaru could not escape. Naruto delivered a powerful flying kick directly to Orochimaru's abdomen, Konoha Great Whirlwind. Bam! With a single strike, he sent the airborne Orochimaru crashing down to the ground. Boom! Another resounding explosion echoed. The earth was gouged by the impact, creating a massive crater. Thud! Naruto landed and gazed into the pit where Orochimaru lay. Summoning technique. A jutsu unfolded within the crater. A gigantic cloud of smoke billowed forth, and a colossal summoning beast emerged. Orochimaru freed himself from his bindings and stood atop its head. The two of them, one human and one serpent, loomed over Naruto below. The great serpent snorted disdainfully, addressing Orochimaru. You summoned me to contend with that little brat? He doesn't even have the qualifications to fill my tooth gaps. To summon me for such a trivial matter. You truly seem to be regressing in life. Manda, the signature summoning beast of Orochimaru. Its entire form is adorned in a deep purple hue, embellished with black stripes, and crowned with formidable horns, exuding an aura of majesty. Yet, what is even more striking is the creature's immense physique. Manda stretches nearly 100 meters in length, its girth so daunting that even an elephant would pale in comparison. Easily devoured in a single gulp. Employing such a colossal beast against a mere 12-year-old child, barely exceeding 1.70 meters, is indeed akin to using a cannon to swat a mosquito. Nevertheless, Orochimaru solemnly asserts, do not underestimate him. In a direct confrontation, I might not prevail. This child is shrouded in mystery, and I cannot ascertain what hidden cards he holds. To be on the safe side, I must secure a swift resolution. Manda, I entrust this task to you, and I shall offer you 200 sacrifices in return. Humph. Manda lets out a cold snicker. Your words pique my interest. Let me witness what abilities he possesses. Whoosh! Before Manda could finish speaking, it had already launched its assault. Its tail swung violently towards Naruto. The tail was an imposing 20 to 30 meters long, akin to a giant wielding a whip, brimming with unparalleled force. Naruto, unwilling to confront it head-on, promptly utilized body flicker technique to evade. Bang! Manda's tail struck the ground, shattering the earth beneath it, while the surrounding colossal trees were obliterated into splinters. The sheer power of Manda's tail swipe even triggered minor tremors in the earth. The inhabitants within a 20-mile radius felt the shockwave, their hearts racing in alarm. What in the world just happened? The examiners on the periphery lifted their gazes toward the depths of the forest. Akiko Yuyuki suddenly felt an unsettling disquiet. What could this sudden palpitation signify? Akiko-sensei, that tremor was quite abnormal. Should we not venture in to ascertain the situation? Let us proceed. Akiko took the lead. Though the competition allowed for personal interventions, she would not tolerate unexplained fatalities. She needed to know what transpired. Naruto materialized atop a sturdy branch of a nearby tree, where a sentinel shadow clone promptly approached him and reported, Konoha's forces are already en route. They should arrive here in approximately half an hour. The original Naruto nodded. Understood. Let us resolve this matter in 20 minutes. Naruto formed a cross with his hands. Serpent seal. Buzz. Multiple shadow clone technique. Bang, bang, bang. 30 shadow clones manifested. 5 clones stood guard, while 3 formed a radar team to monitor the surroundings, primarily to prevent Orochimaru's escape, and secondly, should anyone nearby witness the unfolding events, they would alert the escort team clones to pursue those individuals, ensuring that not a whisper of this incident escaped. The remaining 5 will form an assault team to prepare for close-quarters capture of Orochimaru. The rest will employ combined ninjutsu to provoke Manda, exhausting its stamina, thereby creating an opportunity for the assault team to approach the target. Understood. The operation commenced, with the 30 clones executing their roles with precision. This battle, Naruto was determined to win. Naruto acknowledged that he had perhaps gotten ahead of himself. He could have seized a better opportunity to employ Kodaama Tsukami against Orochimaru. Yet, the fervor for combat had overtaken his rationality. Orochimaru was a top-tier player in the realm of ninja, one of the most challenging adversaries to eliminate within the entire hierarchy of Hokage. Surely, a confrontation with him would provide a thrilling clash. Wind release, dust storm. The 10 shadow clones from the ninjutsu class began to unleash a whirlwind, generating a cloud of dust. This time, Naruto obscured even his own line of sight. This tactic was necessary, as Manda's attack range was vast. A sweeping strike could annihilate all his clones. Thus, shrouding himself in dust was the wisest course of action. As Naruto had anticipated, Manda commenced indiscriminate attacks upon losing sight of the enemy. But such erratic strikes posed little threat to Naruto and his clones, who possessed heightened sensory awareness. Previously, Naruto had been concerned whether a serpentine-summoning beast like Manda possessed heat-sensing abilities. If so, it would be futile to conceal himself in smoke, But it seemed that was not the case. Ninjutsu class. Understood. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Fire release. Great fire destruction. Combined ninjutsu. Great fire breakthrough. Boom. A massive wave of flames surged towards Manda. Although Manda was agile, it was far too challenging to evade the extensive combined ninjutsu unleashed by nearly 20 of Naruto's clones. Manda was engulfed in the torrent of flames. Damn. Manda's hide was tough, and while the temperature of the flames was insufficient to incinerate him, it still caused considerable discomfort. With renewed vigor, he lashed his tail in retaliation. But to no avail. Orochimaru, perched atop Manda's head, formed hand seals to utilize ninjutsu to dispel the smoke. Yet as he completed his initial seal, several figures had already broken through to his immediate vicinity. A squad of 6 Narutos, composed of clones, arrived. The leading Naruto hurled 2 shurikens at Orochimaru. He tilted his head to evade the attack. In that brief moment, 2 Narutos had already flanked him from either side. Whoosh! A Rasengan coalesced in Naruto's hand before he forcefully drove it into Orochimaru's abdomen. Bang! Orochimaru was struck head-on. The potent Rasengan detonated, cleaving him into 2 segments. His upper half was launched skyward, while his lower half remained standing. The airborne upper half of Orochimaru cast a furtive glance at the assault team below, muttering to himself, "Naruto-kun, as expected of you. But this is still far from enough." Hiss, hiss, hiss. From the severed ends of his body, a multitude of snakes erupted, entwining in a serpentine dance, swiftly reuniting the halves of Orochimaru, leaving him unscathed. Phew! A sound of slicing air reached Orochimaru's ears as he crouched to evade an incoming kunai from one of Naruto's clones. Following this, 3 Narutos surged forward, engaging him with taijutsu, and although Orochimaru struggled to fend them off, his expression remained unfazed. The original Naruto, observing this, felt increasingly certain about a particular hypothesis. While Orochimaru could not withstand the onslaught of so many powerful taijutsu attacks from Naruto's clones, his capabilities ensured he would not sustain injuries, resulting in a temporary stalemate. As they exchanged blows, a dialogue ensued. "Naruto-kun, what is your plan?" Orochimaru inquired. "I do not comprehend your meaning. Given your intellect, it should not be difficult to deduce the purpose behind my summoning of Manda. Firstly, it is to confront you. Secondly, to signal the Konoha forces. Compared to me, they would likely be quite anxious upon witnessing your presence. The rampage of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki would spell catastrophic consequences for a village. In that scenario, all the Konoha ninjas, led by the 3rd Hokage, would prioritize capturing you. So I ask, what will you do?" Naruto chuckled lightly. "You are quite the enthusiastic individual, reminding me of this. No, I do this purely for my own amusement. Rather than a mundane narrative, I prefer to witness how the unknown unfolds. I am curious about the tempest your winds might stir. To be honest, I initially had other intentions upon returning to Konoha, but now, I am willing to abandon my original plan, for I eagerly anticipate your performance. Hehehe. I am truly looking forward to seeing the expression on your teacher Yuan's face when he beholds your eyes." Naruto smirked. "Regrettably, in just 1 minute, I could have you obediently standing behind me. Naruto-kun, one must consider reality when boasting. I have always been cautious of Kota Amatsukami. You were too naive. You should have invoked Kota Amatsukami the moment you laid eyes on me. Otherwise, I would undoubtedly have fallen victim. But you did not. Thus you have lost every chance to control me. Not necessarily. Once I capture you, how I choose to proceed will depend solely on my whims. A splendid idea, but alas, you are incapable of achieving it. Across the entire ninja world, none would dare claim they could capture me. Mr. Orochimaru, I am of the Uzumaki clan. Nanny? What that implies is the adamantine ceiling. How could this be?" Orochimaru found himself barely able to withstand the relentless barrage of attacks from Naruto. Suddenly, as Naruto unleashed his trump card, Orochimaru was caught off guard and ensnared by the formidable chains of the adamantine ceiling. A sense of foreboding washed over him as he felt the suppressive chakra emanating from the chains, causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead. Grasping Orochimaru's hair, Naruto locked eyes with him. Kota Amatsukami. After executing the technique, Naruto released Orochimaru from his grip. At that moment, Orochimaru's head hung low, as if all his strength had been sapped away. Time passed slowly. Orochimaru finally lifted his head, a triumphant smile gracing his features as he looked at Naruto. "Naruto-kun, it appears that you have lost this match." Stunned, Naruto could only manage, "You weren't affected by my genjutsu?" Orochimaru chuckled softly. "Of course not. I received information from my informant embedded within Danzo's ranks. It seems that Kota Amatsukami can only be used once every few years. The eye Danzo possesses has already been utilized for that technique. He even indirectly requested that I find a way to solve this issue. Unfortunately, even I could not unravel its secrets. Naruto, your Kodamatsu has proven ineffective against me, which means your plan has failed. What do you say? Rather than facing capture and sealing by Konoha, why not join me in defecting from the village? Naruto's expression was still one of disbelief. How did you evade the control of Kodamatsu? Orochimaru smirked. Why don't you take a look for yourself? Following his suggestion, Naruto utilized the adamantine sealing to remove Orochimaru's clothing. What? This is Orochimaru revealed a Sharingan implanted in his chest. Indeed, it is the Sharingan. Even Danzo himself was unaware of my presence among his ranks. Ever since I learned from my informant about Danzo acquiring such a terrifying ability as Kodamatsu, I feared he might attempt to control me. Thus, I preemptively implanted this safeguard within my body. You may not have heard of it, but it is a secret technique of the Uchiha clan, known as Izanagi. Although using it costs one their eye, it rewrites all unfavorable realities for the caster. Even Kodamatsu is no exception. I originally intended it as a defense against Danzo, but I never anticipated you would trigger it. Naruto, with a bitter smile, murmured, I can't believe I've fallen to such a technique. Orochimaru replied, Do not lose heart, Naruto-kun. You are quite remarkable. Join my ranks, and I will take you away from Konoha. Suddenly, a sly smile crept across Naruto's previously dejected face. Considering the time, it seems the duration of Izanagi has already elapsed. You didn't take the opportunity to escape the adamantine sealing? That certainly saves me a lot of trouble. Orochimaru's pupils constricted in confusion, unable to comprehend Naruto's expression. Suddenly, his heartbeat skipped a beat as a realization dawned upon him. Could it be? You weren't using Kodamatsu at all? Correct, Naruto affirmed, reaching for his right eye. He removed a thin layer of colored contact lens, revealing the truth. The illusion of the Sharingan was merely a deception crafted by Naruto. I call this the double contact lens deception technique. Why go to such lengths? Orochimaru questioned. Kodamatsu, an intangible technique, could have easily been used at the outset. No one could have countered it. Naruto rebutted. No, I believe you could withstand it. Chapter 54. Conclusion. Orochimaru gazed into Naruto's resolute eyes, feeling a sense of bewilderment. If memory served him correctly, this was the first time the boy had conversed with him. Prior to this, their interactions had merely consisted of exchanging names. One a Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, the other a notorious rogue ninja. Their reputations preceded them, yet they had no deeper connection. Thus, Orochimaru could not fathom why Naruto placed such unwavering faith in his ability to counter Kodamatsu. Mr. Orochimaru, you seem perplexed. I suspect you wish to know why I am so confident in your abilities? Orochimaru extended his tongue to wash his face, acknowledging the truth in Naruto's words. Indeed, it would be best if you shared, Naruto-kun. I have a penchant for unraveling the unknown. Naruto chuckled lightly. I cannot divulge the specifics, but I have come to learn about your past through certain means. I hold great admiration for your capabilities. Orochimaru inquired, my abilities? Can you provide an example? Naruto replied, I dare say that even if I were to break your neck, you would not perish, would you? Orochimaru smiled. Indeed, even if you were to slice me into pieces, I would still revive. Immortality has always been my ultimate aspiration, as well as the primary focus of my research. It seems you truly understand me well, Naruto-kun. As they conversed, the multitude of snakes beneath them suddenly vanished. Moments earlier, while Naruto was entangled with Orochimaru, the snakes had been relentlessly attacked by Naruto's shadow clones, thrashing about violently. Had it not been for Naruto and Orochimaru maintaining their grip, they would have surely been thrown off. However, the beleaguered snakes could no longer endure the onslaught and fled. A roar echoed through the void. Kid, take down Orochimaru. He has made my life miserable. Naruto smiled wryly. The snakes have been humiliated and fled. What humiliation? Orochimaru inquired. Nothing, Naruto replied, as one of his shadow clones leaped to his side. This clone was a member of the radar team. The latest group will arrive in just 2 minutes. Let us wrap this up. Understood, Naruto responded. He turned to Orochimaru, slowly raising his left hand and opening his palm towards Orochimaru's eyes. Yet, Orochimaru immediately shut his eyes. Naruto rolled his eyes. Mr. Orochimaru, such childish antics are unnecessary. We are both dignified individuals, and I would prefer not to pry open your eyelids. It would create an unpleasant scene. Orochimaru grinned. No, Naruto-kun. While you understand me well, it is not enough. A realization struck Naruto, A critical understanding of the situation. It seems you have already deduced it. Orochimaru beamed with a brilliant smile. The Sharingan on my chest has indeed lost its sight and cannot activate Izanagi. But who said I possess only one Sharingan? I have another hidden in my back, so... Naruto-kun, you have still lost. Naruto's eyes narrowed. It seems I underestimated you. Ah, how fortunate I am to receive your praise. Naruto-kun.
Les tu reconcile.
I concede I may not be your match, but you cannot kill me. Spare me, and I shall share my research findings with you. Naruto's expression turned to one of astonishment. Why would you do that? You clearly hold the advantage. Orochimaru replied, Naruto-kun, since you understand me, you must know of my fascination with the unknown and the thrill of uncovering it. Your actions have captivated me deeply, to the extent that Sasuke's importance pales in comparison. Therefore, I intend to assist you in propelling this wind further and faster. However, I am also left with no choice. To be honest, my first Sharingan had been preemptively enhanced. It activates automatically upon being caught in Genjutsu, which is why I dared to speak so freely. This second Sharingan, however, requires my own activation to utilize Izanagi. I cannot guarantee that I can evade your Kodamatsu-kami the moment it is activated. Even if I do evade it, I cannot be certain you do not have further tricks up your sleeve. Thus, let us reconcile. You save the use of Kodamatsu-kami, and I avoid wasting a precious Sharingan. On the day the Uchiha clan fell, Danzo took a portion of their Sharingan, while the majority was taken by a mysterious figure. A portion of Danzo's resources was allocated to Orochimaru for research, while Orochimaru required assistance in completing the transplantation of an arm entirely composed of Sharingan. Although Orochimaru possessed a few Sharingan, he wished to conserve this invaluable and irreplaceable resource for further study. After a prolonged period of contemplation, Naruto ultimately decided to release Orochimaru. A judicious choice. Orochimaru, I am a man of my word. I shall not renege on my promise to you. However, this is not the appropriate venue for our discourse. A month hence, we shall reconvene at the Valley of the End, where I will present you with what you desire. Naruto scoffed. Mr. Orochimaru, I have utmost faith in your character. Yet, before you depart, you ought to demonstrate your sincerity. Orochimaru inquired, what do you mean, Naruto? I have attempted to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan after acquiring the Sharingan. Although I sensed an enhancement in my ocular power, I have been unable to reach the awakening threshold. I wish to know if you possess a solution. Ah, I see. Naruto, you should be aware of the conditions required for the evolution of the Sharingan, correct? Yes. Intense emotional upheaval stimulates the Sharingan to release a unique chakra, causing it to undergo transformation into the Tomo Sharingan. Indeed, while this holds true for the ordinary Sharingan, the Mangekyo possesses particular prerequisites. It necessitates a greater emotional disturbance and an additional element to amalgamate with the Sharingan chakra to manifest its abilities. What is that element? The Uchiha clan generates a peculiar chakra within their minds during intense emotional agitation. This is the key to the Sharingan's evolution into the Mangekyo. Earlier, I captured several Uchiha for experimental dissection. Though the differences were minuscule, their cerebral structures were indeed distinct from the average individual. I surmise that these subtle variations are the essence of the extraordinary chakra. Regrettably, I am unable to replicate that structure. To put it plainly, Naruto, you must locate a living Uchiha, provoke him, and extract that energy from his mind. Of course, there may be alternative methods to awaken the Mangekyo, such as Kakashi. I have heard that he awakened his Sharingan through his own means. However, his case may be too unique to yield any substantial insights. Let us conclude our conversation here. Naruto, they should be arriving shortly. Understood. Naruto nodded, hoping he had not misjudged the man. Orochimaru formed hand seals. Naruto, I will safeguard your secret, and I shall honor my promise to you, until we meet in a month. With a hum, Orochimaru activated his jutsu.
Moments later.
His body transformed into countless white snakes that slithered away in every direction, and soon, he vanished from sight, eluding even Naruto's keen senses. Chapter 55. Death may be an option. Orochimaru departed, and Naruto did not linger any longer. He executed a flying thunder god technique and vanished from the spot. Mere seconds after his departure, a contingent arrived. These were the proctors of the chunnin exam. The leader, a man wearing sunglasses, surveyed the chaos surrounding him, witnessing the devastation. The ground bore signs of having been plowed, and the towering trees within a 200-meter radius had suffered considerable damage, some even uprooted. The man in sunglasses was taken aback. This does not appear to be the aftermath of a typical genin battle. Shino, can you detect anything? Shino, accompanied by a dog likely from the Inyazuka clan, observed intently. After a thorough sniff, his canine companion growled twice. There is a scent of snakes, along with an indescribable odor. The man in sunglasses queried, "Can you track them?" Regrettably, no. Neither scent has shown signs of departing this area. It is as if they have vanished into thin air. The man fell silent, scanning the vicinity once more to consult with Hinata about how to address the situation. Yet he seemed unable to locate her. "Where is Hinata?" The others exchanged perplexed glances, evidently unaware of the whereabouts of the female ninja. 5 kilometers away from the earlier confrontation with Orochimaru, Naruto concealed himself amidst a thicket of trees, accompanied by a shadow clone. Noticing the original remained silent for an extended period, the clone inquired, "What are your plans moving forward?" Naruto opened his left hand to glance at the Koda Amatsukami Sharingan. He had initially intended to employ it on Orochimaru, yet that individual proved exceedingly cautious. It seemed he had no choice but to seek an alternative. "Are you suggesting? Inform all clones to seek out Kabuto." In the southern region of the Forest of Death, Kabuto had just ambushed a small team alongside his companions. They were fortunate. Their initial strike had yielded the scrolls they required. "Now my task is complete. You two, please clear the traces and thereafter, we shall await the conclusion of the exam near the designated tower." "Understood." The two companions nodded and turned to eradicate any remnants of their presence. Kabuto tucked the newly acquired scroll into his cloak. Suddenly, Kabuto's ears perked up as he detected the sound of rushing wind behind him. Though he outwardly appeared to be a seasoned genin, in reality, he possessed at least the strength of a special jonin. The moment he sensed something amiss, he swiftly drew a kunao in preparation for confrontation. Unfortunately, he encountered an extraordinary adversary. His efforts would ultimately prove futile. In the instant he turned, a delicate hand grasped his head. "Yotsuka him." No. It was Naruto's Koda Amatsukami left hand. "What?" Kabuto gasped, his eyes widening as he noticed an eye in the palm of the hand that held him. Instinctively, he glanced at the eye in the palm. But that single glance was all it took for him to cease being himself. "Serve me," Naruto commanded Kabuto, who had succumbed to the effects of Koda Amatsukami. After the command was successfully implanted, Naruto's form promptly vanished from sight. At that moment, Kabuto's companions had not strayed far. They heard a strange noise and turned to investigate. "Kabuto, what's wrong?" One of them called out, noticing Kabuto standing dazedly. Kabuto snapped back to reality, turning to his companion. Nothing at all." Meanwhile, as Naruto executed his plan, Sasuke and Sakura encountered difficulties. After escaping from Orochimaru, they had managed to hide until nightfall. By chance, Sakura discovered a tree hollow that provided shelter from the elements. The hollow was spacious enough to accommodate them comfortably, and that night, Sakura resolved to take refuge within it. As midnight approached, Sasuke's condition deteriorated. His complexion grew pale, and the temperature of his forehead began to rise. He was developing a low fever. As if fate conspired against them, the only consolation was that they carried fever-reducing medication among their supplies. Sakura administered the pills to Sasuke, but his fever showed no signs of abating. How can this be? Sakura thought anxiously, but regrettably, she lacked the skills necessary to assist her beloved. The only aid she could provide for Sasuke was to continuously apply a damp cloth to cool him down. Finally, in the early hours of the night, Sasuke's fever subsided. Exhausted, Sakura slumped to the ground. Thunder rumbled ominously overhead. Sakura hastily glanced outside the hollow, seeing dark clouds obscuring the moon, with flashes of lightning flickering ominously. It appeared a torrential downpour was imminent. The tree hollow offered no waterproofing, and in order to create a more comfortable environment for Sasuke, Sakura hurriedly gathered materials to construct a barrier against the encroaching rain. Before long, the heavens unleashed a deluge. Thankfully, Sakura had completed her task. The hollow remained dry. So cold. As Sasuke lay in his weakened state, the sudden downpour caused the air temperature to plummet, making him shiver uncontrollably. Sakura hesitated not for a moment, enveloping Sasuke in her embrace to provide him warmth. "I'm sorry. This is the only small favor I can offer you. If only I could master the pinnacle of medical ninjutsu like Lady Tsunade, Sasuke would undoubtedly not be in such agony." Observing the frail form of Sasuke, she loathed her own helplessness. "Naruto," Sasuke seemed to mumble, though his voice was barely audible, so faint that even Sakura, who was so close, could not discern his words. "Sasuke, what are you saying? Do you want water?" She leaned in closer to catch his words. Naruto. This time, she heard him clearly. A bitter smile crept across her face. "Even in your condition, you still think of Naruto." Truthfully, Sakura believed Naruto was likely dead. During their escape, she distinctly recalled the thunderous tremors and sounds emanating from the battlefield where Naruto clashed with the rogue ninja from the grass village. At that moment, her sole sentiment was one of terror. She could not bear to look back, unable to imagine what had caused such commotion. Yet, she was convinced that, under those circumstances, Naruto's chances of survival were infinitesimally close to zero. Perhaps for him, death would be a form of liberation. Orphaned and subjected to the disdain of the villagers, perhaps passing away would offer him solace. This was not a curse or a malediction, but rather the raw truth that resided in Sakura's heart. Over the past 6 months, they had been on missions together with Naruto, the majority of which were conducted within the village. Each time they traversed populous areas, they were met with the scrutinizing gazes of the townsfolk. The expressions of hatred, disgust, and contempt from those individuals were still vividly etched in her mind, even though their disdain was not directed at her. Yet, unbeknownst to Sakura, the current behavior of the villagers was relatively mild. During the years immediately following the Ninetales incident, the scorn and vitriol Naruto faced were magnitudes greater. The rain had ceased, and dawn had broken. Sakura slowly regained consciousness. Is it morning? She mused, glancing outside the hollow of the tree and discovering that the sun was nearly at its zenith, likely past 11 in the morning. Lowering her gaze to Sasuke, she was reassured to see his countenance serene. Gently brushing her fingers across his forehead, she noted that his temperature was normal. A sigh of relief escaped her lips. The fever had completely subsided. When Sasuke awoke, she would suggest they withdraw from the competition. Sakura had realized that this tournament was far beyond the capabilities of individuals at their level. The strange woman had planted a seed of fear within her heart. For a fleeting moment, she even contemplated relinquishing her status as a ninja, thinking that perhaps living an ordinary life, like her parents, would not be so bad. Hey, isn't that Uchiha Sasuke over there? He looks worse for wear after just a few days. Who? Suddenly, a group of individuals appeared not far from the hollow. 2 men and a woman, all adorned with the forehead protectors of the Sound Village, unmistakably members of the Sound Ninja team. Upon glancing back, Sakura felt a surge of dread. These 3 were clearly formidable adversaries, and with Sasuke injured and unable to fight, she stood no chance against them. However, since Sakura had already resolved to withdraw, she had no intention of putting up a struggle. Retrieving a scroll from her backpack, she tossed it towards the trio. The lead figure, a mummy-like man, effortlessly caught the scroll. Here, take this. My companion is injured, and as soon as he awakens, we will withdraw from the exam. Sakura's intent was clear. It was a capitulation, albeit expressed in a more courteous manner. Humph! The mummy man scoffed, discarding the scroll with a flick of his wrist. Sakura's face paled at this display. What do you mean by that? We have already surrendered. The trio regarded her with mocking expressions. To them, her surrender was utterly inconsequential. The scroll was nothing more than refuse they could not be bothered to accept. They had not come here to be dismissed so easily. Their true purpose was to kill. Chapter 56. Cursed Seal Sasuke. The trio were named Kin, Seikon, and Toshi. They appeared to be between 14 and 16 years of age. Kin was a girl clad in an olive-green sleeveless top, her long black hair cascading nearly to the ground, a quintessential figure of the long-haired beauty, adorned at the ends with a large purple bow. Seikon was male, sporting short hair and wearing a half-encircling iron forehead protector akin to that of the second Hokage. His appearance utterly unremarkable, embodying the archetype of a background character. He wore a shirt emblazoned with the word death in large, bold letters, seemingly unperturbed by the ominous implication. Toshi, also male, was the most peculiar of the trio, hunched over and walking with an O-shaped gait. His body swathed in bandages with only one eye visible, draped in a long cloak resembling a sweeping broom. The oppressive heat of the day did little to alleviate the discomfort of his heavy attire. These 3 hailed from the Sound Village, which was under the influence of Orochimaru. Thus, there was no doubt they were his subordinates. Their participation in the exam was a ruse, as their true mission was to eliminate Sasuke at Orochimaru's behest. Seikon, brandishing his fists, addressed his companions. Look at how arrogant he was before. I was looking forward to a good fight. Yet, just 4 days have passed, and he's barely clinging to life. Seems he's just a pretty face useless in a fight. Enough complaining. Seikon, go finish him off. Then our task will be complete, Toshi commanded. Seikon said nothing. After taking a few steps forward, he extended his right hand while his left arm supported his right wrist, seemingly preparing to unleash a powerful attack. Sakura was oblivious to his intentions, but regardless, she would not allow anyone to harm Sasuke. Without hesitation, She drew a kunai from her waist and hurled it at Seikon. Child's play. Seikon regarded her with disdain. Killing you would be too dull. There's still plenty of time, so I'll use you for practice. With a predatory mindset, Seikon retracted his hand. He deftly dodged the incoming kunai and accelerated towards Sakura. Toshi emitted a discontented grunt but did not impede his companion's advance. Before long, Seikon and Sakura were embroiled in a fierce clash. The sound of their kunai clashing sparked like fireflies in the dark. Although their confrontation appeared intense, the reality was that the battle was one-sided. Sakura launched a relentless assault, drenched in sweat, while Seikon remained relaxed, wearing a smug expression as he toyed with her. In the distance, the trio of Ino, Koji, and Shikamaru, concealed in the grass, wore expressions of concern. Should we intervene? Sakura looks like she's about to collapse. Koji remarked. Shikamaru remained silent. Noticing her ally's hesitation, Ino seized Shikamaru's arm. No matter what, she's our classmate, Shikamaru. We must go help her. I never said we wouldn't help. I'm merely considering our strategy, Shikamaru replied. Let us observe a bit longer. Understanding their abilities will increase our chances of success. Those 3 sound ninjas appear quite strong. Shikamaru, we can't wait any longer. In exasperation, Shikamaru replied, this is such a hassle. Fine. We have the advantage of being hidden. Ino, you focus on restraining that female ninja, while you and Koji ambush that bandaged guy. The one with the death shirt will certainly rush to assist. At that point, I'll immobilize him with my shadow jutsu, and will strike decisively to end this. Alright? Ino wasted no time, directing her focus towards Kin, and invoking the secret technique of the Yamanaka clan. Buzz. Mind-body switch technique. Kin, who had been enjoying the spectacle, suddenly felt a wave of dizziness before slipping into unconsciousness. In that fleeting moment of losing consciousness, her pupils dilated, but in less than a second, her gaze regained its sharpness. The mind-body switch technique was a success. Koji. Understood. Koji promptly emptied the contents of his bag of chips into his mouth. Human bullet tank. No, it's the human bullet tank. The rumble echoed as they surged forth. In a chaotic flurry, Koji transformed into a formidable ball of flesh, barreling directly towards Tosu. As he rolled, he left a distinct imprint on the ground, reminiscent of a true war machine traversing a battlefield. This singular detail attests to Koji's remarkable offensive prowess. However, the maneuverability of this technique was glaringly evident, as the meatball could only advance in a straight line, stubbornly refusing to deviate until it collided with something. Given the immaturity of the Inoshikacho trio, their mastery over their secret techniques remained quite rudimentary, rendering the execution of a combined ninjutsu impossible. This was indeed the limit of their capabilities. Tosu, possessing commendable strength, had abilities intertwined with sound. During the first round of the chunnin exams, he had even demonstrated the capacity to replicate written characters through sound waves. While the Inoshikacho trio struggled to formulate their strategy, he had already discerned their intentions. Casting a dismissive glance at the rolling meatball, Tosu held it in contempt. Suddenly, Kin, possessed by Ino, struck with intent, brandishing a kunai aimed at Tosu's neck. However, Tosu countered with a swift kick, sending Ino sprawling through the air, blood trickling from her mouth as she landed several meters away, unable to rise. Tosu scoffed, Kin, your breathing patterns have shifted since earlier. Now, with this sudden assault, are you attempting to betray me? Ino struggled to her feet, wiping the blood from her lip. That hurt, you bastard. Koji, crush him. Tosu's gaze sharpened. The manner of her speech was uncharacteristic of Kin. Had she fallen victim to a genjutsu, or was she already replaced? Before he could ponder further, Koji charged once more. With a resounding crash, Tosu leaped aside, intentionally retreating towards a large tree. When Koji barreled toward him again, Tosu nimbly jumped aside, causing Koji to collide violently with the tree trunk. The tremendous force embedded Koji into the bark, rendering him stuck. Panic-stricken, Koji sweated profusely, not for his own predicament, but for his teammates. His physique was robust, especially in this meatball form. He was impervious to the sound ninja's attacks. Realizing he was temporarily incapacitated, Koji shifted his strategy. How could he prevent his enemy from targeting his allies? His answer was to taunt the adversary. You fool. Just wait until I break free. You'll regret underestimating me. Tosu retorted with a chilling laugh. You can't even save yourself. Yet you boast? Are the Leafs genin merely spineless braggarts? At least I'm not a mummified skeleton like you. Tosu's eyes grew colder. You dare call me a pig? What? Who are you calling a pig? Come at me if you dare. Tosu pressed a hand down on Koji. Since you're so eager, let me send you on your way. With that, a shadow darted across the ground like a serpent, ensnaring Tosu. In that instant, he found himself immobilized. Shikamaru sighed in relief, shadow mimicry technique. Success. Damn it, Tosu growled. The commotion caused by the meatball had distracted him, making him overlook another presence in the bushes. In the distance, Saku felt a surge of panic as he saw his comrades ensnared. The loss of these two would be inconsequential, but if they perished, he would be next. He shuddered at the thought of Lord Orochimaru's punishment for failing the mission. Cursing under his breath, Saku kicked Sakura aside and leaped to rescue his teammates. Tosu, deal with that bush, Saku commanded, raising his hand towards the underbrush. Air slash, a powerful shockwave surged toward Shikamaru, who was caught off guard and blown to the ground. Damn it, how could his hand be? Is that an exhaust valve? The force of his shockwave is astonishing. Shikamaru realized too late that he should have waited for more intel. As Shikamaru was sent flying, his technique was inevitably dispelled. Ino, controlling Kin's body, launched 2 shuriken at Tosu to fend off his impending attack on Koji. Kin, are you out of your mind? Saku scoffed. Ino merely huffed in response, refusing to engage in conversation. Tosu abandoned Koji and approached Saku. This one is likely under control. Knock her out. Then we can eliminate Sasuke. Alright. Saku immediately aimed at Kin once more. Air slash. With a resounding boom, the shockwave sent Kin crashing away. Though Ino was using another's body, any injury inflicted upon the host would also be felt by her. To mitigate her own pain, Ino detached from Kin's form, causing Kin to collide heavily with a tree. Ouch! What the hell? Saku. What are you doing? As Ino's technique unraveled, Kin regained her senses, and upon realizing she was attacked by a teammate, her fury ignited. Unfazed, Saku responded, you should be thanking me for saving you from being controlled. What a disgrace. Kin, enough chatter. Confront that pink-haired girl. After you deal with her, eliminate the Uchiha brat. We'll handle these 3 nuisances. Despite her desire to protest, Kin prioritized the mission over personal grievances, seizing a kunao to charge at the recovering Sakura. The sound ninjas had undergone rigorous training, and each of them far surpassed Sakura, a freshly graduated genin lacking bloodline abilities. Within mere exchanges, Sakura found herself pinned to the ground. Kin stepped on Sakura's back, gripping her hair with malice. Your hair color is quite lovely, little girl, she sneered, exerting pressure that made Sakura wince in pain. Yet, Sakura's primary concern was for Sasuke's safety. She couldn't afford to fall. Seizing an opportunity as Kin lowered her guard, Sakura drew a kunao from her waist and swiftly severed her long hair. What? Kin stumbled back, momentarily off balance. Sakura seized the moment to rise and retaliate, her fist driving toward Kin's face. Smack! The impact landed squarely, causing Kin to bleed from her nose, dazed by the blow. Saku and Tosu, who had been observing, erupted in fury at the sight. This idiot! Tosu barked. Saku, go! Right? Saku kicked Shikamaru away and charged at Sakura with full force. Shikamaru, realizing the urgency, began weaving hand signs for his technique, but Tosu interrupted him with 2 shuriken. Damn it! How are these 2 so strong? Shikamaru thought frantically, desperate for a strategy. Before he could devise a plan, a scream pierced the air. All eyes turned towards the tree hollow, where Sasuke emerged, a menacing expression etched on his face. He had undergone a drastic transformation, his visage marred by eerie black markings. Tosu's eyes widened in shock. Is that a cursed seal? And the highest level of the heaven's cursed seal. Lord Orochimaru sent us to kill him, yet bestowed upon him a cursed seal. What does this mean? With a fierce kick, Sasuke sent Saku flying, who tumbled through the air and rolled several times before coming to a halt. A smirk of satisfaction graced Sasuke's lips as he reveled in his newfound strength, glancing back at Sakura. Sakura, tell me, who injured you? Sakura, gazing at his curse-marked face and bloodshot Sharingan, couldn't help but recall the strange woman from the grass village. Sakura, tell me, who hurt you? I will avenge you. Meanwhile, Saku had risen, declaring, it was me. He glared at Sasuke, feeling quite displeased. Don't get too smug. That was merely a moment of carelessness on my part. Now, let's see if you have the guts to attack me. Sasuke turned to glance at Saku. Humph. Saku scoffed, extending his right hand towards Sasuke. Full power / wave. Boom. Colossal shockwave erupted. Shikamaru's pupils constricted in shock. The diameter of that blast exceeded 3 meters, far surpassing the previous hit I took. Moreover, The sheer force of this attack was so immense that it uprooted the earth beneath, displacing nearly 30 centimeters of soil. This is not an assault that can be withstood with mere flesh. Sasuke, run! Shikamaru shouted urgently. Without needing Shikamaru's warning, Sasuke, with Sakura in tow, swiftly maneuvered behind Saku. How is this possible? Moving so quickly while carrying someone, Tors exclaimed. There is no doubt about it. This is the power of the cursed seal. Sasuke set Sakura down and surveyed his empowered hand. The sensation of possessing strength was simply exquisite. At this moment, I even regard Naruto with disdain. Contemplating this, he turned his gaze towards the sound ninjas. You three, I hope you can entertain me a bit longer. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 57. At least one remains. In the forest of death examination grounds, near the tower's finish line, Kabuto deceitfully claimed he was going to the restroom, distancing himself from his two teammates. After ensuring no one was watching, he concealed himself behind a large tree. Naruto had been waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing Naruto, Kabuto knelt on one knee. Sir, Kabuto is at your service. Rise, Naruto commanded. Yes, Kabuto, I have reached an oral agreement with Orochimaru. However, I am uncertain whether he will honor his word, so I require you to keep a watchful eye on his movements. If necessary, acquire his research data. For everything else, continue as usual without revealing your true self. When the time comes, act decisively. Additionally, take this kunao. Infuse it with chakra if needed, and I or my shadow clone will appear immediately. Kabuto accepted the kunao with both hands, nodding earnestly. Understood. Go. Yes. Kabuto departed. Naruto watched him leave, and a shadow clone emerged. Master, isn't it a bit wasteful to use such a long cooldown ability on Kabuto, rather than someone of higher status and capability? You could easily recruit powerful figures like the future Hokage Tsunade, or the likes of Mei Terumi and Konan. If all else fails, even Kurane would suffice. The original Naruto shot a glance at the clone. Why do you only suggest female ninjas? Do you think they are useful, or are you merely enamored with their appearances? You're disgraceful. When out in the world, don't claim to be my clone. The clone awkwardly chuckled. I was just trying to look out for everyone. Heh. The original replied. Choosing Kabuto was a decision made after careful consideration. As a classic underdog, he possesses great potential. Even now, his individual abilities are quite remarkable. He is a technical talent, knowledgeable in medical ninjutsu and research. By controlling him, I can secure an excellent assistant while also gaining access to Orochimaru's intelligence network, along with a pawn positioned close to him. Indeed, that seems to be the case. What shall we do next? Locate Sasuke and Sakura, complete the upcoming exams, and then quietly await Orochimaru's move. Once Konoha is engulfed in chaos, my opportunity to capitalize will arise once more. Heh, last time it was the Hokage's office. Who will suffer this time? Years ago, on the night of the Uchiha massacre, Naruto had drawn the tiger away, hollowing out the Hokage building. This had sent the third Hokage into a furious rage, with Danzo nearly forcing the third to abdicate again. The repercussions of that incident lingered for quite some time, during which Naruto didn't dare to use shadow clones to gather information, fearing he might attract trouble. Over the years, the incident had faded from discussion. Seizing this opportunity amidst Konoha's turmoil, Naruto planned to replicate that maneuver. However, his target would no longer be the Hokage, for he had already been emptied out, unworthy of even feigning misery to extract resources. A smile crept upon Naruto's lips as he declared, this time, the target is Danzo. And the objective? The clone inquired. The original glanced at the clone, extending his right hand and slowly tightening his fist. To seize Danzo's treasures, eliminate a number of elite root members, and acquire the first Hokage S-cells from Danzo's collection. In short, I want it all. Take what can be taken, destroy what cannot, and finally set fire to his root. Enough! Sasuke. Sakura rushed to embrace her increasingly frenzied beloved from behind. Saku and his companions were currently suffering grievously. If Sasuke continued his assault, it was highly likely that they would perish here. Sakura did not wish for her beloved to be stained with blood so soon. She feared Sasuke might become a monster akin to those from the Sound Village. Saku, a tough nut, had one hand fractured, his face marred with bruises, and 2 or 3 teeth missing. Yet, despite this, he glared defiantly at Sasuke. In contrast, the seemingly odd Tors was more pragmatic. He warily kept his distance from Sasuke and retrieved the scrolls they had brought, laying them on the ground. The gesture was unmistakable. Surrender. Afterward, the three departed. Sasuke's cursed seal gradually receded. The seal amplified his power, but for Sasuke, who had yet to fully master it, the side effects were considerable. As the seal retracted, Sasuke fainted once more. Sakura was nearing her limit as well. After setting Sasuke down, she collapsed onto the ground. Ino hurried over to support Sakura. "Sakura, where is Naruto?" Sakura nearly rolled her eyes at this. "I'm in this state, and you're not concerned about me first? Whose friend are you?" However, the mention of Naruto stirred a pang of guilt within her. Reflecting inwardly, although she had refrained from scolding Naruto much since growing up, she still harbored dislike for him. Yet, just yesterday, he had sacrificed himself to shield them both, a kindness she would not forget. Ino was well aware of Sakura's feelings towards Naruto. His death would undoubtedly affect her. Thus, Sakura fell into silence, unsure of how to address Ino. Ino, being sensitive herself, sensed Sakura's distress and felt a sinking sensation in her heart. "This is bad." Shikamaru, noticing the situation was dire, quickly intervened. "So what are your plans moving forward?" As he posed the question, he already knew the answer. The 7th Squad was in a precarious situation, diminished and injured, left with only a weak remnant. Would they simply surrender and await rescue from their families? Of course, we must continue competing, earn our promotions, and then marry a rich and beautiful girl. Sakura was about to respond when a voice echoed from the sky. Naruto's voice rang out, and Ino's previously gloomy expression blossomed into a radiant smile. She searched for Naruto's figure, finally spotting him perched on a branch of a large tree. At that moment, Naruto grasped a thick vine with one hand, swinging it vigorously while rhythmically slapping his lips to produce a peculiar, melodic "oh" sound. Tears welled in Ino's eyes, but she couldn't suppress her laughter. This guy, he's still so quirky. Naruto landed beside them. Ino disregarded how the others might perceive her, and leaped into Naruto's embrace, giving him a bear hug. "You idiot. I thought I would never see you again." Unable to contain her emotions, Ino burst into tears. A warm current surged within Naruto. At least, in this place, there was someone who cared for him and cried for him. "Ino," Naruto called out. "Huh? Just don't wipe your tears and snot on me. This outfit is rather expensive." Ino shot back, feigning anger. "You jerk. I'll wipe it anyway. Moreover, this garment is precisely the token of gratitude I acquired for you. Is it not? Thus I shall proceed." Shikamaru and Koji exchanged glances, yet ultimately chose not to intrude upon the two. Ino, having finally gathered her emotions, grasped Naruto's arm, scrutinizing him from head to toe. "Naruto, where on earth have you been? Were you injured? Why did Sakura appear as if you had perished when I inquired about you?" Naruto replied, "It's nothing. I merely encountered that peculiar kunoichi from the grass village yesterday and engaged in a skirmish with her. However, she was exceedingly formidable, and the ruckus we created was too great. Realizing I was outmatched, I fled. It was not a pursuit on my part. Rather, she chased me for quite some time. Ultimately, she relented, and due to Sakura and the others advancing too far ahead, I lost track of them and have only now managed to locate them." Ino, still skeptical, asked, "Is that truly all?" Naruto nodded affirmatively, replying, "Indeed, that is all." Chapter 58, The Preliminary Trials. At the finished tower, in the monitoring room, Teams 10 and 7 from Konoha entered the tower together and submitted their respective heaven and earth scrolls. The time has come. They should be the final qualified candidates. Close the tower doors and inform Anko and the examiners to prepare for the announcement of the third exam's content. Understood. 2 chunnin examiners responsible for monitoring the qualified candidates proceeded to close the tower doors. Once the doors were secured, any participants remaining outside would be disqualified. Half an hour later, on the second floor of the finished tower. This space was expansive, measuring at least the size of 2.5 basketball courts, with a ceiling soaring over 10 meters high. Such a vast area was devoid of any furniture or adornments, save for a pair of hand sculptures, each positioned at either end, depicting a hand gesture of confrontation. In the realm of ninjas, this gesture signified an impending conflict, thus instilling an atmosphere of tension within the space. At this moment, all candidates who had successfully passed the second round of tests, including Naruto and Sasuke, were gathered here, standing in formation akin to soldiers awaiting inspection. In front of them stood a group of jonin, among them Kakashi, engrossed in a risque novel, the graceful Korone, Asuma, who was fixated on Korone, and several youths and middle-aged individuals adorned with headbands from other villages, serving as mentors to the qualified candidates. Additionally, the third Hokage was present. Typically, a figure of Hiruzen Sarutobi's caliber would not appear at such a juncture. Although it was a significant examination, only the final contest would attract the attention of notable individuals. Hiruzen had come not out of duty but rather in search of Orochimaru. According to Anko's report, she had witnessed Orochimaru's presence within the Forest of Death and had engaged him in battle, only to see him escape. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage could no longer remain idle. His wayward apprentice's return promised nothing but trouble, prompting him to investigate the situation. Regrettably, he found no trace of Orochimaru. Since he was already present, Hiruzen decided to observe the proceedings. Thanks to his presence, many candidates felt a sense of unease, uncertain of what would transpire next. Ino quietly inquired of Naruto, "What is the purpose of this place? Why is there nothing here aside from the viewing platform on the second floor and the opposing hand gesture sculptures?" Naruto replied, "The opposing gesture, the open space, and the viewing platform, all these factors combined make the answer rather evident, do they not?" Ino responded, "Are you suggesting this space is designated for duels?" Naruto affirmed, "Most likely." A soft cough drew everyone's attention. Standing before the gathered jonin was a man adorned with a headscarf. His gaunt cheeks and hollow eyes suggested he was unwell. "Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce myself. I am Mizuki Kazekage, the chief examiner for the third exam. You are all exceptional talents who have successfully passed the first and second rounds, but to be frank, this third exam does not require such a large assembly." One candidate spoke up, "What do you mean by that, examiner?" "What I mean is that I intend to eliminate a portion of you here. The third round will consist of practical combat, and numerous distinguished individuals will be observing. I will not permit you to embarrass yourselves or display inferior qualities before them. Therefore, you will undergo a preliminary examination here to filter out those among you who are injured or lack sufficient combat prowess." A bespectacled male raised his left hand slowly. Mizuki Kazekage turned to him and asked, "Do you have a question?" "I forfeit." Kabuto adjusted his glasses, the reflections obscuring his gaze. "I apologize, but after 5 days of examinations, I have endured considerable battles, and my body is nearing its limits. I cannot continue to fight." His reasoning was sound, prompting Mizuki Kazekage to glance back. Anko, after conferring with the Hokage, nodded in agreement with Kazekage. "Very well, Kabuto, you may leave. Additionally, if anyone else wishes to forfeit, you may do so alongside him." Upon hearing this, Sakura immediately urged Sasuke, "Sasuke, you should withdraw. Your injuries have yet to heal, and that cursed mark on your neck." Sasuke shot her a glare, "Mind your own business and keep quiet. I am fully aware of my circumstances. This is an excellent opportunity to test my strength. How could I possibly let it pass?" That Sand Shinobi with the tattoo on his forehead, as well as Niji Hyuga and Rock Lee, are all ideal stepping stones for my growth. And Naruto. This exam has allowed me to improve significantly. I must defeat him to prove myself. Sakura seemed poised to protest further, but fell silent under Sasuke's intense gaze. Mizuki Kazekage had taken note of the exchange between Sasuke and Sakura, but since neither had declared an intention to forfeit, he chose to disregard it. As for Sasuke's curse mark, Anko held considerable authority in that matter, having also been marked by Orochimaru's cursed seal. She opposed Sasuke's continued participation, knowing that if left unchecked, it could prove fatal. However, the Hokage held a divergent view, asserting that as long as Sasuke did not withdraw, and provided the curse mark did not manifest, there was no cause for concern. Having reached this point in discussion, Anko had little further to say. With no one stepping forward to forfeit, Mizuki Kazekage cleared his throat, stating, "Since no one has chosen to withdraw, let us commence." With that, Mizuki Kazekage turned to Anko, exchanging a knowing glance. Anko nodded, retrieving a remote control and pointing it at a wall, pressing the activation button. The wall began to open, revealing its true nature, a large electronic screen. Mizuki Kazekage proclaimed, "The screen will randomly display your names. They will scroll for 3 seconds, and when they cease, the 2 names revealed will be your opponents for the preliminary round." As he spoke, the letters on the electronic screen began to dance. The bold VS stood firm as the final 2 names gradually appeared. Naruto Uzumaki versus Gaara of the Sand. This revelation momentarily startled Naruto. He could not quite recall the original match sequence, yet he distinctly remembered Gaara's notable battle against Lee, a pivotal moment early in the series. After all, it was this confrontation that had led to Lee's prolonged incapacitation. Unexpectedly, the winds stirred by my actions had altered more than I anticipated. However, it mattered not, as my hands itched for a challenge. What better way to hone my skills than with Gaara as my sparring partner? In the distance, Gaara cast a glance at Naruto, his eyes glinting with lethal intent. Mizuki Kazekage instructed, "The selected pair, step into the arena. The rest of you, please proceed to the viewing platform on the second floor." Chapter 59, Wait for me to add a buff. In the center of the arena, Gaara and Naruto stood facing each other, with Mizuki Kazekage positioned between them. He cast a glance at the two and remarked, "I forgot to mention earlier, there are no rules in this contest. The battle concludes only when one party is dead, unconscious, unable to resist, or when I deem the outcome decided. If either of you has any objections, you may withdraw now." Naruto raised an eyebrow. This Moonlight Gale seemed even weaker than he had appeared in the animation, and his memory was lamentably poor, forgetting such a crucial rule of the competition. It seemed that, aside from his frail physique, his renal function was also questionable. In the stands, Ino quickly shouted, "Why didn't you say this sooner?" In a corner, Hinata looked on with a worried expression. Moonlight Gale directed his gaze at the other side. "You over there, be quiet." Naruto shot Ino a reassuring glance. When his peripheral vision caught sight of the anxious Hinata, he paused momentarily and then subtly nodded in acknowledgement. Hinata blushed, gently nodding in response. "I'm fine." Gaara had no need for further elaboration. Killing was preferable, as he had been dissatisfied with the previous exam's lack of intensity. Naruto also assented to the competition rules, urging, "Let us begin swiftly." Ahem. After a light cough, Moonlight Gale raised his right hand and swiftly brought it down, declaring, "I announce the commencement of the first match of the third-round preliminary exam." At the sound of the match beginning, Gaara stood still, seemingly oblivious. The cork of the large gourd on his back popped open automatically, and a cascade of yellow sand poured forth, quickly forming a mound. "Here we go," Naruto shouted. He immediately altered his usual penchant for explosive ninjutsu and launched the first wave of attacks with close combat. He dashed forward, swiftly closing the distance to Gaara. Leaf Great Whirlwind, the powerful gusts generated by his kick tousled Gaara's hair. However, this fierce kick proved ineffective against Gaara. A cloud of sand arose to intercept Naruto's strike, forming a barrier about 50 centimeters away. Thud! The texture of the sand was extraordinary. It felt as though he had kicked a ton of cotton, both hard and soft. Naruto's force was almost completely absorbed by the sand, rendering the residual power insufficient to breach Gaara's defense. Is this the essence of absolute defense? Humph. Quite intriguing. After landing, Naruto took a light step back, distancing himself from Gaara by 10 meters. In the stands, Ino wiped her brow anxiously. What is that guy doing? Controlling sand for defense? Temari and other Suna villagers stood nearby. Fool, Kankuro scoffed. The sand's defense operates independently of Gaara's will. It instinctively protects him from all attacks. Unless one can outpace the speed of the sand's response, it is futile to think one can touch Gaara. Humph, even without being a Jinchuriki. My brother is a genuine monster. Naruto Uzumaki, merely a minor player from Konoha, hardly worth mentioning. Within the arena, Gaara coldly regarded Naruto. Is that all there is to it? Naruto smiled. He glanced at the towering statue of the Hokage behind him, planted his feet firmly, and leaped upwards. Since you're not in a hurry, allow me to show you something worthwhile. You may proceed as you wish, Gaara replied noncommittally. But if you disappoint me, what was meant to be a swift execution will transform into torture. I will crush every bone in your body inch by inch. If you can manage that, Naruto retorted. Under the gaze of the spectators, Naruto rolled up his pant leg. Waits, Temari's face lit up with mockery. Even if you remove them, what difference does it make? Such a trivial burden. What can it possibly accomplish? Clearly, Gaara had misjudged his prey. The young man he chose was nothing extraordinary. Naruto Uzumaki of Konoha? Just a minor character. Hardly significant. The crowd exhibited varied reactions. At that moment, Naruto had removed his weights. He lifted one in each hand and casually tossed them aside. Boom! Boom! The sounds of heavy impacts were followed by the cracking of the ground and a cloud of dust shooting toward the ceiling. What? The crowd gasped in astonishment. What kind of weight could produce such an effect? Surely that kid didn't he carry this every day? Wouldn't he his bones break? Ino, beaming with pride, proclaimed, "This is nothing unusual. Naruto is from the Uzumaki clan. His physique far exceeds that of ordinary people. This weight is inconsequential to him." Aside from Ino, Sasuke and Sakura were also aware of Naruto's weights. Sasuke had even imitated Naruto by training with them. Upon seeing Naruto shed his burdens, Sasuke felt a surge of competitive spirit. Without weights, Naruto must be at his peak state now. He should be worthy of battling me as I was back then. Is it over? Gaara continued to maintain his stoic demeanor. Naruto gestured for him to be quiet. You've waited this long. Surely you don't mind waiting a moment longer. Thus, Naruto unfastened his outer jacket. Beneath it was a mesh combat suit. The snug fit accentuated Naruto's physique, highlighting his well-defined chest and muscular contours, revealing the truth of his years of rigorous training. Wow! Ino nearly suffered a nosebleed at the sight. Sakura's inner self couldn't help but applaud. Hinata, upon seeing this, flushed deeply. In contrast to these superficial observations, Sasuke and the more seasoned individuals focused on the weights still strapped to Naruto's arms and a considerable mass affixed to his abdomen. Could those objects be as heavy as the 2 weights he had just discarded? Thud, thud, thud. The sound of 3 heavy objects striking the ground answered that question. Lee was sweating profusely. Is Naruto the genius you mentioned, Gai-sensei? Gai crossed his arms, his expression grave. Indeed. Naruto Uzumaki has been training in the 8 gates for several years longer than you. I'm uncertain how many gates he can currently open. The last time he visited me, I provided him with weights because he mentioned hitting a bottleneck at the 5th gate. However, I only gave him 2 weights of 300 pounds each. I have no idea when he added those additional weights. This is reckless. His body isn't fully developed yet. Excessive burdens could overwhelm him. Yet, heavy burdens can also push one to their limits. Naruto, just how far have you come? Gai pondered silently. As for Lee, he was deeply inspired. Upon returning, he resolved to increase his training regimen, thinking, just watch. Niji. I will surpass Naruto and show everyone that an ordinary person can triumph over a genius through sheer effort. Gaara lowered his arms from their crossed position, involuntarily displaying an expression of excitement. Indeed, you are worthy prey. Now, are you prepared? Just a moment longer. I need to apply one more buff. Chapter 60. Facing Gaara. What does buff mean? Everyone was puzzled. Thus, those familiar with Naruto turned their gazes toward Ino. Shikamaru asked, Ino, what does Naruto mean by buff? Grinning with pride, Ino replied, Oh, I actually know this one. Over the years, whenever I had free time, I would train with Naruto, and during that time, I occasionally heard him use some strange terms. Some of them were quite interesting, like 1-year-old. A good chicken must be able to sing, dance and rap, and bondage play. Sometimes, I couldn't grasp the more complex concepts, but I understand what buff means. Essentially, it refers to a state of enhancement. Like when you consume certain medicines to boost specific abilities, that's what buffing is. Upon her utterance, the crowd was enlightened. In the realm of shinobi, such feats are hardly uncommon. A quintessential example being the Raikage's lightning release chakra mode, which significantly amplifies all of his attributes. Shikamaru remarked, It appears that Naruto intends to employ techniques unknown to us. The audience nodded in agreement. Within the arena, Naruto Uzumaki inhaled deeply, filling his lungs to capacity, causing his chest to swell impressively. The spectators were riveted, eagerly anticipating his spectacular display. Here it comes. Naruto cupped his hands to his mouth in a trumpet shape. Was this a unique hand seal? The crowd collectively swallowed hard. Gaara gazed intently at his quarry, curious as to what tricks he would unveil. Yet, in the next instant he was left dumbfounded. After reaching the zenith of his breath, Naruto bellowed at Gaara. You tattooed fool, a dimwit still playing with sand at your age, a slowpoke. If you dare, come over and hit me. What? The crowd was taken aback. After all that build-up, was it merely a provocation aimed at his opponent? Their eyes shifted to Ino, hoping for an explanation. However, Ino was as bewildered as the rest, her head bowed in embarrassment. Kakashi, with a knowing tone, muttered, I see it's a buff, not for himself, but rather to inflict a state of rage upon his opponent. Naruto's intentions were indeed perplexing. TCH, just a minor player, resorting to inconsequential antics, Kankuro scoffed. Yet, it was undeniable that he had successfully enraged Gaara. Now he was truly in for it. Indeed, it was evident to all that Gaara's demeanor had shifted dramatically. Veins throbbed on his forehead, and blood vessels were visibly engorged in his eyes, a clear sign of his extreme fury. Rustle, rustle. The sand surrounding Gaara began to writhe ominously. I'll kill you. With a thunderous roar, Gaara commanded a torrent of sand to surge towards Naruto. Sand shower. Gaara manipulated the grains into a multitude of spherical sand projectiles, densely surrounding Naruto's vicinity. Before long, these projectiles would rain down upon him like a hailstorm, a lethal barrage capable of pulverizing rock. Gaara was certain this assault would render Naruto utterly defeated. The sheer volume of sand nearly depleted Gaara's entire supply, and such an all-out attack in such a confined battleground left no room for evasion. Facing this onslaught meant certain death. Kankuro and the others exchanged cynical glances. This is the consequence of provoking Gaara. With Gaara's command, the sand projectiles were unleashed. Bang, 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 bang. Naruto, be careful. Ino exclaimed, panic-stricken, her grip tightening on the railing. The others wore grave expressions, knowing that if they were in Naruto's position, many would falter against such a relentless and ferocious assault. Yet, Naruto awaited this very moment, his excitement mounting. If you don't get serious, my taunts will lose their thrill. 8 gates formation, the third gate, the life gate, open. Boom! A powerful surge of chakra swept across the arena. Upon unlocking the 8 gates, the chakra radiating from Naruto was so potent it threatened to destabilize those nearby. Kankuro gasped. This guy possesses such chakra? Wait, where is he? In the blink of an eye, the spiky-haired blonde had vanished from Kankuro's sight. Gaara, watch your back. Temari, too, failed to track Naruto's rapid movement, but her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a figure suddenly appearing behind Gaara. That golden hair was unmistakable. Who else but Naruto Uzumaki? Gaara sensed the anomaly behind him. As he turned slightly, he saw Naruto's fist barreling towards his face. Bam! The punch landed squarely, sending Gaara hurtling backward over a dozen meters, akin to a baseball struck by a home run. Gaara soared forward, with his sand trailing closely behind him. Just as he was about to collide with the wall, the sand enveloped him, cushioning the impact and sparing him from further injury. The audience was left in stunned silence, including many seasoned jonin. That speed is incredible. I couldn't even catch a glimpse of his movement. Guy, wearing a serious expression, turned to Kakashi. Kakashi, did you see that? Kakashi had already pulled down his eye mask. He nodded. I did. Naruto did not teleport. He dashed at an astonishing speed into Gaara's blind spot. That kid's reaction time is extraordinary. Despite the dense barrage of sand projectiles, he maneuvered through them with the grace of a fish swimming through water. For a fleeting moment, I even saw a reflection of my teacher. On the opposite side of the stands, the third Hokage was equally astonished. He could not visually capture Naruto's rapid movements, but his extensive battle experience allowed him to deduce Naruto's intentions. The instant Naruto vanished, the Hokage's gaze shifted to Gaara, and indeed, he witnessed the moment Naruto struck. Observing Gaara, who was nearly unable to rise after being struck, the third Hokage inhaled deeply, a smile spreading across his face. Minato, he truly is your son, possessing both virtue and talent. Choosing him as the Jinchuriki was undoubtedly the best decision. With our guidance, he will surely become Konoha's strongest pillar of support. As Gaara's visage transformed, grains of sand cascading down, the Tsunajonin, Maki, wore a grave expression. Most of the sand that could have acted as a shield had been expended in Gaara's earlier attack. Naruto had seized the moment to exploit Gaara's weakened defense. Had Gaara not been protected by his sand armor, that punch would have determined the outcome. How infuriating! That little brat from Konoha. His provocation of Gaara was not merely for show. It was likely a trap designed to incite Gaara into launching an offensive. This kid possesses an uncanny understanding of Gaara's abilities. Anxiety gripped Maki. If Gaara were to be rendered unconscious, their plans would be in ruins. I must intervene to halt this battle. Gaara seemed to sense Maki's distress, his gaze sweeping toward the stands. That pair of eyes, filled with lethal intent, unmistakably conveyed a single message to Maki. Do not interfere. Damn it, Gaara has truly lost his composure. Maki exclaimed in dismay, yet at this juncture he felt powerless. Should he intervene, he might find himself at the mercy of his own monstrous pupil. I can only hope Gaara manages to regain control and secure victory. The sand began to coalesce around Gaara once more. Though his eyes burned with fury, he had regained a measure of composure. Naruto Uzumaki, this fellow is no ordinary passerby. Taking him down will require effort. However, this aligned perfectly with Gaara's intentions. With arms outstretched, Gaara commenced his manipulation of the sand. Centered around him, the sand formed a cocoon-like shape, and as it solidified, sharp spikes began to protrude outward. The densely packed spikes rendered him nearly impervious to attack. Gaara resembled a hedgehog, with only a narrow gap in front for observational purposes. With this formation, even Naruto's speed would struggle to breach his defenses, while Gaara could execute any offensive maneuver with ease. Whoosh! The remaining sand soared into the air, unleashing a rain of sand upon the battlefield. The cloud of sand obscured vision, making it increasingly difficult to see. The faster one moved, the more likely they were to be blinded by the grains. This technique was known as sand shower. Concentrating the sand above the enemy's head, it not only disoriented them but also ensnared their feet with the sand that fell to the ground. A highly effective two-phase assault technique. Gaara extended one hand towards his heart while the other reached towards Naruto. You should be unable to see me now, right? Then allow me to send you on your way with this technique. Chapter 61. The True Monster. The harsh sandy environment created by the sand rain rendered the scene within the arena nearly invisible, not only to those inside but likely to those outside as well. Nonetheless, Gaara could sense the general situation within this space through the sand. Seizing the opportune moment, Gaara commenced his final hunting maneuver. Sand binding coffin. Gaara's outstretched hand slowly clenched. In Gaara's strategy, the sand rain was merely a prelude to his true lethal techniques. Although that technique could also form sand bullets for attack, Gaara deemed the resulting bloodshed insufficient. This sand-binding coffin would drain every drop of blood from Naruto Uzumaki. Only then could he alleviate the bitterness in his heart. My prey, the sand rain has already curtailed your speed. Now, unleash whatever abilities you possess. Indeed, the sand rain proved to be effective against speed-oriented competitors. The principle was akin to a torrential downpour causing drivers to hesitate in accelerating due to poor visibility. For an ordinary person, visibility within the sand rain dwindled to merely 1 or 2 meters. Even the Sharingan would not extend beyond 5 meters. At present, Naruto was akin to a blind man. Gaara was confident that Naruto would not dare to recklessly utilize his speed under such conditions. Devoid of speed, Naruto was but a small fry before Gaara, easily crushed at will. Just as at this moment, concealed by the sand rain, Gaara deftly maneuvered a small, concentrated mass of sand, moving swiftly towards Naruto's feet. Should the sand entangle Naruto, the sand-binding coffin would activate instantaneously. It was like a venomous snake in the hunt, silent yet lethally effective. In the audience, spectators were abuzz with discussions regarding the unfolding battle. Inuzuka Kiba exclaimed, "Hey, what's up with the sand this kid conjured? It's like a sandstorm. Even we can't see what's happening. Damn. The air is thick with fine sand and dust. It's hard to breathe. Achoo. I can't smell anything. Kiba, keep it down," Shino admonished, maintaining an unwavering demeanor. "Hinata, can you see what's happening with your Byakugan?" "I can see a bit," Hinata nodded, but suddenly gasped. "Ah, what is that serpent-like thing?" "Serpent-like?" The sand village Jonin, Maki, stole a glance at the girl with the Byakugan. Suddenly, realization dawned upon him. "Ah, I see. Seems Gaara is poised to win." With the sand rain, Gaara commanded the rhythm of this battle. Initially, the sand rain should have manifested as larger sand bullets. Yet Gaara intentionally dispersed the sand across various corners to restrict Naruto's mobility. Others could not discern the situation amidst the sandstorm, but Gaara's sand possessed a unique sensing ability, allowing him to navigate it without issue. However, upon reflection, Gaara's quantity of sand was insufficient to achieve such extensive concealment. Maki began to survey the terrain. When he noticed the ceiling emitting a rustling sound, he muttered, "Just as I thought." Indeed, the ceiling had been eroded by Gaara's sand. The excess sand and dust were dislodged from above. When did that boy start employing such tactics? Even I failed to notice, but never mind. As long as he can win, the plan should be able to proceed. A relieved expression crossed Maki's face. Kakashi's brow furrowed. He too sensed something amiss. Upon gazing upwards and seeing the ceiling had been corroded, he immediately recognized that the boy named Gaara was indeed formidable. Ino, being observant, noticed Kakashi's unusual demeanor and promptly inquired, "Kakashi-sensei, have you discovered something?" "Nothing specific, but it's possible Naruto may lose. That Gaara possesses not only formidable defensive capabilities but also combines strategy with lethality. He truly is extraordinary." After speaking, he cast a glance at Guy. Guy understood his implication. If the situation turned dire, he would immediately intervene to save Naruto. Kakashi nodded. Ino's apprehension grew as she couldn't help but voice, "But Kakashi-sensei, Naruto might not necessarily lose. Look at his remarkable speed and strength. Once he closes in, Gaara will be unable to withstand Naruto's attacks, and he still has many jutsu left to unleash. Speed and strength are indeed beneficial, but I fear jutsu may not be particularly effective against Gaara. You've seen his sand. It exhibits excellent defensive properties, and any jutsu may be thwarted before it reaches him. Furthermore, Naruto's wind release and fire release are countered by sand. The wind cannot disperse the sand and dust here because the space is too confined. No matter how he tries to blow, the sand remains. Additionally, using fire release could potentially trigger a violent explosion upon ignition due to the overwhelming dust. The most direct and effective means to harm that boy would be physical combat. However, Naruto's prideful speed has been curtailed, so the outcome of this battle remains uncertain. Do not worry too much. Naruto is not an easy opponent. Until the very end, no one can predict the victor. Earth release. Naruto can use earth release. He can hide underground, Sakura suddenly interjected. The crowd regarded her with incredulity. Shikamaru. Sakura? Have you forgotten what floor we're on? Sakura froze. Right. We're on the second floor, and the concrete is too thick. It's all reinforced concrete, making earth release impossible. Gaara could sense everything in proximity to his sand. Now, he was certain he could seize victory. Naruto Uzumaki's feet were within half a meter of him. In this range, controlling the sand would be a breeze. Once the sand ensnared his opponent's feet or hands, the sand-binding coffin would immediately envelop him entirely, delivering him to the afterlife. Ha! Gaara commanded the mass of sand, suddenly springing into action. I've caught you. But just as he was about to claim his prize, the enemy he had locked onto vanished. What? Surprise flickered across Gaara's face. With the sand obscuring his vision, Naruto should have dared not move recklessly. Where did he go? Right here. While Gaara searched for Naruto, a figure suddenly appeared before him. Damn! Gaara cursed, instinctively manipulating the sand shield to morph into a sand hand to grasp the approaching Naruto. Ha! The sand hand passed through Naruto's form. Is he dead? Gaara quickly realized something felt off. It was merely an afterimage. Look below. Gaara glanced down at the ground and saw Naruto had somehow closed the distance and was right in front of him, crouching low to launch an attack. Was he trying to send him soaring? This is bad. The sand shield hasn't recovered, Gaara thought to himself. But it was already too late. Indeed, Naruto delivered a powerful kick to Gaara's chin. Rising Dragon. Bam! Without any obstruction, Gaara was struck squarely on the chin, causing the sand armor to crack as he was sent flying into the air. Without his master's control, the torrential sand rain gradually dissipated. Although the dust remained, visibility improved significantly. The spectators finally caught sight of the two combatants. Shadow dance. Ignoring everything else, Naruto seized the moment and continued his assault. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Naruto executed the shadow dance, arriving directly beneath the airborne Gaara. The bandages wrapped around his hands swiftly unfurled. Rip! With a flick of his wrist, Naruto began to bind Gaara's body with the bandages, adopting the stance of the flower of the lotus. Lee, observing Naruto's movements, couldn't he help but shout. Guy, indeed, if that technique lands, this match should come to a swift conclusion. This fellow truly possesses a remarkable talent, managing to precisely locate the sand-hidden boy's position under such circumstances, and even launching an attack before he could react. It seems that Kagura's hard-eye technique is at play. Kakashi mused thoughtfully. Lee remarked, Teacher Guy, Naruto is about to initiate his rotation. With such formidable speed and strength, his rotation speed must be equally impressive. Given this, the might of Naruto's technique, the Hiryu, tornado, should not be underestimated. It appears that Naruto is on the verge of victory. How infuriating. Is this where it ends? Kanjuro's face contorted with a mix of anger and anguish. Our greatest move from the sand-hidden village is somehow defeated by a mere child? Maki, wearing a serious expression, interjected, Kanjuro, pay close attention. Gaara has yet to lose. Kanjuro, bewildered, responded, What do you mean? On the other side, Kakashi sensed something amiss. Guy, you must observe closely. This situation may not be as it seems. That sand-hidden boy is a lunatic. In the arena, Naruto, poised to execute his Hiryu, also noticed something was off. Logically, Gaara-san should autonomously defend him. Although his speed outpaced the sand's defensive response, the sand should have gathered around Gaara by now. However, Naruto realized that there was not a grain of sand in Gaara's vicinity. Did you notice that? Gaara spun in mid-air, now facing Naruto. With a fierce expression, he declared, I have summoned the rain of sand once more. This place is now filled with sand and dust. Naruto furrowed his brow, observing Gaara's gourd beginning to dissolve and rapidly expand into a protective shield around him. He recalled that Gaara's gourd was also made of sand. Hiss hiss hiss. A multitude of explosive tags drifted out from behind Gaara, accompanied by the faint sound of burning fuses, causing the onlookers to change their expressions dramatically. They were well aware of what those were, explosive tags. He had concealed no fewer than 20 explosive tags in that gourd, and he was igniting them all at once. Has that boy lost his mind? Utilizing such a vast number of explosive tags in this dust-filled, enclosed space would result in a tremendous explosion, the powerful shockwave obliterating the entire examination site. None present would survive. Maki, sweating profusely, exclaimed, When did that guy prepare those explosive tags? Although I insisted he carry some for self-defense, he has always scorned using such things. Could it be that he is truly left with no choice? No. Perhaps he intended this from the start. This is his trump card. Gaara has gone mad. If it means victory, he is willing to kill everyone. And with the protective armor formed by the sand gourd, he is likely to survive. Gaara only cares for his own path of destruction. A true monster. Chapter 62 draws to a close. The situation had escalated to a dire level, prompting the examiners and the responsible jonin to intervene. Almost simultaneously, several highly skilled jonin sprang into action. They utilized their agility to dash towards the 20 explosive tags. Kakashi had already sensed the abnormality in the battle, so he and Guy were prepared to act, being among the first to arrive. They leapt into the air, Kakashi swiftly snatching 5 or 6 explosive tags, extinguishing the burning papers with deft precision. Guy, in his own eccentric manner, managed to grab another 5 or 6 tags, even holding 4 or 5 in his mouth. In no time, the 20 explosive tags were extinguished by the quick-wit duo. Realizing that the match had reached its conclusion, Naruto refrained from further action. The crowd landed simultaneously. Gaara's eyes remained fixed on Naruto, bloodshot and filled with dissatisfaction. Yet, in a rare moment of clarity, he acknowledged that this match was likely over. After a brief silence, the swirling dust was collected back into Gaara's reformed gourd, restoring the arena to its original state. Naruto and Gaara stood in the center, awaiting the announcement of the match results. Cough, cough, cough. The weary moonlight gale emitted a soft cough. I shall now announce the results of the first round. Uzumaki, Naruto and Gaara are tied. Both shall advance to the next round of the examination. That's unfair. Someone murmured, unable to contain themselves. Hush! A companion swiftly smacked their friend on the back, saying, keep it down. If the examiners decide to have them redraw and face off again, and we end up facing them, what then? The person shrank back at the thought. Those two were formidable. Encountering either would be tantamount to a death sentence. Chief Judge Moonlight Gale paid no heed to the minor uproar. He continued, this result is a unanimous decision by the chunnin examiners and Lord Hokage. As this preliminary round serves as a selection process, any outstanding performance may warrant an exception for advancement to the next formal match. The performances of Uzumaki, Naruto and Gaara have been witnessed by all. I believe there will be no objections to their joint progression to the next round. However, as this was not communicated in advance, I hereby grant the right to question. Any individual may challenge these two once more. They have already consented. Now, who is in favor and who is against? Cough, cough. Sasuke stepped forward, poised to raise his hand in challenge. The earlier battle between the two had ignited his fervor, particularly Gaara's madness, which seemed to have subdued Naruto. It appeared that he could have a worthy match against himself. However, before he could lift his hand, a sharp pain in his neck nearly caused him to collapse. Kakashi glanced at Sasuke and said, Sasuke, perhaps you should forfeit. With that seal, you cannot even easily utilize your Sharingan. Give up. Sasuke stared at Kakashi, refusing to entertain such nonsense. Do you see those two down there? I am destined to defeat them. They are my sharpening stones. The stone has yet to break, so how could I soften my blade? Sighing, Kakashi relented. Very well. Continue with the match. However, do not dwell on those two. Just wait for your name to appear on that electronic board. Setting aside Sasuke's interlude, after Moonlight Gale's words, a prolonged silence ensued with no one stepping forward to challenge. This indicated that Gaara and Naruto had indeed advanced. Gaara, now fully composed, turned to Naruto and declared, I will remember this grudge. Know that the rules of the match spared your life. Next time you may not be so fortunate. Naruto glanced around at the spectators, saying nothing before departing the arena. The competition continued, with many matches remaining, yet following the dramatic encounter between Naruto and Gaara, the subsequent battles appeared rather mundane. The original order of matches had shifted somewhat. The highly anticipated competitors, Neji, Lee and Sasuke, faced off against relatively weaker opponents. Except for Sasuke, who struggled somewhat due to his curse mark preventing him from using his Sharingan, Neji and Lee secured easy victories, rendering their wins rather uneventful. The remaining participants, including Kanjuro, Temari and Shikamaru, also advanced without issue. With only a few matches left, it seemed the conclusion of the event would arrive swiftly. The names on the large screen flickered once more, and after 3 seconds, 2 names fixed in opposition appeared. Harano Sakura versus Yamanaka Ino. Sakura and Ino, who had been standing not far apart, exchanged glances upon seeing each other's names. While Sakura maintained a composed exterior, internally, she was elated. All right, if it were anyone else, I might be uncertain, but against Ino, I am confident. I can win. I placed 3rd in the Ninja Academy exam, and she was 4th. This is the most favorable evidence. Naruto and Sasuke have advanced, I cannot fall behind. I must keep pace with them and smoothly become a chunnin. Thus, our Team 7 may become legendary. After all, having graduated for less than half a year and already becoming a chunnin, the topic was bound to generate a tremendous buzz. Alright, Haruno Sakura. Fight! 5 minutes later, Ino had Sakura pinned down. The latter was rendered immobile. Ahem, Yamanaka Ino wins. Moonlight Breeze glanced at the almost tearful Haruno Sakura and promptly announced the result of the match. Upon hearing of her victory, Ino beamed and helped Sakura to her feet. Sakura, that was a great match. Yes, congratulations, Ino. Sakura's face was clouded with despondency. She had not anticipated such a vast disparity between herself and Ino. She had been subdued in merely a few exchanges, and Ino had not even resorted to her signature ninjutsu, relying solely on taijutsu to overpower her. It was no surprise, though Ino had to train alongside Naruto to stay close to him, that training fanatic who dedicated 16 hours a day to honing his skills. Following Naruto for an extended period, Ino had unconsciously developed some abilities herself. Of course, she had not expected to win so effortlessly. Before long, all matches concluded. The victors gathered once more at the center of the arena. Moonlight Breeze addressed the assembly. Ahem, present are all participants for the next round. The third round of the official tournament will consist of one-on-one duels. The victors will obviously be one step closer to becoming chunnin, but those who lose need not despair. The ultimate aim of these examinations is to select candidates suitable for the chunnin rank, not merely to determine outcomes based on victories or defeats. 10 days hence, the third round would commence, and notifications regarding the time and place would be provided. Disperse. Chapter 63. The Return of Shin. After the exams concluded, Naruto and Ino's team, Team 10, were on their way back to the village. Sakura and Sasuke were absent, as Kakashi had taken Sasuke somewhere to deal with his cursed seal, while Naruto speculated they were likely seeking a place to conduct the sealing techniques. Sakura, expressing concern for Sasuke, chose to remain in the tower until the sealing was complete. Unaccustomed to waiting for others, Naruto opted to return alongside Ino and the others. The journey was marked by a certain silence. Ino wished to engage Naruto in conversation, yet seeing him lost in thought, she hesitated to interrupt. Thus, she could only stand quietly beside him. Koji, however, was less reserved. He opened a bag of chips and offered them to Naruto. These are the newly released Old 8 flavor chips. Would you like to try some? Naruto replied. Old 8 flavor? What a peculiar name. I feel like I've heard it somewhere before. Oh well, can't recall. Are they tasty? Koji shrugged. I'm not sure. I bought them from a street vendor. The vendor seemed quite pained when selling them, claiming they were a mysterious flavor not available to the general public. I paid triple the price to acquire them. Naruto leaned back, waving his hand in refusal. No thanks, enjoy them yourself. Alright, Koji said, not one to dwell on it, and popped a chip into his mouth, savoring its somewhat odd flavor. It was reminiscent of something he had encountered before, yet the crunch was delightful. Naruto sighed. Shikamaru, resting his hands behind his head, cast a sidelong glance at Naruto. You seem a bit regretful. Are you dwelling on that match against Gaara? Yes, Naruto sighed deeply. Ino chimed in, Naruto, don't be too hard on yourself. That guy is indeed unusually strong, and he is so insane that he planned to detonate the entire arena. Even now, I feel a bit frightened thinking back on it. In truth, that match was a result of my own carelessness. I thought provoking him into attacking with sand would create an opening for me to finish the fight with a single punch, but I was taken aback when he withstood it. That was my full power strike in the state of the opening of life. Had I known he was so resilient, I should have pressed the attack until he was utterly incapable of resistance. Indeed, Naruto had been careless. Gaara's absolute defense was not solely manifested in his sand but also stemmed from his formidable vitality and chakra. Otherwise, he would not have been chosen as a Jinchuriki. If given another chance, Naruto would have fought him as Lee did, preventing Gaara from moving, denying him any time to contemplate or strategize. Otherwise, allowing Gaara to unleash his true capabilities could indeed be troublesome. Naturally, this was under the condition that he could not fully exert his actual strength. Otherwise, defeating a still youthful Gaara would not pose too great a challenge. Shikamaru glanced at Naruto once more, feeling a nagging suspicion. For some reason, he sensed something odd about Naruto. Although it was their first encounter with Gaara, Naruto seemed to understand him far too well. Before long, Naruto and the others returned to the village. Exhausted after several days, Ino and the others yearned to return home for a bath and rest. After bidding farewell to his companions, Naruto found a secluded corner and activated the Flying Thunder God technique. Uchiha clan grounds. Shun had been confined here for 5 full days. Though she could not leave her room, the presence of Naruto's shadow clone kept her company, alleviating her boredom. Since her mother's death, she had not had a proper conversation with anyone for a long time. The villagers of the grass village treated her as less than human, frequently resorting to violence, which made her life unbearably arduous. Whoosh! As the shadow clone conversed, Naruto's true self suddenly appeared. Shin was startled but quickly regained her composure. "Lord Naruto, you have returned," she exclaimed, bowing respectfully. "There's no need for that," Naruto replied, ruffling Shin's hair. "We are kin. You need not call me Lord. Just use my name." But Shin hesitated, wanting to say more, but Naruto interrupted her with a wave of his hand. "No need to overthink it. Calling me Lord makes me uncomfortable. Understood. Where are we going?" Shin asked instinctively. Though curious, she anticipated that Naruto intended to take her to the underwater base. However, Naruto's answer was unexpected. "We're going to the grass village to annihilate it, avenging you and your tragically deceased mother." Shin halted in her tracks. For some reason, she felt an indescribable emotion welling up within her. Although Naruto had previously promised to avenge her, she had assumed that would occur much later. Yet here he was, returning from the exam without even resting, ready to fulfill his promise. This feeling of being remembered was something Shin had not experienced in a long while. Noticing the resistance, Naruto turned to look back, only to find the young girl's eyes inexplicably brimming with tears. "What's wrong?" he asked with concern. "Lord Naruto, we could wait a bit longer until I am stronger. We should go together. Facing an entire village alone is far too reckless." Naruto smiled gently. "There's no need for that. To be honest, I wish not only to avenge you, but also to seek retribution for myself. Although I was born in Konoha, this is not my home. Our home has long been destroyed. The Uzumaki clan has been displaced, and my mother was used as a vessel within Konoha, tying me to a fate of being treated as a mere tool. Our destinies mirror each other. Due to my own limitations, I cannot exact revenge just yet. However, the grass village is different. When we go there, I will ensure its utter destruction, leaving not a trace behind." The grass village, situated in the land of grass, lay to the northwest of Konoha. Not too far nor too close, yet Naruto had left no markers there. Thus the two would travel on foot to the grass village after leaving their own. Along the way, Shin provided Naruto with an overview of the land of grass. In truth, Naruto had some familiarity with this place, for the grass village was known for its storied past. It had served as a significant battleground during the Third Shinobi World War, where Uchiha Obito was famously pinned beneath a large boulder. Furthermore, the grass village boasted a notable figure known as the Hungry Ghost Path. Among the 6 paths of pain, the portly figure who could absorb any ninjutsu and ultimately transformed into a toad due to the excessive intake of sage chakra hails from this locale. 2 days later, in the village of grass, Karin stepped into the village. The gatekeeper, well acquainted with this precious medic, knew well that a mere bite could replenish both energy and chakra. This balding guard, tall in stature yet exceedingly lecherous in demeanor, approached her eagerly upon sighting Karin.
Karin, halt.
"Were you not to accompany Deshiong? Did Kung Fu not go to Konoha for the chunnin exams? Where are they? Why do you return alone?" Karin cast a brief glance at him, her tone indifferent. "This is none of your concern. I must see the leader. I have vital matters to report." His derisive laughter echoed as he retorted, "What important matters could you possibly have?" He casually seized Karin's slender arm, declaring, "Uncle is feeling weary. Let me have a bite to refresh myself. It has been ages since I indulged, so it might be a bit forceful. Bear with me." Unfazed by his actions, Karin replied calmly, "Deshiong has killed the grandson of the third Hokage in Konoha. Now, Deshiong's head has been severed by the third Hokage and fed to the beasts. Furthermore, he is assembling forces to attack us, the grass shinobi." The guard's grip tightened painfully on Karin's arm, but upon hearing her words, his legs nearly buckled beneath him. "What? Deshiong is dead? And Konoha is coming to attack us?" he exclaimed. "Why did you not say this sooner, you foul woman?" Chapter 64. A Chaotic Tangle. "You," the gatekeeper cursed, raising his hand as if to strike Karin, but he halted just before his palm made contact. This was not the moment for such antics. He needed to inform the leader post-haste. The bald man spun around and dashed towards the leader's residence, throwing a furious glare over his shoulder at Karin. "You parasitic outsider. Why are you still standing there? Hurry and accompany me to the leader to clarify this matter." "Very well," Karin replied, following him at a leisurely pace. Along the way, she surveyed the architecture and scenery of the village of grass. The diminutive village paled in comparison to Konoha. Though Konoha was termed a shinobi village, it functioned more like a town, with a resident population ranging from 10 to 20,000, of which shinobi constituted a little over half. The village boasted comprehensive facilities, with education, healthcare, entertainment, and commerce ranking among the best in various nations. When compared to any other country, Konoha could undoubtedly be described as prosperous. In stark contrast, the village of Grass appeared rather impoverished, resembling a mere small village. It spanned no more than a mile in circumference, while its length extended a mere few hundred meters, an utterly pitiful expanse. Most of the surrounding structures were wooden and modest, rarely exceeding 2 stories. The ground was paved with uneven stones, far inferior to Konoha's smooth concrete pathways. Throughout her journey, Karin noted that many villagers donned traditional Japanese garments, predominantly in drab colors such as gray and black. One could often gauge a place's wealth by the attire of its inhabitants. The more affluent the area, the more flamboyant the clothing. The village of Grass, as it appeared, was indeed less fortunate, with the majority of its populace lacking financial means, wealth concentrated in the hands of a few. Overall, the village of Grass could be classified as a lower middle-tier village, sufficient for basic sustenance but little more. Of course, even if they aspired to grow stronger, neither the land of fire nor the land of earth would permit it, given their precarious position nestled between these 2 colossal powers. Karin and the bald man hastened their pace until they finally halted before a spacious courtyard. This courtyard stood as a unique presence within the village, brightly lit and guarded at the entrance by an elderly man, who served as both a guard and a doorkeeper. As they approached, the elder extended a hand to stop them, questioning, "What business do you have here? Do you not know this is the leader's residence?" Naturally, given the village's modest size, the elder recognized the bald man, one of the gatekeepers. Karin's striking red hair was equally unforgettable. His attempt to assert authority was merely a pretense of grandeur. The bald man, aware of the elder's penchant for extortion, typically indulged him with pleasantries. However, the urgency of the moment left no room for niceties. "Quickly inform the leader. Konoha is coming to consume our village of Grass," he shouted. Karin shot a glance at the man, recalling that she had indicated the Hokage was coming to seek retribution for his grandson. How had his words morphed into something else entirely? But no one paid heed to her thoughts, for upon hearing the bald man's proclamation, the elder trembled visibly. No longer feigning authority, he hastily scurried into the courtyard. The leader of the village of Grass, a middle-aged man with long black hair and a commanding presence, bore a striking resemblance to a character from the theatrical adaptations. He was currently occupied with administrative duties in his study when a flurry of hurried footsteps disrupted his concentration. His brow furrowed. The village was already embroiled in a fierce battle with the Kagaya clan, suffering heavy casualties, and now someone dared to bring him more trouble? This was sheer folly. However, before he could unleash his ire, the elder's frantic voice sent shockwaves through him. "My lord, dire news. Konoha intends to annihilate our village of Grass. They say not even cockroaches, ants, or lizards will be spared." "What?" The leader of the village of Grass, Muzo, swiftly flung open the door and seized the elder by the collar, demanding, "What did you just say?" The elder, drenched in sweat, stammered, "Konoha seeks to eradicate our village of Grass. I am not certain of the details. This news was relayed by the gatekeeper." "The gatekeeper? Where is he?" "At the entrance. Bring him to me at once." "No, I shall go myself." With that, Muzo strode purposefully towards the courtyard. Upon seeing the leader approaching, the gatekeeper quickly knelt in submission. Karin mirrored his actions. Muzo seized the bald man's collar, lifting him off the ground. "You just claimed Konoha intends to destroy our village of Grass, even sparing not a single insect. What do you mean by that?" "Our village has always navigated the tides of circumstance, maintaining a delicate balance with the various nations. How could Konoha possibly attack us without cause?" Cold sweat trickled down the bald man's face, overwhelmed by Muzo's imposing aura. He trembled as he replied, I report to you, my lord. It is said that young Master Deshiong accidentally killed the Hokage's grandson, Konohamaru, inciting the Hokage's fury and prompting him to send troops to seek retribution." Muzo's expression shifted dramatically. Deshiong was his son, currently participating in the chunnin exams in Konoha. This revelation clarified the reason behind Konoha's impending assault on the village of Grass. However, Muzo remained skeptical. Could his inept son truly have killed the Hokage's heir? Thus, he pressed further, is this merely hearsay? Who conveyed this information? The bald gatekeeper gestured behind him. It is the news brought by Karin. Karin, kneeling with her vibrant red hair, felt Muso's gaze darken as he inquired, Karin, were you not accompanying de Xiong to the exams? Why have you returned alone? Where are the others? Karin replied, I report to you, my lord. Stand and speak, Muso commanded, and she complied. Look at me and recount the events in detail, he instructed. Karin gazed up at the towering Muso, her eyes brimming with tears, her face a portrait of fear and sorrow. Her voice trembled as she recounted. During the exam, young Master de Xiong inadvertently clashed with the Hokage's grandson. I had stepped away to procure supplies for him and was unaware of what transpired. By the time I returned, Kano Amaru lay on the ground, drenched in blood. Daisuke, the young master, contemplated thrusting the blame upon me. However, the patrolling ninjas of Konoha chanced upon him wielding a kunao. Consequently, they apprehended us all without hesitation. Within the confines of the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, upon learning of his grandson's demise, was seized by a righteous fury. Yet, rather than seeking immediate vengeance, he resolved to imprison the young master and summon you to address the matter. In a fit of desperation, Daisuke proclaimed himself the son of Muzu, asserting that Konoha could not execute him, which only served to infuriate the third Hokage further. In a fit of rage, the Hokage severed the young master's head from his shoulders. Thereafter, I was dispatched to represent Konoha and convey the grim tidings of war's onset. Muzu's face contorted with fury. He could vividly envision his son's desperate cries proclaiming his lineage. That wretch, he deserves his fate, Muzu bellowed. Immediately summon the 8 elders and the members of the 4 prominent clans. I must confer with them on how to handle this incident. Karin, you shall accompany me. Recount the events during the meeting. Upon hearing this, a barely perceptible smirk graced Karin's lips. Chapter 65. The Unveiling of the Blade. Before long, the significant families and several elders of the Grass Ninja Village were made aware of Konoha's impending assault. This matter was of life and death, and the higher-ups of Grass Ninja Village dared not delay. Upon receiving the notification, regardless of whether they were engaged in crafting, drinking, or gambling, they hastily abandoned their pursuits and gathered in the chief's reception hall. As they assembled, the leader of Grass Ninja Village surveyed his aides. Among them was a young girl, sharp-witted despite her youth. Recognizing the leader's signal, she promptly called out, Karin, come in and speak. With a creak, the sliding door opened, and a red-haired girl obediently stepped into the meeting hall of the Grass Ninja Elite. Speak, Karin, and recount what you know to the clan leaders and elders, the Grass Ninja Chief commanded. Yes, Karin replied, appearing demure while her gaze subtly swept across the 13 attendees. She had already encountered Muzu, a robust middle-aged man exuding an aura of at least elite Jounin caliber. Among the remaining 12, 8 wore various masks, presumably the village's elders, each emanating a potent chakra indicative of their Jounin prowess. The final 4 were middle-aged men akin to Muzu, exuding an air of authority, likely the leaders of the prominent clans or influential elders, each equally formidable in strength. This assembly represented the most powerful and esteemed individuals of Grass Ninja Village, Karin mused, while expertly narrating her previous account to Muzu. Some elders probed for details, to which Karin responded adeptly, revealing no signs of deception. The conclusion was clear. Konoha was indeed preparing to strike. A profound silence enveloped the room. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Karin quietly retreated to a corner. Moments later, an elder adorned with a tiger mask slammed his hand upon the table, exclaiming, Humph, Muzu, you've raised a fine son. He has brought disaster upon Grass Ninja. In the face of such accusations, Muzu remained composed. He had anticipated this turn of events. The grass country was rife with corruption, and internal strife plagued the village. Now, his ungrateful son had embroiled Grass Ninja Village in calamity, placing Muzu himself in jeopardy. Even if he were to be deposed, he would face relentless opposition. Contemplating this, Muzu addressed the assembly. I bear the primary responsibility for my son's misguided actions. However, this is not the time for blame. We must devise a strategy to placate Konoha's wrath. None present considered confronting Konoha directly. It was one of the foremost villages in the ninja world, far surpassing their meager 1,000 ninjas in numbers. If they could not prevail, they were left with no choice but to offer reparations and plead for forgiveness. Soon enough, the higher-ups of Grass Ninja Village reached a consensus. They resolved to compensate Konoha financially and enlist the aid of the Fire Country's daimyo to intercede. The plan was simple yet effective, for the daimyo was known for his avarice and indulgence. Gold, treasures, and beautiful maidens would surely sway him. With his influence, Sarutobi Hiruzen would likely be inclined to temper his anger, especially since the primary instigator was already dead. Throughout the proceedings, not a single soul doubted Karin's words. Indeed, her account mirrored the reckless behavior one would expect from Daisuke, particularly his self-identification as Miuzu's son, which solidified their belief. Of course, their confidence in her claims stemmed from the fact that they were easily disprovable. Should they approach Konoha in contrition, any mention of the incident would reveal Karin's machinations. This outsider lacked the capacity to withstand their ire. As Miuzu contemplated this outsider, he cast a glance toward Karin, who stood in the corner. Karin, step forward, he commanded. Yes. Karin, are you aware of the troubles our village has recently faced? Not entirely, please elucidate, Chief. Very well. Recently, a mad clan known as the Kagaya has launched an assault on our grass country. As the military force of grass country, our village must resist this incursion. Our exceptional ninjas successfully repelled the attackers, yet suffered considerable losses. What do you mean? Karin, our village sheltered you and your mother during your times of hardship, providing you with sustenance and comfort. Now that we face our own trials, it is time for you to repay that kindness. Prepare yourself. Tomorrow, you shall depart with the medical team to the front lines to assist the wounded. Karin trembled, tears welling in her eyes. But Chief, I lack medical ninjutsu, and my combat prowess is minimal. I fear I would be of no assistance. Haha, the chief chuckled, though his smile bore no warmth. Do not be modest, Karin. Your healing abilities are well known. With but a bite, you can restore any wounded individual swiftly. With you present, the war on the front lines will soon be quelled, and you will emerge as a hero of Grass Ninja Village, a savior of countless citizens of the grass country. The elders and clan leaders remained silent, acutely aware that the chief's frustration stemmed from his son's death, seeking a scapegoat. Indeed, 3 had ventured forth, yet only the outsider returned alive. Was it not absurd? You should join them in their eternal rest. Karin, not lacking in perception, discerned the underlying motives. Tears streamed down her cheeks. But there are hundreds of wounded. They would tear me apart. Chief, I smack. The tiger-masked elder slammed his hand upon the table. You insolent girl. Are you defying orders? Do you know who took you in while you roamed like a lost dog? We have nurtured you, and now, when asked to repay a small debt, you hesitate? You know not the gratitude that should be shown. It is precisely such ungrateful creatures as you that lead the Uzumaki clan to ruin. Karin halted, wiping her tears, and lifted her gaze toward the elder. So, are all the wounds I bear merely fabrications? The tiger-masked elder was momentarily taken aback. What manner of attitude is this? Your assistance to the villagers is but a minuscule price for the bountiful favors bestowed upon you by Grass Ninja Village. Do not be so ungrateful. If this is your stance, Karin retorted, then I would feel no remorse in slaying you. Her words dripped with menace, and her voice deepened ominously. All present were taken aback. Karin, you, Chapter 66. The God of Death. A sudden transformation transpired, causing a palpable shift in the countenance of all present. One elder appeared somewhat dazed. Xianglin, your voice change period has arrived, but such a coarse tone is far from your previous melodiousness. What a pity, he remarked. The grass village leader cast a sidelong glance at the elder. Fool, that is not Xianglin. Ah, is that so? The elder replied, a hint of realization dawning upon him. With a cold sneer, Xianglin flicked her wrist, revealing the hidden kunao that instantly gripped her hand. Whoosh! 13 kunao were unleashed like a flurry of arrows aimed at the upper echelons of the grass country. These individuals were seasoned fighters and had long been prepared. How could they succumb so easily to death? They either tilted their heads to evade or drawn their own kunao to counter, rendering Xianglin's assault ineffective. Nevertheless, she had not anticipated that this unpremeditated ambush would succeed. The kunao she launched served merely as a summons for her allies. At that moment, a voice thundered, "Capture that girl alive. I must interrogate her about her purpose for infiltrating the village." Understood. Several elders responded in unison, and soon the crowd descended upon Xianglin with hostility. As a few elders pressed the attack on Xianglin, the remaining clan heads and elders lost interest in her plight, for they were well aware that she was doomed. With several elite jonin engaging her simultaneously, and with 7 or 8 more positioned to assist, even the legendary demigod ninja would find himself in dire straits. Suddenly, an elder wearing a chicken-headed mask paused, recalling certain details. Those shurikens earlier seemed to be affixed with some strange talisman. As the chicken-faced elder turned to inspect the kunao embedded in the pillar behind him, he was met by an assailant wielding a kunao who had appeared behind him unbeknownst to him. You! Before the elder could speak, The assailant's kunao swiftly pierced his heart. Flying Thunder God? Flashed through the chicken elder's mind as he succumbed to eternal silence. The ninjas of the grass village were adept at researching the ninjutsu of other countries, and they excelled in deciphering the techniques of rival ninja villages. Particularly, they devoted themselves to the study of powerful techniques. However, certain forbidden and secret arts eluded their understanding. None more so than the Flying Thunder God, famed for its association with the yellow flash of Konoha. This notorious technique, developed by the Second Hokage, gained immense renown after its enhancement by the yellow flash during the Third Great Ninja War. As the principal battlefield of that conflict, the Grass Village ninjas held vivid memories of the individual behind the technique. Regrettably, the kunao they collected from the battlefield had not unraveled the secrets of the technique. Following the untimely demise of the yellow flash, the technique had vanished from the ninja world. Little did they expect it to manifest today in the very location where its fame was born. Cries of horror echoed throughout. The Grass Village leader, Muzu, fixed his gaze, his spirit sinking. He beheld a cadre of individuals in purple robes who had inexplicably appeared behind the elders, with several high-ranking villagers of comparable strength to him being struck through the heart and dying on the spot. Elder Chicken, Elder Naitai, Elder Mei, damn it, it's the Flying Thunder God. Those kunao were merely a feint. They served as a medium for the Flying Thunder God. The true lethal strike comes from those who traversed through the Flying Thunder God. An elder who had narrowly escaped the initial assassination quickly deciphered Xionglin's ploy. The Grass Village leader seethed with rage. Seize that brat immediately. I shall subject her to the cruel tortures of the Grass Village and extract intelligence from her. Understood. Several elders, already charging at Xiongling, responded in unison. Xiongling, however, remained motionless in the face of the four elite Jonin's assault. Bang! A cloud of white smoke erupted from her being. Moments later, the smoke dissipated, revealing not Xiongling, but Naruto in his true form, clad in a purple robe befitting a shadow assassin and adorned with a fearsome bronze beast mask. He stood with his right hand raised to his chest, forming a sword-like gesture. Diamond Prison. With a calm yet chilling tone, Naruto declared. Chains emerged from behind him. In an instant, those chains were recognized. What? This is the Uzumaki clan's Diamond Prison? Panic ensued. Quick, scatter. If ensnared, the Diamond Prison will immediately suppress our chakra, rendering us as helpless as fish on a chopping board. The elders were taken aback, attempting to evade, but it was too late. The Diamond Prison coiled around them like a sinuous serpent, soon ensnaring all. Meanwhile, those who had narrowly evaded Naruto's shadow clones were also falling victim to a similar fate. With the Flying Thunder God kunao in play, their troubles extended beyond the initial wave of clones, as hundreds more continued to infiltrate through the kunao embedded in every direction, relentlessly attacking the unsuspecting foes. Caught off guard, one after another, they succumbed to lethal strikes. You are the last. The room was a massacre of blood, staining the walls, windows, and floor as well as Naruto's mask. Naruto and his numerous shadow clones fixed their gazes upon the Grass Village leader, Muzu. In that moment, Muzu seemed to behold the harbinger of death from the underworld. With no retreat, only fierce combat could carve a path to survival. Yet he was not alone. There were ninja stationed outside, undoubtedly calling for reinforcements. If he could just hold out a little longer, help would arrive. With this thought, Muzu sought to buy time. You cowardly rat, lurking in the shadows and only capable of ambush, dare to reveal your true form. A rat? Naruto scoffed, his voice muffled and echoing through the mask. You wretches of the Grass Village, is it truly glorious to bully orphans and widows? Xiongling is but a mere girl of 12 or 13, and yet you have savaged her to the point of injury. Each bite mark stands as testament to your village's vile nature. Do you wish to see my handsome face? Perhaps you should consult your own conscience and ponder whether you are worthy. The Grass Village leader's expression contorted in fury. He realized this individual was a remnant of the Uzumaki clan, come to avenge that wretched girl, Xiongling. Us vile? How dare you accuse us of such? Your Uzumaki clan was too powerful, and your demise was merely a consequence of your own hubris. How many nations did Xiongling and her wretched mother traverse? Who dared to shelter them? Even disregarding the detours, the path from the Uzumaki village to our grass country would at least pass through Konoha. As distant relatives of the Senju, did Konoha offer refuge to the Uzumaki? No. They feared that those who sought to eradicate the Uzumaki clan would come after them. In such circumstances, only our grass village had the audacity to take them in. Shouldn't they owe something in return for our hospitality? To live comfortably off the benevolence of the grass village while hoping for a peaceful existence. Think about it. Is there such a thing as a free lunch in this world? Naruto replied with a chuckle, so, should I be thanking you then? Naturally. The grass village leader's countenance grew ever more grotesque. Little brat, enough with the idle chatter. Let us get to it. Our reinforcements are on their way, and you shall find no escape. Bang! 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 A sudden, violent explosion rocked the grass village. Smoke, flames, screams, and curses erupted in a cacophony. What? The grass village leader's expression changed dramatically. No one is coming to your aid, for they are fighting for their own survival. Naruto replied coldly. On my way here, I meticulously set up numerous flying thunder god markers. Through those markers, my 800 shadow clones breached the outer defenses of your grass village. The flames and explosions are the result of my specialized explosive tags, possessing over 5 times the power of ordinary ones. As for the screams, they likely belong to my shadow clones as they slaughter the villagers of the grass village. Your village is not extensive. It should be a swift endeavor. One elder, trapped within the diamond prison, lifted his head and demanded, You beast! Do you intend to slay all the villagers simply for a single Xionglan? Not entirely, Naruto responded. There is also an element of practice involved. Chapter 67. That should suffice. Not entirely, for there was an element of practice involved as well. Naruto casually explained, after which he dragged the questioning elder over and crushed his face beneath his foot. Crack. The sound of bones fracturing echoed. Shattered bone pierced into the elder's brain, causing blood to flow from all 7 orifices, leading to a death that was surprisingly serene. Moreover, do not raise your voice when speaking to me. The 3 remaining elders, still bound, were instantly silenced by his cruelty. Reflecting on this man's actions, a singular word sprang to their minds. Demon. With heads crushed beneath his feet, he wore a cold smile, reveling in the carnage. To him, killing was as trivial as slaughtering pigs or dogs. He merely referred to it as practice. Ah! Leader! Help! Listening to the cries of despair from outside the courtyard, Miuzu could no longer endure. He formed a series of hand seals. Buzz! Fire release! Heavenly prison fire sword. The technique completed, Miuzu gathered fire chakra in his hands and shaped it into a sword. This fiery blade wielded formidable power. Once struck, it would engulf its target in flames. Death! Brandishing the fire sword, Miuzu charged towards the individual who had transformed into phosphor. Observing this, Naruto raised his hand to form seals. Buzz! Wind release! Great breakthrough! Miuzu's pupils constricted. This individual was astonishingly swift. He had not even perceived the hand seals being formed. This is bad. Boom! The powerful gust of wind sent Miuzu and the wooden walls behind him hurtling away. Bang! 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 Miuzu struggled against the tempest, utilizing chakra to anchor himself to the wooden floor, yet the ferocious wind intensified, ultimately uprooting the very floor beneath him. The sheer force of the gale propelled Miuzu, crashing him against several load-bearing wooden pillars of the structure. Boom! At last, Miuzu collided with the earthen wall of the courtyard. Wow! He spat out a mouthful of blood. Naruto and his shadow clones rushed out in pursuit. Miuzu, seeing this, struggled to rise. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, unable to suppress his admiration for the masked man before him. What an immense chakra! Even without lethal intent, this great breakthrough unleashed a tidal wave of power. Rumble. Following Naruto's emergence, the courtyard began to collapse. Ignoring the cacophony of destruction behind him, Naruto fixed his gaze on Miuzu and declared, The hidden grass village delights in researching the jutsu of other nations. Where are the tomes of accumulated knowledge hidden? Surrender them, and I may allow you to retain some descendants in the grass village. Hee. Miuzu let out a bitter laugh. You vile coward. Were it not for our main forces clashing with the Kagaya clan, how could you have achieved this? Cough, you wish to obtain our research materials? Seek them in hell. You squander your opportunity. Naruto replied coldly. As his words fell, his shadow clones began forming seals. Buzz. Fire release. Phoenix fire technique. 5 shadow clones simultaneously unleashed the Phoenix fire, scattering hundreds of crimson sparks across the darkened sky. This night, screams and flames became the symphony of the hidden grass village. Half an hour later, the entire village descended into silence. Naruto's real body and phosphor stood atop the lookout tower of the hidden grass village, gazing down at the sea of flames below, both reflecting on the scene with deep emotion. Contrary to his earlier words, Naruto did not act with unbridled ruthlessness. He spared non-combatants and the frail. Ultimately, The research materials he sought were disclosed to him after he employed torture on several elders. Now, the most valuable treasures of the hidden grass village had been packed away, including wealth and precious documents. Casting a glance at the tearful red-haired girl beside him, Naruto said, "Phosphor, though the main villain has been vanquished, there remains a cadre of grass village ninjas along the borders. We must depart. They are the architects of the scars upon you." Phosphor replied, "Lord Naruto, this is sufficient. I am weary. After paying respects at my mother's grave, shall we return? Is that agreeable?" Sigh. Naruto exhaled. Since the one directly affected chose to forgive those wretches, he felt it inappropriate to object. After all, Phosphor remained a kind-hearted individual. So many lives had been lost today. She deemed it enough. "Very well, since you have said so, let us return." Shortly after Naruto departed, two peculiar figures clad in black cloaks adorned with red clouds approached the hidden grass village. The duo, a strikingly handsome man and a breathtakingly beautiful woman, appeared. The former had vibrant orange hair, donned a rain ninja forehead protector, and despite his handsome visage, wore an expression devoid of life. His ears and nose were pierced with numerous small black rods, but what captivated attention were the layers of spiral patterns in his eyes, eerie and enigmatic. In stark contrast to the man, the woman beside him appeared relatively normal. Tall and graceful, even draped in a cloak, her curvaceous figure was evident. Adorning her hair was a morbid white paper flower, giving the impression of a widow still in mourning. Both appeared to possess an innate poker face, their expressions unyielding as they surveyed the burning hidden grass village and the corpses strewn about. Perhaps it was not merely a poker face, but rather an indication of their familiarity with the cycle of life and death. In this world of ninjas, death was a commonplace occurrence. After a moment, the purple-haired woman spoke to her companion. "I intended to search for the masked man's lair, yet unexpectedly stumbled upon such an intriguing spectacle. Those two who just departed felt somewhat reminiscent of you." The orange-haired man with iron rods replied, "Indeed, that is true." The purple-haired woman continued, "The one clad in peculiar attire and bearing a bronze mask appears quite formidable. Should we recruit him into the organization?" The orange-haired man responded, "You should attempt to glean information from him. There are many entities here. I shall see if there are any useful ones to take advantage of while the situation is still fresh." "Understood." The purple-haired woman nodded, and in an instant, her form transformed into a flurry of paper, soaring away in the direction where Naruto and Phosphor had departed. Phew! At that moment, Naruto was cradling Phosphor as they made their way toward the Land of Fire, traversing through a forest. Soon they would enter the borders of the Land of Fire, and utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique in conjunction with the speed of a ninja, they could reach the underwater base of the Land of Waves in roughly a day or two. It had already been decided where to place Phosphor. Suddenly, a shadow clone leaped to Naruto's side. "Boss, someone is following us." Is it pursuers from the hidden grass village?" "No, it is an unfamiliar chakra." The brothers who ventured ahead to scout reported back that it consists of a multitude of paper. "It is likely that woman." The real body mused. "Konan? What brings her here?" Phosphor, cradled in Naruto's arms and feeling fatigued, was on the verge of drifting into slumber. Upon hearing the conversation, she quickly opened her eyes. "Lord Naruto, what is it?" "It's nothing. Someone is trailing us. Let us wait in the clearing ahead. You should find a place to hide, so as to avoid being caught up in the fray should a battle erupt." Phosphor, feeling a surge of anxiety, asked, "Is it someone from the hidden grass village?" "No. Far more troublesome, but fortuitously. I was just lamenting the lack of opponents from the hidden grass village to quench my thirst for battle. She has come to me, quite conveniently." Thud. Naruto landed with Phosphor in a clearing within the forest. There was a small lake, pristine and clear. The areas near water sources were always lush with vegetation. Sensing an intruder, a frog hidden by the lakeside leaped into the water with a splash. Naruto concealed himself behind a large tree. Soon, a flurry of paper drifted to the edge of the lake. Under the moonlight, the woman's alluring visage was irresistibly captivating. Naruto peered from behind the tree, catching a glimpse of the newcomer. Her skin was fair, adorned with a paper flower in her hair, and her purple hair and eyeshadow confirmed her identity, Konan of the Akatsuki. Chapter 68. The Way of Heaven. Upon landing, Konan fixed her gaze intently on Naruto's hiding place. "Come out. You cannot escape the eyes of an angel." A smirk graced Naruto's lips as he revealed himself from behind a great tree. Indeed, she was a rare beauty, but to proclaim oneself as an angel was somewhat excessive. Konan replied, "My appearance is irrelevant. I am a messenger of God, and thus, I am indeed an angel. Spare me, Naruto interjected. I find you intriguing, but if you intend to preach to me, it will lose its appeal. I am a steadfast materialist warrior, and you will not waver my resolve. Conan, perplexed by his words, fell silent for a moment before speaking again. We have witnessed your actions in the hidden grass village, ruthless and skilled. Our organization requires talents such as yours. How about joining us? Naruto chuckled lightly. Your direct approach is rather abrupt. If you wish for me to join your ranks, you ought to inform me of the benefits involved. HR does not operate in such a manner. Realizing that she could not fully comprehend his speech, Conan surmised that his inquiry about benefits pertained to financial compensation. Regarding money, the Akatsuki indeed offers salaries, and even commissions, albeit contingent upon the successful completion of assigned tasks. With this in mind, Conan stated, joining us guarantees a fixed monthly salary of 500 ryo. Additionally, our organization provides various assassination and employment tasks with generous rewards. During your assignments, we will supply you with numerous conveniences, though the organization will retain 40% of the task remuneration. If you are sufficiently agile, earning tens of millions of ryo monthly is entirely plausible. One of our members, who is particularly obsessed with wealth, reportedly earns around 100 million ryo each month. 100 million ryo? That is an exorbitant sum, Naruto mused. To think that Kage has toiled for years to accumulate merely a few hundred million, while someone else makes that in a month, it is simply incomparable. May I be so bold as to inquire the name of this working deity? Naruto asked. I cannot disclose that. All matters within the organization are kept confidential. However, should you join, you will naturally have the opportunity to meet him. That sounds reasonable. May I take some time to consider? Certainly. However, your time is limited. Before the arrival of Lord Pain, you must make your decision. Otherwise, death awaits. Naruto merely smiled faintly, saying nothing further. Before the god descends? This implied that Nagato, or the Deva Path, was nearby. Indeed, in the manga, Conan served as Nagato's secretary and confidant, inseparable from him. Time passed swiftly as a shadowy figure descended from the sky, enveloped in darkness and exuding a subtle pressure. In the obscurity, Naruto could not discern his features, save for the bright and eerie eyes adorned with circular ripples. It was the Deva Path. Upon his arrival, Conan's cold voice echoed once more. What have you decided? Join us or face death? Naruto remained beneath the large tree, contemplating whether he should indeed join the Akatsuki. The prospect of earning money and gaining access to information about the other tailed beasts would undoubtedly save him considerable effort in the future. As Conan pressed him, Naruto had already reached a conclusion in his mind. Whether to join or not was secondary. He wished to ascertain whether they possessed the capability to kill him. If they were merely posturing, he would not hesitate to act decisively. Conan inquired, are you suggesting you wish to fight me? Not you, you lack the qualifications. I am referring to the individual beside you. Interesting. The Deva Path's indifferent voice sent chills down one's spine. However, those who dare to challenge a god are destined to reap the bitter fruits of arrogance. Does that mean you agree? Come at me. Let me see if you truly possess the qualifications to join us. As the Deva Path's words concluded, Naruto vanished from his position. Just behind the Deva Path, Naruto's figure suddenly materialized. He never engaged in unprepared battles. He had long been ready to confront these two, with flying thunder god marks scattered throughout the area, allowing him to appear wherever he pleased. Fortuitously, there was indeed a mark right behind Conan and Pain. Naruto lunged forward, kunao in hand, aimed directly at the Deva Path's neck. To Conan's surprise, the Deva Path did not even flinch. Shinra Tensei, with a powerful repulsive force, Naruto's kunao was deflected, and he felt a heavy pressure in his chest, his head spinning. Ah! He cried out in pain, before dissipating into a puff of white smoke. Simultaneously, the Conan beside the Deva Path transformed into a sheet of paper, floating away. Physical attacks held no efficacy against her. The paper eventually gathered at a distant tree and transformed back into Conan's form. She stood on a thick branch, one hand resting against the trunk, observing the Deva Path and Naruto's direction. Was that a shadow clone? And that speed, it's unlike ordinary body flicker techniques. Conan pondered, glancing at the spot where Naruto had just appeared. She vaguely discerned a dark mark. Is that some form of summoning seal? While she speculated, Naruto's figure suddenly reappeared from that very spot, launching another attack with his kunao at the Deva Path. Pain seemed to have sensed the impending attack, slightly dodging to evade it while quickly retreating to widen the distance between himself and Naruto. Naruto, however, was not one to let such an opportunity slip by. He thrust his kunao toward the Deva Path's heart. Shinra Tensei. Once again, Naruto was sent flying by the repulsive force. Observing from his hidden location, Naruto's mind raced with understanding. During Pain's invasion, Kakashi detected that the Deva Path skill had a 5-second cooldown period, yet from my current observation, the intervals seemed to be at most 3 seconds. Thankfully, I did not choose to attack with my real body, but rather with a shadow clone to test the waters. Otherwise, enduring a direct hit from Shinra Tensei would likely have resulted in serious internal injuries. However, now that I have discerned your strengths and weaknesses, the rest is straightforward. I will initiate a feint to draw out Shinra Tensei, and then deliver a decisive blow with the adamantine sealing chains to conclude this battle. One shadow clone jumped to Naruto's side using the kunao marked with the Flying Thunder God technique. The real Naruto confirmed that no other Pain members were present nearby. Nodding, he said, "That is good." As Naruto spoke, a voice echoed from afar. Bansho Tenin. A powerful force began to draw Naruto toward the Deva Path. Have I been discovered? He wondered, embedding his kunao into the trunk of the large tree in front of him. The blade of the kunao sank fully into the tree's body, ensuring he would not be pulled away. Yet, the Deva Path's abilities far exceeded Naruto's expectations. The overwhelming force made it difficult for him to resist. One by one, his fingers loosened their grip on the kunao. Shinra Tensei. Ultimately, he was drawn toward the Deva Path, who swiftly produced a black rod from his sleeve. And so it ends. With a swift thrust, the black rod pierced through Naruto's throat. Bang! Yet another shadow clone materialized. Here. Another Naruto charged from the same spot where the initial ambush originated. I anticipated your move. Employing the same trick repeatedly, who would fall for it? The Deva Path countered with a swift strike of the black rod. And thus, this interview concluded. Chapter 69. The Deva Path 2. Just as the Deva Path's black rod was about to strike the attacking Naruto, a figure leapt from a distant water pool. Konan furrowed her brow. There were even people hiding in the water? How much preparation has this individual undertaken before my arrival? Had Naruto known the extent of Konan's surprise, he would have surely laughed. Not only was there one Naruto in the water, but there were Naruto clones scattered throughout the area, each marked with the Flying Thunder God technique. Camouflaged stones and hidden figures in the trees numbered nearly 100. In the face of Pain, no amount of preparation could be deemed excessive. After all, this was the man who had slain Jiraiya. He must not be underestimated. Bang! The black rods of Pain pierced through the back of Naruto, who had attempted a sneak attack. It was merely a shadow clone. The Naruto emerging from the water was still some distance away from Pain, and his options for assault were limited to shuriken or ninjutsu. However, at this range, it would be nearly impossible to strike Pain. Naturally, this Naruto concealed beneath the water was not the main force of the attack. He rolled up his sleeve to reveal a black tattoo of a sword emblazoned upon his arm. As Naruto dispelled the seal, the sword tattoo vanished, and with a resounding bang, a massive wind-infused shuriken materialized in his hand. Taste this, he shouted, as the Naruto in the water hurled the shuriken with tremendous speed, closing the distance to Pain in an instant. Unfazed, Pain effortlessly leapt aside, sidestepping the powerful wind shuriken, which whizzed past him. Upon landing, Pain extended a hand toward the Naruto by the water's edge. Shinra Tensei. The Naruto submerged in the water was yanked toward Pain without impediment. Yet, beneath his mask, a cold smile crept across Naruto's face as he vanished with a bang. Pain's expression shifted. Was it yet another shadow clone? From a distance, Konan observed keenly and shouted a warning. Watch out for that wind shuriken behind you. Pain turned sharply, only to see that the shuriken he had narrowly avoided had transformed into the figure of a man in a purple robe and mask. A transformation technique? Pain mused. As the wind-infused Naruto revealed his true form, a brilliant white shuriken appeared in his hand, spinning violently while emitting a terrifying buzzing sound. Futon. Rasen shuriken. The wind-infused Naruto declared as he charged directly at Pain, who was now within arm's reach. He calculated the possibilities. The time interval for Shinra Tensei was 3 seconds. He needed only 2 to close the gap, leaving Pain no time to evade. A direct hit from the Rasen shuriken would secure his victory. Despite the impending doom, Pain remained expressionless. However, through Pain's eyes, Nagato, hidden in the shadows, observed with clarity. He was quite pleased with the masked figure before him. While a singular Pain was easy to manipulate, his overall power was somewhat lacking. In the face of an informed and prepared opponent, the margin for error was minimal. This kid is no simpleton, Nagato thought, impressed that he had deduced Pain's ability intervals through 2 shadow clones. crafting a strategy of deception to bait the technique. Yet, he still underestimated the odds of victory against Nagato. As Nagato manipulated Pain to form hand seals, boar, dog, bird, monkey, and rat, the 5 seals were completed in less than a second. Boom! Pain slammed his hand to the ground. Summoning jutsu. In an instant, a cloud of smoke erupted. Unfazed, Naruto charged into the smoke with his Rasen Shuriken. The smoke from the summoning obscured his vision, leaving him uncertain whether or not he had struck the real Pain. However, based on the sensation, he was confident he had hit something substantial. With a smirk, he anticipated that the game was over. Yet, as the smoke cleared, his smile vanished. He had indeed struck someone, but it was not Pain. Standing before him was a hefty figure, sharing the same Rinnegan and orange hair, with the same visage marred by black rods receiving chakra. The summoning had revealed another of the Pains. The portly figure reached out with one hand to grasp the spinning Rasen Shuriken, which should have detonated but instead responded to his touch with docility. To Naruto's shock, the 2 Rasen Shuriken, each the size of a basketball, began to shrink. They were being absorbed. The identity of this figure soon became clear. It was the newly resurrected hungry ghost path, freshly harvested by Nagato from the village hidden in grass. Naruto recognized the threat immediately. This Pain possessed the ability to absorb ninjutsu and chakra, making any close engagement perilous. Realizing the danger, Naruto released the Rasen Shuriken and threw a smoke bomb to the ground. At that moment, Pain's abilities had been restored, and he reached out in pursuit. Yet Naruto's smoke bomb obscured his target. From a nearby tree, Konan couldn't help but commend Naruto, exclaiming, "Impressive. He has grasped Pain's abilities in such a short time." He realized that standing still would have left him vulnerable to Pain's technique, so he used the smoke bomb to conceal himself, preventing Pain from seizing him. The wind-infused Naruto was indeed the real Naruto. After the smoke bomb detonated, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique, leaping to a large tree to conceal himself. Observing the 2 Pains, Pain and the hungry ghost path, Naruto furrowed his brow. Both were resistant to ninjutsu, particularly the hungry ghost path, which rendered his reliable radar prince tactic ineffective. He had no choice but to devise a way to deal with the hungry ghost path first. Perhaps I should use that technique once more. While the Rinnegan was indeed formidable, with the 6 paths of Pain each fulfilling their roles, the hungry ghost path and Pain present here possessed troublesome abilities. The only downside was their limited sensory capabilities. Thus, if Naruto concealed himself, they would have little recourse but to wait for him to make a move. Of course, if Pain unleashed an indiscriminate attack like Shinra Tensei, the situation would change drastically. Suddenly, the sound of 3 heavy objects landing drew the attention of both Pains. They turned to see the masked figure atop a nearby tree. Despite the exposure, Pain did not strike immediately. After 2 skirmishes, Nagato had discerned that this young man enjoyed playing tricks. He could not afford to release Pain's abilities too easily, lest he be caught off guard. This time, he was here to probe for information on Obito. Aside from the airborne Pain and the freshly summoned hungry ghost path, he had not brought the other Pains, allowing him to expend some chakra for summoning. However, Naruto had not yet pushed him to that extent, and he was reluctant to reveal all his trump cards before others. Naruto removed the weights from his body and revealed himself to the 2 Pains, taunting, "Aren't you gonna pull me in? I am the real deal." Pain replied, "A boring trick. If this is all you can muster, you may not qualify to join our organization." As he spoke, Pain drew forth a black rod from his sleeve. With a swift motion, he hurled it at Naruto. "It seems you doubt my authenticity. Let me show you something worthwhile." Naruto's eyes narrowed as he crossed his hands over his chest. The 8 gates formation, 4th gate, the healing gate, open. With a resounding explosion, a powerful wave of chakra erupted from Naruto. The black rod aimed at his head was deflected off course by the force of the chakra, and Naruto merely tilted his head slightly to avoid it effortlessly. Pain sensed the overwhelming vitality within that chakra. Such power could not be produced by a mere clone. It was clear that he was indeed the real Naruto. Raising his hand, Pain aimed at Naruto. Shinra Tensei, a powerful pulling force enveloped Naruto once more. Rather than resist, he allowed himself to be drawn towards the 2 Pains. However, he was not idle. He swiftly produced 2 kunai and hurled them at Pain. The hungry ghost path responded by launching 2 black rods in an attempt to deflect the kunai. Yet, Naruto's kunai collided midair, one veering left and the other right, landing on either side of Pain. Pain glanced at the 2 kunai flanking him, surmising Naruto's intentions. "Another one of your tiresome tricks. I am weary of this." The next moment, 2 shadow clones of Naruto indeed surged towards him, each wielding a wind-infused Rasen shuriken. Tendo raised his left hand, targeting the advancing Naruto on the left, while the hungry ghost path swiftly positioned itself on Tendo's right side. Shinra Tensei. A loud crash ensued as the clone on Tendo's left was obliterated. The hungry ghost path extended its hand forward, preparing to absorb Naruto's ninjutsu. However, at the moment it made contact with the Rasengan unexpectedly transformed into Naruto himself. Another clone with a transformation, Nagato, hidden in the shadows, couldn't suppress his astonishment. It seemed he had underestimated the sheer cunning of this opponent. The deceptive transformation feint had been used repeatedly. Nonetheless, Naruto's willingness to use his real body as bait revealed a crucial fact to Nagato. This figure in purple robes had likely seen through the abilities of the hungry ghost path. This was evident from his feigned attack on Tendo while actually targeting the hungry ghost path. While Nagato could not be entirely certain, his cautious nature led him to consider this possibility as a certainty. A sly smile crept across Nagato's face. It appeared that this battle should come to an end. Chapter 70. Namikaze Menma. Bang! The hungry ghost path was struck squarely in the face. With all his might, Naruto delivered a powerful punch to the hungry ghost path's forehead, the impact causing its neck to rotate a full 360 degrees. Ultimately, it collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud, incapacitated. Seizing the moment, Naruto's clone pressed the attack, conjuring a Rasengan in his palm to assault Tendo. Having just utilized his ability, Tendo required 2 seconds to recover and was now incapable of countering. With no other choice, he opted to abandon the approaching Naruto and leaped backward. Konan sighed inwardly, realizing they had almost captured the purple-robed masked man just moments ago. However, given the circumstances, it was evident that before Tendo could apprehend the man in purple, his clone would likely topple Tendo first. Thus, Tendo's retreat was indeed the prudent choice. After all, this was merely a test and not a life-or-death situation. Naruto was poised to initiate another assault when Tendo raised a hand to halt him and his clone. Let us call it a day. Continuing this fight has become pointless. Naruto rolled his eyes, feeling the thrill of battle but acknowledging that if the opponent was unwilling to continue, he too would refrain from pressing the issue. Konan leapt to Tendo's side and addressed Naruto. We have witnessed your capabilities, and now we sincerely invite you to join our organization, Akatsuki. Please share your answer with us. Naruto had long contemplated the advantages and disadvantages of joining Akatsuki. It seemed there were no significant downsides. First, he could gain access to Akatsuki's intelligence network regarding the tailed beasts. Second, should the opportunity arise, he might even aspire to seize the Outer Path's golem. Third, there was the prospect of financial gain. The only concern he had was his current residency in Konoha, which made it impractical for him to engage in prolonged absences for missions. After a lengthy contemplation, Naruto spoke, I am willing to join you. However, due to certain circumstances, I must remain in one location. Therefore, you cannot impose restrictions on my movements. Additionally, I will only accept a 70-30 split of the rewards for any missions I undertake for you, and I do not require teammates. Konan glanced at Tendo, knowing that these matters required Nagato's decision from behind the scenes. Tendo replied, I can agree to your terms, but there will be certain missions that necessitate your involvement. Rest assured, for the sake of Akatsuki's reputation, I will arrange companions for you when you require them. However, you need not worry. Such mandatory missions will not be frequent, perhaps once a month, or even once every year or two. Will this arrangement suffice? Yes, Naruto nodded in agreement. Konan, seeing that both sides had reached an understanding, casually tossed a ring to Naruto. This is a communication device, a ninja tool that allows for long-distance mental conversations. Naruto accepted the ring and examined it closely. The craftsmanship appeared somewhat crude, and he wondered what the character Lin on the surface signified. In his recollection, Akatsuki members possessed 10 rings, each inscribed with the characters for 0, blue, white, red, black, void, south, north, 3, and jade. The Lin ring was entirely unfamiliar to him. Konan clarified, the character Lin indicates that it is a temporary ring. Although we have invited you to join Akatsuki, your abilities and loyalty must still be verified. Whether you will become a formal member will depend on further evaluation of your circumstances. Now that you have joined us, please introduce yourself. Ahem. Naruto cleared his throat. I apologize for my rudeness. I should indeed introduce myself. My name is Namikaze Menma. I am 13 years old, residing in a small villa in the northeastern part of the Whirlpool village, unmarried. Previously, I lived as a wandering ninja, primarily undertaking scattered tasks for sustenance. Now, I seek to revitalize my clan by searching for my fellow members of the Uzumaki clan. Despite bearing the mission of restoring my clan, I only work 8 hours a day and ensure I return home before 8 in the evening. I do not smoke and occasionally indulge in a drink. I go to bed before 11 at night, ensuring I get a full 8 hours of restful sleep. Before sleeping, I drink a cup of warm milk and engage in 20 minutes of stretching exercises to warm up before resting. Following this routine, I generally sleep soundly until dawn, waking up feeling as refreshed as a newborn, devoid of any stress or burden. Enough, Konan interjected, unable to contain her irritation at Naruto's incessant rambling. I am already aware of your situation. If there are missions, I will contact you directly through the ring. Subsequently, Naruto departed with the trembling Shun at his side. Tendo and Konan remained in place, watching the two fade into the distance until they vanished completely. Nagato, this fellow is full of nonsense. The information he provided might even be fabricated. Can we trust someone like him? Nagato, responding through Tendo, remarked, whether he can be trusted or not is inconsequential. His ability to annihilate the grass ninja village is sufficient proof that he is not one to adhere to rules. Such unstable elements will never settle anywhere. If he is willing to undertake missions, let us assign him some assassination tasks. We shall see him eliminate a few from the 5 great nations. Understood. Konan nodded. 2 days later, Naruto, accompanied by Shun, arrived at a sea cave located 100 miles off the coast of the Land of Waves. Ahem. Naruto couldn't suppress a couple of coughs. Lord Naruto, are you alright? Shin inquired with concern. You have been coughing for the past 2 days. Would you like to bite me to see if it helps? Indeed, Naruto had been coughing incessantly for the past 2 days. During his encounter with Tendo, he had intentionally used himself as bait, only to be directly pulled away by a universal pull. This cough was a lingering injury sustained from that encounter. Tendo's Shinra Tensei and universal pull were not trivial matters. A mere tug could cause internal injuries. For an ordinary person, a single universal pull could extract internal organs, and even a well-trained ninja could suffer severe injuries from a few direct impacts from Shinra Tensei. When Shin offered her arm, Naruto pushed it away dismissively. Do not speak such nonsense. I have already told you that as long as you join my faction, I will not allow a single bite mark to mar your body, including my own. Moreover, I am aware of my injuries. They will heal within a couple of days, so there is no need for you to worry excessively. But enough, we've arrived. Shin wanted to say more, but Naruto shifted the topic. She looked around, only to find a large reef with no sign of a base in sight. Naruto offered no explanation, grasping Shin's hand and activating the Flying Thunder God technique. Whoosh! Shin felt the world spin, her feet feeling weightless. This sensation lasted only a brief moment. When she focused again, she was no longer gazing at the vast, empty sea but was instead standing in a bustling research base. You've returned swiftly, my main body. The leader of this place, Clone One, stepped forward and greeted, is that not Xianglin? How have you managed to bring her along? Xianglin will be our companion from now on. Naruto, in his original form, refrained from elaborating on the specifics. After all, Clone One was merely engaging in idle chatter. Given that the other clones had been obliterated, their memories were shared amongst the remaining clones, and thus Clone One was already well aware of the recent events. Naruto addressed Xianglin, this is my secret base. As you can see, all those working here are my shadow clones. They are responsible for a multitude of research endeavors. You should become familiar with our activities during your time here. Lord Naruto, what will I be required to do here? Xianglin asked timidly. You need not do anything in particular. If you truly wish to assist, then focus on becoming stronger. In the future, we will face numerous adversaries. No. Xianglin shook her head. Naruto looked at the girl, puzzled. Meeting his gaze, Xianglin spoke with determination. Apart from growing stronger, I wish to aid Lord Naruto's clones in their research. I aspire to assist you in more ways. Clone One smirked knowingly. Are you certain? Our work can be rather gruesome at times. We often conduct experiments on monkeys and gorillas, and occasionally we even require live subjects. Though they are typically captured bandits and pirates, people who deserve their fate, the act of slaughter remains as bloody as with any other. Not a problem. As long as I can be of use, I am willing to do anything. Very well, since you are insistent, you may begin by learning from Clone One. Subsequently, Naruto had his clone arrange accommodations for Xianglin, who had not rested well for several days. Meanwhile, Naruto followed Clone One into the operating room where he intended to remove the tenketsu, which had entered its cooling period. This mechanism not only drained chakra but also required years, even decades, before it could be utilized again. Rather than retain it, it would be more prudent to dismantle it for proper storage. ensuring it would not be damaged in future confrontations. This device would prove invaluable in time. Chapter 71. Preparation. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this brief respite, Naruto had the rare opportunity to relax. He temporarily set aside his training, spending his days either recuperating at the underwater base or accompanying Xianglin to explore the bustling cities of the Land of Waves, indulging in exquisite culinary delights. Thanks to his well-deserved rest and robust recovery capabilities, the lingering injuries from his battle with pain had healed, and the wound from the removal of the left Tenketsu's Sharingan had begun to mend. Calculating the time, Naruto recognized that it was time to return and participate in the grand event orchestrated by Orochimaru. Before departing, he entrusted Clone 1 with a sealed scroll containing a plethora of ninjutsu scrolls and insights regarding ninjutsu research obtained from the Grass Village. Speaking of seals, Clone 1, how is the sealing technique you have been researching? That? Clone 1 paused, momentarily confused before recollecting. We have made some progress, but to execute it, one must possess chakra of a corresponding caliber. Otherwise, attempting to use it could prove fatal. With a sigh, Naruto responded, "Do your best, my clones. Whether you can grow stronger hinges on the results of your research." Understood. If you are in a hurry, I will temporarily halt other research projects to prioritize this technique. Yes, let us proceed with that. In a narrow alleyway just meters from Naruto's apartment in Konoha, a masked ninja diligently recorded his observations in a notebook. The report was rather mundane, chronicling the daily activities of a certain youth, detailing every trivial action he witnessed. Finally, he concluded his report. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki exhibited no abnormalities today. Task complete. Upon finishing his notes, the stealthy masked ninja prepared to return and submit his findings. However, as he turned, he was met with a familiar visage. Pale skin, large eyes, a prominent nose, and golden hair. Was this not the very Jinchuriki he had been observing all day? Involuntarily he gasped, "No, wait, your eyes." Genjutsu Sharingan. Upon the casting of the illusion, the masked ninja succumbed to slumber. Naruto hoisted him onto his shoulder, and in the blink of an eye, both disappeared from the scene. Time passed, and the masked ninja gradually regained consciousness. He found himself lying within a dimly lit cave, his mind a haze of confusion. How did I end up here? After a moment, he suddenly exclaimed, "Oh no!" He recalled the last moments before losing consciousness. "I must return quickly to report to Danzo-sama. The Jinchuriki is exhibiting anomalies." Determined, he attempted to rise, only to discover he was bound tightly. Not only was walking impossible, but even standing was an unattainable luxury. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the darkness. The root ninja managed to roll over to face the sound source, only to see a figure emerge from the shadows. The dim light obscured the person's features, but the blood-red, three-tomo Sharingan was unmistakably vivid. "You are Kojiki Gensaburo, a peripheral member of Root, correct? Might I request some information regarding the organization? Who are you?" The figure stepped into the light, grinning eerily at the ninja. "You have spent approximately 5 days in the past month executing surveillance on me. Are you unaware of my identity? Uzumaki Naruto. But how do you possess a Sharingan? That is, an exclusive trait of the Uchiha clan, is it not? It appears you are indeed a minor player. However, that is of little consequence. I seek only a few pieces of information. Tell me, where does Danzo typically conceal valuable items? Alternatively, what areas of the Root organization S-base are strictly off-limits to others? What do you intend to do? And how do you know my name?" Despite his fear, Kojiki Gensaburo remained cautious, understanding that careless words could lead to fatal consequences. Although he had never witnessed Danzo's methods firsthand, the mere rumors were sufficient to instill dread within him. Naruto assisted the bound Gensaburo to a sitting position. "Your name was divulged to me through the genjutsu I cast upon you. Gensaburo, I shall be forthright. I seek information regarding the Root organization. Should you provide it, I assure you of your safety. Otherwise, you monster, just as everyone says, you kill without hesitation. You will not extract any information from me." "Oh?" Naruto chuckled ominously, brandishing a kunai and slowly advancing it toward the ninja's abdomen. "Fiend, what are you planning to do? Would you like to see your own entrails?" Ryip. As the skin was sliced open, Gensaburo was immediately drenched in cold sweat, his body convulsing uncontrollably. "Ah, please, spare me. I'll tell you everything. I will divulge it all. Just don't touch my intestines." "It's too late." Ryip. Something was violently torn apart. Stop. I will speak. I will tell you everything. The 15th level underground is strictly forbidden, Danzo-sama's personal domain. Furthermore, The 14th level houses a vast repository of precious documents. That is all I know. Please, just stop. Ah! Yuegwang Jengsen let out a cry of distress as he sprang to his feet. Instinctively, he placed his hand upon his abdomen. Though even he could not fathom the reason behind this action, it was merely an automatic response. After feeling his stomach, he then touched his forehead, muttering to himself, "Huh? What am I doing here? Ah yes, I must carry out my mission to surveil the fox spirit. I need to return and report. How did I end up dozing off just now? Never mind, this task is dreadfully dull. Perhaps I was simply too fatigued. Goodness, is it already this late? I must hurry back to submit my report." With that, the diminutive ninja named Yuegwang Jengsen hastily departed from the alleyway. Naruto's shadow clone cast a glance at the retreating figure, suppressing a chuckle. It appears that the secret techniques of the Yamashiro clan are indeed effective. Judging by his unwavering pace, he must be anxious about returning late and facing reprimand. Meanwhile, Naruto's original self was squatting in the restroom, speaking through the door to his clone outside. Indeed, even if he is merely a peripheral ninja, the demands placed upon them are quite substantial. I have been observing this Yuegwang Jengsen for a while now. He is quite the blundering coward, terrified of death. I wonder how he managed to join the root organization. Nevertheless, this works to our advantage, as such individuals are most suited for gathering intelligence. He can only engage with the outer circle, and there are no seeds of treachery planted within him, which saves me considerable trouble. You see, I merely cast a layer of nightmare genjutsu upon him, and he divulged everything I wished to know in his slumber. The clone replied that may be so, but because of this, the information obtained may be trivial. Furthermore, are you certain it is wise not to eliminate him? If someone were to discover the truth and trace it back to us, it could spell disaster. There's no cause for concern. The secret techniques of the Yamashiro clan are trustworthy. As long as no one deliberately investigates, there should be no issues. Killing him would only raise suspicion. The clone was skeptical. What suspicion could arise? In a couple of days, Orochimaru will wreak havoc in Konoha. If we eliminate this fool now and leave a few serpents on him, the blame will surely fall upon that old charmer, Orochimaru, won't it? If you ask me, you're simply too kind-hearted, original. Silence. Go ask the folks from the grass village whether I am kind-hearted. They will surely provide you with an unbiased assessment. And hurry, hand me those pieces of paper. I distinctly recall there being many sheets left in the restroom before I left. How did you manage to use them all up during your stay here? Was there that much waste? Who says paper is only for excrement? Huh? What are you mumbling about? The clone muttered something softly, but the original did not catch it. Nothing. I'll go fetch some paper for you. Chapter 72. The third round of the exam. The third round of the chunnin exam was set to take place today. Many citizens, having learned of the event, eagerly purchased tickets to witness the spectacle. Their enthusiasm was palpable, as the audience stands filled up a full half-hour before the competition began. They either munched on popcorn while chatting animatedly or expressed their excitement to friends about which contestants they favored. At the main podium, the Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sat in a position of prominence. Before long, a member of the Umbu approached and whispered a few words in his ear. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi turned his gaze towards the staircase leading to the stands. As his eyes settled, a middle-aged man dressed in a flowing white robe and a conical hat ascended the stairs. The others in the stands first noticed the character's hat, upon which was inscribed the traditional character for wind, a style reminiscent of the third Hokage's hat, which bore the character for fire. This distinction symbolized their respective identities. The third Hokage's fire indicated his role as Hokage, while the middle-aged man's wind signified his status as Kazekage. Although he was a younger generation, the fourth Kazekage held a position equal to that of the third Hokage. With a peer present, the third Hokage would not remain idle. The elderly leader rose to greet him with a smile. Lord Rasha, your journey must have been arduous. The fourth Kazekage, his visage concealed beneath a veil, replied with a deep voice, though the journey was long, I have grown accustomed to it. Hokage-sama, I trust you are well. The third Hokage chuckled. I am faring quite well, thank you. For someone of your youth, this distance is hardly a challenge. Since the competition has yet to commence, shall we retreat to the conference room for some tea? The fourth Kazekage responded, there is no need for tea. Let us simply wait here. The third Hokage's suggestion of tea was a pretext. He sought to glean information. He had encountered the fourth Kazekage before, and though this individual bore a striking resemblance to his memories, the third Hokage sensed something amiss. Particularly, the killing intent emanating from his eyes compelled the third Hokage to remain vigilant. Very well, we shall wait here then. Please, take a seat for now. I must attend to a few matters. Please, Hokage-sama, do as you must. As the time for the competition drew near, the candidates qualified to participate in the third round were all prepared. They awaited the commencement of the match from a position just below the audience stands. Gaara of the Sand, burdened by a massive gourd, stood with his arms crossed over his chest. The murderous intent within him surged increasingly. Unable to contain the turmoil of his inner rage, Gaara cast a glance at the distant Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha. These two had long been marked as his targets. Destined for his wrath, he had resolved to eliminate them both before the plan unfolded. His unrestrained bloodlust was not lost on Naruto and Sasuke. Sasuke returned Gaara's gaze, his expression brimming with provocation. Over the past 10 days, he had trained tirelessly, his skills having improved significantly since their last encounter. The cursed seal had been sealed, allowing him to wield his jutsu without hindrance. Although the seal was bound, he could still feel the latent power within it, a sensation that invigorated him. Now, he held the confidence to defeat any opponent of his age, including Naruto, whom he had never bested, and the boy from the Sand Village, whom he regarded with disdain. After a brief exchange of glances with Gaara, Sasuke turned his focus to Naruto, who was engaged in conversation with Ino. He clenched his fists in determination. Naruto, how can you be so carefree at a time like this? Look at your strongest rival and see the transformation I have undergone. Today, I will ensure you taste the bitterness of defeat. Shikamaru glanced at his overly enthusiastic companions and sighed. What a bother. Why is it that every one of them is so fired up? Am I the only one who finds this competition exhausting? And what's with this venue? It's enormous, the size of a football field, yet so sparsely populated. With only a few trees around the arena, it hardly bodes well for someone like me, who lacks physical prowess. If I encounter a particularly strong opponent, I might as well feign a couple of moves and surrender. The participants harbored their own motivations, yet the tension in the air was undeniable. Hidden in the shadows, Tsukikage observed the expressions of these competitors, and after a moment, he smiled faintly. It seems they may provide some entertaining matches. Shortly thereafter, the competition commenced. Tsukikage appeared in the center of the arena in an instant, holding a lottery box, the contents of which remained a mystery to the spectators. Suddenly, he called out to the competitors in the contestant area, all participating contestants, please step forward to draw lots. The format of the competition will be one-on-one duels, with no restrictions on methods. Any means may be employed. The battle will conclude when one participant loses their ability to fight, faints, or perishes. Naturally, if one party surrenders or concedes at the outset, the match will also be deemed finished. The victors will advance to the next round. There are 9 participants, and within this box are 9 slips of paper, each representing 2 groups labeled A, B, C, and D, along with 1 blank slip. The individual who draws the blank will automatically advance to the next round. As he spoke, Moonlight Gale cast a fleeting glance at the competitors lined up before him. Satisfied that there were no objections, he continued, since there are no dissenting voices, let us commence the drawing of lots. One by one, please reveal your groups after drawing. With that, as Moonlight Gale concluded his words, Sasuke stepped forward eagerly to draw his lot, his anticipation to test the fruits of his training palpable. The others followed suit, and soon all 9 competitors had drawn their lots. Once everyone confirmed their respective groups, they raised their hands to display their drawn lots. Moonlight Gale scanned the slips held aloft, his mind already calculating. Except for the 2 members of Group A, the others retreated to the contestant seats to await their turn. Subsequently, apart from the 2 in Group A, all others exited the stage. Moonlight Gale glanced at an assistant behind him, and the large display board in the arena illuminated the names of the 2 individuals in Group A. With a resonant voice, he announced, the first match of the third round, Uchiha Sasuke versus Rock Lee. On the spectators' platform, the 4th Kazekage's lips curved into a subtle smile beneath his veil. He had not anticipated witnessing the performance of his chosen vessel so soon. Not only the 4th Kazekage but also many spectators showed considerable interest in the display of the last remnants of the Uchiha clan. The ticket was worth every penny. Who would have thought the first match would feature a member of the Uchiha clan? Indeed, Sasuke is quite the handsome lad. He is my favorite. However, his opponent appears rather mediocre. Just look at that tight-fitting outfit and watermelon-shaped head. He seems quite weak. Tisk tisk. He might not even withstand 3 punches and 2 kicks from Sasuke. The murmurs of the crowd echoed endlessly, with some of Sasuke's fans even waving flags and cheering at the top of their lungs. Yet, amidst their fervor, the two contenders remained oblivious. At this moment, Sasuke was solely focused on testing his strength, while Lee was entirely devoted to adhering to the teachings of his mentor, Guy, steadfastly following his ninja way and remaining undistracted by external factors. Moonlight Gale wasted no time. He raised a small flag overhead and then brought it down forcefully. Match! Begin! As the final word echoed, Lee and Sasuke simultaneously propelled themselves forward, their feet pounding the ground as they charged at one another. Konoha Whirlwind. Lee initiated the assault with a powerful spinning kick aimed at Sasuke's face. Sasuke deftly evaded, landing firmly and drawing a kunai from his ninja pouch to thrust at Lee's back. Unfazed, Lee utilized his core strength to pivot, executing a swift kick aimed at Sasuke. Sasuke, sensing the impending attack, leaped back to distance himself. During his retreat, he formed hand signs: serpent, horse, monkey, boar, dragon, tiger. Whoosh! Fire style. Fireball jutsu. Drawing in a deep breath, he exhaled sharply, unleashing a blazing fireball over a meter in diameter towards Lee. Lee, rather than retreating, charged forward and leaped over the fireball. Harnessing his momentum, he launched a flying kick directly at Sasuke. Prelude of power. Sasuke couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, taken aback by Lee's remarkable speed. He realized he could not evade the attack in time, leaving him no choice but to brace himself with his arms crossed defensively. Bang! Thud! Lee's kick sent Sasuke flying. He tumbled on the ground several times before regaining his balance. Quickly rising, he was met with a fierce gust of wind. By the time Sasuke assessed the situation, Lee had already closed the distance. Shadow Dance Leaf. Konoha Rising Wind. Smack! A powerful upward kick sent Sasuke soaring into the air. Sasuke! Sakura gasped in shock from the stands. The other spectators also felt a wave of anxiety wash over them. Look, that watermelon-headed kid is right on his tail. What does he intend to do? As Sasuke flew through the air, Lee executed a shadow dance leaf, reaching even higher than Sasuke. From his elevated position, he prepared to unleash a final strike while Sasuke was suspended in midair and unable to move. With a swift turn, Lee spun 720 degrees before launching a kick towards Sasuke's abdomen. Lotus! Whoosh! Sasuke was propelled downward like a cannonball. With a resounding crash, the arena floor was left with a massive crater. What just happened? That Uchiha boy can't be finished already. Can he? Dust billowed, obscuring the spectator's view of Sasuke's condition. Lee landed, extending his right hand forward while placing his left hand behind his back, patiently awaiting the dissipating smoke. In due time, the mist cleared, revealing a square pit about a meter wide. Within the pit lay two broken wooden planks before the astonished crowd. A substitution? Lee furrowed his brow slightly. Sasuke, you've grown significantly since our last encounter. On the main platform, the fourth Kazekage displayed a satisfied smile. In the contestant area, Ino scanned the surroundings, failing to locate Sasuke's hiding spot. She turned to Naruto and asked Naruto, where did Sasuke go? Naruto merely smiled enigmatically, saying, you'll find out soon enough. Where did he vanish to? Lee, not particularly adept at sensing, had lost track of his opponent. Hence, he couldn't help but jog towards the pit where Sasuke had last disappeared. As he approached the edge of the pit, one of the broken planks used for the substitution suddenly emitted a puff of white smoke. Transformation. Realizing something was amiss, Lee hastily jumped back. But Sasuke was not one to let such a prime opportunity slip away. He capitalized on the moment, delivering a blow to Lee's abdomen that forced him to spit out saliva. Rising Dragon. Bang! Following his successful strike, Sasuke mimicked Naruto's most frequently used technique, landing a kick to Lee's chin. Lee was sent soaring into the sky. Sasuke grinned with pride. Now, this is me learning from you. Shadow Dance Leaf. In the contestant area, Niji couldn't help but commend. What incredible speed. Moreover, his mastery of the Shadow Dance Leaf is on par with Lee's. Is this the power of the Sharingan? Apart from the contestants, the supervising Jonin were also present to witness the spectacle. Guy stood behind Niji, expressing his admiration for Sasuke's abilities. However, he did not believe such a beautiful execution of the Shadow Dance Leaf could be solely replicated through the Sharingan. Sasuke must have learned it from someone else. Contemplating, Guy glanced at Naruto. They were classmates who often trained together, which may have facilitated Sasuke's learning. Guy closed his eyes in thought, and then gave Lee a thumbs up, signaling him to unleash his full potential. Back in the arena, after catching up to Lee using the Shadow Dance Leaf, Sasuke began to spin. Lee, startled at the close proximity, exclaimed, is that the Lotus? He can replicate that too? This move, I return it to you in its entirety. Sasuke's face beamed with excitement. He could feel his strength surging. With the momentum from his spin, the power behind his kick was unimaginable. If all went according to plan, this would conclude the match. Lee glanced towards Guy, noticing his mentor's approving thumbs up. Teacher Guy, are you urging me to go all out? I never expected to be pushed to this extent in the very first match. Uchiha Sasuke is indeed a prodigy on par with Neji. With this thought, Lee turned to Neji. Watch closely, my opponent. This move is specifically prepared to defeat you. Open the 8 gates, the 3rd gate, the life gate, OPN. What? Sasuke was taken aback by the sudden surge of energy emanating from Lee. This sensation was entirely different from before. Was it the technique he used during his battle with Naruto and me? Or, in that moment of distraction, a circle of bandages began to wrap around him once more. The wash machine. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead as Sasuke relinquished his hold on the lotus stance, propelling himself with a powerful kick against Lee, leveraging this force to extricate himself from the bindings of the bandages. The two combatants landed gracefully on the ground. Lee's gaze was fixed intently on Sasuke. Sasuke-kun, you must be carrying weights as well, right? I could sense something was off with your weight when I kicked you. Remove them. Otherwise, you will not evade my next attack. I shall grant you the time. With that, Lee crossed his arms over his chest. The 4th gate, the injury gate, open. With a thunderous roar, the burst of energy from Lee opening the 4th gate surged skyward, and in an instant, his skin flushed a vivid red, and veins pulsed ominously on his forehead. This indicated that his vital energy surged through his veins at a rate far surpassing the ordinary. Such a transformation endowed him with unparalleled explosive power. What manner of monster is this? Sasuke was drenched in cold sweat. He had underestimated this bushy-browed youth, never anticipating he could unleash such astonishing vigor. Though reluctant to concede, the thought of surrender began to stir within him. Surrender? No. How could I allow myself to be vanquished by such a minor adversary here? Suppressing the urge to yield, Sasuke swiftly began forming hand seals. With a slight bow, he executed the Shishi Renden technique, his right hand clawing downward as if to restrain its own potential for chaos. Crackling, white electricity coiled around his right hand, finally coalescing into a sphere of electrifying energy that sent shivers down the spine of any onlooker. Chidori. This was Sasuke's most formidable technique, and he intended to use it to settle the score with the bushy-browed youth. Outside the arena, all eyes were fixed upon the two. Even the untrained could discern that the next move would determine the victor. Guy turned to Kakashi and remarked, Kakashi, I can't believe you taught such a perilous technique to that boy. Kakashi raised an eyebrow, responding, I did not teach him. It was Naruto who imparted it to him. Naruto, he can utilize it too? I recall that technique demands the level of dynamic vision akin to the Sharingan for perfect mastery. Are you not concerned about the potential fallout from teaching it to Naruto? I had no intention of teaching it, Kakashi replied with resignation, but I lost a bet with him so I had no choice. What do you mean? Guy inquired, perplexed. Kakashi proceeded to recount the incident when Team 7 had to seize the bells from him. Guy could not help but commend. Incredible. Naruto managed to take a bell from you all by himself. Kakashi glanced at Guy and remarked, it wasn't as simple as merely stealing. To be honest, I nearly lost to him. With that level of prowess, I have little to fear in teaching him Chidori. As for Sasuke, he sought my guidance as well, but I deemed his abilities insufficient for mastering Chidori and declined, intending to wait until he solidified his fundamentals. However, that young man is impatient. He exchanged a plethora of fire release scrolls from the Uchiha clan with Naruto for Chidori. As you can see, he learned it and has shown considerable proficiency. I can only say that today's youth are truly remarkable. Don't just praise me. You taught the Forbidden 8 Gates technique to Lee as well, didn't you? How many gates can he open now? Guy replied, the door of opening. If he pushes himself, he might even attempt the door of view. Kakashi's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to mask his astonishment. For someone of such a young age to reach the door of view, Lee is indeed a prodigious talent. In the arena, Lee addressed Sasuke. Sasuke, concede. At this stage, I cannot easily control my strength, and I do not wish to. Silence. Do not speak as if you can defeat me with certainty. Sasuke brandished Chidori, panting heavily. The weight of the technique bore heavily upon him, yet his piercing gaze conveyed an insatiable thirst for victory. I cannot afford to lose. What that man accomplished back then, I, Uchiha Sasuke, shall achieve as well, Lee declared. In that case. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Lee vanished from his position. Let us give it our all. Sasuke heard Lee's voice behind him. What? Sasuke's eyes widened. The speed was beyond what even my double Tomo Sharingan could perceive. Bam! A tremendous force erupted from Sasuke's back, causing him to emit a pained cry. The overwhelming agony nearly rendered him unconscious. His indomitable will and desire to win kept the last vestiges of clarity intact. In that moment, a flurry of thoughts raced through his mind. He sought to turn the tide, yet every strategy that surfaced was swiftly dismissed by his own reasoning. For in the face of absolute power, his minor tactics were utterly inconsequential. Bam! Another kick landed squarely on Sasuke's chest. Spitting blood, he staggered, and with that final blow, Sasuke succumbed to unconsciousness. But as Lee himself had stated, the attacks unleashed following the opening of the gates could not be easily curtailed, even by himself. The referee, Moonlight Breeze, understood that the outcome was already determined, yet regrettably lacked the power to intervene between the two combatants. Ultimately, it was Guy who intervened to restrain the rampaging Lee. Kakashi simultaneously leaped down from the stands to support the unconscious Sasuke. The two exchanged knowing glances. Kakashi said, "He's in shock. We must get him immediate medical attention. This match goes to Lee." With that, Kakashi hurriedly sought help from the nearby medical team. As Moonlight Breeze announced, the first match goes to Rock Lee. A profound silence enveloped the competitors' area. Many felt a chill run down their spines. Reflecting inwardly, they questioned whether they would meet the same fate against that watermelon-headed youth. Among them, Neji felt the weight of this revelation most acutely. Recognized as the genius of the Hyuga clan, he had nearly bested Lee in their previous encounter, yet he had never fathomed that Lee possessed such a hidden strength. Upon recalling the intense gaze Lee had cast in his direction, even Neji shuddered involuntarily. Moments later, Guy returned with Lee to the competitors' area. Tenten rushed forward to assist Lee. "Thank you, Tenten." Lee, weary yet determined, managed to smile for his teammate. "We are all comrades in the same team. No need for thanks. How are you feeling? That technique you employed earlier, I have never witnessed you use it before. Such a sudden surge in power and speed must come at a significant cost." Lee replied, "It's nothing serious. Though it is a forbidden technique, I was only able to maintain it for less than 15 seconds before it was interrupted by Teacher Guy. This degree of exertion remains within my limits. A brief rest of 3 to 5 days, and I shall fully recover." Tenten breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good to hear." Neji approached as well, saying, "Lee, I retract my previous underestimation of you. You have earned the right to stand as my rival." Lee said nothing, simply offering Neji a thumbs up. Guy gazed at his three students, unable to contain his admiration. This is the essence of youth. In the main stands, the Kazekage, concealed beneath his veil, could not suppress a smile. He was thoroughly impressed with Sasuke's performance and the outcome of the battle. This defeat would ultimately serve as a boon for Sasuke. The words I had spoken to him in the Forest of Death would surely resonate within his heart, compelling him to seek greater power. Anticipating the imminent acquisition of the Uchiha strength, the fourth Kazekage could not resist the urge to cleanse his face with his long tongue. Alas, with the Hokage beside him, he had to suppress this impulse to avoid premature exposure. However, this patience would not need to last long. For once the next match commenced, the plan to dismantle Konoha would officially unfold. Chapter 75, The Buried Fear. The initial round of matches left the audience in awe. Whether among the dignitaries in the main stands or the common folk in the general seating, everyone was captivated by the spectacle. Under the fervent discussions surrounding him, Moonlight Gale understood that he should seize the moment. Thus, he declared the commencement of the second round. The participants for this round were the couple, Temari and Shikamaru. This battle was a pivotal moment for their relationship. After initially being suppressed, Shikamaru cleverly turned the tide and managed to control Temari with his strategies. Just as everyone thought he would secure victory, he unexpectedly raised his hand in surrender, leaving a profound impression on Temari regarding this man. The third round featured Kankuro against Ino, where Kankuro chose to forfeit in order to conserve his strength, allowing Ino to advance smoothly. The fourth round showcased Neji against Naruto. Upon seeing Naruto's name on the announcement board, the audience reacted with disdain. What? That obnoxious monster is participating in this match too. How infuriating. Why would Lord Hokage allow such a person to rise? He should remain at the bottom of society forever. They scoffed. What difference does it make? He stands no chance against Neji Hyuga. I've heard that Neji is the most remarkable genius of the younger generation from the Hyuga clan. A talent from such a prestigious family is among the best in all of Konoha. Rest assured, that fox monster won't win. Haha, I can breathe easy now. If that kind of guy really climbs to the top, I won't know how to deal with expired goods for him in the future. Meanwhile, Naruto and Niji had reached the center of the arena. Niji stated, "Vortex Naruto, I witnessed your performance at the finish tower." Naruto replied, "Oh?" Niji continued, "To be honest, your strength surpasses my expectations. However, I believe defeating you will not be difficult. This battle can be decided in a single move." Naruto smiled, intrigued by Niji's confidence. Having opened the 8 gates, he could easily overpower all except Gaara, and while Niji had a reputation for absolute defense in the early stages, he paled in comparison to Gaara's mother, the formidable Kazekage. In truth, Niji's confidence was not unfounded. He possessed the technique of Kaiten, and with the vast insight granted by his Byakugan, he could end the match with a single strike if Naruto approached him. Others might not perceive Naruto's speed, but Niji's Byakugan could discern the details and predict Naruto's attack trajectory. Armed with this assurance, he boldly proclaimed his intentions. Yet, Niji could not fathom that Naruto would not engage him using the 8 gates, as that technique drained considerable stamina and energy, reserved for only the most formidable opponents. Ironically, Niji was currently categorized as an ordinary opponent. As both contestants took their positions, the referee, Moonlight Gale, raised his flag high before bringing it down sharply. The 4th round begins. With a rush, Niji charged toward Naruto. At his speed, it would take less than 3 seconds to close the distance. However, 3 seconds were more than enough for Naruto, who calmly formed the hand seals. Buzz.
Shadow clone technique.
20 clones of Naruto materialized before the spectators. Clones? Niji frowned, then swiftly formed hand seals, exclaiming, "Byakugan." The Byakugan could unveil the chakra pathways and the flow of chakra within the human body. Thus, the clones could not deceive his keen eyes. But once activated, Niji was stunned to discover that all the clones were real. Damn it! 5 clones engaged him directly, while 2 sensed his movements, and the remaining clones stood by, ready to execute a combination jutsu. The original Naruto commanded his clones, and they all responded in unison. Subsequently, the 20 clones began to act in concert. The 5 at the forefront advanced toward Niji, swiftly engaging him in close combat. As the skirmish unfolded, Niji was horrified to realize that these clones were indistinguishable from the real Naruto. "I've seen a similar technique in books. It's called the shadow clone technique, right? Humph. Just a mere trick. Even if they are solid clones, they are still clones. Once I disrupt their chakra flow, they will vanish." He unleashed his signature technique. 8 trigrams, 32 palms. Niji utilized his favored gentle fist to counter the clones. His reasoning was not misplaced. Once a shadow clone's chakra flow was disrupted, it would dissipate with a single hit. Due to their vulnerability, single clones were easily dealt with. However, if there was a significant disparity in strength or if the clones coordinated effectively, the situation would be different. Just as Uchiha Madara overwhelmed the 5 Kage with his clones, Naruto's situation mirrored this, where the disparity in strength wasn't overwhelmingly skewed, yet Naruto's clones exhibited a degree of coordination that made them challenging to overcome. The 5 clones executed a coordinated strategy. 2 clones at the forefront drew Niji's attention, while the flanking clones prepared to strike from the sides. If the front clones found themselves overwhelmed, the side clones would immediately join the fray, launching shuriken or directly engaging, leaving Niji in a precarious position. Moreover, one clone lurking behind him heightened Niji's agitation. He inwardly cursed, "Damn it! While they are numerous and employ tactics under my Byakugan, their movements are entirely visible to me. Given a bit of time, I could defeat them, yet this sense of urgency is vexing. Moreover, I can assure there is no sign of his true self among them. He must be up to something." Suddenly, several clones withdrew from their engagement with Niji. What? Niji sensed something amiss and turned to look behind him. Indeed, he saw a massive wave of flames surging toward him. The technique's range was astonishingly vast. With his eyes ablaze with the reflection of the flames, Niji thought, "Damn it, I can't evade it. I must brace myself for impact." Facing the oncoming inferno, Niji exerted a powerful rotation of his body, releasing chakra from his chakra points to form a spherical barrier. This technique functioned like a protective shield, effectively warding off the flames. The conflagration lasted only a few seconds. After a thunderous explosion as it collided with the arena's platform, it dissipated, leaving the ground scorched black, save for a 1-meter radius around Niji's feet, which remained untouched. At this moment, Niji was somewhat out of breath, as maintaining the rotation technique had consumed a significant portion of his chakra. This guy is truly terrifying. However, having unleashed such a wide-ranging technique, Naruto Uzumaki must also be running low on chakra, right? This is a golden opportunity. I'll charge in and finish him off in one go. Suddenly, the ground beneath Niji's feet emitted a sharp crack. Earth release. Subterranean voyage. Niji's reflexes were lightning fast as he delivered a powerful punch to the ground. The chakra-infused strike pierced through the earth with force. Boom! A cloud of white smoke erupted from the ground. A shadow clone, perhaps?
Mere parlertricks.
Having dealt with the ambushing shadow clone, Niji prepared to continue his assault. However, after only a few steps, he suddenly heard a voice from behind him. The terrifying 360-degree vision of the Byakugan is indeed formidable, but alas, the branch family's limited field of vision left me undetected. This confirms I have not erred in my positioning. What? Niji's heart skipped a beat. He tilted his head slightly and beheld the figure of Naruto Uzumaki. When did he? Rasengan. Niji attempted to activate the rotation technique, but it was too late. Naruto struck him on the neck with a decisive blow, and Niji's eyes rolled back as he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Chapter 76. After all, he still has you, doesn't he? With Naruto's victory over Niji, the preliminary rounds of the third exam came to a close. The remaining matches would not resume until the afternoon. Consequently, Naruto and Team 10 departed the examination venue together. On their way home, Ino, rubbing her shoulder, complained, "I'm exhausted. I need to soak in a hot bath and then rest at home." Koji, ever with his chips in hand, finished the last piece from the bag and quipped, "Ino, you didn't even participate. That guy, Kankuro, surrendered before you even stepped onto the field. What's there to be tired about? Mentally, it's exhausting to watch others compete," Ino retorted. Ignoring her frivolous lamentation, Shikamaru turned to Naruto and asked, "How is Sasuke doing?" Naruto replied he suffered some internal injuries, but it's not too serious. After 10 days to 2 weeks of recuperation, he should be able to get out of bed. Sakura said she would take care of his daily needs, and I'll drop by occasionally to check on him. That's good to hear. Shikamaru sighed in relief. Honestly, I feel like I shouldn't have participated. Not only is it troublesome, but I've faced opponents who are truly monstrous in strength. Indeed, Naruto agreed wholeheartedly. Lee and Gaara are exceptional talents among our peers. Encountering them is akin to courting death for an ordinary ninja. Hey, Naruto, what are you talking about? The monster I'm referring to is you, Shikamaru replied, exasperated. That Hyuga Niji is said to be the strongest in this competition, yet you rendered him completely immobile. When you defeated him, many were left utterly dumbfounded. You've truly surprised everyone. Naruto chuckled self-deprecatingly, more like terrified, right? At this, everyone fell silent. As Naruto's prowess became more evident, some grew increasingly uneasy. Following this incident, it was likely that further disturbances would arise. This was not mere conjecture. Shikamaru had been present, hearing many voices expressing concern over the formidable Ninetales. Numerous individuals exhibited fear and trepidation. This boded ill for the future. If possible, Shikamaru wished to privately persuade Naruto to intentionally lose in the upcoming matches, thus alleviating the villagers' anxiety and preventing potential chaos. The trio walked in silence for a while until Naruto suddenly called out to someone by the roadside, "Hey, perverted sage. You're up to no good again near the bathhouse, aren't you?" Huh? Ino, Koji, and Shikamaru looked at Naruto in confusion, only to see him greeting a white-haired old man clad in a red vest and wooden clogs. The old man was imposing and dignified, exuding an air of authority. However, upon hearing Naruto's shout, his demeanor changed instantly. He hurried over, signaling for silence. "Shoo, kid, don't speak carelessly. How can I, the great Fukasaku sage, be described as lewd? I'm merely gathering materials, you know. Of course, what you saw last time was legitimate. Who is this Naruto?" Ino asked, intrigued. Just as Naruto was about to respond, the old man clamped a hand over his mouth to prevent an introduction, fearing that his reputation might be tarnished. "Come with me, kid." Without further ado, Jiraiya seized Naruto and dashed away. Ino watched their retreating figures and wanted to inquire where they were going, but they vanished around the street corner in an instant. She turned to Shikamaru and asked, "That strange old man isn't a bad person, is he?" Shikamaru sighed. By the looks of it, they seemed to know each other. Besides, there shouldn't be any issues within the village. True enough, Ino nodded, and the three of them then went their separate ways. Being dragged away by the old man, Naruto offered no resistance. After all, he sought to gain something beneficial from this encounter. This man, who claimed to be the Fukasaku sage, needed no introduction. He was one of the legendary Chunnin, alongside Orochimaru and Tsunade, infamous in Konoha for their exploits. He was also one of the highest combat powers in the village Jiraiya. This fellow had been wandering for years, only recently returning to Konoha for reasons unknown. Naruto's shadow clone had spotted him but had refrained from approaching, fearing that he might reveal too much. After Naruto's original body returned, he seized the opportunity to engage him in conversation. At the time, Jiraiya was secretly peeping at ladies swimming, and Naruto, reminiscent of the original story, had inadvertently interrupted his escapades and had insisted that he teach him ninjutsu. Initially, Naruto believed that things would go smoothly. However, to his surprise, Jiraiya refused him outright and even emphatically declared that he would never take on a disciple again in his lifetime. Jiraiya's expression was serious, and Naruto sensed that he truly meant it. Of course, he did not give up easily. Instead, he dangled a bait that was irresistibly enticing for Jiraiya. Yet, the old man remained obstinate, leaving Naruto perplexed. Despite the repeated rejections, Naruto was determined to see if he could persuade Jiraiya to accept him. Nothing else mattered. He simply wanted to learn Sage Mode. For the sake of acquiring this skill, he was willing to make continuous attempts. Now, another opportunity had presented itself. After dragging Naruto for a while, Jiraiya finally stopped in an empty alleyway. As soon as he slowed his pace, he pulled out some paper and a pen, addressing Naruto. "Kid, about that golden plum you mentioned last time, you left me hanging. Hurry up and write down the rest, and don't forget to include the earlier parts. I want to take it back and preserve it. Oh, if only I could meet that great author someday. Alas, he is no longer in this world." Jiraiya scratched his head, visibly impatient. However, Naruto stood still, arms crossed, and retorted, "Forget it. I've already told you, unless you teach me powerful ninjutsu, I won't write anything for you." Jiraiya, now anxious, exclaimed, "Kid, didn't I tell you? I have my reasons. I can no longer take on disciples. Otherwise what?" Naruto pressed. "Ugh, just trust me, it's not possible. I'm open to any conditions except for taking on a disciple." Naruto fell silent. After a long pause, he finally said, "I'll write for you, but you must trade me a story for a story." Jiraiya's eyes lit up. "Deal. I'll exchange it for an unpublished work." "Who wants to read your adult novels? Then what do you want?" Jiraiya was growing more anxious. "You don't want my warm paradise of affection? What do you desire?" "I want to hear tales of heroes, you lecherous sage. At your age, you must have encountered that legendary figure, right?" Naruto, having spoken, gestured towards a certain direction. Jiraiya followed Naruto's indication and glanced at the Hokage monument. Atop the monument stood 4 statues. The first, second, third, and fourth Hokage. The presence of the first and second Hokage was self-evident. He was unaware if they existed at the time of his birth, but they had certainly departed by the time he could recall. The third Hokage was his mentor, while the fourth was his disciple. The lad must surely be familiar with the tales of the third Hokage, as the old man's illustrious deeds were documented in the textbooks at the Ninja Academy. Thus it was clear that the boy was not referring to him. Hence, the individual he spoke of could only be the fourth Hokage. Observing this young boy, and reflecting upon the late Minato and Kushina, Jiraiya felt a surge of emotion. Yet, he concealed it well, ensuring no one discerned his thoughts. "You speak of the fourth Hokage? Indeed, I am well acquainted with him, for he is none other than my disciple." Naruto's eyes brightened, but he quickly cast a sidelong glance at Jiraiya and inquired, "Is that true? A lecher like you could possibly have taught someone as formidable as Lord Fourth?" Upon hearing this, Jiraiya immediately broke into a ludicrous dance. Balancing on one leg, he kicked the other forward, fingers splayed, one hand extending outward while the other rested beside his head. He hopped 3 times on one foot, then assumed an exaggerated expression. "Listen here, brat, I've told you countless times not to call me that. Pay attention, for I shall introduce myself once more. I am Jiraiya, one of the legendary 3 ninjas, the white-haired sage, the toad sage, a handsome man so captivating that even crying children cease their wails in my presence." No matter how many times he witnessed this display, Naruto could not suppress the involuntary twitch of his face. Shaking off the goosebumps that had risen on his skin, Naruto replied, "I suppose I shall give you the benefit of the doubt this once. Now, tell me about the esteemed life of that great man. If I find your tale credible, I shall assist you in penning Jin Ping Mei." Jiraiya, upon hearing this, ceased his antics and quickly led Naruto to a clear area to engage in conversation. They conversed for a full 2 hours, during which Jiraiya recounted the life of Minato Namikaze in considerable detail. "Well, are you satisfied now, brat?" Jiraiya asked. "It sounds plausible," Naruto replied. "However, I have a question to pose." "Go ahead, for I am the sage who knows all." "You mentioned that the fourth's wife was pregnant. What became of his child?" "I've been in the village for so long and have never heard of any offspring from Lord Fourth." Jiraiya's heart sank. He had neglected to address certain details. He was indeed at a loss. To say the child had perished? That would be inappropriate, especially with the child standing before him. Yet to assert the child was alive left him with the dilemma of explaining their whereabouts. Should he reveal to Naruto that he was the son of the fourth? Such a revelation would undoubtedly strike a devastating blow to the boy. After enduring years of hardship, learning he was the child of a hero might well taint his feelings towards Konohagakure. Naruto was aware that he had caught Jiraiya off guard intentionally. Noticing the peculiar expression on Jiraiya's face, he seized the moment and asserted, "I suspect the child must have died. In a way that might be for the best. If they were alive, they would likely be as lonely as I am. No, perhaps that's not entirely fair to say, for being the son of the fourth Hokage. They would at least not face discrimination like I do. After all, they have you as a sort of family, don't they?" Chapter 77. The second half begins. After listening to Naruto's words, Jiraiya fell into a contemplative silence. Frankly speaking, he bore a degree of responsibility for Naruto's current plight. As Naruto pointed out, despite lacking blood ties, Jiraiya was, in essence, a half-relative to the boy. Minato's sacrifice to protect the village should have compelled him, as the elder, to look after Naruto. Yet, in pursuit of the so-called child of prophecy, he had overlooked Naruto entirely. Upon learning of Minato's death and the orphan left in his wake, Jiraiya thought that the village must ensure the child was not wronged. Thus, he delayed his return, only to find upon his eventual return that rumors had spread throughout the village, transforming the hero's child into the despised Ninetales. He had sought counsel from the third Hokage, but the old man had merely shifted all responsibility onto Danzo. It was a farcical situation, the highest authority of the village so easily manipulated by Danzo without recourse. Observing the remorseful expression on the old man's face, Jiraiya recognized that this man had diverged significantly from the mentor he had once known. The current third Hokage was primarily a politician, prioritizing the greater good while the happiness or dignity of minor characters was merely expendable. Though Naruto bore the title of the hero's child, he was still a powerless infant in the eyes of the village's elite, a mere pawn to be manipulated at will. From that moment, Jiraiya began to resist the village while simultaneously solidifying his determination to seek out the child of prophecy, firmly believing that finding this individual would inspire hope for many. As for Naruto, in the interest of the greater good, he could only endure a little longer. However, this mindset began to waver after conversing with Naruto. He recalled a few years prior, the new prophecy delivered by the great sage of the Toads. It had likely been when Naruto was about 5 years old. The sage had summoned him to Mount Myaboku and introduced him to the great sage. At that time, the great sage imparted the wisdom: the law should not be transmitted to those with ears of 6. The way must not be lightly divulged. Jiraiya, perplexed, inquired about its meaning. The great toad replied, with an unusual clarity, "Jiraiya, your next disciple will bring about a transformation in this world. You must exercise caution, for he may usher in both great calamity and the hope of rebirth." Truthfully, had it not been for this prophecy, upon returning, Jiraiya would have certainly taken Naruto under his wing for training, especially given the unsettling whispers he had begun to hear. Not only were there plots afoot outside the village regarding the Ninetales, but it seemed the village itself was rife with unrest. Yet, with the great Toad's warning in mind, he dared not act recklessly. After a prolonged silence, Jiraiya finally spoke. "Brat, what are your thoughts on the village?" The corners of Naruto's mouth twitched slightly. He sensed that Jiraiya had indeed been touched by compassion. Internally, he felt a surge of triumph, though he maintained a facade of confusion and bewilderment. After a lengthy pause, Naruto's gaze visibly dimmed. In a slightly subdued tone, he countered, "What do you mean by that?" "I am inquiring about your view of the village. How do you perceive the people and events here?" "People and events." Another long pause ensued. "Ino is my best friend, and Uncle Irika is very kind, often treating me to the most delicious ramen. The owner of the barbecue shop is also quite nice, and their meat is fresh and fragrant. The third Hokage, if he were not so keen on confiscating my grilled fish, would be a very good man." Naruto's fragmented speech was difficult for an ordinary person to comprehend. However, Jiraiya could grasp the essence of his words. The individuals Naruto mentioned were likely the few who had treated him well over the last decade or so. He recited their names as if they were precious treasures, yet they amounted to merely 2 or 3 people. Jiraiya felt an unbidden pang of sorrow. Perhaps he truly had erred in some way. Setting aside his distractions, Jiraiya probed further. "Naruto, if one day you possessed power, what would you do?" "Power?" "Yes, power. If you were granted sufficient strength, and those who had bullied and humiliated you in the past appeared before you, what would you do?" "Such matters are trivial. Consider it seriously. Imagine it is true, reflect deeply, and then look into my eyes and answer my question. Jiraiya was unusually solemn.
Naruto met Jiraya's gaze.
And after a moment he slowly began, if I truly possessed such power, I would likely use it to seek the truth. Jiraiya felt a twinge of disappointment. This was not the answer he had yearned for. The last person who sought the truth was his dear friend Orochimaru. That individual was now mired in darkness. And despite Jiraiya's desire to reach out, he found himself unable to grasp that hand. If Naruto were to follow the same path, he would have to apologize to Minato. Unbeknownst to Naruto, who seemingly failed to perceive Jiraiya's dismay, he continued, I wish to uncover the truth, to understand why they have tormented me, why they refuse to coexist peacefully with me. I want to know the essence of the suffering I have endured over the years. Once I grasp the fundamental cause, I shall wield the power you claim can alter everything to eradicate that which has rendered humanity so grotesque. This child. Jiraiya opened his mouth, yet no words escaped his lips. After a moment's contemplation, he affectionately ruffled Naruto's hair. Naruto, you bear a striking resemblance to the fourth Hokage. Are you referring to my hairstyle and color? Indeed, I have heard that gentleman had yellow hair as well. No, I speak of your character and talent. With that, Jiraiya lifted his gaze toward the Hokage rock. Minato, perhaps your son is the child of prophecy I have sought for so long. Time slipped by, and it was now 2:30 in the afternoon. The third round of the chunnin exams was about to commence. 5 participants were set to compete. Shino, Naruto, Temari, Lee, and Gaara, who had advanced directly to the finals by drawing a blank slip. The process of this round mirrored that of the previous one, with opponents determined by drawing lots. The 5 gathered at the center of the arena to draw their lots. One by one, they retrieved slips from the box labeled Moonlight Gale, each lifting their paper above their heads for others to see. In a stroke of luck, Ino drew the blank slip, granting her an automatic advancement to the finals. The remaining 4 were to face off in pairs. Group B, Lee versus Temari. Group A, Naruto versus Gaara. Shino had a bye. In the stands, Kakashi leaned against a pillar, holding his Ika Paradise book. Upon glancing at the names displayed on the announcement board, he instinctively closed his book. So, these 2 are up first? It seems we are in for quite a spectacle. Not far away, Koji opened a bag of chips and began to munch voraciously, surrounded by his peers. Upon seeing the names of the competitors in Group A, their expressions varied. Not this troublesome guy again, Shikamaru sighed, propping his chin on his hand. Ino wore a worried expression. Naruto, please be careful of that lunatic.
Hinata silently prayed, Naruto-kun.
Meanwhile, on the main path leading to the arena, Sakura hurriedly pushed a wheelchair, trying to reach the venue as swiftly as possible. Sakura, hurry up. The match is about to begin, Sasuke urged from his wheelchair, still recovering from his injuries, a drip hanging from his head. Sasuke, don't rush. The match won't start for a while yet. I'm already moving as quickly as I can. Going any faster might aggravate your wounds. None of that matters. I have to watch that guy. Chapter 78. The rematch with Gaara. Inside the arena, Gaara stood with his arms crossed, his gaze fixed intently on Naruto. This time, I will ensure your blood stains my sand. In response to the provocation, Naruto merely smirked, his demeanor unshaken. Round 1 of the semifinals. Konoha's Naruto Uzumaki versus Suna's Gaara. Begin. Without raising the flags, Moonlight Gale called out the start and swiftly retreated. The sight of these 2 formidable opponents was indeed daunting. Given his fragile health, he considered himself fortunate to have lived to 50. Being caught in their clash would likely seal his fate. He wished to preserve his life to spend more time with his girlfriend. Disregarding the referee's commands, the combatants sprang into action at the sound of the start. Gaara manipulated his sand to launch an assault, tendrils of sand weaving like ropes toward Naruto. Reacting swiftly, Naruto activated his body flicker technique, evading Gaara's rapid onslaught. Though Gaara's sand moved quickly, such straightforward attacks were futile against Naruto. Having previously engaged Naruto, Gaara was aware that victory could not be achieved through simplistic means. Suddenly, a mass of sand ropes erupted from the ground, ensnaring Naruto's lower leg. Anticipating this, Naruto exerted force through his feet, leaping into the air to evade the underground ambush. Now you cannot escape, Gaara sneered. He then extended his hands toward a specific spot on the ground. Sand spikes. Instead of targeting Naruto directly, Gaara unleashed a barrage of sand spikes at the location where Naruto would land. These spikes were long and thin, densely packed like thorns, ready to pierce Naruto the moment he descended. Naruto glanced at the impending sand spikes, calmly forming the hand seals for the shadow clone technique. Boom! A clone was summoned, immediately kicking Naruto from behind, propelling him out of the danger zone. The clone then dissipated upon hitting the ground, succumbing to the sand spikes. The clone's intervention had created a significant distance between Naruto and Gaara, precisely what Naruto desired. Multiple shadow clones. Boom, boom, boom. 50 clones materialized, lining up in formation before Naruto. The front row of 10, prepared to unleash their jutsu, shouted, "We will turn defense into offense." Naruto's hand seals were as swift as ever. In no time, 7 of the 10 clones unleashed the Great Fireball technique, while 3 invoked the Great Breakthrough to enhance the speed of their fire release. Boom! A wave of flames, reaching heights of 20 to 30 meters, surged toward Gaara. Caught off guard, Moonlight Gale, watching from a distance, gasped, relieved he had retreated in time. Had he stood too close, he would have found it nearly impossible to evade the advancing inferno, and if engulfed, it would have been a most embarrassing end. The scale of this technique once again showcased Naruto's formidable prowess. This brat is holding back when facing me. Nara Shikamaru, seated in the stands, clenched his fists as he felt the heat wave wash over him. Similarly, Sasuke, unable to contain his emotions, bit down on his lip until it bled, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth as he muttered through gritted teeth. Naruto, in stark contrast to the spectators' gasps, Gaara remained composed, extending his hands to manipulate the sand into a 5-meter-high, 3-meter-wide curved wall, concealing himself behind it. Boom! The searing wave of flames crashed against the sand wall. Crack, crack, crack. The intense heat blackened the sand, some sections even beginning to crystallize, reduced to molten particles. Yet, Gaara felt no remorse. For these were merely ordinary grains of sand he had excavated from the ground, not the precious sand from his gourd. While the flames raged on, Gaara busied himself, coalescing the sand into the Eye of Sand. Having observed Naruto's battles, he knew this boy favored employing shadow clones for sneak attacks, especially when pressured with jutsu. To preempt any unexpected maneuvers, Gaara resolved not to let Naruto escape his line of sight. Covering his left eye with one hand, the Eye of Sand in his grasp began to survey the surrounding environment as if it possessed a life of its own. The connection to his optic nerves established, he set forth. With a casual flick of the sand eye, Gaara ascended into the sky, allowing him to discern Naruto Uzumaki's maneuvers. At this moment, Naruto was indeed orchestrating his strategy. The sand eye captured every detail of Naruto's deployment. Gaara, arms crossed and murmuring incantations, noted. 10 individuals were preparing to throw shuriken, while another 10 awaited the conclusion of the fire technique to launch a close-range assault amidst the smoke. However, these were mere trifles. The true lethal strike came from the 5 individuals executing an earth technique to ambush him. Humph, mere tricks. I have overestimated you, Naruto Uzumaki. You are nothing but an untrained fool with a singular approach. Boom! The great fire dissipated. Naruto's shadow clones commenced their assault. Whoosh! First, the throwing group leapt into the air, hurling shuriken and other projectile weapons towards Gaara, diverting his attention. This was swiftly followed by the assault group launching their close-range attack. The Earth Technique group was already poised for action, yet Gaara saw through it all. In an instant, as the throwing group leapt, the concealed projectiles within the smoke were obliterated before they could even be released. The sand needles swiftly dealt with the 10 assailants. Next came the attackers. Sand bullets. Damn! The clones of Naruto, witnessing the fist-sized sand bullets hurtling towards them, were compelled to halt their advance to counter the oncoming assault. They darted left and right, attempting to evade the barrage of sand bullets. However, the sheer number of projectiles was overwhelming. Suddenly, one clone, unable to dodge, swung his shuriken to slice through the approaching sand bullet. In the moment of impact, an explosive tag concealed within detonated. This is bad. Bang! The debris and earth enveloped with the explosive tag scattered, annihilating the assaulting clones of Naruto. Finally, only those beneath remained. Gaara murmured, crouching low and pressing his hands against the ground. With this technique, I shall ensure your disappearance along with your clones. Flowing sand cascade. Boom! The instant Gaara unleashed his jutsu, the entire arena's ground began to collapse, the once solid and dry soil transforming into sand in a heartbeat. What is happening? Why has the entire arena turned to sand? In the competitor's area, Lee could not suppress his exclamation. Being unversed in ninjutsu, he could scarcely fathom such an attack.
Tamari.
Upon hearing, chuckled derisively, Gaara's wind and sand technique can alter the entire environment. His chakra is so formidable that it can instantaneously shatter rock and earth, transforming vast lands into a desert. Enemies trapped in this desert will be ravaged and consumed by fierce sandstorms. Even if they withstand the initial onslaught, Gaara will inevitably unleash subsequent transformations. In this sandy terrain, no one can triumph over Gaara. It was the terrain that saved that boy during the preliminaries. Otherwise, that Naruto Uzumaki would never have stood a chance against Gaara. Lee was left speechless, only able to marvel at the presence of such a powerful figure among their generation. Unbeknownst to him, a bead of cold sweat trickled from his forehead. Even with the formidable 8 Gates technique at his disposal, facing such an opponent left him feeling unnerved. Chapter 79. The Destruction Plan of Konoha. The entire arena swiftly transformed into a sea of sand. Under Gaara's control, the sand churned incessantly, resembling surging ocean waves with a terrifying capacity to engulf all. The clones of Naruto hidden underground had long been obliterated by these raging sands. Boom! A wave of sand and stone surged towards Naruto's body and his remaining clones. Naruto and the 10 remaining clones hastily leapt atop the arena's high walls, using chakra to anchor themselves momentarily. At this juncture, Gaara had already cocooned himself in sand, enveloped in darkness where he could neither be seen nor see others. Yet this did not hinder his perception. The sand eye hovered in the sky, revealing every significant detail within the arena. There is no escape for you. Gazing at Naruto pressed against the wall, Gaara revealed a cruel smile. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 massive sand serpents coiled upward, striking fiercely against the wall. Bang! Several of Naruto's clones were caught off guard and shattered by the force of the serpents. The real Naruto furrowed his brow. Remaining stationary on the wall merely turned him into a target. He needed to devise a strategy to thwart Gaara's relentless assault. Smoke bombs. At Naruto's command, the remaining 6 clones hurled smoke bombs into the air. Dozens of smoke bombs descended, rapidly enveloping the entire arena, obscuring even the sand eye's vision. Seizing the moment, Naruto and his clones leapt down from the wall. Although Gaara lacked visibility, it did not prevent him from predicting Naruto's landing. Sand rain. Gaara unleashed a barrage of circular sand bullets, sweeping through the smoke-laden area like bullets from a machine gun. However, Naruto was prepared. The earth release, earth wall technique had already risen the moment he landed. The fist-sized sand bullets struck the earthen wall, creating a series of indentations. Crack. The earth wall was riddled with fissures, and it would not be long before it crumbled. This guy's chakra is no trivial matter, Naruto thought, unable to contain his astonishment. After relishing in using ninjutsu against others, he now tasted the bitterness of facing a powerful opponent. Truly, the old adage rings true. One must eventually pay for their actions. While muttering to himself, Naruto's hands formed a cross. The seal of the serpent. Shadow clone jutsu. Boom! Come at me, you moron with words on your forehead. Thousands of Narutos surged from the smoky area towards Gaara's sand cocoon. They shouted and cursed, clearly attempting to draw fire. The tactical intent was unmistakable, yet Gaara was precisely the type to fall for such a ploy. Veins bulged on his forehead, eyes bloodshot, his steel teeth grinding audibly. Smack! He clapped his hands against the ground. Naruto Uzumaki, I will end you. Sand funeral. The sand beneath Gaara rippled outward in concentric circles. The intense vibrations were heart-stopping. The sandstorm funeral, a technique used in conjunction with the flowing sand cascade, would pull all matter within the sandy terrain into the sand pile, where it would be ground into fragments by the rapidly moving sand. Bang! 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 Numerous Naruto clones were obliterated. As they shattered, clouds of smoke erupted, transforming the already smoke-blanketed arena into a veritable ocean of obscurity, blinding everyone's vision. In the midst of this chaos, Naruto's real self hurled a shuriken. This was a shuriken imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique. Typically, he would not dare to use it in front of others, but under the cover of smoke, it would go unseen except by those with Byakugan. To protect his secret, Naruto acted swiftly. As the Flying Thunder God shuriken soared, he bent slightly, his right hand vertical to the ground while his left hand covered his right wrist. Crackle. Intense electricity converged in Naruto's hand. Chidori. And it was fiercer than Sasuke's Chidori. The moment the Chidori was completed, the Flying Thunder God shuriken embedded itself firmly into Gaara's protective cocoon. Although he heard a slight noise, Gaara paid it no mind, entirely focused on using the sandstorm funeral to consume Naruto Uzumaki. The clones dwindled rapidly, soon leaving less than 100. However, even if all the clones were lost, it mattered not, for Naruto no longer needed them to feign an attack. Whoosh! Naruto activated the Flying Thunder God technique. instantly traversing several meters to arrive before Gaara's sand cocoon. How could a Naruto Uzumaki appear so suddenly? Gaara, sensing an impending crisis, swiftly maneuvered the Eye of Sand to descend and assess the situation. Before long, the Eye of Sand clarified the predicament. Was that technique he wielded akin to the one used by Uchiha Sasuke? I believe it is called Chidori. Regardless, it is futile against impenetrable defenses. I shall suddenly, with a piercing thrust, a hand crackling with electricity pierced through the sand shield, directly impaling his shoulder. Blood gushed forth, and an unfamiliar wave of excruciating pain surged from the wound in his shoulder to Gaara's mind. He cast his gaze downward at his left shoulder, his pupils trembling with disbelief. Blood? My blood? Ah! A scream reverberated throughout the arena. Gaara. Temari gasped, recognizing her brother's anguished cry. In the spectator area, Naruto's comrades immediately surrounded Hinata, demanding, "What is happening? What on earth is going on? Damn this smoke. We can't see anything." Naruto, fumbling for words, struggled to explain, leaving the crowd in a state of frantic confusion. She too wished to speak, but being encircled like this made it difficult for her, given her naturally introverted disposition. Ultimately, it was Neji who spoke up. Naruto must have found a way to approach Gaara and used Chidori to breach his defenses. It appears Gaara has sustained injuries. Neji and several members of the Hyuga clan had already activated their Byakugan, yet Naruto's swift movements had eluded their notice. They had only glimpsed the moment when he raised his hand to pierce the sand shield. The smoke soon dissipated. Following his successful strike, Naruto refrained from further engagement, withdrawing his hand from the sand shield and leaping back from Gaara. As he retreated, Gaara's protective sand cocoon began to dissipate. The onlookers beheld Gaara's left shoulder bleeding profusely. He himself stared at his bloodied hands, murmuring incoherently. Standing nearby, Naruto could clearly hear Gaara's mumblings. My blood! My blood! Ah! Suddenly, another scream echoed throughout the arena. Kankuro and Temari sensed the gravity of the situation. Without hesitation, they leaped into the arena to support Gaara. Temari cast a deep glance at the Kazekage in the main spectator area. The Kazekage seemed to sense something amiss and subtly nodded to Maki of the Sand Village, who promptly descended into the arena to join the three siblings. The plan must commence ahead of schedule. You must take Gaara to receive medical attention, and once he stabilizes, bring him back to the fray. Gaara is indispensable to this strategy. Yet, this was a command. Temari seemed poised to voice a protest, but was interrupted by Maki. Yes. With no other choice, Temari and Kankuro assisted the semi-conscious Gaara in their hasty retreat. In the main spectator area, the third Hokage sensed a disturbance and turned to the Kazekage beside him. Kazekage, what are your people up to? Suddenly, an unknown individual released a smoke bomb in the main spectator area, enveloping it in a strange, dark red mist. What is happening? The third Hokage wondered, as several leaf ninja began to realize that something was amiss. At that moment, white feathers began to rain down from the sky. What is this? Some curious onlookers reached out to touch the feathers, only to succumb to unconsciousness upon contact. Sakura, feeling a wave of drowsiness wash over her, immediately recognized it as a genjutsu. She swiftly formed hand seals, disrupting the chakra within her body. With this effort, Sakura successfully broke free from the genjutsu's grasp. Seeing Sasuke, who was dozing in his wheelchair, Sakura, sensing the danger, hastily pushed him away. A ninja adorned with the Sound Village forehead protector suddenly emerged from the shadows and launched a surprise attack on Sakura. Caught off guard, she had no time to flee. Instead, she instinctively shielded Sasuke with her back. Thud. Hearing the dull thud behind her, Sakura turned to see Kakashi delivering a swift kick that sent the attacking Sound ninja flying. Kakashi-sensei, no time to chat. Take Sasuke and escape to warn the village. The situation here is dire. Are you declaring war against us, Kazekage? The third Hokage found himself in a precarious position, held captive by the fourth Kazekage. It's been a while, Sarutobi-sensei, the fourth Kazekage said, one hand wielding a kunai against Sarutobi's throat, while the other reached toward his own face. With a rip, the mask was torn away, revealing a pale visage to the air. Sarutobi's eyes widened in shock. Orochimaru. Ha ha ha. Sarutobi-sensei. Such a nostalgic encounter. At this moment, even I cannot help but reminisce about our youthful days.